Chapter 1, A New Beginning. I apologize. This time, I have failed you, Bingwe. The youth's gravely injured form began to fade. The girl before him merely replied, I will wait for you. The wheels of fate commenced their inexorable turning. When he next opened his eyes, he heard a man's desperate cries, Third sister, do not abandon me. Third sister. He turned his gaze and beheld another who bore his likeness 0.5 years later. Brother, slow down. The young boy, panting, looked towards the elusive figure of his elder brother. He was Tang Nan, the younger sibling of the Tang brothers, resembling his twin in appearance. However, the villagers could easily distinguish between the two his brother. The distance was merely a few strides. Yet for him, it was a formidable journey. By the time he reached the summit, his brother had already practiced for a quarter of an hour. When will I be able to be like my brother? Without further ado, he began to cultivate in the same manner as his brother, adjusting his breath and harnessing his energy. After half an hour, feeling invigorated, he opened his eyes to check the time. Brother, it's time to head back. His brother opened his eyes, a faint purple aura seemingly emanating from them. Yes, let's return to the village, his brother replied gently. How far along are you with your Shantian skill? Along the way back, his brother inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. I haven't made much progress. I don't understand what you've told me, Dada. It's all right. You're just beginning your cultivation. Take your time. I will explain it all to you gradually. Just as he finished speaking, they spotted the village elder waving at them from the village entrance. Little Tang-san, where is your father? Father is at home sleeping. We came out to gather firewood. Upon returning home, his brother went to prepare dinner, while Tang Nan assisted with the chores, aware that their work was necessary to avoid hunger. Since their mother's passing, their father had been despondent. The only time Tang Nan had witnessed his father in distress was a few months prior when he had fallen gravely ill with a high fever. The family had worked tirelessly for several days to ensure his recovery. Since that incident, Tang Nan had begun to follow his brother in practicing the Shintian skill he spoke of. Dinner is ready. Little brother, go call father to eat. Tang Nan hurried to his father's bedside and gently shook his languid form. Father, it's time to eat. Responding to his son's call, Tang Hao lazily rose from his slumber. The family gathered around the table to dine. Little Nan, have you been feeling unwell lately? The man asked in a somber tone. That I am perfectly fine, father. I've been exercising with brother. That's good to hear. Little San, I'm going to sleep now. If there are any orders, just take care of them. After finishing the meal, the man, having made his inquiries, returned to sleep. Their father was a blacksmith, spending his mornings in slumber and working in the afternoons. Recently, Tang San had approached his father to learn the craft of forging. After several days of observation, his father consented to teach him, imparting his knowledge. Tang then watched them closely, his frail body not allowing him to engage in practical work, finding even the act of lifting a hammer to be quite arduous. Yes, the days passed. The moment for the soul spirit assessment arrived. Led by the village elder, they made their way to the nearby spirit hall. The magnificent architecture of the hall left Tang Nan in awe as he gazed around from the carriage, occasionally pointing out the buildings to Tang San. They soon reached the entrance of the spirit hall, where the captain greeted them to elucidate the principles of soul spirits. The captain transformed before their eyes and provided a thorough lesson. Consequently, Tang Nan found himself retreating behind Tang San. The assessment commenced. Spirit, cooking utensil, soul power level, 0. Spirit, cloth, soul power level, 0. Spirit, hoe, soul power level, 0. By the time it was the turn of the Tang brothers, the captain's expression had soured. Eager to conclude the proceedings, that moment, Tang San stepped forward to undergo the assessment. Go for it, brother. Tang Nan cheered enthusiastically from below. The results were announced. Spirit, blue silvergrass. Upon hearing this, the captain contemplated skipping the soul power assessment entirely, yet the device radiated a brilliant light. What is happening? The village elder was taken aback. Innate full soul power? The captain, after a moment of astonishment, trembled as he explained that this was indeed innate full soul power. This child had a promising future. Following this revelation, they began to harbor expectations for Tang Nan as well. Thus, Tang Nan nervously approached the stage, placing his hand on the apparatus. What is this? Spirit assessment. Blue silver grass, soul power level. The captain appeared somewhat disheartened. He closed the record book with a sigh and patted village elder Jack on the shoulder. You were fortunate this time. Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you. Village elder Jack bowed gratefully to the captain, who waved his hand, signaling that it was time for them to leave. Upon returning home, Elder Jack joyfully relayed the good news to Tang Hao. The Tang family has prospered. Both children have the potential to become soul masters. However, a single remark from Tang Hao quickly soured the mood. What use is becoming a soul master? It's better to be a blacksmith. Besides, we have no money. As he spoke, he took another swig of liquor. They can utilize the village's student worker quota without costing you a dime. Now, enough of your worries. Hurry and pack, we depart tomorrow morning. With hands on his hips and a displeased expression, village elder Jack rebuked Tang, how before cheerfully heading home to prepare supplies for Tang San and Tang Nan. Meanwhile, Tang Nan leaned against a large tree, contemplating all that he had witnessed. He had not only seen the blue-silver grass, but also a colossal dragon and a mysterious figure. The dragon's gaze was laden with foreboding. It spoke slowly. One day, you shall be stained with the blood of your kin, and you will face betrayal and solitude unto death. This is your destiny, Yin Nan. Another figure emerged, shorter in stature, yet bearing a striking resemblance to himself. It stated, "If you seek power, simply call for me. My name is Shimo." Upon awakening, he was bewildered to find that the day had already waned, prompting him to hasten home. Upon his return, he was greeted by an unusually resolute father. His previously languid demeanor transformed into one of agility and vigor. That moment, he noticed Tang and stealthily observing him from the doorway, having returned home later than expected. He anticipated a reprimand for his lack of ambition, but instead, he heard his father utter a single phrase, "Is my son back?" The following morning, Tang Nan did not accompany his brother for training. Instead, he indulged in a leisurely slumber. However, upon hearing the commotion outside, he assumed his brother had returned. Upon opening the door, he found his father busily tending to the household and the home itself, now refreshed and revitalized. "Xiao Nan, I tidied up the house. Additionally, the meal is prepared. After you and Xiao San finish eating, you shall depart." "I must. Father, please don't go. I will behave and listen well." "Please don't leave," Tang Nan pleaded, clinging to his father's leg, as if he had already foreseen the impending separation. Tears streamed down his face as he implored. Tang Hao, hearing this, simply knelt down to wipe away his son's tears, saying, "It's all right, don't cry. Father is merely off to attend to certain responsibilities that a man must undertake. I shall return swiftly." "Really?" "Of course," he replied with a smile, gazing at his youngest son. Observing Tang Nan still sniffling, he was reminded of his own youth. "Indeed, Xiao Nan resembles me more than Xiao San." He then imparted his final words of advice. "When I am away, you must listen to your brother, strive diligently in your training, and remain cheerful. Understood?" "Understood." Reassured by his father's comfort, Tang then extended his pinky finger. Tang Hao understood his son's sentiment and reciprocated with a pinky promise. "Once we've made this promise, we must honor it. This is our pact upon our next meeting. You must have grown into a true man." "Absolutely, father." With that, Tang Hao departed from their home. Later, when Tang San rushed in, anxious and flustered, and discovered the letter left by Tang Hao, Tang Nan could no longer contain his emotions and threw himself into Tang San's embrace, crying out, "Brother, father has left." Chapter 2. Teacher? Training? The two brothers, accompanied by Grandpa Jack, arrived at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. After completing the necessary formalities, Tang Nan reluctantly bid farewell to the village chief and followed his brother to the dormitory. It was an expansive room with neatly arranged beds. "Wow, it's so spacious." Just as Tang Nan was about to express his admiration, a towering figure blocked their path. Initially fierce in expression, the figure relaxed upon learning they were work-study students, explaining that such students often came from impoverished backgrounds and were thus susceptible to bullying from other dormitories. Seeing them burdened with heavy luggage, he had assumed they were from a rival dormitory, which had incited his wariness. Upon discovering that Tang San possessed innate full soul power, he expressed a desire for him to become the dormitory leader. Am not inclined to take on that role." "Come on, Tang San, just agree to it." "Indeed, brother, just accept it, there's no harm in doing so." "Very well." Under the collective persuasion of the others, Tang San acquiesced. At that moment, a bright, melodious voice chimed in, belonging to a lively girl. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" "Indeed, it is. Did someone just say that the strongest person can become the leader?" The girl declared this audacious statement with a smile, instantly silencing Tang San and his companions. Realizing the opportunity to establish their authority, they promptly pushed Tang San forward. "He is indeed the strongest. Defeat him, and you shall take his place as leader." What they initially presumed would be a one-sided match astonished them instead. The young girl exhibited prowess that matched Tang San's, and the clash between them was fiercely contested. Ultimately, she employed a unique technique to throw Tang San out of the ring. Having secured victory, she placed her hands on her hips and proclaimed her status to the dormitory. "My name is Xiao Wu. as in dance, and from this day forth, I shall be the leader of this dormitory. That night, Tang Nin slept soundly, as did Xiao Wu, but Tang San found no peace, for he was caught in the middle, unable to move. What he had anticipated to be a typical night with his brother turned chaotic when Xiao Wu took a liking to their soft blankets, merging 3 beds into one. It was a night devoid of sleep. The following morning, Tang Nin awoke, not only sore all over, but also noticed an inexplicable line etched across the bed. Ouch! What on earth happened yesterday? Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he was suddenly captivated by an unexpected sight. His brother was braiding Xiao Wu's hair. Meanwhile, the academy was receiving an elderly visitor in the dean's office, where the dean personally greeted him. Pray tell, esteemed elder, what brings you here? Please do not stand on ceremony. I wish to assist you with a matter. What do you think? The dean, initially apprehensive, eased his tension. Speak freely, just refrain from dismantling my academy. Very well, I will be straightforward. I wish to select an apprentice. The dean nearly choked on his tea. What did you say? Are you intending to nurture a little demon? Old Yang, I cannot afford to have you disrupt my establishment. Do not be hasty, consider our long-standing friendship. 48 years, indeed. So, how can you refuse to assist me? With that, the elder handed the dean a piece of paper. Upon glancing at its contents, the dean fell silent, contemplating for a long while before responding. Very well, but your choice of apprentice must receive my approval. Agreed. Thus, the two struck a deal to prepare for a special recruitment event. Wow, there are suddenly so many people here. After class, Tang San and Tang Nan noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in discussion. Eager to join the excitement, Tang Nan squeezed his way in, discovering a prize guessing game. What is something you can see yet cannot perceive? What is something you cannot fathom? What is the most precious thing? Know the answer? Verify it at the dean's office for a mysterious grand prize. A grand prize? Really? Tang Nan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing about the grand prize and hurried back to share the news with his brother. Brother, help me. Gazing into his younger brother's sparkling eyes, Tang San found himself devoid of any reason to refuse. Thus, he divulged the answer to him, albeit withholding the final piece of the puzzle. Encouraging his brother to ponder it independently, he discerned that only the last question held the key. What is the most precious thing? Tang Nan murmured, and upon glancing at his brother, he instantly grasped the answer. He then inquired about the location of the dean's office and hurriedly made his way there. Witnessing his brother's spirited energy, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. I was beginning to think he hadn't ventured out yet. Father, I will ensure he is well taken care of. Inside the dean's office, the dean and the elder had evaluated all candidates, yet none proved satisfactory to both parties as they contemplated enjoying a cup of tea to pass the time. A hurried Tang Nan stumbled into the room. Oh, how amusing. Young one, what brings you here? Report to the dean. My name is Tang Nan, and I am here to reveal the answer. The elder was amused by the boy's earnestness. Upon learning that he was there to claim a prize, he urged him to articulate his responses. The first is wind. The second is the human heart. The third, and most vital, is family. In response to this answer, the dean and the elder exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, quite so, years of tacit understanding conveyed their shared meaning in an instant. Tang Nin looked at them inquisitively. Have I answered correctly? Without a doubt, my child. What is the prize? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Tang Nin inquired eagerly, wishing to hasten back and share the prize with his brother. The prize is to become my direct disciple. What do you think? An immediate silence enveloped the room, marked by the excitement of old Yang, the bewilderment of Tang Nan, and the amused observations of the dean. What is a direct disciple? The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, contrasting sharply with the dean's hearty laughter. After a brief pause, the elder rephrased his inquiry. Do you wish to grow stronger? I do. Do you desire to earn the admiration of your family? I do. Then follow me, and I shall guide you to become the mightiest spirit master. Is that true? Certainly. Do you think I would deceive you? Looking at the elder's earnest expression, bright eyes, and formidable beard, Tang Nan consented. Observing the two, the dean recognized there was no further reason to decline and began arranging the necessary transitions for Tang Nan. Tang Nan, starting today, you will attend your morning classes as usual. In the afternoons, you will diligently study under him. All expenses will be covered by him. Do you understand? Yes, Dean. Following this, Tang Nan accompanied the elder to his quarters, where the elder slowly began to speak. Now that you have become my disciple, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Hong. You may call me Teacher Yang or Grandpa Yang. The knowledge we are about to pursue has the potential to alter the future of the continent. Yang Hong is a renowned explorer across the continent, as well as an exceptional physician at IT, is rumored that he once unraveled the poison under the hands of the infamous poison Da. Simultaneously, he is a researcher in the theory of soul masters and a prodigious alchemist. No one knows the reason behind his multifaceted talents. They only know that he has never ceased his journey. He is the man destined to transform the continent. Is there more? Xiao Wu anxiously shook Tang Nan's body, inquiring about the continuation. I seem to have forgotten. My master spoke too much for me to remember. What? Tang San, with great interest, observed them while reviewing the knowledge imparted by their teacher in class. By the next afternoon, Tang Nan's first lesson arrived. This time, Teacher Yang presented a handful of herbs before him, instructing him to categorize them and offering a piece of advice. Experiencing it firsthand will provide a deeper understanding. Skeptical, Tang Nan selected a herb resembling a lightning bolt drawn in a book and took his first bite. A sharp, intense pain surged through him, followed swiftly by a gradual loss of sensation in his limbs. He promptly collapsed to the ground. Remember, this is called anesthetic grass. When juiced, it can be used as an anesthetic. However, consuming it in large quantities can lead to cardiac arrest and death. To counteract its effects, one must either wait for the effects to wear off or consume this blood-red flower. As Yang explained, he produced the small flower and placed it in his own mouth, kindly chewing it for Tang Nan. The moment it entered his system, he experienced a sensation akin to celestial bliss. The previously numbed nerves were suddenly stimulated to a heightened state, becoming excessively sensitive to even the slightest provocation. Yang had also thoughtfully added mint leaves, and the outcome was, "It's so cold. Come drink some water." Glug glug, cough. Master, what is that flower? It's called fire hibiscus, and it has an exciting effect, mainly stimulating your neural network to enhance activity. Taking a small amount can serve as a stimulant. Additionally, it's filled with fire element soul power, making it a good choice for frostbite. Elements? What do you mean? When the time is ripe, old Yang clapped his hands. Don't rush. I'll teach you now. First, take a deep breath and relax. Guide your soul power out. Then absorb the released soul power around you, as if inhaling. Repeat this. And that's the method for cultivating soul power. Hoo. Bang. Ouch. Old Yang, noticing his disciple had fallen asleep, mercilessly gave Tang Nan a whack on the head. I told you to relax, not to sleep, kid. Now do as I say. Following his master's guidance, Tang Nan began to cultivate. Not bad. This little guy, although his foundation is weak, has good comprehension. His absorption is slow but stable, and the speed is constantly increasing. Old Yang observed his disciple's every move while enjoying the warm sun. Soon, it was evening, and Old Yang slowly called his disciple. All right, let's start today's most important lesson. It smells so good. Add a little salt and a bit of soy sauce. Not bad. This kid has talent. Half an hour ago, master. What are you doing? Cooking. Facing his disciple's hesitation, the master gave him a clear answer. Why only carrots? Don't ask, just get to work. Master. Just as Tang Nan was about to ask, his master interrupted him with a chop to the head. No nonsense, get to work. Yes. Half an hour later, a feast of fresh carrots was served on a makeshift dining table. After a hearty meal, Tang Nan patted his belly and asked Master, "Where did you get these cooking utensils?" "Oh, I took them from a soul guide device." He showed his left wrist bracelet and briefly explained before using soul power to clean up the area. "All right, let's go back. Tomorrow we continue. Remember to recall what I taught you." "But Master, you haven't taught me how to identify elements yet." Old Yang pretended to be profound and said, "Your ability isn't enough yet. Hurry back and go to sleep." Watching his disciple leave, the old man chuckled, "Silly boy." He then opened a crack and stepped inside. In the dormitory, delicious so good. Xiao San, your brother's cooking skills are pretty good. Sister Xiao Wu, eat slowly. No one is fighting over it. There's plenty. Tang Nan brought back some food and received unanimous praise from the dormitory members. After Xiao Wu finished eating, she declared that from now on, she would protect Tang Nan. Watching everyone gobble down their food, Tang Nan questioned his brother. "Is everyone like this?" Tang San explained that it was due to increased friction between the work-study students and other students, and reminded Tang Nan to be careful. Finally, he warned him that he would be going out in a few days and asked him to keep an eye on Xiao Wu to prevent any issues. In the quiet of the night, Tang Nan once again dreamt of the giant dragon, and this time he clearly saw its appearance. It was a pitch-black giant dragon, lying on the ground asleep. Thunderous snores echoed continuously, and just as he wanted to get closer to observe, the dragon seemed to sense his approach. It opened its eyes and coldly said, "Get out." Without giving Tang Nan a chance to ask, the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of fire, engulfing him. Startled awake, he scared his brother, who quickly asked what had happened. Tang Nan, while saying it was nothing, asked his brother a question. Brother, do dragons really exist? Chapter 3. Family. First soul ring, don't worry. Dragons are soul beasts that won't appear easily, and they're usually very friendly to humans. With his brother's answer, Tang Nan felt much more at ease. In class, Tang Nan still wanted to know how to identify elements, and Old Yang didn't hold back, explaining, focus your mind and guide your soul power to form a membrane, and you can distinguish elements. This is the elemental vision. With skilled use, it can be used to see through disguises, etc. Now give it a try. Understanding the principle, Tang then began to concentrate and guide his soul power to form a membrane. The moment he opened his eyes, he found everything around him had changed. Curiously, he looked around, wanted to learn more. Seeing his reaction, Old Yang knew the kid had succeeded. He took out the pile of herbs from yesterday for him to examine again and see if there were any changes. There was some blue light, more like deep blue. Is it anesthetic grass? That's right. And this? Yesterday's mint leaves. And this? Fire hibiscus. Correct. Now, eat the new herbs. Huh? Do I have to eat again? Facing his disciples' doubt, Old Yang explained, as a doctor, you need to personally experience the effects of each herb so you know how to use them for treatment. But, no nonsense, eat it. Seeing that Tang Nan still wanted to speak, Old Yang directly shoved a handful of herbs into his mouth. Time for learning quickly passed. By evening, Tang Nan dragged his weary body back to bed. The various herbs were churning in his stomach. All he wanted now was to sleep well, not realizing that this was just the beginning of his painful cultivation. Days passed, and soon it was the end of the semester. Tang Nan's soul power finally reached level 8, but the gap with his brother grew larger. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already obtained their first soul rings, far ahead of their peers. Moreover, they had gained fame in a previous conflict, making Xiao Wu the tyrant of the academy, with no student able to withstand her 3 moves, except for his brother. When it was time for vacation, Old Yang's only arrangement for him was to rest well and practice his vision when he had time. Brother, do you think Dad will be waiting for us at home? Maybe. While he and his brother were discussing returning home, Xiao Wu, hearing this with interest, joined in to ask, can I visit your house? This, okay. Tang San, however, agreed to her request to join them. Along the way, Tang Nan and Xiao Wu were playfully teasing each other, while Tang San remained gloomy, still hoping his father would return. When they got home and he heard noises inside, he was the first to rush in. How he wished the person inside was his father. But he saw that it was Grandpa Jack. Grandpa Jack, seeing Tang San and the others return, explained that he was helping them clean up. Tang Nan noticed his brother's disappointment and suggested that he take Xiao Wu out for a stroll while he cooked dinner. To make his brother happy, Tang Nan used the cooking skills he had learned over the semester and obtained ingredients from Grandpa Jack to prepare a big meal. Just as he set the food on the table, they returned. Just from their expressions, it was clear something had happened. Tang San ran his fingers through his hair and took a deep breath, saying, Nan, Xiao Wu and I have become siblings. So from today on, she is your sister. Huh. It took a moment for Tang Nan to react. You should have at least told me beforehand, brother. From now on, I'll protect you, Nan. All right, sister. Tang Nan took a deep breath and happily said, welcome back, brother, sister. Suddenly, the home was filled with new vitality and laughter filled the house. The 3 of them spent a joyful holiday together. As the new semester began, under the almost indifferent guidance of Old Yang, Tang Nan had gained a preliminary understanding of the effects of herbs, and his body had improved, developing resistance to some basic toxins. Perhaps due to the blue silvergrass, he had an unusually sensitive perception of wild herbs. His culinary skills had made significant breakthroughs in preparing carrots, and of course, other dishes were equally impressive, to the point where Old Yang only wanted to eat his apprentice's cooking every day, completely disregarding other food. Although his cultivation progress was slow, his perception of soul power and elements had greatly improved. Now he could sense objects with soul power within a 5-meter radius. Old Yang felt deeply gratified by his apprentice's progress, but the slow advancement of soul power made him worried. Although Tang Nan had improved his cultivation speed under Tang San's guidance in the Shintian skill, the pace was still too slow. In Old Yang's eyes, this child absorbed soul power during cultivation either in a wild manner, like a person ravenously consuming food, constantly seeking soul power, or calmly, like an old man fishing, steadily absorbing it. He was growing fonder of this apprentice. As time passed, one day during their training, Old Yang noticed that Tang Nan's soul power absorption had basically stopped and understood that the time had come. At the same time, Tang Nan realized that his soul power absorption had stagnated. Old Yang explained to him that once a soul master reached level 10, they needed to obtain a soul ring to enter a new stage. Now, take a good rest after class. and we will go to get the soul ring early tomorrow morning. What about tomorrow's class? I will talk to the school about it. Now go back and rest. Brother, can you give me a weapon? After finishing class early, Tang Nan went to the blacksmith shop where Tang San worked, hoping his brother would provide him with a weapon. Previously, after hearing from the master that Yang Hong was an excellent teacher, Tang San was relieved to let his younger brother study with him. After hearing his brother's request, Tang San prepared a hand crossbow for him based on his physical condition and taught him how to operate it and quickly change the bolts. He also gave him a small knife for self-defense. That night, when he told Xiao Wu about it, she insisted on helping her brother hunt for a soul ring. After repeated persuasion from both her brother and Tang Nan, she finally gave up on the idea. The next day, after bidding farewell to his brother and sister, he set off on the journey to obtain his first soul ring. Meanwhile, a person in the distance was watching him from tree trunk. The two walked through the forest, with the master explaining the situation in the woods to his apprentice while gathering some fresh herbs along the way. Their target this time was a wood spirit deer, which had a light green body and could be found in various forests. Due to its affinity with nature, it possessed a stronger vitality, making its medicinal value extraordinary, so this trip could be considered a win-win situation. Just as they were worried about how to find the deer, a wolf howl caught their attention. Old Yang directly lifted Tang Nan to weave through the branches, and following the howl, they located the wolf pack. They saw dozens of wolves surrounding a cave, while at the entrance, an adult male wood spirit deer was watching them warily. Its body was already covered in scars, yet its momentum remained undiminished. The wolf pack sent several wolves to attempt to surround it, but the male deer swung its antlers, making them pay a price. Since the cave was only wide enough for 3 wolves to enter side by side, the male deer mercilessly charged at the wolf in the middle with its antlers, impaling it. The wolves on either side quickly flanked to surround it, and after piercing the wolf in the middle, the male deer swiftly swept its antlers to the side, knocking down the wolf that was preparing to pounce from that side. However, at the same time, another wolf quickly attacked and bit the male deer's neck, but the deer, relying on brute strength, shook it off, though it was still injured. Yang Hong wanted to take advantage of the situation and drive them off after the wolves had finished hunting. At this moment, the apprentice reminded him that the wound on the deer's neck seemed to be healing. Master, look. Following Tang Nan's reminder, Old Yang noticed something was wrong. The male deer's body was gradually turning dark green, and its wounds were healing rapidly. Old Yang understood that they had found a treasure. This was a phantom spirit deer, a mutated species of the wood spirit deer, which was just right for him. However, Tang Nan didn't pay much attention to it. He was just a bit puzzled. Given the earlier actions, the deer had a complete opportunity to charge out, yet it chose to hold its ground. There had to be something going on inside the cave. So he activated his elemental vision to observe and discovered that there were creatures inside similar to the male deer. He roughly understood everything and wanted to do something. He put on his protective gear, but when he picked up the hand crossbow, he was stopped by his master. He turned to look, and Old Yang instructed, "If it's your own choice, then give it your all." Understood. Tang Nan replied firmly and grabbed a vine, leaping down. The wolf pack's attacks were relentless, and even with the deer's recovery ability, it wasn't a long-term solution. Gradually, the speed of the deer's healing began to slow down. At this moment, a starving wolf lunged directly at the deer's throat. With a cry of anguish, the starving wolf fell to the ground, writhing in pain with a bolt embedded in its head. Tang Nan rolled in the air and landed steadily. The wolf pack did not panic at this unexpected guest and wanted to continue their attack, but the threat of the crossbow bolts made them hesitate. After losing several wolves, the pack finally ceased their assault. Tang Nan quickly changed the bolts, keeping his eyes fixed on them. This bought the deer some time to recover. Just then, a large and strong wolf walked out from the pack. It howled, and the pack parted to create a path. It was clear that he was the Wolf King. This was a deal he proposed, hoping to exchange a chance for survival for their departure. In response, Tang Nan expressed his stance with the crossbow bolt, aiming at the Wolf King and pulling the trigger. The Wolf King, clearly enraged after dodging the bolt, charged fiercely at Tang Nan. The speed was so fast that by the time he loaded the next bolt, the Wolf King was already in front of him, and there was no time to fire. Tang Nan could only raise his left hand to block the bite, but despite wearing protective gear, the sharp wolf teeth still sank into his left hand. A surge of pain hit him. He pulled the trigger, and the bolt pierced into Wolf King's neck at close range. The Wolf King, in pain, released its grip, allowing Tang Nan to create some distance. The pain made the Wolf King roar in rage. However, the blood stimulated him, and he no longer feared the pain. The second round of attacks began. Tang Nan's left-hand injury affected his reloading speed. There was no time to change the bolt. The vicious wolf was already upon him. and Tang Nan was knocked down. Facing the wolf's teeth closing in on his throat, he used all his strength to resist. Just as he was about to be devoured, the recovering deer charged out, using its antlers to knock the Wolf King away. But in the next second, a bloody battle erupted between the two. Struggling to get up, Tang Nan instantly realized this was his last opportunity. He wanted to change the bolt, but the injury on his left hand left him unable to move. Using his right hand, he took out some anesthetic grass from his waist pouch, chewed it with his teeth, and applied it to his left hand. The pain in his left hand eased, and he quickly changed the bolt. At this moment, the Wolf King had already bitten down on the deer's throat. Just as the Wolf King was about to deliver a fatal blow, whoosh, Tang Nan's bolt struck the Wolf King's left eye. The sudden darkness and pain caused a momentary confusion, allowing the deer to summon its remaining strength to knock the Wolf King down. The fallen Wolf King attempted to rise, but at that moment, Tang Nan, gripping the small knife, had already rushed in front of it. As each knife fell, the Wolf Lord's breathing stopped, and moments later, the appearance of a yellow halo announced his death. However, the wolf pack did not disperse. Several wolves charged forward, attempting to tear apart the human before them. Yet, Tang Nan seemed like a different person, effortlessly using a small knife to kill them one by one. His movements ghostly as he dashed towards the wolves, dodging their attacks while delivering fatal blows. His eyes turned blood red. Amidst the continuous slaughter, he finally instilled fear in the wolf pack, causing them to retreat. But Tang Nan was barely holding on. He had to endure until they completely withdrew. At that moment, he was completely unaware of a wolf approaching from behind. When he realized it, it was too late. The wolf tackled him down, and he had no strength left to fight back. Is this the end? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The wolf fell to the ground, lifeless. It was over. Tang Nan closed his eyes. When he awakened, his wounds had been bandaged. His master was nearby, skinning the wolf, and a fawn was licking his hand. A doe leaned down, gently nudging Tang Nan and pointing in a direction. Looking over, he saw a stag lying there. Tang Nan hurriedly ran over to check, only to find the majestic stag gasping for breath on the lush green grass, as if the flame of life was about to extinguish. A pang of pain struck Tang Nan's heart. He wanted to do something to save it, but felt powerless. Yang Lao, watching this scene, softly said, "Xiao Nan, it's already gone. Let's suffer less, give a quick end." After saying this, Yang Lao slowly picked up a small knife, a look of resignation and determination flashing in his eyes. However, just as Tang Nan was about to lift the knife, he hesitated, ultimately lowering his hand gently. "No, it shouldn't be this way," Tang Nan murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. He extended his right hand, focused, and began to channel his meager soul power into the stag, attempting to heal it in this way. The majestic stag seemed to suddenly understand something. It slowly opened its eyes and let out a low, sorrowful call. However, after this call, it permanently closed its eyes, falling silent. After a brief silence, a dazzling yellow light radiated from the stag's antlers, forming a massive century soul ring. This soul ring flickered with mysterious and powerful energy, as if it were a testament to the stag's bravery and resilience throughout its life. The doe stood quietly to the side, silently observing everything happening before her. After seeing the stag depart peacefully, the doe turned and left with the fawn. However, just as they were walking away, the doe suddenly turned back and let out a long call towards the distance. That call seemed to bid farewell to the departed stag and to tell the world that they had once been here. As the figures of the doe and fawn faded into the distance, the entire forest returned to silence. Only the century soul ring, shining with yellow light, continued to hang quietly in the air. At this moment, only Tang Nan and his master remained. Tang Nan was at a loss, his heart filled with turmoil, feeling as if he were being gnawed at by thousands of ants. However, at that moment, a single sentence from his master pulled him back to reality like a wake-up call. "Cry, child, it is all over." Hearing this, Tang Nan's heart instantly relaxed, and all the pent-up emotions poured out like a flood. Tears blurred his vision, sliding down his cheeks and dropping to the ground, forming a puddle. Yang Lao said nothing, gently embracing him, quietly accompanying him, providing him with silent comfort and support. Half an hour passed quietly, and when Tang Nan's emotions gradually stabilized, Yang Lao finally spoke, guiding him to begin absorbing the soul ring. Following his master's teachings, Tang Nan extended his right hand to attract the soul ring of the illusory spirit deer, and the absorption began. The power of the soul ring flowed into his body, feeling very warm and comfortable. An hour later, he opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been reborn. Information about his first soul skill appeared in his mind. First soul skill bind. Range of effect, 100 meters. Can be manipulated at will. After testing, he found that the resilience of his blue-silver grass had greatly improved and had a certain healing effect. Finally, after burying the stag, the two set out on their way home. Chapter 4. Entrustment Partner Mission. After obtaining the first soul ring, Tang Nan continued his cultivation. His training was still closely related to medicine. When he inquired, Yang Lao evaded the question, saying it was not the right time and that he could only practice slowly for now. Thus, several years passed until a visitor's arrival broke the status quo. On that day, Elder Yang was preparing a new training plan. The sky was gray, calm, and heavy. Suddenly, there was an unexpected knock at the door. It wasn't locked. Was it? Hearing a response, the door was pushed open, and a figure in a black robe stood there. The person seemed to sense something and unleashed a powerful soul force, instantly surrounding him with 4 men in black, their weapons aimed at vital points. Just as tensions were high, Elder Yang calmly took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Put down your weapons. He is just a friend who has come from afar to have some tea with me. You can all withdraw." "Yes." As the words left his mouth, they instantly disappeared like shadows. Elder Yang observed that he remained vigilant of his surroundings and picked up his teacup, saying, "Don't worry. There's no one else around. Only my bodyguards. Relax here, drink some tea." Looking at the tea offered to him, he finally felt at ease, took the teacup, and sat down. Elder Yang also sat down opposite him, moved his fingers, and instantly unfolded a barrier, enveloping the entire house. Seeing this, he took off his robe, and Elder Yang, with great interest, said, "Long time no see, Brother Tang Hao." "Uncle Yang, who were those people just now?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Tang Hao asked an unexpected question. "Oh, them? They are my shadow guards, collecting some intelligence and solving some troubles for me. They don't belong to the Wu Soul Palace, right?" "No, they don't. They're my private army. Why are you bringing up such serious topics right after we meet? How is your sister-in-law lately? I think you should know." "Yes. Sorry, that was a bit of a leading question. So what brings you here? To see my son. Is that all?" Tang Hao's expression darkened. He mumbled to himself, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Finally, he spoke. "What do you think of Xiao-san?" "Tang San? He is calm, decisive in his actions, kind to others, and a genius, especially in pharmacology, particularly in poisons." "And what about Xiao-nan? Him? From various angles. He seems like a fool, but he has a kind heart. He just clings too much to Tang San." Elder Yang's evaluation of Tang then successfully made Tang Hao laugh, bringing him back to a state of calm. "Just like a long time ago, right?" "Yes, just like before. I still remember when we first met. You and Xiao Chao tied me up tightly without saying a word, and only after I told several stories did you let me down." The atmosphere gradually became relaxed, and they chatted about the past for nearly half an hour. Finally, he made his last request. "I want to ask you to take good care of Tang Nan." "Oh, why?" Upon hearing his request, Elder Yang furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. "I have decided to declare war on the Wu Soul Palace. Therefore, they will also get involved. That child looks like me, but has a character like his mother, too kind-hearted. Fortunately, he didn't inherit my martial soul, so no one will suspect any connection to me. As long as he can live safely, I will be satisfied. Even if the person you entrusted him to is from the Wu Soul Palace? If you want to harm me, why help us escape from the repeated encirclements of the Wu Soul Palace? I trust you, Uncle Yang. You will be a good teacher, and I entrust him to you." Facing Elder Yang's question, Tang Hao's response made Elder Yang feel much more relaxed. They really are cut from the same mold. Simple. He then asked his final question. "So how do you hope you will live?" This question stumped both Tang Hao and himself. After a moment, Tang Hao confidently replied, as if he had come to terms with it. "Identity. I have no right to define it for him. He should decide for himself." Having received the answer he wanted, Elder Yang stood up, took out some top-quality healing medicine from his medicine pouch, handed it to Tang Hao, who was preparing to leave, and said, "Take this. It may save your life at a critical moment. I am very satisfied with your answer, and I promise you, I will do everything in my power to help him find his own path." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao excitedly grasped Elder Yang's hand, expressing his gratitude. After sending off Tang Hao, Elder Yang let out a sigh of relief, not expecting Tang Hao to voluntarily entrust Tang Nan to him. After receiving permission, Elder Yang updated his training plan. Subsequently, Tang Nan's training plan included many new elements, such as body techniques, combat skills, weapon forging and improvement, soul skill combinations, and the new subject of firearms that he encountered. When he first introduced firearms, Elder Yang picked up a device that looked like an iron pipe, aimed it at a large tree, and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang, and in an instant, a big hole was blasted into the tree. Witnessing its power, Elder Yang continued to explain its working principle. This is a flintlock pistol, a type of firearm. You see, when you pull the trigger, the flint inside strikes and ignites the gunpowder, creating pressure that launches the projectile. I'll let you see it first. When you get a bit older, I'll teach you more. Elder Yang seemed to anticipate his disciple's thoughts and directly silenced him, instructing him to stop. Among these new subjects, Tang Nan excelled most in weapon forging and improvement. He seemed to absorb new knowledge rapidly and used his imagination to create. One could say he was a genius in this regard. Elder Yang Sigit, feeling he had stumbled upon a treasure. And so, another year passed. After Tang Nan broke through to level 20. He obtained his second soul ring with the company of his older siblings. At this point, they were nearing graduation and seeing his gradually growing disciple. Elder Yang knew it was time for him to go out and experience the world. At that moment, a letter from the Shadow Guards provided him with an opportunity. The training hadn't been going on for long when Elder Yang arranged for Tang Nan to go back and rest. Confused, Tang Nan asked his master. Elder Yang stroked his beard and said mysteriously, "Rest well. Tomorrow we will be going out for a few days. When you come tomorrow, we will check the weapons and equipment. Where are we going? You'll know when you come tomorrow." That night, in his dreams, Tang Nan saw the black dragon again. This time it didn't breathe out dragon breath, but simply said, "They are coming," and then vanished. The next morning, after gathering, Elder Yang recited a passage, then struck his cane, causing a portal to appear on the ground. Tang Nan, caught off guard, fell into it in a panic. Meanwhile, in a distant place within a vast forest, a person was waiting for something to appear. At that moment, a rift opened before him, and as it did, the old man landed steadily, while the young junior fell to the ground, gasping for air due to not adapting. "You're late, Uncle Yang," the person complained slightly. "You didn't tell Grandpa, did you? Don't worry, little ancestor. Uncle Yang will definitely keep his promise. Let me introduce you. This is my disciple, Tang Nan. Tang Nan, I'm Xueqing. No need for too much formality." After saying this, Xueqing has stepped into the teleportation array. Elder Yang waved his hand and muttered a spell, opening a new rift. Wait, I haven't recovered yet. In Glor City, at the border of the Tiando Empire, the Shadow Guards waited for their leader. To their surprise, he brought along 2 kids this time. Before they could react, Elder Yang instructed them to follow the team led by Lei Hao for a mission to capture a fugitive, leaving them with no reason to refuse. "No need to say more. We leave in half an hour." "Understood, Team Lei?" "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yang opened the rift and left, leaving Lei Hao looking bewildered. The black-haired youth finally reacted, wanting to ask, but found everyone had left. 15 minutes later, while Lei Hao was drinking secretly, a tall woman with long hair down to her waist approached him, handing him a cup of detox tea. Looking impatient, Lei Hao said, "I'm not drunk yet. No need to meddle, Deputy Captain Yi." Yes, Team Lei, don't get too drunk. It'll affect the capture. We're counting on this month's activity funds." "I know, I don't understand why they suddenly shove those kids onto me. What use are those little brats?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hearing this, Yi Qing directly tugged on Lei Hao's ear to teach him a lesson. "Look at yourself before saying that. You were just a kid in your 20s. Lei Hao, being pulled by the ear, immediately retorted, "Aren't you just a few years older than me?" "Old hag." "Huh? Say that again?" Yi Qing increased her grip, and Lei Hao quickly pleaded, I'm sorry, Sister Yi. Please spare me." The intensified pain made Lei Hao rush to ask for mercy. Seeing that he was almost awake, Yi Qing finally let go. When she released him, Lei Hao's ear was almost entirely red. 10 minutes later, they gathered at the camp entrance. After saying this, she left, leaving Lei Hao rubbing his ear and Tang Nan, who had witnessed everything. "What are you doing here?" Upon discovering a little ghost was present, he immediately became serious. I came to see how effective my detox tea is." "What did you see just now?" Sister Yi just as he was about to say something, Lei Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Tang Nan quickly changed his words. "Report, I didn't see anything." "That's good." His expression softened. Seeing this, Tang Nan slowly moved his position, and then Lei Hao smiled and said, "That's good." Suddenly, his tone changed. "If you dare to speak of this, you're dead." "Yes." Seeing that murderous look, Tang Nan hurriedly replied and ran off. This might be a secret he would never dare to speak of. 10 minutes later, Lei Hao arrived at the assembly point. At this time, Yi Qing was introducing the mission target to Tang Nan and Xueqing. "Our target this time is the local gang leader, Zerodi, who leads the skeleton gang. They have rapidly developed here recently, causing serious disturbances to local law and order. Therefore, the authorities have set a high bounty for capturing him. Understood? After listening, the two nodded immediately. At this moment, Lei Hao and Tang Nin exchanged glances before they realized. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Tang Nin even felt his killing intent, slowly retreating behind Xue Qinghe. Seeing that Yi Qing was also not saying anything, Lei Hao threatened Tang Nan with his eyes before taking them to the target location. In the black market area, half an hour later, they arrived at the black market. Yi Qing provided a brief explanation to Tang Nan and the others. This is the black market of the city. Due to its location at the border, smuggling and other illegal activities are common, making it the best place for them to sell stolen goods. You could buy some things here that you wouldn't normally see. Listening to Yi Qing's explanation, Xue Qinghe raised his question. Why are we here? While asking, he kept observing and looking around warily. The reason we are here is based on the information provided by the intelligence team. Recently, a batch of people they bought will be transferred here. Buying people? Their human trafficking started about a year ago. No one knows the specific purpose, but it's definitely not a good thing. Here we are. They arrived in front of a huge conference hall. Tang Nin was fascinated by the splendor before him, while the others seemed unfazed. After showing a forged pass to the guards at the door, they were allowed to enter the hall. Inside, the hall was resplendent, with continuous sounds of shouting and selling. Lei Hao began to assign tasks. I'll team up with Yi Qing. You two will form a team. Move separately, understood? Understood. Wait, me and him? The two exclaimed in unison, surprised by the captain's decision, clearly not expecting it. Just as Yi Qing was about to say something, she was pulled away by Lei Hao. With no chance given, the two could only accept the current situation. Xue Qinghe looked at this guy who was a head shorter than him and fell into contemplation. I can only temporarily team up with him. I hope Uncle Yang's judgment isn't wrong. Tang Nan, you better not hold me back. Cut it out. Who's holding who back is still uncertain. By the way, what should we do? Let me think. Human trafficking. After thinking for a moment, Xue Qinghe came up with a plan. Let us find this trafficker. He must have some information. After hearing this, Tang Nan thought it made sense. So the two immediately went to look for the trafficker. Meanwhile, observing everything from a distance, Yi Qing looked at Lei Hao and expressed her opinion. Xue Qinghe is quite smart. He has a good seed. But why are you doing this, leaving the task to the two newcomers and observing from a distance? Lei Hao replied seriously, if they can't complete such a simple task, they'll only end up dead later. We still have work to do. Let us go. After saying this, the two disappeared into the shadows. After various inquiries, Tang Nan and the others arrived at the slave trading area. At the entrance, the two discussed a series of meticulous plans. Your plan better work. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Don't look at me like that. Trust yourself. Hee. Facing Xue Qinghe's disdainful expression, Tang Nan responded with an extremely serious attitude. Xue Qinghe had no choice. After all, it was his suggestion. They then began to act. As they approached the entrance, the receptionist asked for a security deposit. After hearing this, Xue Qinghe took out a token from his soul guide and handed it to the receptionist. After carefully examining the token and looking at the two of them, the receptionist thought for a moment and called over a colleague, whispering a few words. After hearing this, the colleague immediately ran inside, while the receptionist gestured for the two to wait a moment. 5 minutes later, the colleague returned, and, upon hearing the response from above, the receptionist respectfully led them to a high-class VIP room and said, please wait a moment. Mr. Stewart will be here shortly. He then handed them 2 masks to conceal their faces. 10 minutes later, a cheerful voice rang out, sorry, I'm late. I kept you two waiting. Suddenly appearing in front of Tang Nan and the others was a person with a bloated physique, unkempt beard, and a carefree demeanor, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. He was Mr. Stewart, the manager here. The receptionist beside him quickly whispered a reminder, and Xue Qinghe waved his hand and said, it's nothing, I haven't waited long. It's actually Mr. Stewart taking time out of his busy schedule to meet me that has me a bit flattered. Oh, not all, young master. With a person of your stature visiting, how could I neglect you? After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave, and then sat down opposite Xue Qinghe, asking, may I ask what brings you here? Life is boring. I was wondering if there are any peculiar toys or beauties here that I could have some fun with. Seeing Xue Qinghe's exaggerated performance, Tang Nan couldn't help but chuckle, though he didn't stop working. After hearing this, Mr. Stewart rubbed his hands with a smile and said, you've come to the right place. I have everything here, much more than those imperial auction houses. While they were talking, Tang Nan focused on channeling his soul power from behind to guide the blue silver grass to sneak up on Mr. Stewart's blind spot, carefully trying to extract the key from his waist. However, Mr. Stewart's frequent movements during the conversation made it difficult for Tang Nan to act. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe pretended to be serious and asked, "I wonder if you have any news about the skeleton gang?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Stewart's face lost all humor and became unusually serious. He stroked his beard and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "My lord, this is not something you should be concerned with. Forgive my boldness, but for your safety, I cannot provide you with related information. As compensation, here is this." After glancing at the time, he pulled out a red pass from his waist and placed it on the table, standing up and saying, "This will allow you access to any trading area and give you priority service. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Enjoy your time." With that, he left. Once he confirmed that he was gone, Xue Qinghe's face turned red. He recalled the earlier conversation and immediately turned to look at Tang Nan. Tang Nan saw the look in his eyes, reminiscent of Lei Hao's murderous glare in the camp, and quickly said, "I didn't see anything." But for some reason, when he looked at Xue Qinghe's face, he felt his heart race. To change the topic, he took out the key he had just obtained and said, "Got the item? Let's go." With the pass, they faced no obstacles and moved smoothly. However, when they arrived in front of Stewart's office, they were troubled. "My God, how do we get in with so many people?" "Simple, I'll just take them all out." After saying this, Xue Qinghe drew his sword and was about to charge in, but Tang Nan quickly pulled him back. "Calm down. If you don't take them all out at once, it'll be a hassle when they call for help." After calming down, Xue Qinghe agreed and sheathed his sword, and the two began to think of a way to get in. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, followed by chaos. Most of the guards at the entrance immediately rushed out to maintain order, leaving only a few at the door. Seeing this, Tang Nan said, "Let's go. Just knock them out. Killing them would leave bloodstains that are hard to deal with." He activated his first soul skill, Binding. By the time the guards realized they were ensnared, it was too late. They were met with Xue Qinghe's swift and lethal sword sheath, and with two clangs. They all fell. Then, Tang Nan used the blue silver grass to bind them like mummies and toss them into a dark corner. After that, he quickly opened the office door, and the luxury inside refreshed both of their perceptions. Golden items were everywhere. Top-grade medicinal materials served as decorations. "Wow, this person's level of luxury is comparable to what's over there," Xue Qinghe thought to himself as they searched for usable information. Suddenly, hurried footsteps accompanied by curses grew louder. It was Mr. Stewart, who, after dealing with the chaos, had rushed back in a panic after realizing his key was missing. He swore to catch the thief and give him a good beating. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the two quickly hid to avoid detection. When Mr. Stewart discovered the door was open, he immediately barged in, only to find the room empty. To be safe, he checked his safe and, after confirming nothing was missing, he changed the password. The two people in the wardrobe witnessed everything through a slight gap, allowing them to clearly identify their target. At that moment, Mr. Stewart suddenly sensed something was off, becoming cautious. He suspected someone was still inside and began searching the area. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe prepared to draw his sword to eliminate him, but Tang Nan quickly held him back, urging him to stay calm. Just as he was about to open the wardrobe, a subordinate rushed in, saying someone had released the slaves locked underground. Upon hearing this, Mr. Stewart immediately abandoned his search and rushed out, which relieved the two inside. Xue Qinghe sheathed his sword, and Tang Nan released his hold. The two quickly emerged from the crowded wardrobe, and Xue Qinghe attempted to open the safe. Tang Nan looked at him and mused. He can't really be some noble young master, can he? Smelling so good all over is too extravagant, and what are you dawdling for? Come help. Xue Qinghe's shout snapped him back to reality. The two hurriedly opened the safe, only to find it protected by another box. "You little bastard. I knew you hadn't left. Dare to plot against me? You're asking for death." They turned to find Mr. Stewart had returned, and seeing he was alone, the two decided to deal with him. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached. A crowd of vicious guards surged in. They looked at each other, knowing they had little choice. Run. With a crash, the two jumped through the window with the box. "Catch me. Dang nan xiao det." Using the blue-silver grass to swing away like a pendulum, quickly escaping. Just before landing, he activated his second soul skill, Natural Form, enhancing his perception and control over the blue-silver grass. He quickly created a buffer zone with the blue-silver grass, allowing them to land safely. As soon as they touched down, the pursuers followed closely behind, and without time to think, they ran. During their escape, Tang Nan attempted to use the blue-silver grass to hinder the pursuers, but found it ineffective and even slowed him down, so he immediately abandoned that idea. "Quick, head into the alley." Running ahead, Xue Qinghe called for Tang Nan to follow him. Once Tang Nan passed, he immediately knocked over some nearby goods to block the path. then quickly followed. The two temporarily escaped, but it wasn't long before their pursuers caught up again. They're back? What are you waiting for? Run. Suking ugetangnan. A new chase began, and gradually the distance between them closed. Just as they were about to tire out, suddenly, two loud explosions erupted behind them, releasing a massive cloud of smoke. Not far away, someone was waving at them. Without thinking, they rushed over. It was Lei Hao and Yi Qing, who quickly led them to safety. Once in a secure location, Xueqing questioned them about why they had left, believing that Lei Hao and his group were merely there to watch the show. After hearing this, Lei Hao sneered and replied mysteriously, "If we hadn't created the chaos, would you have gotten a box so easily? You'd probably have been caught by that fat man long ago." Chaos? Seeing that Tang, Nan remained confused. Xueqing quickly explained, "The commotion at the office door was caused by the slaves we released." So impressive. The captain is truly remarkable. Of course. Oh, enough of the boasting. After opening the box, Yi Qing noticed Tang Nan's admiring gaze and the envy of Lei Hao beside him, and she understood what had happened. She walked over, tapped his head, and said, "Had enough fun? Come take a look at this. It's the transaction records with the skeleton gang." Hearing this, everyone crowded around to see. The transaction records are quite detailed. This saves us a lot of trouble. Look, their transaction locations are mostly fixed. Wherever they need something, that's their base. Huh, why is the skeleton gang also buying ritual-related items? Doesn't matter, we could just go over and take everything. After pondering for a moment on Lei Hao's suggestion, Yi Qing presented a different viewpoint. No, let's return to the camp first and regroup. Chapter 5. The Rise of the Demon. No, we should first go back to the camp to rest. As soon as Yi Qing's plan was proposed, it was met with strong opposition from Lei Hao. Why? Je vink e planet herrisons. First, I believe the current situation cannot be solved by us alone. We need to request support from Commander Lei. Secondly, these two little guys also need a break. Ake me piaka, fine, Lei Hao relactanti agreed. With that, the four immediately set off. Upon returning to the camp, Lei Hao and Yi Qing went to Commander Lei's office, while Xueqing and Tang Nan were sent to the maintenance area to collect some protective gear from Old Wei. Due to certain reasons, Xueqing chose to be alone and asked Tang Nan to help him pick it up. Arriving at the maintenance area, the sound of hammering was incessant. "Excuse me, could you tell me where Master Wei is?" No one responded, so he took a deep breath and shouted, "Excuse me, could you tell me where Master Wei is?" Hearing someone looking for Old Wei, a nearby blacksmith pointed to a white-haired old man at the far end of Tang Nan's right and said, "That one over there is Old Wei. By the way, next time you look for someone, just ring the bell at the door." The old master couldn't help but smile at the blushing, panting little boy. Tang Nan quickly thanked him and approached Master Wei's table, where everything was already laid out. It turned out Old Wei had heard the commotion earlier and had prepared the items for the new kids. "Hello, I'm here to pick up the protective gear." "Here. Everything is here. These protective gears can effectively withstand attacks from soul power at level 30. So impressive. Of course, my skills are known throughout the continent. Back in the day, The old man started to recount his past enthusiastically, while Tang Nin chose not to interrupt and listened quietly. "I wonder how Grandpa Jack is doing now." Meanwhile, Lei Hao and Yi Qing arrived at Commander Lei's office. Looking at the mission briefing they brought and the new intelligence submitted, Commander Lei fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lei Hao anxiously awaited. After reviewing the materials, the commander only uttered one word: "Wait." "Why, Commander?" Facing Lei Hao's angry shout, Commander Lei slammed the table and said, "Because this mission has escalated to a demon hunting mission. Do you think you and Yi Qing can handle it? Do you still think it's like before? I can't easily risk the lives of two newcomers." Listen well, Lei Hao, the new order. He wanted to express the order, but upon seeing the blazing fire in Lei Hao's eyes and his clenched fists, he understood the seriousness of the situation. Ultimately, he relented. Lei Hao's team will conduct a tactical reconnaissance mission to locate the target's position. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. After hearing this, Lei Hao silently turned around. Only when he was about to exit did he stop, his clenched fist relaxing. "Thank you, father." He quickly left. That brat. Hearing his voice, Commander Lei shook his head and smiled helplessly as he sat down. He still couldn't let go of his pride. He was too competitive. Yi Qing shrugged and joked. Had they reconciled yet? They actually forgave each other a long time ago, but neither was willing to approach the other. "Commander, one is more concerned about face than the other. This kid, I understand. I'll handle it. You keep this." Hearing Yi Qing's helpless report, Commander Lei indicated he would take care of it and handed her a flare. "If you encounter danger, shoot it into the sky, and the ambush team nearby will provide immediate support." Got it, Dad, you're the best. After receiving the flare, Yi Qing quickly kissed his cheek and joked, "You should shave properly, goodbye." Commander Lei watched her leave and touched his face, looking at his pocket watch with a wry smile. What a great daughter you raised. Old friend. Then, he returned to his role as Commander Lei and headed to the 3rd Team S base. Old man. Hey kid, wake up. Seeing his small audience dozing off, Master Wei quickly clapped his hands. The little boy was startled awake, realizing he had fallen asleep, and quickly prepared to apologize. Master Wei calmly said it was unnecessary. On the contrary, he thanked him for being willing to listen to his ramblings. At that moment, Lei Hao and the others came to call Tang Nan to prepare to depart. Hearing Tang Nan's name, Master Wei seemed to remember something and stared at Tang Nan for a long time. He slapped his head as if recalling something and quickly bent down to retrieve a bundle of arrows. Almost forgot. This is what old Yang prepared for you. Inside are 3 explosive arrows and 3 smoke arrows. The explosive arrows can break through a wall 30 centimeters thick, but their effectiveness against soul masters may be poor. When using, maintain a 5-meter safe distance. This is what your master instructed. Thank you, master. Bye. Safe travels. After sending off Tang Nan, Master Wei returned to his seat, stretched, and wondered how long he had been there and what he had heard. A shadow opened a crack, and Yang Hong appeared. Just arrive, right? I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic. As he spoke, he dodged a flying hammer thrown by Old Wei, whose forehead was bulging with veins. Calm down. Look what I brought. Seeing the other party angry, Yang Hong quickly took out a wine jug and tossed it over. After taking the jug and smelling it, Old Wei finally calmed down. Now that's more like it. Come on, let us drink. Then I'll graciously accept. The assembled team arrived at their target location late at night. It was a remote area close to the city wall, eerily quiet. To avoid alarming the enemy, Yi Qing held back Lei Hao, who was ready to charge in, and with Xue Qinghe, the two observed from a nearby corner. Wait, let me see if there are any ambushes. With that, she closed her eyes, concentrated, and released her soul power. At that moment, Tang Nan felt a gentle breeze. After a moment, Yi Qing opened her eyes, having gathered the information. There are only 2 people inside the house and outside. Each of the 2 grass piles has 1 person lying in wait. The target location is next door, and from left to right, the 2nd floor, 3rd window has 1. Lei Hao, Xue Qinghe, you handle the grass piles. The rest is up to me. Tang Nan, stay on standby. Remember to leave 1 alive. Living people are worth more than dead ones. Understood. Xue Qinghe, let's go. The 2 swiftly climbed to the rooftop, expertly traversing the building to reach their target rooftop. Now waiting for the signal to act, Yi Qing knocked an arrow with a green light shimmering on it. The wind picked up, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in an instant. 3 sharp arrows shot out, followed closely by 2 figures descending from above. Precise and deadly. After binding the 5 corpses, they began to examine the area. One empty room drew their attention. Yi Qing, is there something wrong? There's wind. There should be a secret room here. Let's look for the switch. How do you know? Sister Yi? My martial soul allows me to sense wind information. This room has no windows and is airtight, yet there is still a slight flow of air. Doesn't that indicate something's wrong? Finding a switch in the empty room wasn't difficult. As Tang Nan pulled a lever, a hidden passage revealed itself. For safety, they specifically removed the clothes from those 5 and draped them over themselves before Lei Hao led the way, with Xue Qinghe bringing up the rear. The 4 of them passed through the passage in an orderly manner, and the scene that unfolded before them amazed them. Before them was a vast, empty space, with traces of mining all around the rocky surroundings. Undoubtedly, the skeleton gang had thoroughly expanded the city's sewer system. They had transformed the city's sewers into their stronghold. This also explains why they were buying slaves in bulk. Tang Nan, stop dawdling, let's go. Oh hey, wait for me. With their disguises, no one suspected them along the way, and they gathered quite a bit of information from others. Arriving at a corner, they organized their findings and confirmed their target, the church. It was hard to tell, but the building these guys constructed was quite impressive. If someone from above came down to take a look, they might not believe their eyes. In front of the church, Lei Hao and Yi Qing were joking about the building before them, which looked almost indistinguishable from the church above. Just as they were about to enter, Yi Qing sensed something and paused, quickly calling Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe to wait outside for 15 minutes before entering. The 2 complied, and while waiting outside, they began to carefully observe the building. When Tang Nan saw the 8-pointed star on the church's roof, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not give up when death approaches. What does that mean? His murmurs caught Xue Qinghe's attention, and to avoid worrying him, he quickly reassured him that nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Lei Hao entered the church. Corpses and blood were everywhere, but the two remained unfazed. They passed through a screen and arrived at the central hall, where a sacrificial ceremony was underway. A gaunt man was tied to a wooden table, continuously begging for forgiveness, while the priest in front seemed to be enjoying the moment, reciting prayers with a dagger raised high, just as he was about to stab down. Whoosh thud. The priest was struck by a sharp arrow and pinned to the wall. The clatter of the dagger falling brought everyone present back from their daze, and they looked toward the entrance where Yi Qing and the others emerged from shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows quickly disarmed the attackers, who turned and fled in fear. Yi Qing and the others chose not to pursue, but instead freed the bound man. You're safe now. Do you still know your name? Toluca. He was using all his strength just to speak. Seeing this, Yi Qing handed him some water and dry food, and upon seeing the food, he immediately began to devour it. Thump, 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 they were coming. How many? About 30, be careful. Lightning began to flicker around Lei Hao as he drew his saber. Whoosh, he charged into the crowd. The time had come. After checking the time on his pocket watch, Xue Qinghe prepared to set off and turned to look at Tang Nan, who appeared dazed. Sensing unease, Xue Qinghe walked over. When his hand touched Tang Nan, an image appeared in Tang Nan's mind. A blonde girl, covered in wounds, standing on a pile of rubble, her sword already cracked, facing a blood-red monster. Hey, are you okay? Xue Qinghe's question pulled Tang Nan back to reality, and he began to breathe heavily, brushing his hair back to calm down. I'm Fine. Really? After taking a deep breath, he finally adjusted his state, and the two pushed open the door. But they were soon shocked by the sight before them. Shattered corpses littered the ground, rats feasting on the remains, and murals painted in blood. A series of horrors caused Tang Nan to feel nauseous, fear and dread washing over him. He quickly covered his mouth to avoid throwing up, while Xue Qinghe clenched his fists, anger erupting from within. We're leaving. That beast will pay. In hall, lightning crackled as Lei Hao swiftly took down all the enemies in front of him. Looking at the fallen, wailing cultists, he scoffed, Isn't there anyone stronger? Just then, the iron door on the second floor slowly creaked open, revealing a burly man carrying a large sword. Tang Nan looked him up and down and disdainfully said, Are you their leader? I am. You only have one choice. Join us. Otherwise, or else what? You bandit. Ha ha ha. D. The cheerful laughter instantly turned into a cold judgment. In an instant, the man vanished from Lei Hao's sight. What? Look out. Yi Qing's warning alerted Lei Hao to the danger, and he quickly withdrew. The man slammed down like a hammer, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he was covered in a suit of armor. Remember this, taking your lives is my job. I am Zerit. Zerit brandished his great sword, lowered his stance, and with a powerful thrust of his thigh, charged at Lei Hao like an arrow, aiming a heavy blow at his head. Clang! Lei Hao raised his weapon just in time to block, but the force was so great that he knelt on one knee. Damn, this guy is strong, Lei Hao thought, realizing the situation was dire. Before the next strike came, he quickly created distance. Zerit attempted to follow up, but was suppressed by Yi Qing's arrows. Be careful. Don't be careless. Yi Qing warned as he restrained Zerit while checking on Lei Hao. Iem Mifine, just a little surprised. What's this guy's martial spirit? Didn't you read the briefing? His soul power is about level 56, and his martial spirit is Iron Armored Bear. The spirit ring ratio is 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. As they spoke, Zerit charged through the rain of arrows with a sweeping blow. The two immediately jumped aside, realizing they were merely dodging, which only made Zerit grow more arrogant. Is that all you've got? Just die already. His current state seemed to have activated his 4th soul skill, enhancing his strength and speed. Hearing Yi Qing's analysis, Lei Hao gradually relaxed. He sheathed his saber. I see, so that's why he was so fast at the beginning. Hey, stupid bear, is that all you can do? Lei Hao's taunt infuriated Zerit, but as he raised his sword to swing, Lei Hao had already seized his hand. Too slow. Then he punched him in the face, following up with several rapid punches to his abdomen. Such attacks didn't inflict much damage on Zerit, but were extremely humiliating. He instantly flew into a rage, using his 2nd soul skill, Giant Bear Crush, to slam toward Lei Hao, but the attack missed. Too slow. The voice came from behind, and he immediately turned around. Too slow, too slow. Is that all you can do? You still dare to call yourself the boss? As Lei Hao mocked him, he narrowly dodged Zerit's attacks, gradually wearing down Zerit's patience. He canceled his true body armor, and just as the armor disappeared, Lei Hao swiftly drew his sword, using his 1st soul skill, Thunder Power, to attack Zerit's abdomen. In an instant, blood splattered as Zerit's abdomen was torn open, blood gushing out. But But the assault didn't end there. Lei Hao's strikes continued, and Xerath could only barely defend against the attacks aimed at his vital points, finding his situation increasingly dire. Suddenly, Lei Hao's attack missed, and Xerath seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, he suddenly coughed up blood, feeling intense pain in his abdomen as a sword pierced through his back. The assailant being Xue Qinghe. Just as Lei Hao continued his assault, Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe arrived. While Tang Nan checked Toluca's injuries, Xue Qinghe charged in with his sword drawn. Seeing this, Lei Hao immediately chose to feign a weakness to let down Xerath's guard, and indeed, Xerath took the bait, caught off guard and suffering a heavy blow. Just as Xue Qinghe prepared to deliver a fatal strike, Lei Hao suddenly pushed him away. Followed by a rain of arrows shooting down from above, Xerath's reinforcements had arrived. Dozens of archers and crossbowmen continuously shot arrows, forcing them to retreat in search of cover, while the heavily injured Xerath seized the opportunity to escape to the back. Deal with them. Seeing the target escaping, Xue Qinghe immediately chose to pursue, unleashing his martial spirit and spreading his wings to chase after him. The arrows raining down pierced through his body but caused no harm. Whoa, he can do that too? Lei Hao watched the back of Xue Qinghe and wanted to go up, but the rain of arrows immediately forced him back into cover. Now, they could only choose to deal with the archers before helping Xue Qinghe. Severely injured, Xerath escaped to the prayer room, where his subordinates reported that the ritual was ready. Overjoyed, he immediately ordered it to be carried out. A large number of slaves were placed in various corners, and as the prayers were chanted, those slaves turned into blood, causing the room to be filled with wails and screams. The blood flowed towards the center, forming an 8-pointed star formation. Just as Xue Qinghe arrived, he rushed forward to interrupt the ritual, but was blocked by a barrier. When Lei Hao and the others arrived, the ritual was already complete, and Xerath's injuries had fully healed. He slowly turned to them and said, "Do you see? This is the power granted to me by the gods, and your heads will be the first gift I present to the Lord of the Bronze Throne." Xerath heavily announced their death date. Chapter 6. Mutual protection under the candlelight. Two old men enjoyed fine wine by the fireplace, the sound of blacksmithing resonating like a symphony for them. "By the way, are you really at ease with your precious apprentice participating in this mission?" "Oh, what's wrong?" Yang Hong calmly swirled the wine glass in his hand, tranquility and leisure almost written on his face. "I've read their mission briefing. The target this time is not a problem for them." Master Wei sighed helplessly and expressed his opinion. Based on past judgments, demon hunting missions often require 2 Shadow Guard teams or 1 seasoned hunting team. This time, with 2 young people and 2 recruits, I'm not at ease. After saying that, he took another sip of wine. Swish, swish, swish. Damn, do these guys have an endless supply of arrows? At this moment, Lei Hao and the others were still suppressed behind cover by the archers. We have to deal with them. Lei Hao, wait for my signal. As Yi Qing drew her bow, she was shot back by the rain of arrows. The situation seemed to reach a deadlock. At this moment, Tang Nan remembered the equipment Master Wei had given him and immediately drew a smoke arrow, firing it towards their position. With a loud bang, a large cloud of smoke appeared, and then Tang Nan threw the remaining 2 smoke arrows and his crossbow to Yi Qing. "Sister, use this." Yi Qing instantly understood his meaning. With the wind whisper ability, she could instantly perceive everyone's positions. Swish, swish, 2 arrows shot out from the smoke, targeting the heads of the archers. Suddenly, the second floor was filled with smoke, and the archers were thrown into disarray. Lei Hao, got it, Thunder roared. Lei Hao activated his 3rd soul skill and dashed out like lightning. Once he entered the smoke, he efficiently dealt with all of them. As the dust settled, only Lei Hao remained. Done. He wiped the blood off his blade and leaped down from the 2nd floor. The 3 regrouped and began a brief rest. Tang Nan saw the wound on Lei Hao's arm and immediately prepared to bandage it. "It's fine, I don't need a bandage." Lei Hao wanted to say something, but Yi Qing shot him a glare, and he dared not say anything. Seeing this, he immediately began treatment, skillfully disinfecting, applying medicine, and finally using his blue silver grass to bandage it. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I didn't expect that." Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing him cough up blood, Tang Nan placed his hand on his back, activating his natural form. He then frowned. "Your body has suffered serious internal injuries, especially your arm and knee, which have already developed cracks. Captain, you now. Speak, Nan. My suggestion is that you cannot endure high-intensity attacks anymore. I thought it was just a small matter." "Thank you, doctor." Looking at his resolute eyes, Lei Hao spoke calmly to express his gratitude. He seemed to think of something and turned to Yi Qing with guilt. "Find an opportunity to talk to them properly." Ye vink similit kunojin. After a brief rest, they immediately set off without delay. In the corridor, the three of them increased their speed continuously. I hope we can catch up. Yi Qing prayed for Xue Qinghe's safety. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, followed by wails and screams coming from ahead. Not good. The two realized the danger and immediately accelerated. Hey, wait for me. By the time Lei Hao and the others arrived, the ritual had already ended. The demon had descended, gaining power. Xerath pronounced the death sentence of the three before him like an executioner. Lei Hao and the others took this opportunity to observe the prayer room. Although called that, the structure of this place was similar to a fighting arena, with totems made of bones hanging on the walls. On the viewing platform of the second floor, they seemed to see a familiar figure, but there was no time to discern as Xerath charged at them. The three immediately scattered, and he crashed into the wall, instantly destroying it. Damn it! Lei Hao felt the destructive power and sensed trouble. At this moment, Xerath's body began to decay, his right hand becoming unusually strong. He grabbed stones from a wall and hurled them at them. Bang! Bang! 2 arrows exploded them into pieces. Create some distance. Lei Hao, after saying that, he released his martial spirit, activating his first soul skill, Wind Control, Wind Vortex Arrow. An arrow accompanied by wind elements shot towards Xerath. Huh, ridiculous. Xerath blocked it with his right hand. Gotcha. Up. What? The wind element embedded in the arrow exploded instantly, turning his right hand into pulp. However, his arm began to slowly heal. Light Blade, Thunder Slash, Wind Vortex Arrow followed in quick succession. They would not give him time to recover. The attacks came one after another, and as he attempted to counterattack, he was met with even more intense assaults. Ultimately, Xerath's confidence was shattered. He was panicked, fearful, and unwilling. He wanted to escape, but he fell, the blue-silver grass tightly binding his legs. Xue Qinghe descended from the sky, piercing the light blade into his heart, his figure descending like an angel delivering divine punishment. As Xerath lay dying, a voice appeared in his mind. The one who had inspired him to brave dangers now bringing him despair. Foolish man, you are not worthy of this power. Kashur has entrusted it to you. Don't let me down. Yes, my lord, no. He let out his final roar. Xue Qinghe immediately distanced himself from him. Then came the transformation of his body. His form began to reconstruct, a blood-red formation appearing beneath him. As the formation disappeared, a demon resembling Xerath appeared before them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kashur. The demon introduced himself while conjuring a pitch-black longsword. All right, now you can die. He smiled, exuding an astonishing pressure, and at that moment, they felt the breath of death. The first to regain their senses were Yi Qing and Lei Hao, who immediately charged forward to engage him. At this moment, Xue Qinghe fell into a state of paralysis. The situation before him had exceeded his comprehension. Hey, Xue Qinghe, wake up. Tang Nin noticed something was off with Xue Qinghe and hurried to place him in a safe corner. At this moment, echoes resounded in his head. In the face of death, how will you choose? He no longer had time to think. He took out an explosive arrow, glanced at the arrow, and then at his captain. They couldn't care about anything else. Captain, get back. After replacing the arrow, Tang Nin pulled the trigger, and the arrow shot out. The two immediately distanced themselves, but the arrow gradually flew upward, ultimately blasting a crack in the ceiling. He continued to load another. Get back. Dang Nan. He looked up and saw a sword aura. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. Am I going to die? Whoa. Coming back to his senses, Xue Qinghe immediately grabbed Tang Nan for an emergency lift. Now we're even. He threw Tang Nan to a safe place, turned back, and joined the battle. Xue Qinghe requested to fight. His eyes became resolute, and the soul power he released enveloped his whole body, emitting a golden light. Oh, I hope you won't bore me. The balance of battle did not change with the arrival of Xue Qinghe. The situation remained overwhelmingly in favor of the opponent. Lei Hao and his companions were on the verge of exhausting their stamina. Yi Qing, using her last bit of soul power, shot out a wind vortex arrow, but still missed Corel, piercing through a crack in the ceiling instead. Bang! The futile struggle has grown tiresome. Casual, looking disappointed, instantly stepped in front of Yi Qing and knocked her flying. After taking the hit, Yi Qing coughed up blood and tried to get up, only to find her foot twisted. Seeing Yi Qing being sent flying, Lei Hao rushed forward in anger, but Casual didn't even glance at him. With a twist of his body, he dodged the attack and thrust his sword into Lei Hao's body. However, Lei Hao showed no fear and instead grabbed the blade tightly. Xue Qinghe dashed in from the right, slashing a huge gash across Casual's body. Casual was shocked. A human was able to injure him, and the lightning that had been on his sword disappeared. Shadow lightning. Create a lightning clone that can absorb a certain amount of damage without dissipating. Casual touched the blood flowing from his wound, a smile of excitement appearing on his face. Interesting, interesting. Come on, let me taste more. They charged at each other, and in an instant, the sound of clashing swords filled the air. Their movements so fast they were nearly invisible, with only the sounds of blades colliding and new sword marks appearing around them. As their speed increased, their fighting spirit soared. In the midst of the battle, Lei Hao seized the opportunity to knock the sword away and attack toward his heart, but Casual caught it with his right hand. Magique explosion. With his left hand, he gathered power and struck Lei Hao, who was then slammed into the wall. He fell into a brief unconsciousness. In an instant, Casual appeared in front of Xue Qinghe, attacking directly at her face, knocking her down and rendering her unconscious. Looking at the one who had injured him, his expression twisted further. He could no longer contain his desire to behead her. Just as he raised his sword to strike down, a wind vortex arrow pierced through his chest. He turned to see where the arrow had come from. It was Yi Qing. As she struggled to stand, she was met with Casual's fury. Seeking death, a massive blood-red sword energy surged toward her. Thud! A huge shield blocked the sword energy in front of Yi Qing, and behind it stood a strong young man, his muscular arms showcasing his strength. Looks like I arrived just in time. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Qing. Hearing that bold voice, Yuan Wenj finally arrived, and Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief, immediately falling back. Seeing this, he quickly supported her and gently laid her down. Looking at the newcomer, Casual could hardly wait. He discarded his sword and clenched his fists, assuming a fighting stance. Yuan Wenj understood his intentions and stepped forward, adopting the same posture. Come on, can you make me even more excited? Don't worry, I'll make you cry like a baby. Before he finished speaking, Casual punched him in the chest. Oh really? Cough, of course. They immediately returned the favor, and the two began a fierce exchange of punches. Old Wei, do you know the Storm Team? Of course I do. They're a unique presence among the Shadow Guards. Usually, a squad has 1 or 2 veterans to lead, but this team is entirely made up of young people, yet they've excellently completed all assigned tasks. I remember Yi Qing and Lei Hao were part of it, but a few months ago, Lei Hao took Yi Qing away from the team, and the squad went into rest. What a pity. After finishing his drink, Old Wei remarked, "It hurts. It feels like all my bones are about to shatter." Awakening, Lei Hao struggled to open his eyes and saw Yi Qing receiving treatment from Tang Nan. He let out a sigh of relief, but was then pressed down by someone. Enough, you need to undergo treatment first. The one holding him down was a cold-faced youth, exuding an icy aura. Su Xiao, I don't need it. I. Cough, cough, cough. He wanted to prove himself, but his body wouldn't cooperate. If I had known it would be like this, I should have let you take Yi Qing away. A lively girl brought the unconscious Xue Qinghe over. Thanks for your hard work, Nia. Can you please stop talking with that poker face? Facing her teasing, he chose to ignore it. How did you guys get here? We came using fireworks. About half an hour after you entered that passage. Because of the tremors, it was chaotic outside, but thanks to that firework, we were able to pinpoint your location. Nia answered Lei Hao's question before Su Xiao could, as a form of revenge. Don't move, Captain. I'm going to treat you now. After finishing Yi Qing's treatment, Tang Nan immediately ran over to check Lei Hao's body. After performing emergency care, Lei Hao's injuries were alleviated, but further treatment would need to wait until they returned. He couldn't move now. Tang Nan warned the captain, who still wanted to get up. Your name is Tang Nan, right? You should still have painkillers, right? Su Xiao saw through Lei Hao's thoughts and made a request to Tang Nan on his behalf. No way. He can't fight anymore. Tang Nan ziplit daisi sivin. Please, Nan. The captain's determined gaze left him no choice. He sighed and injected the painkiller. Phew. Thanks. By the way, when we get back, I'll treat you. What? Are you serious? Did you hit your head? Did the sun rise from the west? The two looked at each other incredulously, making the situation even more awkward. Of course. I keep my word. If possible. He just wanted to find a hole to hide in. By the way, if possible, could you help that big brother first? Cough, 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 you're not bad. Mutual compliments. After that, the two resumed their fighting. The three fell into contemplation. How about we discuss where to eat after the mission? Let us go find Old Mankind. Or we could look for a barbecue place in Tiando City. I remember there's a good one there. Hey, Captain. This isn't the time for that. Unable to hold back, Tang Nan interrupted their discussion. At that moment, Yi Qing stood up and lightly coughed. Yizving, are you okay? It's fine now. All right, everyone. Our top priority is to deal with this demon. Nia, you, and Lei Hao will be in charge of the feint. Su Xiao, you'll handle the killing blow. Understood, sis, leave it to me. Electrograt, let us go. Don't call me that. Understood, leave it to me. My sword won't disappoint you. At this moment, Casual was getting into the fight, grabbing his black sword for a strike, while simultaneously gathering a short sword in his right hand for a sneak attack, which was easily blocked by Yuan Wenjie's shield. Following that, a continuous barrage of attacks landed on the shield, forcing Yuan Wenjie to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, the three launched an attack from three directions. Yuan Wenjie immediately used the shield to slam into the opponent while activating his third soul skill, Rock Smash, delivering such a powerful blow that even a strong demon like Casual found his balance momentarily disrupted. The second soul skill, Thunderlock, ensnared his right hand with multiple lightning chains, while Nia used her third soul skill, Evil Fire Binding Chains, to restrain his left hand, which was attempting to free itself from the chains. Following that, Su Xiao stepped forward, releasing his martial soul. A silver longsword appeared in his hand. It's up to you, Cold Frost. Fifth soul skill, Ice Death. The sword radiated a chilling aura that instilled fear, and as Cold Frost pierced in, Casual felt his power draining. He suddenly exerted force, flinging Nia away, forcing her to release the Evil Fire Binding Chains. Freed. Her left hand grabbed the chain on her right hand, throwing Lei Hao in front of Yuan Wenjie, who quickly put away his shield to catch Lei Hao. Thanks, brother. Nia was caught by Su Xiao, who rushed over. Damn it, my power is draining. I can only use this move. Kashir suddenly plunged his sword into the ground, channeling power into it, causing a magical explosion. Instantly, the entire building began to shake, cracks gradually widening. The building was about to collapse. Quick run. Yuan Wen felt something was wrong and hoisted Lei Hao onto his shoulder, turning to pick up I Ching and break through a gap. Su Xiao caught up shortly after, and before long, the entire church was reduced to ruins. That was close. We almost got buried alive. Lei Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's a pity that demon got away. No, that demon's physical body can't withstand his own power anymore. It won't be long before it collapses on its own. Su Xiao replied expressionlessly. By the way, have you gained weight again? Shut up. Nia angrily punched him on the chin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yi Qing counted the numbers and realized something was wrong. Where are Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe? This reminder alerted everyone, and they quickly looked around, collectively glancing at the collapsed ruins. Oh no, we forgot about them. It's all your fault, Electrograt. Why didn't you bring them along? Huh, it's my fault? Su Xiao ran so fast. Why didn't you pull them along? Why are you dragging me into this? The three were in a heated argument when Yi Qing and Yuan Wen returned with good news and bad news. The good news was they were still alive. The bad news was they were buried very deep. Why not let Brother Yuan Wen use his abilities to lift them up with a stone pillar? Yuan Wen scratched his head and replied, if I do that, they'll probably turn into meat patties before they even get out. So, now they only had one method left, to dig. But at the same time, footsteps were getting closer. The skeleton gang's minions were pouring in continuously. It seemed they couldn't start working until they dealt with them. Old rules, whoever has the most heads gets to order food. Charge. Nia rushed into the crowd. I won't lose to you. Lei Hao activated Thunderstrike and charged in again. Su Xiao joined the fray, while Yuan Wen protected Yi Qing and joined the fight. That might be the most painful memory for the skeleton gang. Wake up. Xue Qinghe, wake up. Under Tang Nan's constant calls, Xue Qinghe finally opened his eyes. Seeing him wake up, Tang Nan finally relaxed. Where are we? It hurts. Xue Qinghe looked around and found himself surrounded by blue silver grass. Well, to be precise, we are under the ruins of the church. 10 minutes ago, this building is going to collapse. Quick, run. After saying that, Yuan Wen led Lei Hao and the others to rush out, while Tang Nan supported Xue Qinghe, who couldn't move quickly. At the same time, the ground kept collapsing, and they fell down. Looking at the ground getting closer below, he immediately activated his natural form, using all his soul power to guide the blue silver grass to form a cushion, greatly reducing the impact. However, when they landed, Tang Nan still suffered quite a bit. It hurts. I guess that was still too much. By the way, where's Xue Qinghe? He quickly checked Xue Qinghe's condition, but he was still in a coma. This made Tang Nan ponder. Wait a minute. His body doesn't have severe injuries, and his breath is steady, but why is he still unconscious? Just as he was confused, Xue Qinghe suddenly sat up. Huh. Xue Qinghe didn't pay attention, said nothing, and just slowly moved forward. Tang Nan immediately sensed something was off and quickly approached him, discovering his eyes were hollow. It turned out that when he was attacked by Kashir, he was also cursed. This curse would trap him in his worst memories. ultimately leading him to self-terminate. Faced with this situation, Tang Nan felt helpless. For now, he could only follow him to find a way out. They were in the basement of the church, and Kashir's power was not strong enough to completely destroy the massive building. While searching for an exit, Shueqinghe suddenly hugged his head with both hands, showing a pained expression. He was trapped in painful memories and couldn't extricate himself. At the same time, the ground began to shake again, and the collapse started once more. Seeing this, Tang Nan wanted to take Shueqinghe away, but Shueqinghe, lost in his memories, resisted Tang Nan's pulling. With no other choice, he began to drain the remaining soul power from his body, urging the blue-silver grass to wrap around both of them. Falling rocks kept crashing down on the blue-silver grass, and Tang Nan could only grit his teeth and hold on. Finally, after 2 minutes, Tang Nan felt the shaking stop, allowing him to turn his attention to Shueqinghe's situation. "No, Grandpa, I don't want to." Shueqinghe spoke plainly, his face extremely pained. Seeing this, all Tang Nan could do was take good care of him, fulfilling his duty as a doctor. He remembered what Grandpa Jack had said in the village. If you feel uncomfortable, sing a song. The melody would take away the pain. So he laid Shueqinghe down, resting his head on his knees, and started to sing. To be honest, Tang Nan didn't have many songs in his memory, but he recalled a time when he had been seriously ill. One night, he heard a song, and gradually, he no longer felt uncomfortable. He finally had a good night's sleep, and afterward his condition suddenly improved. Thus, he hummed according to that memory. "Sleep, sleep, my dear little treasure, don't be afraid. Don't be sad. Listen, listen, the elves are playing." Gradually, Shueqinghe's expression was no longer pained, and he began to relax. Everything seemed to be turning for the better. After a while, Shueqinghe slowly opened his eyes. "So we're still trapped underground, huh? That. Are you okay?" "I'm much better. Thanks for your help. And thank you for the song, even though it was sung very poorly." "Well, as long as you're fine." Then, with the cooperation of the two, they cleared the stones that had buried them and continued to search for a way out. Considering Shueqinghe's body was still recovering, Tang Nan took the lead. "Hey, Tang Nan, why did you choose to become a doctor?" At the sudden question from behind, he thought for a moment and said, "Probably when I was 5 years old, after I got seriously ill, I had this idea." "What about you? Why did you come out?" "Well, life at home was too boring, so I had Uncle Yang secretly take me out." "So you're from a city? Is there anything new there?" "There's nothing new. If anything, Uncle Yang has more here." As they chatted, he suddenly thought of something, slowly drew his sword, and asked, "Why did you save me?" Without noticing anything unusual, Tang Nan immediately replied, "You're my patient. As a doctor and your partner, isn't it my duty to save you?" "Partner? I never acknowledged you." Saying this, he sheathed his sword and sped ahead. "I'll scout ahead. You rest for a bit." "Hey, that's not okay. You need to take a break." Suddenly, Shueqinghe stopped, slowly drew his sword. "What's happening?" Just as Tang Nan stepped forward, Shueqinghe immediately pushed him away. "Get back." In an instant, a blood-red sword aura surged towards them, and a familiar figure emerged. It was Kashir. The two drew their weapons and prepared for battle. At this moment, Kashir's power was continuously depleting. His body was collapsing. For this reason, he had set his sights on Shueqinghe. The earlier curse was meant to annihilate his soul and allow him to possess Shueqinghe directly. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to guide Shueqinghe to commit suicide, he was awakened by a terrible song. Thinking of this made him grit his teeth in anger. "Damn brat, die for me." Filled with anger, he struck Tang Nan with a lethal horizontal blow, sending him flying while quickly drawing a magic array to bind Shueqinghe. Preparing to seize his body, the thrown Tang Nan rolled on the ground several times before struggling to stand up. His crossbow had fallen apart due to taking most of the attacks for him, and his protective gear was also damaged. Blood was continuously flowing from his forehead, and the pain in his chest was intensifying. After urgently injecting painkillers into himself, he pulled out the hand crossbow that his brother had made for him, switched to explosive bolts, and aimed. "I promised my father that I would become a man, so I won't let you hurt him, demon. Fire." He fearlessly pulled the trigger. Since Casual was focused on performing the ritual, he completely missed Tang Nan's actions. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the bolt hit his back, interrupting the ritual once again. He angrily turned to look at Tang Nan, and seeing this persistent nuisance, he decided to kill him in the most brutal way. He slowly walked towards Tang Nan, who continually fired bolts at him, all of which missed. He reached Tang Nan, grabbed his neck, and squeezed tightly. Tang Nan felt a wave of suffocation. "Kid, I promise that after I kill you, I will immediately find your family and play with your head in front of them. Then kill them all." Hearing this, Tang Nan slowly raised his right hand with a hand crossbow, which had the last explosive bolt, and sarcastically said, "Let us see if the bolt can still miss at this close range. Do you dare?" Before he finished speaking, Tang Nan pulled the trigger again. Bang! Oh, bastard! He threw Tang Nan away, covering his face and howling in pain. Half of his face was mangled and bloodied from the explosion. Tang Nan was not in a better state. His right hand was severely injured, his protective armor shattered, and his face was covered in blood and severe burns. Casual hated Tang Nan deeply, and just as he was about to tear him apart, he suddenly spat out blood. He realized that this body could no longer hold on, so he immediately returned to Shui Qinghe's side to continue the ritual. Seeing this, Tang Nan wanted to get up but found that he had no strength left. Coldness, drowsiness, and fatigue were overwhelming him. "Father, did I do it?" He slowly closed his eyes. After he closed his eyes, a voice came from his mind. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Luas began to heal him. "Why? Huh? All right. I'll give you face and perform basic repairs." He slowly and laboriously stood up, his eyes turning blood red. At this moment, Casual's ritual was about to succeed, but suddenly, Tang Nan appeared and interrupted his ritual again. With a follow-up strike, he knocked Casual back several meters. "Who the hell are you?" Facing Casual's question, Tang Nan ignored him and began to chant a spell. "Break." As he spoke, the magic array binding Shui Qinghe was instantly lifted. Freed from the bindings, Shui Qinghe was ready to charge forward, but was stopped by Tang Nan. "Shui Qinghe, are you confident you can take him out in one hit?" "I can, but..." Seeing his troubled expression, Tang Nan asked what he needed to do. 3 minutes. Buy me 3 minutes. Determined, Shui Qinghe made his request. "Understood. Just watch me. Can you hold on?" He smiled calmly, showcasing his hammer. "Trust me, partner. Understood. I believe in you." He then began to gather power for a fatal strike. Tang Nan turned around to face Casual's attack. Too slow. He calmly swung his hammer, knocking him back, then quickly followed up with a hammer strike to his left cheek, followed by a knee strike. At this point, Casual gradually calmed down, silently enduring Tang Nan's attacks and gathering strength. Suddenly, a blood-red giant sword appeared, and Tang Nan immediately blocked it with his hammer, being pushed into the wall. "Look at you. Aren't you so arrogant? Keep shouting." "Haha." Tang Nan laughed along with him. "It's fine. After all, the main character isn't me. Your time of death has come." "What?" A dazzling light appeared behind him. Turning around, Shui Qinghe had released her disguise, revealing her golden hair and bright blue eyes. 3 pairs of wings particularly caught his attention. "An angel? Demon, welcome your judgment." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand transformed into a massive lightsaber. The Judgment Blade. Casual immediately gathered all his strength to prepare for the confrontation. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he was entangled by blue silver grass. After he struggled to break free, it was too late. The Judgment Blade had fallen. The dazzling light blade split him in two with a single blow. Damn it! He gradually dissipated under his desperate wails. At this moment, Tang Nan's eyes turned blue again, and looking at Shui Qinghe, who was rushing towards him, he smiled. An angel? So beautiful. With that, he fell heavily. "Disciple, wake up." At his master's call, Tang Nan opened his eyes, feeling bewildered and confused for a moment. He saw his master sitting in a chair nearby, looking at him with an expectant gaze. He looked around weakly and asked, "Master, how did I end up here? What happened?" His master explained, "You were seriously injured, and I've already treated you. Now you need to rest and recover." After saying that, he called out to those outside that he was awake. "Really? Let me see. Lei Haozi, don't squeeze me. Naya, you need to lose weight." "Shut up." Looking at the noisy group in front of him, Tang Nan's lips curled up. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at his master. His master smiled and nodded, then pointed in a direction and said, "He's enjoying the scenery by the small lake outside. Go find him." Shui Qinghe sat by the lake, the tranquil water reflecting her graceful figure. She gently stroked the cat on her knee, but still felt a bit depressed. Tang Nan appeared beside her, having just recovered his health. "Shui Qinghe, are you all right?" he asked softly, his tone full of concern. Shui Qinghe nodded and smiled gently. "Thank you, Tang Nan. I'm Yufina." Tang Nan sat beside her, his gaze directed at the lake. "It's so beautiful." Looking back, that was really a brush with death. Shui Qinghe turned her head to look at him. "Why didn't you run away? You knew you couldn't beat him." Tang Nan looked at her calmly. "I ran away and left you behind. I can't do that, and I won't do that. As both a doctor and a companion, I have no reason to do so." Shui Qinghe fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of recognition flashing in her eyes. "You're right, partner." The two fell into a brief silence. The gentle breeze blew away Shui Qinghe's worries and his loneliness. She slowly opened her mouth, Can we be friends? Of course. Aren't we already? Tang Nan answered without hesitation. Yeah, thank you, my friend. The lakeside scenery under the moonlight was beautiful, giving a sense of tranquility and harmony. The moonlight illuminated the surface of the lake, making the water appear particularly clear, reflecting the beauty of the moonlight and forming a beautiful picture. They quietly gazed at it together. Chapter 7. Returning to the right track. In the office of Commander Lei, he was carefully reviewing the mission report submitted by Yi Qing. At this moment, Yang Hong happened to come over, and the two began discussing the demon casual that appeared in the report. Commander Lei furrowed his brow and said solemnly, Yang Hong, what do you think of this demon casual? Yang Hong smiled slightly, clearly having prepared for this question. He said, from the reports they submitted, Casual is a very powerful demon. He has immense strength, rivaling that kid Lei Hao's speed, and seems to possess some kind of domain that could distort the surrounding space. Fortunately, they managed to exhaust him to death. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to say. Oh, by the way, you should take a look at this. Saying this, Commander Lei pulled out a large box from the right side cabinet. Upon opening it, inside lay a long sword with a deep black blade, emanating a cold and mysterious aura. The hilt of the sword is made of a peculiar white crystal, resembling frozen flames, both hard and smooth. Breath of death. Yang Hong gazed at the long sword, lost in thought. After a long while, he asked, where did you get this sword? It is said to have fallen from the body of Casual after its disintegration. For the specifics, I think it's best you ask the two little guys you brought with you, suggested Officer Lei as he wrapped the sword and handed it to him. Thank you, Lei Hui. By the way, aren't you going to join the celebration feast with Lei Hao and the others? To be honest, Lei had to perform quite well this time. I'm just afraid that if I go, I might make things awkward, Yang Hong replied, noticing his old buddy scratching his head helplessly. He didn't say much more until just before leaving, when he added a meaningful remark. Go take a look. He might be looking forward to it. Will he? Le répondit quietly. In the maintenance area, I'm really sorry. I damaged the protective gear that Master made. Relax. It's not a big deal. The most important thing is that you're fine. Let me take a look, Master Wei said while sitting in his bright and tidy workshop. The evening glow filtered through the window onto his face, casting a long shadow. As Tang Nan repeatedly apologized, Master Wei quickly comforted him while examining the crossbow Tang Nan brought for repair. His eyes lit up in an instant, as if he were deeply attracted by the mysterious craftsmanship of the crossbow. He carefully observed every detail, the intricate mechanisms and unknown manufacturing methods, presenting an unprecedented challenge to him. This craftsmanship was something he had never seen before, not even recorded in the ancient books of the village. His brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. The mysterious craftsmanship of this crossbow puzzled him, but he was not deterred by this problem. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, a trust in his maintenance skills, and a curiosity about the unknown. Tang Nan, this is the first time I've seen such craftsmanship. It might take some time to study, Master Wei said to Tang Nan, his voice revealing a hint of caution and focus. Hearing this, Tang Nan's expression turned a bit worried. Seeing this, Master Wei continued, don't be discouraged. You can rest assured that with your Grandpa Wei here, there's nothing that can't be fixed. But I need to study it for a few days. Can I get it back to you in a week? Of course, but why a week later? Tang Nan asked, relieved and showing a grateful smile. That's fine. I'll go to the information hall to post a commission first, and I'll start working on it as soon as the materials arrive. Master Wei laughed heartily. Commission? What is that? Oh, just a bit of star silver, or used to repair your protective gear. Seeing the puzzled expression on the kid's face, Master Wei took the opportunity to explain. To fund the organization's operations and ensure suitable teams are tasked, the Shadow Guard Information Hall collects demands from the city and friendly surrounding villages. The Information Hall then adjusts the specifics and creates commissions for the Shadow Guards to take. As long as the price is right, the Shadow Guard will solve it. Of course, if there are internal needs within the Shadow Guard organization, they can go too. However, if the commission task is too ostentatious, the Information Hall probably won't accept it, so don't worry. Oh, after hearing this, Tang Nan gained a new understanding of the place. Suddenly he looked at the time and hurriedly remembered it was time for the celebration feast. So he quickly bid farewell to Master Wei and rushed to the cafeteria. As Tang Nan walked out, Yang Hong approached, seeing him come, and quickly beckoned him over. Look, the craftsmanship of this crossbow is very different from our standard crossbows. I estimate its killing power can break through the spirit power of a level 30 soul master within 20 meters. If I'm not mistaken, its prototype should be a repeating crossbow, but has been modified into a single-shot crossbow, which has doubled its range. Incredible. Yang Hong nodded in agreement. He suggested, Old Yang, you should pull him over. If this can be equipped in our arsenal, our operational efficiency will see a huge improvement. And it could even be modified for direct military use. This guy is a genius. That idea sounds great, but unfortunately, I have no power in this. That person probably won't choose to join. You might as well give up early. Yang Hong spread his hands, indicating his helplessness as he praised the crossbow. But you've already met his modifier. Dang Nan. Master Wei raised a big question mark. Yes, Yang Hong confirmed, and Master Wei praised him for having found treasure. Suddenly remembering the matter at hand, Yang Hong quickly took out the breath of death. This is the breath of death. Upon recognizing it, Master Wei's brow instantly furrowed, but he couldn't believe it. He looked up at Yang Hong, and seeing that he wasn't joking, he knew the answer. He reached out to grasp the sword, but found a repelling force as he got closer. As Master Wei tried to step closer, a bluish flame suddenly erupted from his hand, the burning sensation causing him to retract his hand quickly. Hiss! Damn, this sword must be harboring his fragment. Go find Fanis. She should be in a medical room providing medical guidance. Got it. Do you need me to help bring you some burn medicine when I go find her? No need. Just hurry over. Master Wei dismissed Yang Hong, then looked at his burned hand, puzzled, and asked, Is it really necessary to hate me this much, Luoz? In the lively cafeteria, Lei Hao and his friends were holding a joyful feast. The table was filled with various delicacies and fine wines, and people were chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. Hey, Lei Hao, let's drink to this. Lei Hao glared at Nia, his eyes sparkling with provocation, and said, Nia, do you dare to drink with me? Nia, not willing to back down, replied, Electric Rat, of course I dare. Who was it last time that fell at my feet? TCH, last time was just a mistake. Let's try again. All right, then the old rule. The old rule. Whoever falls first pays the bill. Lei Hao smiled smugly and then turned to Su Xiao, inviting him. Su Xiao, you should join too. Su Xiao smiled helplessly and waved his hand, saying, Lei Hao, why do you have to do this? He then picked up a cup to join in. Yuan Wan, seeing this scene, was also eager to join in. Watching the four of them making a ruckus, Yi Qing chose not to participate in the drinking game. She sat nearby and chatted with Tang Nan, her tone calm and gentle, with a faint smile on her face. Hey, Tang Nan, who do you think will win this drinking competition? Tang Nan shrugged helplessly and replied, It's hard to say. They all look like they can drink a lot. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. By the way, Sister Yi Qing, is your usual job all about exterminating demons? Tang Nan asked while sipping his drink. Well, Yi Qing pondered for a moment before replying, Actually, not really. That's just a rare incident. In a year, there might be at most a dozen demon extermination tasks that the Shadow Guards need to handle. Most of the time, our work is completing commissions to earn funds. Tang Nan nodded silently, and they continued their conversation, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Just as Lei Hao was about to raise a glass to celebrate, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The person was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face. It was Lei Hao's father, Lei Wan, also their commander. His arrival instantly silenced the entire cafeteria, and all eyes were focused on him. Raven wore a dark coat, his hair slightly disheveled, and his eyes shimmered with a mix of fatigue and determination. He looked at his son, warmth and pride filling his gaze. He raised his wine glass and said, I think it's time to toast my son, Lei Hao. His voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he rarely spoke publicly. Everyone present quieted down, looking at Raven as if waiting for something. Lei Hao, you are my pride, Raven said, his voice choked with emotion. I know I misunderstood you before and didn't handle some things well. I hope you can forgive me. Raven's eyes were slightly red as he looked at his son, waiting for a response. Lei Hao looked at his father, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. He understood that his father was sincerely apologizing to him. Lei Hao smiled faintly, stepped forward, and raised his glass to clink with his father's. Their gazes met, and they both understood that this was a moment of reconciliation. Dad, Lei Hao said softly, thank you. Their glasses clinked, producing a crisp sound. Everyone applauded, sending blessings to the reconciled father and son. Come on, everyone, 3, 2, 1, cheers. Cheers. With Yi Qing's countdown, everyone raised their glasses and began to celebrate. Watching this warm scene, Tang Nan felt a mix of emotions, perhaps reminded of his family. Xue Qinghe noticed his unhappiness, approached him with 2 cups of drink in hand, and handed one to him as they started chatting. Xue Qinghe, I miss home. Tang Nan said dejectedly. I want to go back and find my brother. All right, don't cry. Here, have some drink. Xue Qinghe quickly comforted him. But after taking a sip of his own drink, he realized something was off and tried to stop him. Don't drink yet. Huh? What did you say? At this moment, Tang Nan had already taken a sip, his cheeks flushed. You know, Xue Qinghe, when we were fighting the demons, I think I saw, hic. A big sister with blonde hair, hic. She looked like an angel. He began to babble. I like her. That was the last thing he said before passing out. For some reason, Xue Qinghe's face also flushed at this remark. Compared to the noise from the cafeteria, the medical room was exceptionally quiet. Yang Hong, with the breath of death, quietly walked into the infirmary. His presence was like a shadow in the darkness, sending chills down people's spines. At that moment, Fanas was inside the infirmary guiding students in medical procedures. Her bright eyes sparkled with wisdom, resembling a deep starry sky filled with endless mysteries. Her hands, like a healing spring breeze, were gentle yet strong, filled with reverence and respect for life. When Fanas saw the sword in Yang Hong's hand, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. She put down her work, her expression serious, and followed Yang Hong to the back room of the infirmary. Is this the breath of death? Fanas slowly approached the sword, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. She gently picked up the hilt, the touch sending a shiver down her spine. She stared at the blade, noticing the unique carvings and the chilling aura it exuded. Her heart raced. Her hands began to tremble, the subtle vibrations transmitted to the blade, causing it to quiver slightly. Her eyes were fixed on the sword, as if trying to glimpse its past through the cold metal. Her brows furrowed, pain flickering in her eyes. Fanas took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited heart. She began to carefully trace the blade, feeling each fine line, these lines like scars, recording its trials and growth. Her fingers glided over the blade, as if reading an ancient language only she could understand. Her eyes filled with tears, but Fanas struggled to hold them back. She lifted her head and calmly said, "This sword carries his remnants. Yang Hong, he is still alive. Can you be sure? Where is he now?" Yang Hong asked anxiously upon hearing this news. "I don't know. I can only sense that his soul should be here now, but I can't feel him," she said, holding the breath of death, her body radiating a powerful life force. "Calm down. Fanas, didn't you just say he is still alive?" "Yes, he is still alive. But why? Why wasn't I there by his side at that time?" Her emotions erupted in that moment, and she clung tightly to Yang Hong's clothes. Crying like a child, tears streamed down her face, tracing the deep scar, as if narrating the pain and struggle she had endured. Fanas's cries echoed in the air, a sound mingling endless sorrow and endless hope. Under Yang Hong's comfort, Fanas gradually regained her composure. She returned to her usual demeanor. "You go. Take good care of this sword." "All right, then I'm leaving." Watching Yang Hong leave with the sword, Fanas looked out the window. "Louis, I will find you. I promise." The next day, on the day of departure, everyone prepared farewell gifts for Tang Nan and expressed that they would take him out to have fun next time he came. After receiving the gifts, Tang Nan happily agreed. "All right, Tang Nan, it's time to go." Xue Qinghe reminded Tang Nan, understanding that the time had come, and Tang Nan followed him to his master. As the teleportation array activated, the two waved their hands. "Goodbye, everyone." A beam of light fell on Nodding Academy, and the three landed safely. "Tang Nan, see you later. I'll go see you off, partner," the master said while glancing at Xue Qinghe, who remained silent. "Got it, master." He suddenly thought of something and turned back to shout at Xue Qinghe. "Hey, Xue Qinghe, let us go together next time, okay? Partner." "Yeah, definitely," Xue Qinghe replied, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. The formation activated again. On the way, Yang Hong looked at Xue Qinghe, concern evident in his gaze. "How do you feel? Did you gain anything this time?" He frowned slightly, seemingly waiting for Xue Qinghe's answer. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, speaking calmly. "I feel pretty good." He slightly lifted his chin, his gaze carrying a hint of stubbornness and determination. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's response, Yang Hong's furrowed brows relaxed, and his expression softened. He nodded, satisfied with Xue Qinghe's answer. Xue Qinghe's fingers gently brushed the crescent pendant that Tang Nan had given him at the camp, a warm current surging in his heart. Gratitude and cherishment sparkled in his eyes. When the two arrived at the back garden of the Tiando Empire, a person resembling Xue Qinghe rushed over anxiously. "Great, you made it just in time. Hurry up." Saying this, he pushed the bewildered Xue Qinghe out and quickly ran into the formation to evacuate. "Cough, this is really—" Xue Qinghe turned around, his gaze sharp as he regarded the approaching guards. He contemplated the pendant Tang Nan had given him, feeling an indescribable emotion swell within him. He took a deep breath to calm himself, and then slowly said, "Let us head back." The guards replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." They escorted him back with serious expressions. Tang then excitedly pushed open the dormitory door and jumped into his brother's arms. Tang Sen hugged him tightly, love and concern sparkling in his eyes. "Brother, I missed you so much." Tang then buried his head in Tang San's chest and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I miss you so much." Tang San gently stroked Tang Nan's head and said tenderly, "I miss you too, don't cry." His tone was filled with love and care. I wasn't crying." Tang Nan quickly wiped his face, lifted his head, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't wait to share his experiences from the past 2 days with Tang San, telling him about what he had been doing outside and his new friends. Tang San listened to Tang Nan's stories with a smile and a look of concern on his face. He occasionally nodded to show his recognition and support for Tang Nan. "Brother, I think I found my direction," Tang Nan said excitedly. Tang San's gaze softened even more as he held Tang Nan's hand tightly and said gently, "That's great, Nan. I believe you will become an excellent person." Their conversation was deep and sincere, sharing their experiences and feelings with each other. Their bond grew stronger through their exchange, supporting, encouraging, and inspiring one another. As they talked, the sunset gradually descended, bathing the school windows in golden afterglow. Their figures appeared particularly warm and harmonious in the twilight. "Extra, Star Silver, or I'm so tired. How much longer do we have to find this?" Lei Hao sat on the ground, expressing his protest weakly. Okay. Just put in a little more effort. There's only one last mark point left." Yi Qing comforted, looking at the map filled with red crosses in her hand. "If it weren't for some idiot," Nia sneered, who heard it was for fixing the little brother and without a word went to take the task. "We wouldn't have to rush here." After saying that, she cast a disdainful glance at Lei Hao. Seeing this, Su Xiao quickly stood between the two to ease the atmosphere, preventing them from getting into a fight. At this point, their group had already arrived deep in the Stardow Forest. Their goal was to find Star Silver, but the search difficulty caught them off guard. Searching dozens of caves had not yielded any results until they reached the last cave marked on the latest map. As they entered the cave, they immediately felt the cold and damp atmosphere inside. Yi Qing signaled for everyone to remain alert. Their footsteps echoed in the cave, creating an eerie and tense atmosphere. A fork appeared ahead, and for efficiency's sake, Lei Hao and Nia continued with Su Xiao, while Yi Qing and Yuan went together. The three of them continued forward noisily, navigating through the intricate passages until they arrived at a rocky area. The three immediately spread out, and Lei Hao found a spot he thought was most likely to yield, and began digging. At that moment, a pair of green eyes appeared not far behind him. Watching him, he struck a stone with his pickaxe, preparing to break it open when he suddenly felt someone staring at him. He looked around. Apart from the two others who were digging elsewhere, he didn't see anything unusual. So he turned back and began to chisel the stone. And at the moment it cracked open, it emitted a faint starlight. "Wow, found it," he exclaimed. "That was easy. Hey, Nia, Su Xiao, come over here." Lei Hao excitedly raised the ore and called the two over. Nia and Su Xiao hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "What happened?" Nia asked, looking at the excited Lei Hao in confusion. "The ore. It's in my hands." "In your hands? Are you sure?" Nia pointed to his empty hands, and when Lei Hao looked down, the ore had already vanished. Just as he was at a loss, Su Xiao noticed something unusual and quickly reminded him, "Listen, what is that?" Following his gaze, the two looked over and saw a small tiger lying on the ore. It's for a purple-black color, and its big green eyes looking very cute. "It's so cute." Nia was instantly captivated by the adorable little creature. She squatted down to pet its fur. The little tiger, sensing no malice, allowed her to touch it and then began nibbling on the ore. Seeing it start to nibble on the ore, Lei Hao rushed forward and kicked it away. "Don't nibble on my treasure." Nia hurriedly caught it, soothing the little guy while scolding, "What are you doing? Don't scare it." "Oh, it's okay, little one. Don't be afraid." An exasperated Lei Hao picked up the ore and began further inspection with Su Xiao. After confirming it was fine, the three started working, unaware that real danger was approaching. While Nia was playing with the little tiger, she might have been too rough, causing it to cry out. This seemingly harmless sound, however, caught the attention of a massive figure that appeared before them. The little tiger sensed something and began to howl. Nia noticed it too, and as she realized what was in front of her, she froze. Su Xiao, sensing something, turned around and also froze. Only Lei Hao, oblivious to the situation, continued to work hard, sweating profusely. "Su Xiao, pass me the hammer." Lei Hao gestured for him to hand it over. After a moment, Su Xiao slowly passed him the hammer. Once Lei Hao had the hammer, he didn't notice anything wrong and continued digging. When he asked Su Xiao to catch the hammer, noticing his delayed response, he turned to see what was happening. The moment he looked, he froze in shock. A full-grown magic blade tiger was glaring at them. "Oh no," was the first thought that crossed Lei Hao's mind. He slowly turned his head to look at the two, questioning them with his eyes as to why they hadn't told him. They responded in confusion. "Didn't you notice all that noise?" Exasperated, Lei Hao tried to remain calm and cast a friendly gaze at the big tiger, smiling and trying to communicate with it through his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered the little tiger in Nia's arms, gently petting it and stepping in front of her in an attempt to maintain friendliness. However, the little tiger was not accommodating and bit down hard on him, quickly running back to its mother. Seeing her child unharmed, the magic blade tiger pointed a claw at the oar and let out a low growl, signaling them to put down their things and leave. Understanding the meaning, Lei Hao refused to comply, immediately assuming a fighting stance and drawing his sword, while the magic blade tiger seemed to sense the danger and lowered its body. "Nia, Su Xiao, we should—" "Where did they go?" He called out, but no one responded. When he glanced to the side, the two had already vanished. Unreliable guys. Seeing that they had both fled, he quickly sheathed his sword and once again smiled to express his goodwill, leaving the tiger confused. The magic blade tiger watched the strangely behaving human in front of it, tilting its head in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hao began to slowly move towards the exit while babbling nonsense. Just as he distanced himself enough, the little one ran to its mother's ear and started calling out while using its paws to gesture. Listening closely, the magic blade tiger frowned and turned its gaze to Lei Hao. As the magic blade tiger's attention returned to Lei Hao, he thought to himself, "This guy really holds grudges." His mind raced, and after 0.3 seconds, he came up with a plan. "Hee, don't be angry, okay? Look over there." Lei Hao attempted it, a diversion. Taking advantage of the moment the tiger turned to look, he quickly ran away. The tricked tiger roared in anger like thunder, charging after him. A blue and a purple figure raced back and forth in the cave, and unable to shake it off. Lei Hao dove into the rocks to hide and finally escaped its pursuit. Watching the tiger leave empty-handed with its cub, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, someone slapped him on the back, startling him into a shout. Nia and Su Xiao were also frightened and jumped up, while Lei Hao quickly retreated, his hand resting on the sword sheath. "Don't come any closer. I'm not afraid of you," he said, though his hands were trembling. When they realized it was Su Xiao and the others, they finally relaxed and slumped down on the ground. The magic blade tiger returned to the previous excavation site and laid down to rest, while the three behind the stone not far away were watching the two peaceful tigers. It seems we should have been working at their den and got caught," Su Xiao analyzed calmly. "Indeed. Should we dig somewhere else?" Nia suggested. "Not really. It would take too much time to find a new excavation site." Su Xiao directly rejected Nia's proposal. "You two are such ungrateful guys." Lei Hao looked at them with disappointment. For a moment, the two felt a ghostly sense of grievance and turned their heads away, with Nia even whistling. Lei Hao continued to murmur beside them. The two, feeling guilty, finally couldn't stand it anymore and apologized to him, promising to treat him to a meal when they got back. Seeing their sincere apology, Lei Hao accepted it. The three of them poked their heads out to look at the tigers, looking at the colossal creatures in the distance. The three retreated behind the stone and began to discuss countermeasures. "How about we just go and take care of it?" Lei Hao suggested. The other two immediately responded in unison, "No. No, really. Do you have any other way besides fighting?" Nia angrily hit him on the head. "Ouch. Then what do you suggest?" Lei Hao asked angrily. "How about using a firearm?" Nia proposed. "No way. The power of a firearm is like a tickle to a million-year-old soul beast, and we didn't bring any powerful ammunition." But Su Xiao gave his opinion. "I think she shouldn't have any ill intentions toward us. We can sneak over, collect enough, and then leave." After listening, both agreed it was a good idea, so they quickly made disguises. Looking at the makeshift disguise gear in front of them, Nia complained, "How ugly." Then the three put it on and prepared to act. At this moment, the magic blade tiger and her cub were resting on the ground. The little one, protected by its mother's paw, heard some noise and, filled with strong curiosity, quietly slipped out and saw three dark figures moving slowly. It excitedly ran over. Lei Hao and the others stumbled closer, when suddenly the little tiger let out a loud yowl, startling Lei Hao and causing Nia to bump into him. Ignoring the pain, they looked at the mother tiger, and seeing she was still asleep, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nia gently said to the little cutie tugging at her pants, "Don't make trouble, little one. We have things to do. We'll play next time." Saying this, they continued their action. However, the little one still wouldn't let go. Unable to watch any longer, Lei Hao gave the little one an electric shock. The little one looked at Lei Hao angrily. Lei Hao waved his hand impatiently. "No time to play with you. Go away." After saying that, He continued to move forward. Angry, the little tiger charged at him and bit his butt. In pain, Lei Hao jumped up, and the little tiger that was thrown off pounced directly at his face, scratching wildly. The commotion woke up the mother tiger, and seeing her awake, Su Xiao quickly took Nia and ran away. The waking tiger approached Lei Hao, seemingly still half asleep, and looked at the commotion. "Little one, do you believe me?" Just as Lei Hao managed to catch it, ready to teach it a lesson, a snort left him frozen in place. He slowly turned his head to look at the awakened mother tiger. Respectfully, Lei Hao set it down and hurriedly explained that he was just passing by, then turned and ran. The mother tiger, following the idea of seeing off a guest, swiped at him with her paw, sending him flying. Then she picked up her cub and went back to sleep. Lei Hao, who flew out, crashed into the wall, crawling out of the wall with stars in his eyes. He looked at the approaching two and stubbornly said, "I'm fine." After saying this, he fainted. "I see," Yi Qing said helplessly as she looked at the fainted Lei Hao after hearing Nia's explanation. "Still the same, so reckless. You little rascal. If I don't teach you a lesson, The first thing Lei Hao did upon waking was to catch that little tiger that had repeatedly spoiled his plans for a good beating. For this, he prepared a grand plan. He took out a large chicken leg, tied a rope to the end, and threw it hard in front of the tiger. "Is this your plan?" Nia looked at the proud Lei Hao with disdain. "Of course, I don't believe this little one won't take the bait." After a while, the curious little one crawled out, attracted by the meat, and pounced directly on it. He hooked. Seeing this, Lei Hao pulled hard, bringing both the leg and the tiger cub over. With a wicked smile, Lei Hao approached the little tiger that was eating the chicken leg, with electricity already crackling in his hands. "Don't be angry. There's no need to compete with a soul beast, right?" Yuan Wen bullied Lei Hao, who was ready to do something bad, and comforted him. Feeling that what his brother said made sense, Lei Hao put down the idea of using electricity. However, when he saw the little one rubbing against Yi Qing, an unexplainable rage surged, and killing intent welled up. Yuan Wen quickly restrained him and told him to calm down. The little one, seeing his reaction, became even more rampant. Nia and Su Xiao, watching Lei Hao about to explode, couldn't help but turn their heads and start laughing. "So, the electric rat is actually a jealous king. Ha ha." Nia laughed heartily, and even Su Xiao couldn't help but feel the urge to laugh in agreement. I want to kill you. Calm down. Ha ha ha, electric rat. You have your day too. Ha ha ha." Looking at the sulking Lei Hao, and then at the little one in his arms, Yi Qing came up with a solution. "Lei Hao, can't your fourth soul skill turn into someone else's appearance?" After hearing this, everyone seemed to understand something and looked at Lei Hao in unison. "Of course I can. Why are you all looking at me like that?" When he turned around and saw the others grinning at him, he seemed to realize something and silently backed away. "I don't want to." Finally, Lei Hao took on everything. He stood up, then turned to look at the few people encouraging him. After receiving a disdainful glance, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Hey, big dumb cat, come see what this is." The drowsy magic blade tiger glanced at him, and then turned its head to continue sleeping, completely ignoring Lei Hao. Not getting a response, Lei Hao had no choice but to use his trump card. He used his fourth soul skill, Thunder Shadow, and conjured the little magic blade tiger. Then he held it up in his right hand and continued shouting. Annoyed, the magic blade tiger raised its paw and struck. The air waved from the swipe coming at him like a sharp blade. Lei Hao quickly dodged. Looking at the deep imprint on the ground, he swallowed hard. Seeing Lei Hao not succeeding for a long time, Yi Qing decided to help him, although she felt a bit guilty about it. She snatched the chicken leg from the little one's mouth. Seeing the chicken leg taken, the little one let out a series of cries. As the others acted, she quickly returned the chicken leg to it, taking care of Lei Hao. Hearing her cub's cries, the magic blade tiger immediately looked into her arms. Realizing the cub was gone, in a panic, she saw the human in the distance holding her cub and mistakenly thought it was the cub in his hands. The magic blade tiger immediately sprang up and charged. "Come on. Oh my god. So fast." Lei Hao had just seen the magic blade tiger stand up, and in the next second, she was halfway closer, scaring him into activating Thunder Shadow and running back. The magic blade tiger followed closely, leaving deep marks on the ground. "Okay, let's move." Seeing the tiger distracted, the others immediately got to work digging for ore. Yi Qing held the little one to prevent it from running around. After all, according to the plan, this was Lei Hao's life-saving strategy. She looked in the direction where Lei Hao had run and silently prayed for his safety. "Oh my, this guy is running way too fast." Watching the distance between them shrink, Lei Hao had no choice but to change direction and dive into the more complex rocky area. With his agile movement and smaller body compared to the demon blade tiger, Lei Hao successfully maneuvered around and got her surrounded by the interlocking stone pillars. He thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, the demon blade tiger suddenly roared, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the surrounding stone pillars that restricted her movements, then lowered her body and charged forward with great speed. The interlocking stone pillars did not slow her down at all as she charged straight at him. My goodness, is she cheating? The stunned Lei Hao quickly started running. Watching the constantly moving hands of the clock, he desperately hoped one thing. Could it spin any faster? Got it, this amount should be enough. A few people wiped the sweat off their faces and collapsed on the ground to rest. What if that electric rat is in trouble? Facing Nia's anxious inquiry, Su Xiao comforted her. It should be fine. Help! Just then, Lei Hao ran past them, followed closely by the furious demon blade tiger. Seeing this, the group hurriedly packed the oars and followed. Haha, I can't run anymore. I need to find a place to hide. Exhausted, Lei Hao looked around and discovered a cave entrance. The space inside was quite large. Great. At that moment, the demon blade tiger charged in, frightening Lei Hao into quickly diving inside. The demon blade tiger missed and crashed into the cave entrance. Driven by rage, she frantically attacked the entrance, trying to widen it. Watching the cracks expand, Lei Hao realized it was not safe to stay here. He gathered his soul power, preparing for a final struggle. As she made her last strike, the moment the entrance opened, Lei Hao activated his final lightning shadow and dashed out from beneath her. But he ran too fast and was knocked down by a sweeping tail. Then, she pressed him down with one paw. Seeing the mobile cub nearby, the demon blade tiger wanted to check on its condition. Just as her claw got close, the cub vanished like lightning. Roar! Realizing she had been tricked, the demon blade tiger looked at Lei Hao. Just as Lei Hao wanted to explain, the enormous mouth of the demon blade tiger was right in front of him. Help! Stop, big guy. Look at this. Just as the demon blade tiger was about to eat Lei Hao, Yi Qing and the others arrived just in time. She held up the cub, trying to catch the tiger's attention. Hearing the child's cries, the demon blade tiger indeed stopped. She turned her head and let out a fierce roar. Understanding what that meant, Yi Qing put down the cub and quickly moved away. Seeing this, the demon blade tiger lifted her paw off Lei Hao. The well-fed little one bounced over to its mother, and after confirming the child was fine, the demon blade tiger picked up the cub and prepared to leave, but suddenly thought of something, turned back to look at Yi Qing, and slightly lowered her head in a gesture of thanks, then gave Lei Hao a warning swipe with her tail. After that, the mother and cub returned to their den. That's it. The mission was completed successfully. Su Xiao vividly reported the mission process to Officer Lei Wen. Upon hearing this, Lei Wen burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the infirmary was bustling with noise. Nia, could you be a bit gentler? Shut up, this is how I do things. If you have the ability, go find someone else. If it weren't for the little brother not being here, I wouldn't need you. Oh, be gentle. Sorry, Captain. Nia, don't be too rough. I know. Sister Yi, I have my own measure. Hee. Yi Qing, save me. Oh. Dr. Finasai looked at the lively scene in front of him and smiled. Truly vibrant. Chapter 8. Farewell, time flies, and a year quickly passed. Graduation was just around the corner. At this time, Tang Nan's soul power was at level 22, while his brother and sister's soul power had already approached level 30. The fact that he had only improved by one level in a year made Tang Nan feel anxious. He searched through records of difficult problems from ancient times to the present, but hardly any matched his current situation. Why? Seeing his disciple so persistent as a master, Yang Hong had to do something. He approached his disciple and gently tapped his head with his cane. No need for that. Master. Tang Nan rubbed his head and looked at his master. His eyes seemed to be filled with tears. I just want an answer. Hee, silly disciple. What answer is there? In my opinion, a soul master's cultivation speed doesn't determine anything. You are already better than most people. After saying this, he tapped again with his cane. How long do you plan to procrastinate on the homework I assigned? Hey, I forgot. I'll do it right away. Hearing his master urge him, the tears of sadness instantly disappeared, replaced by a flustered panic. He hurriedly put all the books back in place, but accidentally slipped and fell. Watching his disciple return to his usual self, Yang Lao continued to sit back down, watching with interest as he sipped his tea. Ouch. Master, what is that? After falling, Tang Nan looked up and saw the breath of death displayed on the shelf, puzzled as he asked his master. Oh, that's just a sword used to scare people. Scare people? Really? Master, can I touch it? This. Okay. Yang Lao hesitated for a moment, but quickly allowed it. After getting permission, Tang Nan approached the breath of death, and as he reached out, He found his hand trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the sword in disbelief, and just when he thought about giving up, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Pick it up. At that moment, a black dragon appeared behind him, roaring and urging him to approach it. When Tang Nan grasped the sword, he said, "Thank you." The black dragon changed from its previous stern and fierce tone, gently saying thank you. What? He came back to his senses and realized he had already picked up the sword. So beautiful, Tang Nan unconsciously began to examine it closely. As he gently stroked the sword's body, it seemed to respond to him, revealing a faint blue light. At that moment, he noticed what seemed to be words engraved on the sword, and he murmured, "Listen to the voice of the soul. Life is born from here." Meanwhile, Yang Lao furrowed his brows and calmly looked at Tang Nan. When his hand approached it, he did not experience any expected influence. This result caused a strong shock within Yang Lao, who was observing from the side. Yang Lao's heart was like a stirred lake. Waves of ripples echoed deep within. He wondered, is this real? Why did the breath of death not reject him? Yang Lao's gaze was fixed on the breath of death in Tang Nan's hand, his heartbeat echoing like a drum, pounding repeatedly in his chest. When he heard his disciples' low murmurs, his heart was filled with surprise, even a hint of disbelief. How is this possible? An answer gradually emerged in his heart. Tang Nan, he calmly called out to his disciple. Master, what is it? Tang Nan, who had come back to his senses, turned to look at his master. At that moment, one of his turquoise eyes appeared particularly striking. But soon, the turquoise eye quickly faded back to blue. Seeing his disciple's abnormality, Yang Lao understood he was not mistaken. He then called Tang Nan to put the sword back and arranged for him to continue with his homework, while he himself opened a crack and slipped inside. After this incident, life seemed to return to normal. A few months later, Tang Nan finally welcomed his graduation ceremony, and the three of them successfully graduated from Nottingham College. They chatted and laughed as they returned to Shenghun Village, where Grandpa Jack had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. The house was filled with laughter and joy, a rarity. After dinner, Tang San and Tang Nan went outside to enjoy the evening breeze. The two of them arrived on the grassy area outside, where the night breeze gently brushed against their faces, bringing a fresh and pleasant scent. They sat on the grass, leaning against an ancient sycamore tree, savoring this beautiful evening. Tang San turned to Tang Nan and smiled, saying, "You know, I've never seen the outside world, but I don't regret it, because here is our home, with our loved ones." Tang Nan looked at his brother, filled with respect. He understood what his brother meant. The two of them had spent countless happy and difficult moments together, establishing a deep bond between them. "Yes, I also really like it here," Tang Nan said softly. "Although the outside world is exciting, this is our root." The two brothers sat quietly, enjoying this ordinary yet beautiful moment. In the evening breeze, they seemed to hear the croaking of frogs in the fields and the distant sound of cowbells. These familiar sounds filled them with a deep sense of satisfaction. Tang Sin gently closed his eyes, allowing the evening breeze to caress his cheeks, and his mood seemed to lighten. He felt the breath of nature, and the tranquility and peace made him feel incredibly comfortable. "Tang Nan, do you know?" Tang Sin said softly, "My biggest wish is to protect this home and our loved ones." Tang Nan listened quietly to his brother's heartfelt words, knowing that this was the most sincere, emotional exchange between them. The two of them gazed into the distance. After a long while, Tang Nan suddenly spoke, his tone firm and sincere. "Brother, I've made up my mind." Tang Sin looked up at Tang Nan, his eyes showing confusion and concern. "Made up your mind about what?" "I want to continue learning from Elder Yang. I want to become a great doctor." Tang Nan's tone was filled with determination and anticipation. Tang Sin was silent for a moment, their gazes meeting under the moonlight, as if they could feel each other's concern and trust. Then he gently nodded and smiled, saying, "I support your decision, Tang Nan." Hearing his brother's support, a flash of gratitude and joy crossed Tang Nan's eyes. He understood that this decision was not only about his personal ideals, but also affected the deep emotions between him and Tang San. Tang San's support was a strong backing for him to achieve his dreams and a testament to their brotherly bond. "Thank you, brother." Tang Nan's voice trembled slightly, but was filled with determination. "I will work hard to realize my dreams and not let you down." Tang San tightly grasped Tang Nan's hand, his gaze filled with undeniable encouragement. "I believe in you, Tang Nan. You will definitely become a great doctor." On that night, the hearts of the two brothers were closely connected, their ideals and beliefs shining brightly under the moonlight. They knew that no matter how rugged the road ahead might be, as long as they trusted and supported each other, they could overcome difficulties together. A few days later, the morning light quietly shone through the gaps in the window, illuminating Tang Nan's sleeping face. He was still in a dream, drowsily listening to the sound around him. Suddenly, a polite but urgent knocking at the door broke the morning tranquility. Tang Nan frowned, struggling to get up from bed, dragging his heavy steps toward the door. He opened the door, and a beam of morning sunlight immediately fell on his face, causing him to squint. In the light, a vague figure stood at the door. An Elder Liman. Although time had etched lines on his face, he stood tall and lively. Good disciple, I'm here to pick you up. Elder Yang's voice was somewhat hoarse, but full of warmth. Tang Nan blinked and finally saw Elder Yang's appearance. A surge of anticipation filled his heart, but he also felt a twinge of reluctance. He knew it was time. He turned back to look inside the house, where his family was his brother Tang San and his sister Xiao Wu. They were the closest people to him, and he found it hard to part with them. I have to go. Tang Nan's voice trembled slightly, reflecting his confusion about the future and reluctance to leave home. Inside the house, Tang San and Xiao Wu heard his voice and rushed over. They looked at Tang Nan, filled with reluctance. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with tears as she bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. She forced a smile while ruffling her brother's hair, reminding him, make sure to write to us and let us know you're safe. And if anyone bullies you, be sure to tell us. Xiao San and I will take revenge for you. Tang San tightly grasped Tang Nan's hand, his eyes firm and warm. Be brave. Tang San's voice was a bit choked. Tang Nan took a deep breath. He knew he had to leave. He could no longer stay as he had before. He needed to pursue his dreams and follow his own path. He bowed deeply to his brother and sister, then straightened up, looking ahead with determination. He knew that Elder Yang would lead him down the unknown path, and he would bravely face the challenges of the future. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the door, watching Tang Nan follow Elder Yang as they walked farther away, filled with reluctance. Xiao Wu's tears flowed uncontrollably, and Tang San furrowed his brow, clenching his fists. When Tang Nan's figure completely disappeared from sight, the two slowly turned to prepare to go back. Just then, from a distance, they heard Tang Nan's final shout, "Goodbye. Brother, sister, I will write to you." His voice was filled with sincere emotion and reluctance. Hearing the shout, the two smiled at each other and responded in unison, "Safe travels." Watching his disciples' desperate shout, Elder Yang slowly spoke, "Tang Nan, it's time to go." He then chanted a spell to open a portal. Once he regained his composure, Tang Nan immediately shouldered his bag and quickened his pace. "Master, where's the next stop?" You'll know after we wait." Elder Yang pretended to be mysterious, filling Tang Nan with anticipation. The next stop is Shrek Academy. Chapter 9. Entrance Exam. I am Tang Nan, a person determined to become an excellent doctor. Not long ago, I said goodbye to my brother and sister and followed my master on a journey to a place called Shrek Academy. Before me stood a tall, handsome young man with golden hair named Dai Mubai, and at that moment, he was rushing towards me. What should I do? I'm waiting for help. But upon closer inspection, he really is quite handsome. Come on, disciple. Hold on for sandglass. So why do I have to fight? 1 hour ago, successful landing. Is that Shrek over there, master? The young man looked at the village ahead, filled with anticipation as he looked at his master. No, that's not it. We need to walk further in. Elder young Shruget. They walked down the slope, passing through the village until they reached the front of Shrek Academy. However, the initial impression left Tang Nan somewhat disbelief that this was the high-level academy his master had mentioned. Master, is this our destination? Tang Nan pointed incredulously at the dilapidated school gate, the precarious sign, and the leisurely old man basking in the sun at the entrance. Elder Yang stroked his beard, seriously assessing what lay before them. It seems we'll have to help them fix the sign later. That's not the point, master. Their noisy chatter woke up the old man, who was basking in the sun. He slightly opened his eyes and glanced at the two of them, saying indifferently, "Sorry, you two should go back. The enrollment is in a few months. You came too early." Then he continued to prop his chair up and soak up the sun. "Sorry, we are here to see Dean Flanders. Here, a letter." Yang Lao politely stated their intention and quickly took out the letter. Upon hearing they were looking for the dean, the old man almost fell over. He carefully checked the letter and, after confirming it was indeed the dean's handwriting, pointed toward the large house behind him. "The dean is over there." "Thanks, little brother." "Thanks, old man." The scattered buildings and shabby but tidy houses showed that this place wasn't too bad. Tang Nan admired the scenery along the way, and his impression of the academy changed quite a bit. They then arrived in front of the house. Yang Lao knocked on the door, and after hearing permission from inside, he opened the door. A man around 50 years old, dressed in a dark long robe, was leisurely lying on a chair. Even with his eyes closed, his face had a hint of cunning. Seeing Yang Lao arrive, he quickly stood up, smiling, and invited Yang Lao to take a seat. You're here so soon. Yang Lao, still as decisive as ever. So what about the things I wanted? The man showed unusual excitement, his hands fidgeting. Noticing his reaction, Tang Nan obediently hid behind his master, shivering. He felt something was a bit scary about this person. Seeing this, Yang Lao quickly took a bag of money from his storage device and handed it over. Dean Flanders, mind your image. Ahem, don't scare my disciple. And there are others. Flanders coughed, trying to salvage some of his image, then quickly took the money bag. Ahem, welcome to Shrek Academy. I am Dean Flanders. Hello, Dean. Danan politely Fender. His obedient demeanor left a good first impression on Flanders. Oh, let me introduce, this is my disciple, Tang Nan. Yang Lao calmly introduced his disciple. Oh, not bad, Tang Nan. A good name. I guess this is the reason you came, right, Yang Lao? Flanders keenly sensed something and looked at Yang Lao with a mischievous smile. Yang Lao didn't say anything and calmly drank his tea, seemingly acknowledging his statement. All right, Yang Lao, you should know my rules, right? Dean Flanders sat back down, solemnly looking at them. I still remember. Shrek Academy only cultivates monsters, only enrolling those over 12 with soul power exceeding level 20. Yang Lao put down his teacup, glanced at Tang Nan, then clasped his hands together. My disciple should meet your requirements. Tang Nan revealed his martial soul. Hearing his master's words, Tang Nan unleashed his martial soul and soul rings. And 2 yellow soul rings appeared behind him. Not bad. I didn't expect blue silver grass to be able to cultivate like this. Come, put your hand here. Flanders pointed to a nearby detector, indicating for Tang Nan to place his hand on it. Following the instructions, Tang Nan placed his hand on the device. And as the instrument analyzed, he noticed that Dean's expression seemed to drop a bit. Level 23? A bit low, but still not bad. Flanders went to the window and shouted outside. Old Lee, call Dai Mu Bai over and tell him his first job has arrived. He then turned to Yang Lao and the others. Everyone, come out for a moment. The two followed the dean to an open area, where a tall man was rushing over. He was about 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with a handsome face that showed a hint of determination. And his long golden hair fell down his back to near his waist. What do you need me for, Dean? ISNT enrollment still a while away? Who is this? Dai Mu Bai lazily asked, looking at the boy hiding behind the old man. This is Tang Nan, your testing target. Don't go easy on him. Flanders introduced Tang Nan to Dai Mu Bai, who at that moment hid behind his master, feeling scared of the person in front of him, reminiscent of the fear he felt when he witnessed the captain being taught a lesson by Sister Yi Qing last time. This guy is so scary. But what did he eat to grow so tall? All right, let the competition begin. With Flanders' command, Dai Mu Bai jumped back a bit and got into position. This snapped Tang Nan out of his thoughts. He realized his master and the dean had already retreated to a distance and were drinking tea. All right, then, little brother, let us start. Dai Mu Bai activated his martial soul, suddenly bursting forth with pale light. His muscles swelled, his golden hair instantly turned black and white, and a king-shaped pattern appeared on his forehead. Long, claw-like appendages extended from his palms, and his eyes turned a deep blue. He charged towards Tang Nan. I am Tang Nan, a person determined to become an excellent doctor. Not long ago, I bid farewell to my siblings and follow my master on this journey to the academy called Shrek. The tall, handsome golden-haired young man charging at me is Dai Mu Bai. What should I do? But upon closer inspection, he looks really cool in his transformed state. Wait, what am I thinking? Come on, disciple. Hang in there. Yang Lao reminded Tang Nan loudly while shaking an hourglass in his left hand. Tang Nan, lost in thought, was brought back to reality by his master's words. Seeing the giant tiger charging at him, he quickly activated his martial soul and entered the natural state of his second soul skill, revealing blue-green patterns on his body and turning his eyes deep blue. He summoned a mass of blue-silver grass to cover Dai Mu Bai. Caught you? Seeing no movement from inside, Tang Nan couldn't believe what he was seeing, but he didn't dare to act rashly and kept his distance. A white light burst forth from the grass pile, followed by Dai Mu Bai tearing through with his claws. Following this opening, he emerged from the grass, and the 3 soul rings behind him sent chills down Tang Nan's spine. Little brother, take this. Dai Mu Bai, stretching his muscles, intended to have a good fight, but saw Tang Nan turn and run. Why are you running? Hey, we're testing here. A soul master running from a soul ancestor is only natural. Tang Nan shouted back as he chased Dai Mu Bai. And the rules don't say we must fight. He had no rebuttal. The rules indeed didn't enforce that. However, no one had chosen this path before. Yang Lao, Your disciple has set a precedent. Flanders watched the two chasing each other, taking a sip of tea with a broad smile. At this moment, only a third of the time had passed. Relying on his agile movements, Tang Nin barely maintained a distance from Dai Mubai. However, the disparity in their bodies and martial souls was too great, and gradually the distance closed. Finally, Dai Mubai caught up to Tang Nan. Damn it, I must create some distance. Tang Nan struggled to evade Dai Mubai's attacks using the blue-silver grass as an obstacle. Wanted to pull away, but his opponent was tightly on his tail. With no other choice, he could only counterattack. Tang Nan dodged the incoming attack and quickly closed the gap, aiming a punch at Dai Mubai's face, but it was easily caught. Now you can't run. Dai Mubai looked disdainfully at the little grass in front of him. It's over. Not good. Realizing it was a trap set by his opponent, Tang Nin tried to withdraw his hand, but the attack was already upon him. Dai Mubai's full force strike hit his chest, sending him flying several meters away. Yang Lao praised the strike. The timing and angle of the attack were perfect. Flanders, you taught well. Ha, you flatter me. This kid has a long way to go. Flanders laughed heartily for a moment, then looked in Tang Nan's direction. Aren't you going to check on your disciple? Calmly sipping tea, he confidently replied, Don't worry, it's not over yet. TCH, is that all you've got? Disappointed, Dai Mubai turned to leave after exiting his martial soul possession, only to find his legs ensnared by the blue-silver grass that had appeared out of nowhere. What? Dai Mubai looked at Tang Nan in disbelief. As he tried to pull away the binding blue-silver grass, his hand were also caught. Cough, cough, cough. Where do you think you're going? Don't look down on me. I haven't admitted defeat yet. Tang Nin struggled to stand up, using his right hand to control the blue-silver grass that held Dai Mubai, while his left hand clutched his chest, trembling from pain as sweat dripped down. It hurt so much. If I hadn't made a cushioning garment with blue-silver grass inside my clothes before the fight, I wouldn't be able to get up even if I relaxed my muscles. Tang Nin touched his chest, the pain causing him to frown. Probably broke 2 ribs. I really can't take another hit. Tang Nin stared intently at Dai Mubai, knowing he couldn't endure another attack. I need to think of a way. While healing himself, Tang Nan's mind raced to find solution. He glanced at the hourglass. There was still almost half the time left. Dai Mubai, bound, attempted to break free with his first soul skill, but Tang Nan would not give him that chance. With all his might in the natural form of his second soul skill, the newly grown blue-silver grass quickly filled in the gaps, tightly controlling Dai Mubai. Just hold on. It seems I'll have to use this move. The 1,000-year soul ring behind Dai Mubai glowed purple, transforming into the white tiger's Vajra form. His muscles rapidly expanded, black stripes appearing on his skin. No way. He could still transform. Tang Nin quickly summoned more blue-silver grass to trap him. Dai Mubai shouted and exerted force, tearing apart the binding blue-silver grass, then charged at Tang Nan. Seeing Dai Mubai rushing towards him, Tang Nin hurriedly controlled the blue-silver grass to try to stop him. However, Dai Mubai in the Vajra form clearly could not be hindered by the current blue-silver grass. As the attack approached again, Tang Nin made a bold decision. He directed his hands to the ground to release his soul power, and just as the attack was about to hit, the plants beneath him grew wildly, lifting him up. EM saved. Tang Nin breathed a sigh of relief, but the vibrations made him quickly look down. He saw Dai Mubai attacking the plants with visible speed, causing the entire plant to start swaying precariously. Seeing this, Tang Nin began to panic. What should I do? Think. All right. I remember I didn't say I couldn't use weapons. He pulled out a crossbow, but wait. He glanced at Dai Mubai's bulging muscles and instantly dismissed the idea. Think again. He started rummaging through his storage, trying to find a solution. From a distance, the two watching him fumbled and laughed heartily. This improvisation ability is beyond imagination. This kid is qualified. I think it's time to stop. Flinder reached out to interrupt the match, but was held back by Elder Yang beside him. Don't rush. Let's watch a bit more. I think the real show is yet to come. As Dai Mubai's attacks intensified, the plants were about to give in. Hurry up. Tang Nin was still searching, and just then he spotted the anesthetic and a smoke bomb beside him, an idea suddenly forming in his mind. Sorry, Senior. He collected all the anesthetics on him and poured them into the smoke bomb, shaking it vigorously before throwing it directly at Dai Mubai's head. Seeing Tang Nin throw a small ball, Dai Mubai, alert, immediately used his second soul skill, White Tiger's Light Wave, to shatter it, releasing a massive cloud of smoke. At the same time, he interrupted the plants with a strike. Careless, Tang Nin lost his balance and fell to the ground. By this time, Dai Mubai had inhaled a lot of smoke, but due to the effects of the Vajra transformation, his resistance to abnormal states was enhanced. So the anesthetics effect was slow to manifest. When Tang Nin got up, Dai Mubai was already in front of him, extending his right hand with a respectful look in his eyes, saying, "It's over." Tang Nin nervously closed his eyes and instinctively raised his left hand to defend. In an instant, a clang was heard as his left hand projected a sword that blocked Dai Mubai's attack. The sword was none other than Death's Breath. It unleashed a tremendous force that directly dispelled Dai Mubai's Vajra form and knocked him back. Dai Mubai, stunned, looked at Tang Nan, but the sword vanished in an instant. Only Tang Nan, who had just opened his eyes, was left looking bewildered. The two locked eyes. What is going on? Flinder, watching this scene, pointed at Tang Nan in amazement, looking at Elder Yang. Did you teach him that? Elder Yang shrugged, spreading his hands with an innocent expression, and said, "Guess?" At this moment, the anesthetics effect on Dai Mubai, who had reverted from the Vajra form, was starting to take effect. Realizing something was off, Dai Mubai quickly got up, wanting to end the battle. Tang Nin also sensed the abnormality in Dai Mubai's body and understood this was his last chance. He extended his right hand, trying to control the blue-silver grass, but found his soul power was nearly exhausted. Dai Mubai slowly approached, preparing to launch his final attack, while Tang Nin lowered his head, ready to accept defeat. However, after a while, he heard Dai Mubai's voice praising him. "Not bad, Tang Nan. Welcome to Shrek. My name is Dai Mubai. I'll look after you from now on." He raised his head to look at Dai Mubai's outstretched hand and quickly shook it. "Thank you. Please take care of me, Dai Dahi." Just as Tang Nin was about to get up, Dai Mubai's anesthetic effect kicked in, and with no strength left, he inadvertently pinned Tang Nin down. "Help, master!" Tang Nin cried for help as he was pinned down. The two laughed heartily at the scene before them. Having no time to care, they continued to enjoy their tea. "Master, Dean, diet is so heavy." Chapter 10. Academy Life, Shadow Guard Camp, Infirmary Fanas. That's my thought. I understand. Sorry, I need to take it slow. Fanas listened to Yang Hong's narrative, pinching his nose in an attempt to relax his tense nerves. So you mean Luo is currently residing in your disciple's body? Fanas trembled as he confirmed this answer with Yang Hong. To be precise, his main consciousness is residing in Tang Nan's body, while his majority of power should be in Death's Breath. I had this idea when he showed no resistance upon coming into contact with Death's Breath. It was only when the child recited the dragon language inscribed on the sword that I confirmed it. Yang Hong glanced at Fanas and continued. Moreover, based on Tang Nan's instinctive summoning of Death's Breath to defend against Dai Mubai's attack, as well as his brief stammer after the defense, it appears Luo's soul has not fully awakened. The defense seems to be an instinctive reaction. After hearing his explanation, Fanas' tense heart finally relaxed. She slightly closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. "Thank you. I'm very glad to hear this news." However, suddenly, her tone turned serious, and her gaze sharpened. "What are your thoughts on him?" "Well, my thought is to observe slowly. To be honest, I personally do not wish to intervene directly." Yang Hong sensed Fanas' intention and expressed his thoughts. Fanas continued to glare at him, her expression growing darker. "What is going on? Did I say something to offend her? Did I? I don't remember saying anything." Yang Hong nervously recalled what he had just said. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Fanas couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right. I'm not teasing you. Look at how scared you are." Your expression just now was no different than wanting to eat me." Yang Hong scratched his head in frustration and complained. "Speaking of which, what do you think of him?" "Me? Maybe if I get the chance. I'll have a good chat with him, or perhaps I'll just beat him up when we meet." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. "All right, are you free? Let's compare our skills and see if you've improved after being out for so long." I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Let's do the comparison next time. Bye." Feeling an ominous premonition, Yang Hong quickly found an excuse and ran off. Tsh, he really hasn't changed at all. The disheartened Fanasai looked at the photo on the table. It was a group photo of several people, including Fanasai and others. In the photo, Fanasai radiated youthful smiles, while the black-haired boy beside her was shivering. The white-haired boy standing to her left was focused on a book. Looking at the old photo, she gazed out the window. Time waits for no one. Knock, 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 teacher. A student knocked on the door and entered. "What's wrong?" "There's an urgent medical request that needs your attention." "Understood. Just leave it here." "Got it. Call me if there's anything." The student placed the request on the table and left. Seeing the request on the table, Fanasai knew it was time to get to work. She skillfully tied her hair into a ponytail, put on her glasses and white coat, picked up her surgical kit, and pushed the door open. The student from earlier had been waiting by the door and quickly followed her with the surgical kit in hand. Guohui, where is our destination? It's a village located 50 kilometers to the east. All right, looks like we need to hurry up. Levin's office after finding an opportunity to slip away. Yang Hong hurriedly made his way to Levin's office, where Levin was handling daily affairs. When he looked up, he startled Yang Hong. Are you all right? I'm Yufine. Levin's face bore dark circles, and bloodshot eyes filled his gaze, yet he still maintained a highly focused demeanor. Really? No, sir. He has been working overtime for 2 consecutive days. Here, as your tea. The aide who brought the tea ruthlessly exposed the lie, and seeing this, Levin no longer argued, calmly accepting the tea. Thank you, Lin. It's nothing, sir. Maybe you should take a good rest after handling these. Let's talk about that after I finish. Take these documents to the intelligence department. Faced with a stubborn superior, Aide Lin could only helplessly take the files. After watching the aide leave, Levin lowered his head to continue working, while Yang Hong immediately became restless. He pressed down on Levin's hand that was about to write. That's enough, Levin. You need a rest. In response to Yang Hong's reprimand, Levin shook his head helplessly, then pulled out a stack of letters from a nearby drawer, handing some of them to Yang Hong. As Yang Hong took the letters and opened them, he was instantly petrified. What is this? Yes, we're basically facing a financial crisis now. Levin candidly reported the current situation to Yang Hong. Our available funding sources are too few. Even the returns from private commissions and black market bounties are insufficient. Moreover, with the new recruits over the years, the costs of weapons and training supplies, the funds we accumulated in earlier years are nearly depleted. Hearing this news, Yang Hong slumped into his chair, unable to calm down for a long time. He felt utterly at a loss regarding the situation. However, Levin's next words lifted his spirits. But there are solutions. I just don't think it's a good idea. Hearing that there might be a way out, Yang Hong immediately urged Levin to elaborate. Levin pulled out 3 documents from the table and handed them to Yang Hong. These are from the Spear Hall. They hope to deepen our cooperation. These are the commissions they sent over. According to them, if we complete these, they will provide us with ample funding. However, seeing Levin's hesitance, Yang Hong could roughly guess the nature of the commissions. He opened the envelope, and the letter expressed similar content to what Levin summarized, but when he saw the tasks outlined, he gasped. Investigate the personnel configuration of various military strongholds in the Tiando Empire. Monitor the movements of the Tiando Emperor and his children. Locate the Haotian sect. And lastly, confirm Tang Hao's whereabouts. Yang Hong shook his head and sneered. Damn it, this Pope truly knows how to utilize every available resource. And now he has his eyes on me. He shifted from a playful demeanor to a serious one, pondering for a moment before saying, All right, you will hand over the first 3 tasks to the intelligence department for them to formulate commissions for the shadow guards to complete. As for the search for the Haotian sect's location, don't pursue it too rigorously. Just do a simple search. Even if we find it, we'll say we didn't tea. Next, I'll personally go negotiate the details of cooperation with the Pope. Just as Yang Hong was preparing to get up, Aide Lin burst in, breathless, and handed Yang Hong a letter. Urgent letter. Yang Hong quickly opened it, and after reading it, he broke into a smile. The anxious little guy. Just wait. His remarks left the other 2 present puzzled. However, seeing his expression, they could guess and didn't say anything further. As Yang Hong was about to leave, he glanced back at the mountain of paperwork and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ready to go? Yeah. I need to talk to her as soon as possible, but Yang Hong avoided eye contact, thinking it best to resolve the piled-up work first. After saying this, he noticed the 2 looking at him in surprise, making him a bit flustered. What are you looking at me for? It's nothing. Because this is all your work, boss. The 3 then hurriedly began to tackle their work. Half an hour later, all the tasks were completed. After finishing, Yang Hong slumped onto his desk, exhausted. I'm dead tired. Right now, Yang Hong is no different from a restless young man full of passion. Levin, accustomed to it, comforted his superior. All right. Leave the rest to us. You should go check on your apprentice. Hearing this, Yang Hong quickly got up to prepare to head back. Before leaving, he noticed the dark circles under Levin's eyes, feeling overwhelming guilt. He scratched his head awkwardly. Old Lei, next time I'm back, I'll treat you to a drink. Sure, you better remember that. Bye. Take care of yourself. Watching the door close, everything seemed to return to the way it was before, but Levin glanced at his pocket watch, smiled, and then resumed working. Shrek Academy newly built infirmary few done. Finally cleaned it up. Tang then wiped the sweat from his face. Proudly looking at the clean room he had tidied, he then stretched lazily. By the way, where's the master? He left me a note this morning saying he had something to do. But how come it's noon and he still hasn't returned? Just as Tang Nan was wondering, Dai Mubai approached him from behind. Still busy? It's mealtime. Want to go together? I'll also introduce you to the others. Sure. Wait, when did you get here? Big brother Dai? Probably when you were standing there lost in thought. Suddenly, Dai Mubai looked at the clock on the wall, and his expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he hoisted Tang Nan onto his shoulder and dashed toward the cafeteria. Big brother Dai, what is going on? Tang Nan was bewildered by this sudden action. What's the hurry? He thought. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. An anxious Dai Mubai pushed open the big door and, upon seeing the scene before him, felt instantly disheartened. Behind him, Tang Nan raised a big question mark. Is all this food is? He pointed at the chubby guy in front of him who was stuffing his face, along with the mountain of bowls and chopsticks piled up before him. Dai Mubai helplessly admitted and started to introduce. This is also your senior, named Ma Hongjun. Hearing his name called, Ma Hongjun turned around and greeted them. Boss, you're finally here. Come eat. He then turned back to continue eating. Reasonably, the two took their seats to prepare for the meal, but there was no food left. All the bowls in front of them were empty. A nearby teacher shrugged and shook his head before leaving the cafeteria. You fatso, eating so much you'll die. Dai Mubai's loli glanced at Ma Hongjun, glaring at him with an unhappy expression. Ma Hongjun whistled and avoided Dai Mubai's gaze, which directly irritated him. He grabbed Ma Hongjun's collar with his right hand. His left hand poised to strike, while red flames began to surround Ma Hongjun. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing this, Tang Nan hurried over to mediate. Gentlemen, calm down. Stay back. I want to teach him a lesson today, said Dai Mubai. Little brother, step aside. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. It looked like someone needed his help. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a somewhat mischievous voice came from the entrance. A simply dressed man with a bushy beard and gray hair pushed the door open. Great, over here. Thinking he was a savior, Tang Nan looked at the uncle at the door, but upon seeing him, blurted out, Uncle, who are you? Uncle? Upon hearing this, the man jumped up excitedly. What uncle? I'm only 14. 14? Upon hearing this, Tang Nan looked at him in disbelief, suddenly remembering he needed to mediate the conflict, and quickly pulled him over. Sorry, senior. Could you think of a way to calm them down? I seem to be powerless here, he said, shrugging his hands at the two in front of him. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Just as the two were about to unleash their martial spirits, Tang Nan shouted, I'll go check the kitchen to see what's left. He then ran into the back kitchen. Inside, Tang Nan anxiously searched for ingredients, collecting a few, but only found seasonings. He slowly poked his head out. The two who were about to fight had separated, but the intense atmosphere had not diminished at all. What to do? Is there anything I can help with? Suddenly, the bearded guy appeared behind Tang Nan, startling him so much that he nearly threw a punch back. Seeing it was a senior, he quickly apologized and explained the situation. Oh, I see. Then junior, you shouldn't mind. His sudden change in tone puzzled Tang Nan. Senior, if you have a solution, just use it. It's fine. All right then. He took a deep breath and recited the soul incantation. Cute, fragrant, tender tofu. As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of tofu appeared at his fingertips. Wow. Seeing the tofu materialize out of nowhere, Tang Nan's face lit up with joy. However, as he got closer, the strong smell of stinky tofu hit him, making him a bit uncomfortable. I didn't expect it to be stinky tofu. The smell is pretty strong. Tang then covered his mouth and nose with his hand, but he didn't stop his senior, instead encouraging him to continue. As the tofu continued to pour out, he quickly shouted, That's enough, this is enough. He then picked up the tofu and brought it to the cutting board to start cooking. Senior, help me deal with the chili, and keep an eye on the temperature of the oil over there. Finally, with their cooperation, several tofu dishes were created. Stir-fried chili tofu, fried tofu, and tofu skin. One by one, they were served on the table. The two, attracted by the aroma, changed their previous attitudes and picked up their chopsticks to taste. However, just as Dai Mubai was about to dig in, he suddenly paused, seemingly thinking of something. But seeing the chubby guy gobbling it down, he didn't care and grabbed some tofu to eat. Delicious. One bite in, Dai Mubai's taste buds were quickly conquered. While he was still savoring it, the chubby guy was practically trying to stuff all the food into his mouth. Gentlemen, don't rush. Take your time. If it's not enough, I'll have my senior make more later. The two looked at Tang Nan in disbelief, then back at him. Oscar, he made this with your tofu? Yeah, that's right. Oscar calmly replied. The two were stunned and rushed to Tang Nan to confirm. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with senior's tofu? They suddenly burst into tears of joy, savoring the food with tears in their eyes. Great, we finally don't have to eat stinky tofu anymore. Is my tofu that bad? Oscar was severely impacted. After the meal, Dai Mubai formally introduced Tang Nan to the two, who were also very happy to meet such a lovely junior. As night fell, the four followed Dean Flander to Soto City. The city was brightly lit and bustling with activity, and they soon arrived at the Seoul Arena. At the entrance, Flander instructed Tang Nan to go register. Dean, what are we here for? To participate in the Soul Fight. Soul Fight? A Soul Fight is a battle between Soul Masters, mainly in 3 forms: 1v1, 2v2, and 7-person team battles. Winning can be achieved by knocking the opponent out of the arena, incapacitating them, or conceding. Victories accumulate points. Dai Mubai thoughtfully explained everything to Tang Nan. The graduation requirement for the academy is to obtain a Silver Soul badge, so good luck. After saying that, he patted Tang Nan on the shoulder. The next match is Tang Nan versus Battle Axe. Please both sides go to the preparation area. The match will begin in 10 minutes. With the announcement, Tang Nan began his first soul fight. Entering the arena, the audience was packed. Seeing the dean and others cheering for him in the stands, Tang Nan couldn't suppress his excitement. His opponent had a strong build and a sharp battle axe. But this didn't intimidate him at all. After all, these were nothing to a demon. Come on, martial spirit, possess. The audience's cheers reached a fever pitch. Go! Battle axe. Tear that little guy apart. Battle axe must win. I bet on your victory. Chop him up, chop him up. As the audience saw Tang Nan's martial spirit, the cheers turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Hearing these cheers, Dai Mubai looked at the confident Tang Nan and sneered. The show was about to start. With the referee announcing the start of the match, the battle axe charged at his opponent. A horizontal slash came at him, almost grazing Tang Nan's neck. The audience erupted again. Did you see that? That kid didn't do anything and just dodged. Wow, this guy's amazing. Ha ha. Battle axe is going to be furious. No, it can't be. The battle axe also couldn't believe what was happening before him. On the opposite side, Tang Nan calmly said, the technique isn't that great, uncle. Stimulated. The battle axe wildly swung its axe but still couldn't hit him. Enraged, it activated its first soul skill, Earth Shatter. Gripping the axe handle, it smashed down hard onto the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Tang Nan quickly jumped aside, and watching the battered ground, he started to take things more seriously. With the activation of his natural form, greenish-blue patterns appeared on Tang Nan's face, and his perception increased a notch. As he danced his fingertips, blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around the battle axe. Roar! The battle axe let out a roar, muscles tensing up, breaking the blue-silver grass in an instant. Little grass. The situation fell into a stalemate, and in the audience, Hong Jun and Oscar were both in a state of anxiousness. Not good. Tang Nan's blue-silver grass isn't tough enough. It's over. If this continues, the little brother will lose. Calm down. Unable to bear it any longer, Dai Mubai gave Hong Jun a hard knock on the head. Don't worry, he has more skills than this. They continued to watch the arena. After failing to hit his opponent, the battle axe suddenly changed tactics, continuously using the axe to push Tang Nan into a corner of the arena. As Tang Nan stepped back and found no ground to step on, he realized he had no way out. This is troublesome. Tang Nan et Golim. But looking at the panting battle axe, a plan began to form. Come on, let us take a gamble. He exited his natural form and arrogantly pointed to his head. Come on, chop at this. So arrogant. Chop him. Chop him. The audience incited, and the opponent, taunted, the battle axe used its second soul skill, Flame Strike. The axe blade was instantly surrounded by flames. Get ready, little brat. With all its strength, it swung down with his full force strike. Just then, Tang Nan seized the opportunity, suddenly dashing forward and sliding through the battle axe's legs. Not good. At the same time, the battle axe realized his intention, but it was too late. The strike had already fallen. The ground was shattered and collapsed, and for a brief moment, the battle axe lost its balance. Just as it tried to steady itself, Tang Nan offered his apology from behind. Sorry about that. As soon as the words left his mouth, rapidly growing blue-silver grass appeared behind the battle axe, pushing it out. With the battle axe falling off the arena, the audience instantly fell silent. Following, that was an explosive cheer like a volcanic eruption. That was brilliant. I didn't expect it to be one like this. This kid played beautifully. My money. It's gone, all gone. After leaving the arena, Tang Nan arrived at the preparation area where the dean and others had been waiting for a long time. You fought beautifully, Tang Nan. The dean expressed his approval of Tang Nan's fighting style. Dai Mubai patted him on the shoulder and smiled. However, what surprised him more was the battle axe waiting for him against the wall. Mr. Battle Axe? Yes, it's me. Hearing Tang Nan's confusion, He came forward with a peaceful expression and extended his hand. You did well, kid. Quite a bold idea. It was just a spur of the moment. Hearing the opponent's praise, Tang Nin felt a bit embarrassed. However, you must remember one thing. Fighting souls is not a game. Being careless can lead to death, little guy. Saying this, he lightly tapped Tang Nan's chest with his fist. After finishing, he turned and left. See you again. So tired. After a busy day, Tang Nan jumped onto the bed and began to enjoy the warmth of the blankets. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he fell asleep shortly after. After a while, Yang Hong, who had just finished his work with the shadow guard, walked out from the crack, discovering that his disciple was asleep. Just as he was about to call out, he suddenly suppressed the urge. Looking at the clean room, Yang Hong had already forgotten about his disciple in the spirit hall. He thoughtfully covered Tang Nan with a blanket and then blew out the candle. Good night, Tang Nan. Chapter 11. An unexpected reunion. Let me see. Wow. There's so many ingredients to buy. Tang Nan was surprised looking at the super long menu given by his teacher. Why is he the one to come? Probably because the one with the best relationship with the surrounding villages in the school was the divine doctor who visited various places daily along with his little apprentice. Thanks to the visits, Tang Nan's medical theories were put into practice, earning some commissions while also being able to do favors for others. This was exactly what the master and the dean wanted. The cafeteria ran out of food, and to save funds, Dean Flander thought of Tang Nan and arranged for him to go to the surrounding villages to procure ingredients. Hey, little doctor, you have time to stroll around today? The village chief, basking in the sun at the door, greeted Tang Nan warmly. I'm here to buy some food. How's the aunt's condition? I really have to thank you all. My wife is almost better. Come and taste my freshly harvested radishes. They're delicious. The enthusiastic old man turned back and brought out a basket of radishes. Seeing this, Tang Nan quickly stopped him. Old man, you don't need to give me so much. I don't have enough money. Oh, come on, don't be polite. Consider these as medical fees. If you don't take them, I'll get angry. Saying this, the old man even put on a feigned angry expression. Well, old man, Tang Nan could only thank him for his kindness and accept the radishes. As he just placed the radishes into the soul guide storage device, footsteps began to sound from deep within the village, growing louder. Tang Nan looked over and saw that the villagers, knowing that the divine doctor had come to procure food, were voluntarily taking out some food from their homes as a gesture of gratitude. Thus, without much effort, Tang Nan had basically gathered enough food. Upon returning to the academy, everyone was stunned watching Tang Nan pour out a pile of food that was even taller than Dai Mubai from the storage device. When they learned he hadn't spent a single penny, Dean Flander was even more excited, patting his shoulder and cheering for him. After all, who doesn't like a cute and polite child? In the spirit city, the calm lake surface, the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. In a pavilion by the lake, an old man with white hair was resting with his eyes closed, enjoying the afternoon. His eyebrows were high, dressed simply, and the sword beside him occasionally emitted golden light. At this moment, a crack appeared outside the pavilion, and it was clear, you're quite idle, huh? Yang Hong stepped out from the crack, approaching him with a peaceful expression. What's up? Is it unpleasant for you, who likes to loaf around? The old man slightly opened one eye and glanced at him, chuckling. You have the nerve to say that. ISNT at your good daughter-in-law? Mentioning her, Yang Hong became angry, excitedly waving his hands. Come, take a look. This person is already thinking of me. Saying this, he handed over a letter. Taking the letter, the old man glanced at it, then closed his eyes again to continue enjoying the breeze, even whistling. The weather's really nice. Yang Hong exploded at such a crude topic shift. Qian Daolu, you old martial arts fanatic, why are you messing with me? Seeing him lose his temper, Qian Daolu stretched lazily and yawned, casually saying, young man, having ideas is a good thing. I have no need to stop him. He then rubbed his bleary eyes. Besides, as an elder, I can't control the Pope of the Spirit Hall, right? What do you think, Yang, my little brother? You rascal. Yang Hong clenched his fists, holding back the impulse to punch him, and with a mischievous grin said, Old man, do you believe I'll take your precious granddaughter and run away? You dare? Just two short words instantly stirred up a wild wind. In the blink of an eye, Qian Tao Lu's hand knife stopped just 5 centimeters from Yang Hong's face, and he exuded a strong, killing intent. Yang Hong firmly grasped that hand, then stuck out his tongue and made a cheeky face. Why stop acting, martial maniac? Ouch, that hurts. Realizing that this kid was deliberately trying to provoke him, Qian Tao Lu directly transformed his hand knife into a fist and punched him in the face. Afterward, he shook his hand and returned to his position, reaffirming his stance. Old buddy, if you want me to pressure her, I'm afraid I can't help you. Our relationship is, it's been so many years. Hasn't that little girl forgiven you yet? It's clearly your son. Forget it. It's been over a decade. It's time to turn the page. She's a capable person and also an ambitious one. Perhaps only she can lead the Spirit Hall to unify this continent. Yang, maybe you should help her. So that's your suggestion? Yes. All right. Hearing this, Yang Hong basically had no choice but to compromise, considering it a favor to him. I will instruct the Shadow Guards to gather intelligence for the Spirit Hall, but it will be limited to intelligence. I don't want my boys to die for nothing. After discussing this, the two fell into a brief silence. With a honk of a goose, Qiantao Lu slowly spoke up. How is Xiao Xue doing lately? She's doing well. She's actively executing her plans. I mean her training. Oh, she's not slacking off, don't worry. Old man, that's your granddaughter. Can't you pamper her a little? Saying this, Yang Hong reached out to stroke the sword placed nearby. Isn't it your job to pamper her? All right, really, am I your family's nanny now? Unable to refute, Yang Hong turned his gaze to the sword, but when he tried to draw it, he was pressed back down by Qiantao Lu's hand. Don't move, buddy. Her light is too dazzling. Qiantao Liu waraned Yang Hong. TCH, really, not helping at all, and still want to do this and that. So unlucky. Yang Hong pouted and stood up to leave, but before he could go, Qiantao Lu called out to him. Then he tossed a wine jug over, and Yang Hong caught it steadily. Weighing it in his hand, he felt elated. He raised his eyebrows and smirked, thanks, just before stepping into the rift. Yang Hong heard the old guy's words held in his heart. Take her out for a walk and help her relax. And tell her not to hate her mother. Got it. He raised the wine jug he had thrown and shook it. Remember next time. Saying this, he disappeared into the rift. Back at the academy, Yang Hong looked at the wine jug and sighed with a bitter smile. Old buddy, you should handle these things yourself. Hey, Teacher Yang, come over and lend a hand. The remote teachers were waving at him. Oh, coming. Yang Hong responded and glanced at the wine jug, whatever. He put away the wine jug and walked over to his colleagues. And so, time passed and another month went by. The academy's enrollment had also started. But the situation was a bit different from what Tang Nan had imagined. Wow, so boring. Why isn't there a single injured person? In the infirmary, the bored Tang Nan yawned. It had been 3 days since enrollment began, and not a single person had qualified. Either their soul power was insufficient, or they were knocked out by Boss Dai with one blow. I wonder what Master is doing. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Guard's office, Yang Hong, who had fallen into a frenzy, was dealing with paperwork in a manic state, while Assistant Yi was happily drinking tea with Dr. Fanis. Won't there be any problems with what Chief Yang is doing? Assistant Yi asked anxiously. Don't worry, this guy brought this upon himself. It's time for him to pay it back, Fanis said, covering his mouth and trying hard not to laugh at Yang Hong's frantic working state. The cause of all this stemmed from Yang Hong's cooperation with the Spirit Hall. Although the funding issue was resolved, the complexity of the work had significantly increased. And on top of that, Yang Hong didn't want to work, which led to his subordinate, Raven, unfortunately collapsing from exhaustion. So, to allow Raven to rest well, Yang Hong, in front of Raven, slapped his chest and said he would complete it for him, of course, not out of his own volition, which is why Yang Hong was sweating profusely while working here. Wow. Is there really nothing wrong? Nothing's wrong, come have some tea. Oh, thank you. Can't you two come over and help pour me? Yang Hong cried out pitifully. However, the two seemed unmoved. Tang Nan, your turn. Hearing someone calling, the drowsy Tang then suddenly woke up, raised his head, and saw Dai Mubai, supporting a woman in black who looked unapproachable and a cute girl with pink hair, carrying someone he recognized very well. Quickly coming to life, Tang then stood up to check their injuries. Not much of a problem, just a bit too much force in the attack. Your name? Tang then asked the beauty while turning to look at Boss Dai. Did you hit her? Seeing this, Dai Mubai quickly explained, it wasn't me. It was the vice principal. Just as the two were communicating, the beauty spoke up. Zhu Qing. The beauty answered calmly, giving him the impression that he'd better not anger her. All right, Miss Zhu Qing. Just apply this ointment. Tang Nan took out an ointment from the medicine cabinet and handed it to Zhu Qing, then approached the other person. What about you? Lin Rongrong. I'm fine. You should check her first. Lin Rongrong replied, while pointing to the person on her back. Oh, okay. Then you put her on that bed over there. When Tang Nan reached the bedside, he immediately recognized the person lying there. The moment he recognized her, his pupils dilated, and he trembled uncontrollably. Sister? The person in front of him was Xiao Wu. Tang Nan dared not relax for a moment and immediately began to examine her. After checking and finding that she hadn't sustained any serious injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just backlash from a soul skill. Tang Nan reassured himself. Wait a minute, since my sister is here, does that mean my brother? Before he could finish his thought, Oscar burst in, carrying a fainted Tang San. Xiaonan, come quick. I knew it, Tang Nan said helplessly. He approached his brother and, after checking him, displayed an extremely complex and terrifying expression that made the others shiver. It's nothing serious, just exhaustion from soul power depletion. Let him sleep well, Tang Nan said with a friendly face as he stated his diagnosis. Although he appeared calm and even smiled, his hands gripping the table tightly revealed that he was very angry. At this moment, Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zhuqing out for a walk, leaving only 3 people and the 2 patients lying in bed. Seeing Tang Nan's angry expression, Oscar tentatively asked, "What is your relationship with Tang San?" A rival. "No, he is my brother, my real brother." This statement shocked the 2 present like thunder. Dai Mubai grabbed his shoulder and asked again, "Are you sure?" Seeing Dai Mubai's strong reaction, Tang Nan affirmed while inquiring about what had happened. Dai Mubai then recounted how Tang San and the others had fought against teacher Zhao Wujin and the subsequent single challenge by Tang San. After learning everything, Tang Nan looked at his brother and sighed helplessly. "Although I guess my brother would fight hard, I didn't expect him to fight like this." At that moment, he heard his sister calling him. "Nan, is it you?" Sister Xiao Wu, who had been lying beside them, slowly sat up after being successfully awakened by the noisy voices of a few people. The backlash from her soul skills still left her feeling very weak. She looked around the unfamiliar room, then at Tang San, who was lying next to her. The memories of what had just happened flooded her mind in an instant. "It hurts, why am I here?" That is, Xiao Wu held her head, which was still faintly aching, and tried to discern the figure in front of her. Gradually, her vision became clearer. She recognized the person before her. "Nan, is it you?" Hearing his sister's voice, Tang Nan turned around, smiled, and excitedly replied, "It's me, sister. Welcome to Shrek." Seeing her brother back, Xiao Wu joyfully hugged Tang Nan, leaving him feeling at a loss. "Sister, you're too close," Tang Nan shyly said in a low voice. "It's okay, let me see you. You've grown taller in just a few months," Xiao Wu said affectionately, gently stroking his cheek. Although Tang Nan said he didn't need it, he didn't stop his sister's actions. He just lowered his head, his face flushed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were watching the scene, were delighted to see the once angry brother turn shy. I didn't expect Tang Nan to have this side," one of them said. Maybe he's a sister complex," the other chuckled. The 2, who were sneaking laughs, suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent. Dang Nan, who was looking sideways at them, had 3 fine needles in his hand. Seeing this, the 2 quickly found an excuse to leave. Xiaonan, how's your brother?" "Oh, my brother." Tang Nan glanced at his brother lying on the hospital bed and casually said, "He's fine. He won't die. He'll be lively once he wakes up." Xiao Wu, who saw through her brother, gently patted his head and comforted him. Okay, don't be angry with your brother anymore." Tang Nan turned his head away stubbornly. "I'm not. Who would be angry with him?" All right, you're not angry." All right, sister, how did you guys end up here? With your qualifications. Aren't those high-level academies easy to enter?" "Oh, about that, your brother's teacher wrote a letter asking him to come here, so I had no choice but to come along." "Oh, I see." The 2 chatted about what had happened in the past few months until the sun was about to set. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who shared a dorm with Xiao Wu, came to check on her. Seeing her so lively, she exclaimed that Tang Nan's method was impressive. After Tang Nan smiled and sent his sister out, Oscar arrived. Tang Nan coldly pointed at his brother. "Hurry, take him away." After sending Oscar off, Tang Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a crack opened beside him, and Yang Lao, looking lifeless, walked out. After finishing his work for the day, he saw the big bed and immediately pounced onto it, successfully being captured by the bed. "Master, are you okay?" "Hey, Fagya, why don't you help the officer?" "No need. Look, he did a great job, didn't he?" Naz responded while happily reviewing Yang Hong's work. The adjutant Yi, who received the documents from Naz, took a quick glance and was amazed. The analysis and handling of the matters on it were just right, concise, and clear. Did the officer write this? Or else, did I write it? But he was working. Ha. That kid was too impatient. He made himself anxious. Naz burst into laughter at Ye's incredulous expression. "Oh, is that so? The officer really is a unique person." Hearing this, you could only awkwardly smile. A few minutes later, after Naz finished reviewing, Yi picked up the documents and prepared to head to the intelligence hall. Before leaving, he meaningfully asked, "Fagya, do you know what kind of person the officer used to be?" Let me think," Naz replied in the past. "He was a hot-blooded youth who would mess things up easily and was a fool who got easily flustered." Oh, is that so? What about now? Why ask so much? Fa Nas, seeing that she wanted to ask again, pushed her out. Wait, Faga, you haven't. Before she could finish, the door was shut again. What about answering my question? Back in the room, Fa Nas looked at the bright moon outside and gave her answer, still a fool, just like before. Master, get up. It's time for dinner. Let me sleep a while, my good disciple. Faced with her lazy master's response, Tang Nan wailed that he would go hungry. Chapter 12. Night of Terror in the Forest. Tang Nan opened his eyes and found himself by a tranquil lake. He looked around, trying to determine his location. An old man fishing nearby noticed his confusion and asked, "Young man, what's wrong?" Tang Nan looked at the old man and felt a little reassured by his friendly face. He asked, "Elder, do you know where this place is?" The old man chuckled, gently tapping Tang Nan on the forehead, and mysteriously replied, "You should know yourself." As the old man finished speaking, Tang Nan's memories gradually became clear, and he remembered everything. 10 hours ago. Brother, slow down. Tang Nan Sautet Budi Tao. Just a few days ago, after a group attempt to try Oscar's tofu, the dean discovered that Oscar had broken through to level 30. To help him obtain his third spirit ring, Tang Nan and a group of 9, led by Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, set off for the Stardo Great Forest. Originally, Yang Lao was supposed to join as well, but on the day they arrived at the inn, Ms. Fa Nas sent word that a mountain of paperwork awaited him. Yang Lao initially wanted to find an opportunity to back out, but under Fa Nas's kind smile, he instantly gave up on the idea. With no choice, Yang Lao could only obediently go to work. However, before leaving, after careful consideration, Yang Lao thought about the difficulties his disciple might face. So he handed Tang Nan a pistol and instructed him that its effective lethality was below 4,000 years and for those below level 40. Then, he hurriedly dove into the crack. Understanding his master's helplessness, Tang Nan could only wish that his master wouldn't overwork himself. Then, cautiously putting away the pistol, Tang Nan began preparing the potions he might need. The next day, everyone finally arrived at the Stardo Great Forest and began their adventure to find suitable spirit beasts. Zhu Zhuqing was in charge of reconnaissance while the others tightly surrounded Tang San, following him on their journey. Tang San was like a walking encyclopedia, explaining various spirit beasts and plants along the way, earning everyone's admiration. Meanwhile, Tang Nan was busy gathering herbs to make recovery potions, quickly filling his pouch with various medicinal herbs. Just as Tang Nan was proudly admiring his spoils, he suddenly heard his sister calling, "Hey, Nan, hurry up and catch up." At that moment, he realized he had fallen behind. So, he quickly sped up to catch up with the main group, and by the time he caught up, he was out of breath. "You can't handle this little distance?" Dai Mubai teased. Although Tang Nan felt a bit embarrassed, he had no strength to argue back. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, who was in charge of reconnaissance, seemed to have discovered that a spirit beast was approaching. After some identification, everyone confirmed it was a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. "What a stroke of luck. We found it without much effort." Zhao Wujia assigned Tang San to command, and everyone began to strategize on how to hunt this phoenix tail coxcomb snake. In the dense forest, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake darted through the trees like lightning. Under Tang San's command, Ma Hongjun activated his second spirit skill, Burning Phoenix. A line of fire sprayed from the sky, driving the snake into the encirclement of the crowd. As it rushed into the ambush area, Tang San and Tang Nan's blue-silver grass instantly entangled it. Tang San even released the barbs from the blue-silver grass, trying to trap it. However, just when they thought they had succeeded, the rooster snake noticed the ambush and immediately slipped out of its restraints. The group saw this and began to pursue and block it, but clearly, this cunning creature was much harder to deal with than they had imagined. Their attacks seemed to cause little damage to the rooster snake. Observing from a distance, Oscar discovered the reason. The snake's scales were too smooth, making their attacks mostly miss, resulting in a significant reduction in damage. To capture it, they needed to come up with a plan. Frustrated, Tang Nan suddenly remembered that among the items they had just collected was a highly adhesive tree sap. He immediately took it out, then used the blue-silver grass to make a lasso, coating the inner wall of the loop with the sap. He was quite proud of his cleverness. At that moment, Daimu Bai, due to Zhu Zhuqing accidentally consuming the rooster snake's anesthetic mist, fell into a brief paralysis. Angrily, he activated his white tiger transformation, jumped into the air, caught Zhu Zhuqing, and then turned back to punch her back to the ground with great force. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Nan threw the lasso, perfectly looping it around the rooster snake's head and firmly sticking to it. However, Tang Nan overestimated his strength. The rooster snake, realizing it was trapped, began to flee at high speed, and Tang Nan's strength was no match for it. He was flung into the air, crying out for his life. As he wailed in the air, he crashed into a large tree like a shooting star, instantly seeing stars and losing consciousness. When Tang Nan woke up again, the rooster snake had already been easily captured by Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, who was watching the commotion. Oscar had already begun absorbing his spirit ring, but he saw Tang San meditating, inquiring with others. He learned that a beautiful girl had just challenged Tang San and was defeated by Tang Nan, who was at a higher level. Soon after, Oscar finished absorbing his spirit ring, and everyone decided to head back home. At this moment, Tang San, who was recovering his energy, said, "We can't leave yet, teacher. I've also broken through to level 30 and need a spirit ring." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately erupted in excitement, gathering around Tang San to celebrate him. An excited Zhao Wujia quickly announced they would continue deeper into the forest to find the best spirit ring for Tang San. The group rushed along and finally arrived at their destination by nightfall. The forest at night was very tranquil. For safety, they found a secure place to set up camp. The girls were responsible for preparing dinner, while the boys set up the camp. As the team leader, Dai Mubai was in charge of assigning tasks. "Oscar, Dang Nan, you two join the girls' side," Dai Mubai instructed. "Why should I?" Oscar asked unhappily. "All right, Oscar, come help me." Tang Nan consoled him and called him over to help. While they were busy, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered something and asked Oscar, "Little Oscar, what is your third spirit skill? Can you add a dish?" Hearing this, Oscar suddenly became sarcastic. "Do you really want to see?" Seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly said, "If it's too weird, then forget it." At this time, Ma Hongjun put his arm around Oscar's shoulder and whispered something to him, causing Oscar's complaints to vanish as the two began to chat closely together. Were these two plotting? Tang Nan, watching the two, suddenly had a bad premonition. The onlooker chimed in, "Yeah, little Oscar, let us see your third spirit skill." "Yeah, otherwise it's too dark to see." Under everyone's anticipation, Oscar became cocky. "Humph, watch closely, my spirit skill is super invincible." Just as Oscar was about to recite his spirit incantation, he suddenly froze. "What are you doing? Why are you acting mysterious?" Ma Hongjun said, instantly losing interest in Oscar. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Zhao Wujia thought the moon was being covered. In an instant, the ground shook and the earth around them crumbled, sending a large number of rocks crashing towards them. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. The first to react, Zhao Wujia activated gravity compression, separating the falling rocks from the crowd. Tang San used his blue silver grass to lead everyone to retreat to safety. Dai Mubai picked up the still-dazed Oscar and retreated. Oscar looked up at the sky, questioning, "Are there two moons in the sky?" Along the way, an unconvinced Ma Hongjun activated his phoenix spirit, shooting a fiery ball toward the back. The fireball exploded mid-air upon hitting something. At this moment, the moon, obscured by clouds, gradually appeared. With the moonlight, everyone saw their enemy, a giant ape. The massive figure stood before them, shocking Tang Nan. Team leader Zhao Wujia clenched his fists, his determination firm. He ordered Dai Mubai to lead everyone to evacuate and calmly express his apologies to the giant ape. "Sorry, King of the Forest, we mean no harm. Please allow us to." However, before he finished speaking, the giant ape swung its fist towards the humans in front of it. Zhao Wujia angrily replied, "You dare to mock me?" He immediately activated his martial spirit and true form armor, shouting to Dai Mubai and the others, "Dai Mubai, take them away." Just as Dai Mubai and the others were about to join the battle, they were pushed back by Zhao Wujia's gravity compression. Utilizing gravity amplification and gravity compression, Zhao Wujia charged at the giant ape. Meanwhile, the others who had been knocked back landed on the ground, and Dai Mubai handed over the leadership to Tang San and went to provide support. Tang San had no intention of leaving either, and the others stayed with him. However, when Tang Nan and Xiao Wu wanted to join, Tang San refused them. He pointed at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, "You need to protect them." Sorry, Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu knew she was powerless in battle, she could only silently lead her brother and Oscar to retreat. The battle between the group and the giant ape was one-sided, with their attacks barely causing it any irritation. In a critical moment, Zhao Wujia revealed his final trump card, activating his martial spirit true form, transforming into a giant diamond bear, and entered the battlefield. In amazement, Tang Nan witnessed the epic martial spirit displayed by the Vice Dean and felt deeply shocked. Xiao Wu, beside him, showed concern, hesitating as she looked at the battlefield. Her hands tightly clenched. Tang Nan noticed this scene and approached his sister, encouraging her, "Go ahead, sis. I'm here." Determined, Xiao Wu looked at her brother's smiling face and couldn't help but smile back. But she didn't forget to remind him, "You can't get hurt, or I'll get scolded by brother." After Xiao Wu promised, she headed to the battlefield alone. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, now a diamond bear, struck the giant ape with all his might, and Ning Rongrong quickly found the opportunity to enhance him. 7 treasures glazed tile. First is strength. With her assistance, Zhao Wujia's power reached the level of a spirit de law. In this moment, even Zhao Wujia felt surprised. The enhancement ability of the 7 treasures glazed tile was indeed terrifying. However, due to the overlevel enhancement, Ning Rongrong was nearly drained of her spirit power and experienced a brief dizziness. At this time, Tang San realized that just relying on his teacher's strike wouldn't be enough to take down the giant ape, so he immediately attacked from the side. Seeing Tang San's action, Ning Rongrong wanted to help, but Tang Nin stopped her. "Rongrong, you can't consume spirit power anymore." However, she didn't listen and exhausted all her strength to enhance Tang San. 7 treasures glazed tile. First is strength. Second is speed. After exhausting her spirit power, she fainted. One by one, "Why don't they listen to the doctor?" Tang Nin complained while treating her injuries. Just then, Zhao Wujia's full force strike, while Tang San distracted the giant ape, hit it squarely in the face. However, as the dust settled, the struck giant ape merely laughed at the giant bear before it and let out a roar that threatened to eliminate everyone present. The situation on the battlefield suddenly turned, catching Tang Nin off guard. The vial in his hand fell as he was momentarily dazed. At that moment, the giant ape suddenly turned and left. He had no time to ponder the reason and quickly returned to the battlefield with Oscar and the others. There, he learned the news he least wanted to hear. Back on the battlefield, Tang Nin quickly assessed their injuries and began treatment, while Tang San remained silent, only asking Oscar for more tofu. Tang Nan, noticing that his sister was absent, sought an explanation from his brother. "Bro, where's sis?" But his brother did not respond, focusing solely on eating. He turned to the others, only to find them silent and looking down. Tang Nin roughly guessed the situation, filled with doubt and unease. "No, I don't believe it." He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit, guilt and regret consuming him. But he could not dwell on this. He got up and continued to provide treatment to the others. However, his distracted demeanor caused concern among them. When Zhao Wuji planned to return to the academy to rest, Tang San swallowed the flying mushroom produced by Oscar's third soul skill. He apologized to everyone, saying he was going to find Xiao Wu. This statement also stirred Tang Nan, who regained his composure. While the others were still arguing about Tang San's departure, she quietly approached Oscar and pleaded, "Oscar, give me the mushroom." Oscar hesitated at this request, but seeing Tang Nan grip his arm tightly and the hopeful look in his eyes, he had no choice but to recite the soul incantation again. Flying together, true mushroom. Tang Nan took the mushroom and quickly swallowed it. The others only then noticed his action, and Zhao Wuji shouted, "Stop him," with wings sprouting from his back. Tang Nin immediately activated high-speed flight, chasing after his brother. He silently thought, "Sorry, teacher. I must take responsibility for my mistakes and apologize to you." His words were filled with determination and resolve. "Kektaruf, go faster." To increase his speed, Tang Nin channeled most of his soul power into the wings on his back, significantly boosting his speed. Finally, 3 minutes later, he caught Tang San just as he was about to fall. "Hey, I caught you. What are you doing? Go back." But he hadn't celebrated too soon. As his time was up, with the disappearance of his wings, the two fell into the forest. They rolled down, cushioned by branches and the barely formed blue-silver grass created by Tang Nan, managing to avoid serious internal injuries. "Ouch!" Tang Nan slowly stood up, holding his dizzy head. Before he could recover, Tang San stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve, scolding, "What are you doing here? It's dangerous, don't you know? What about you? Old bro, what's the difference between your state and mine? I'm going to find Xiao Wu. That's my sister too." As he roared, tears fell onto Tang San's hand, and Tang Nin pushed his brother's hand away, crying out his thoughts. Stop thinking about going off on your own. If something happens to you, what will sis think? What will dad think? Have you thought about that? Just what? Do you think you can solve everything? Look at your hand." Tang Nan grabbed his brother's hand, which was still dripping blood, and continued to shout, Look, what's the difference between your current state and seeking death?" Then he took out ointment from his pouch and was about to treat him. Don't refuse, do you hear me?" Tears dripped down, but his hands didn't stop. "You're crying." "I'm not." Tang Nin stubbornly wiped his face. Looking at the bandages on his hand, Tang San also realized that what he had just done was a bit too much for his younger brother. "Sorry, Nan. Don't tell me that. When we find Sis, you can tell her. MHM, definitely. Tang Nan, now calmed down, smiled again and extended his hand, signaling Tang San to help him up. Tang San grasped his hand and stood up again. Just as they were about to set off, a rustling sound came from the bushes on their right. A huge spider suddenly charged out, its body purple, with a human face on its abdomen that was particularly eye-catching. It was a face-devouring spider. Tang San instantly recognized the opponent before them and quickly urged Tang Nan to create distance, telling him not to engage. But the face-devouring spider roared and charged at them, shooting out webbing to block their path. Just as Tang Nan was about to tear through the web, Tang San hurriedly shouted, "It's poisonous. Don't get close." At that moment, the face-devouring spider had already come up behind them, extending its sharp legs to stab at them. The two brothers quickly dodged in opposite directions, surrounding the spider from both sides. The spider, realizing the situation, shifted its target to the panting Tang San and launched a fierce attack at him. Tang San used Tang Sek's secret technique to deflect the attack while binding the two front legs of the spider with blue silvergrass. Tang Nan followed suit, using blue silvergrass to entangle the spider. Huh, is it over? Seeing the spider no longer moving, the two didn't want to linger and turned to leave. However, seeing them relax their guard, the spider immediately secreted a large amount of venom onto its legs, quickly corroding the binding blue silvergrass, and then launched a new round of attacks at them. Quick dodge. As the older brother, Tang San sensed something was wrong and quickly pushed Tang Nan aside, while he himself was firmly stuck to the tree trunk by the sprayed web. Tang Nan hurried over to check. "Don't touch. It's poisonous." He turned back to find a face-devouring spider charging at him. "Bro, you hurry. I'll distract it first." Saying this, he ran toward the open area on the right. However, the face-devouring spider ignored him and slowly approached Tang San instead. Seeing the spider intent on devouring his older brother, a frantic Tang Nan remembered the handgun his master had given him. He immediately drew the gun from his waist and aimed it at the spider's eye. "Hey, look here." As he pulled the trigger, the gun spat fire, followed by the spider's wail. The bullet hit one of its eyes accurately, causing it to crash into the surrounding trees in pain, trying to relieve the agony. Finally, it turned towards Tang Nan, roaring and charging at him, waving its pincers. Seeing the plan succeed, Tang Nan immediately ran backward. Tang San was also struggling to break free from his restraints. But Tang Nan's stamina had already been depleted earlier, and the distance between them continued to close. Seizing the opportunity, the spider shot webbing and ensnared one of Tang Nan's feet. He stumbled, and by the time he got up, the spider was already right in front of him. With no time to cut through the web, Tang Nan activated his natural form, generating a thick barrier to hide himself within. The enraged spider wildly stabbed at the barrier with its front legs. At this moment, the freed Tang San saw the scene before him. Looking at the devastated blue silvergrass, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. "Beast, take this." He swung the Hao-Ian hammer and struck fiercely at the spider. Just then, he heard his brother's voice calling out, "Bro, I'm fine. Be careful." Hearing his brother's voice, his heart jolted. "You're okay?" "Of course. Why, don't you trust me?" Tang then leapt down to his brother's side, with clear signs of blue silvergrass bandaging on his right arm. "Is there any good plan now?" "Yes. Do you know how to use hidden weapons?" "Of course. You taught me." "Good. Here." Tang San handed Tang Nan the hidden weapons he carried. Seeing these weapons, Tang Nan understood his brother's plan. He gathered his spirit again. "Okay, let us go together." The two brothers moved in a crisscross pattern around the spider, quietly fixing the hidden weapons at each joint of its legs. After completing this, they used blue silvergrass to link the hidden weapons, suspending the spider in the air. They nervously observed the spider's movements, and once they confirmed safety, their tense spirits relaxed. However, a warning of physical overload followed, and the two brothers leaned on each other, barely standing. Just as they were about to leave, the spider launched another attack, ensnaring their legs with webbing and forcing them to the ground. Facing the spider's continuous attacks, they knew they had to put an end to it. Tang then replaced the bullets in his handgun with double rounds, while Tang San took out the Zhuge Divine crossbow. They shouted in unison, pulled the triggers, and the bolts and bullets ruthlessly shot towards the spider. After struggling for a moment, the spider stopped moving, its purple soul ring appearing. However, the joy of victory was overshadowed by their physical exhaustion, and they struggled to stand up, only to fall down again. Tang San looked at the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, and Tang Nan understood his intention, using the remaining soul power to pull Tang San towards the demon spider. Tang San entered the soul ring absorption phase, and Tang Nan took this opportunity to rest. A wave of fatigue hit him, and he realized that his right hand had turned purple, the poison spreading throughout his body. Initially, when he was dodging a stab, his right arm was hit, and to enhance his reflexes, he injected a strengthening serum to increase his heart's power in exchange for greater strength. Now, the poison was spreading at a visible speed, and he moved to a comfortable position, watching his brother absorb the soul ring while hearing Zhao Wujia's calls. He seemed to be at peace, smiling as he closed his eyes. So I'm already dead, am I? Remembering everything, Tang Nan calmly looked at the old man, watching him continue to fish by himself. Tang Nan sat down beside the old man and picked up a fishing rod to fish as well. Old man, let's have a chat. Oh, what shall we talk about? Anything will do. Chapter 13 Rebirth. At a tranquil lakeside, the environment was somewhat dim. An old man and a young man were leisurely fishing by the lake. The young man effortlessly cast his fishing rod, the line tracing a beautiful arc in the water. The old man remained calm beside him, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. Breaking the silence, the old man posed a question. Why did you choose to stay? The young man thought for a moment after hearing the question, then shrugged casually and replied, I don't know where to go, so I chose to stay and chat with you. The old man smiled at this, gazing at the lake, and sighed. Life will always have some regrets. How we view these regrets and how we let go of them requires us to spend a long time searching. He turned to the young man, Tang Nan, and asked, Do you have any regrets? Tang Nan fell into deep thought, recalling his past experiences, occasionally weighing the fishing rod in his hand. I don't know, Tang Nan said with a bitter smile. I feel quite satisfied with my life. However, the old man seemed to see through his heart and shook his head, indicating he was not satisfied with this answer. Suddenly, the old man snapped his fingers, and a door appeared behind Tang Nan. He smiled and said, Go in, there will be your answers inside. After you find the answers, come out and answer me a question. Tang Nan, puzzled, walked towards the door, which emitted a faint light through the crack. Grandpa, Tang Nan was just about to ask, but the old man's question reminded him of a voice he had heard at the church door. What will you do before death comes? He suddenly realized that the voice of the black dragon in his mind also seemed to be related to this old man. The door suddenly opened, and Tang Nan was pulled inside. A few minutes later, the door opened again, and a person who looked similar to Tang Nan, but more mature and carefree, walked out. He sat back in Tang Nan's place as if nothing had happened. The old man said nothing, merely gazing silently at the fish in the lake. After a while, the old man couldn't help but ask, How's it outside? The young man replied, Pretty good. It was handled perfectly. Now his companions just think he was too tired and fell asleep. The toxins in his body have been completely decomposed. The old man nodded upon hearing this. That's good. The young man gave a vigorous flick of the fishing rod, and a big fish was pulled out, tracing a beautiful arc. He caught the big fish and tossed it into a nearby basket. Then he looked towards the direction of the door. Do you care so much about this kid? I haven't even let you take action this time, and you acted on your own. The old man smiled in response. It's nothing. I just owe this little fellow a favor. Oh, really? The old man dismissed the young man's disdainful smile, continuing, Among the people I've encountered, their reactions upon knowing they're going to die, while varied, also have similarities. They either struggle in pain, unable to accept the impending reality, desperately seeking a way to survive, or plead with me, hoping I can save their lives, even threatening me for more chances at survival, or they face death calmly, accepting the cycle of their own disappearance. However, this person accepted death, but chose not to leave, instead staying by my side and chatting with me. As he spoke, the old man trembled. I haven't had a good chat with the young people of my clan in a long time. His words revealed a long-lost warmth and sentiment. Don't you have me? The young man elbowed the old man's shoulder. Then he changed the subject abruptly, coldly asking, Are you planning to let him inherit your power? The old man snorted as if he had expected this. Let's see how he performs. Suddenly, Tang Nan, who was groping in the dark, felt the surrounding light gradually intensifying, and he found himself in the midst of a battlefield. Soldiers on both sides wielded swords and knives, blood and flesh flying, and cries of anguish echoed. Tang Nan raised his hands in terror to shield himself, only to find arrows piercing through his body. At that moment, a soldier charged past him, launching an attack on the enemy. Tang Nan was deeply shocked. Is this what war is? The space began to accelerate, the scenes of battle unfolding at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was left with severed limbs and fallen soldiers from both sides, and vultures in the air prepared to feast. Tang Nan witnessed this war from an observer's perspective. Fearless soldiers shouted slogans like, For the homeland, as they charged at the enemy, while dying soldiers murmured the names of their families, and the defeated general knelt before the fallen soldiers on the battlefield during the retreat. Eventually, the battlefield returned to silence. Tang then wandered through the ravaged battlefield, and suddenly, he heard a faint cry for help. He focused his gaze and saw a hand reaching out from a mountain of corpses, waving desperately as if seeking assistance. Fortunately, his cry for help was answered. A person dressed in white with a hood appeared in his line of sight, noticing the waving arm, and quickly rescued the injured soldier from the pile of corpses. The man in white skillfully carried the injured soldier on his back and took him to the makeshift camp he had set up. Inside the camp, several soldiers from different factions had already received treatment. After placing the soldier down, the hooded figure quickly examined him and discovered a dislocated right arm. He handed the soldier a piece of bread, and while he was eating, suddenly pushed, pulled, pressed, and snapped the dislocated arm back into place. Startled, the soldier reached for his weapon, but at that moment, he was amazed to find that he could move his right hand again. The soldier knelt down in gratitude, and the hooded figure, accustomed to such reactions, helped him up and secured his right arm. He pointed to an empty space, indicating that the soldier should rest there. Then he shouldered his pack and plunged back into the silent battlefield. His medical skills were superb, and Tang Nan, who was watching from the side, was deeply captivated by his technique and couldn't help but follow in his footsteps. At that moment, time seemed to accelerate as he saw the hooded figure placing an injured person under a banyan tree. This injured person appeared to be a general. His armor was tattered, and although he had lost consciousness, he still tightly gripped his weapon. Seeing the blood continuously flowing from the soldier's forehead, he extended his right hand to the wound, and as he released his soul power, the bleeding gradually stopped. The general slightly opened his eyes, sensing someone in front of him, questioning who this person was while aiming his weapon at him. He was unwilling to accept help from a stranger. Watching the wounded soldier point a sword at him, the hooded figure raised his hands to indicate that he meant no harm, then removed his hood to reveal his face. His appearance was neat and capable, with short white hair and a prominent scar on his right cheek, along with mismatched red and blue eyes. Tang then found him somewhat familiar. He treated others with a gentle and kind demeanor, causing the general to recognize him and respectfully refer to him as a divine envoy. The general excitedly disarmed himself, expressing his highest respect. The hooded figure calmly explained, "Please allow me to clarify. I am not the divine envoy you speak of. I am merely a healer wandering the continent, and this is just a stop on my journey." He approached the general and continued to focus on examining his injuries. After carefully observing the wound, he said, "Please allow me to take another look. The injury is not severe. With a brief rest of about 3 days, you will recover completely." He then took out a tube of ointment from his medical kit and handed it to the general, explaining in detail how to use the medication and what to be cautious of during the recovery period. He earnestly advised, "Please take good care of yourself and avoid strenuous activities. If you feel any discomfort, just apply this ointment to the affected area." As the healer prepared to leave, the general inquired about his destination. He paused for a moment, his deep gaze fixed on the general's eyes, and replied, "I will go to where I am needed." Watching his benefactor leave, the general asked for his name. After thinking for a moment, the healer replied, "Nan, my name is Nan." Upon hearing this name, Tang Nan felt an overwhelming shock. He was stunned, momentarily speechless. The healer called out to him, "Are you surprised?" Tang then widened his eyes, looking at the healer, and incredulously asked, You can see me?" The healer smiled and nodded. Tang then took a deep breath and asked again, "Who exactly are you?" Hearing this question, the healer laughed even louder. He walked up to Tang Nan, bent down, gently poked his forehead with his finger, and then smiled, replying, "I am you. A part of you. Wait, I need to process this." Hearing this, Tang Nan clearly struggled to comprehend, turning in circles to digest the information, even bumping his head against the banyan tree in the process. Beside him, Nan watched with interest as Tang Nan's mind seemed to be on fire, realizing how cute he used to be. At this point, the healer couldn't help but chuckle and then said, "Time's up. You can leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to gradually fade away. Tang then felt confused, not understanding what this meant. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait. Clarify your words." Unfortunately, the healer only left him with a good luck, before completely disappearing. At that moment, the surroundings turned gray again, and a door appeared behind him. "Hey, Lovers, how long do you plan to keep this kid locked up?" The young man asked the old man beside him. "Once he figures it out, the space will open automatically." The old man calmly explained, "This space will show him his past, future, and the things that may happen in the present. If he gets too deep into it, then he's already dead." Hearing this, the young man gasped. "So that's why no one wants to learn from you." Not all. Lovers, appearing calm, turned his head, but in reality, his hand was nearly crushing the fishing rod. He was angry. The young man chuckled for a moment before quickly trying to change the topic. Lovas took the initiative to speak first. Hey, I actually never understood why they are unwilling to learn under me. Is it really that hard to pass? Have you ever taken on a disciple? No. Well, at least you have some self-awareness. You set the difficulty so high. Who can pass? Not everyone is as wooden as you. The young man's complaints hit the mark, causing Lovas to turn around with a frown again. The boss's dragon is like a child. Isn't that embarrassing? Hearing this, Lovas instantly became angry. I'm not old. If you calculate my age in your terms, I'm only 28. As soon as he said this, the scene fell into a grave silence, and neither of them spoke again, focusing on fishing. What else is hidden behind this door? Tang Nin stood in front of the door, feeling an indescribable unease rising within him. He hesitated, his hand hovering in the air, as if sensing that what lay behind the door was something he was unwilling to face. With a nervous heart, he pushed the door open, and as he passed through, the dark environment around him gradually brightened again. He discovered that this time he seemed to be in a bedroom, with the continuous shouts of vendors outside. The room was neatly arranged, and looking at the many medical books on the shelf, he began to anticipate what would happen next. A clear female voice caught his attention. Nan, you're back. A graceful young lady peeked out from behind the bookshelf. Her smooth golden hair reached her waist, her figure was slender, and she wore a simple white dress, exuding a reserved yet elegant aura. Opposite her, a man in a white coat and black top had just closed the door, unloaded the medical box from his waist, and upon hearing her question, gently replied, Yes, work is done. I'll take a break for now. He then approached the table and began to write. As he concentrated on writing, he was suddenly interrupted by a pair of hands covering his vision. Understanding her intent, the man gently removed the hands obscuring his view and looked up at her, who was pouting and glaring at him. Sorry, I need to finish this work quickly. How about we go out together later? His apologetic words did not earn her approval. She pinched his chubby face to express her dissatisfaction. The day before yesterday, you promised to try my new meat pie, but you ran off because of an emergency. Yesterday, you said you would accompany me shopping. But the moment I turned my head, you left with an urgent situation and vanished. What do you mean, Dr. Nan? Under her gentle smile, the man began to explain. Tang Nan also took a seat next to him and started eating melon seeds. The day before yesterday, there was no choice. The patient was in a life-threatening situation, and I had to rush back. The man spread his hands in helplessness, completely unaware of her change. Yesterday, Yang Lao suddenly contacted me, saying there was an urgent document that needed my attention, so I had to go back. At this moment, he finally sensed her killing intent, realizing that behind her smile was immense anger. Dr. Nan, I want to ask you. Just then, an assistant pushed the door open, looking at the document in his hand, wanting to ask the man how to resolve the situation. When he saw the scene before him, after a brief third of a second, he quickly said, Sorry to interrupt. I'll come back another time. He slammed the door shut, and the loud bang indicated he understood how bad the situation was. The pressure now shifted to the man as she increased the force of her grip on his face. At that moment, his survival instinct exploded, and he immediately took out 2 concert tickets from the desk drawer, waving them in front of her, successfully catching her attention, which allowed her to release her grip. She picked up the tickets and, upon closer inspection, found they were for a concert of her favorite band, instantly becoming ecstatic. Did you buy these? A gift from the Duke. He thought I would definitely like them. Great. Then let's head out now. I still have. The man pointed at the work in front of him, but before he could finish, he was shot a glare by the woman, who now had a short sword in her hand. What do you want to say? She traced the sword with her fingertip, smiling at the man. It's fine. Let's head out now. You go change clothes first. How about it, Your Highness? That's more like it. Saying this, she put away the short sword and happily ran to the back to change her clothes, leaving behind only the helpless man and Tang Nan, who was still eating melon seeds. How long are you going to watch? The man reminded the boy beside him. I can see you. This made Tang Nan feel a bit embarrassed, and he shyly scratched his head and stood up. Well, I didn't mean to see this scene. I was just looking for a way out. At that moment, the surrounding space froze. The man pointed to the door on Tang Nan's right side. That's the way to leave. Walk in, and you will find a way out. Now it was Tang Nan's turn to be confused. Faced with such a straightforward answer, he thought he would have to solve a riddle again. As he approached the door, the surrounding environment turned dark again. He wasn't wrong. Just when the man thought Tang Nan would leave like that, Tang Nan suddenly turned around and shouted that pretty sister, will I get to know her later? Hearing this question, the man covered his face with one hand and laughed heartily. Then he revealed a meaningful smile. Who knows? Suddenly, the door opened, and Tang Nan was sucked in. The man looked at the closed door and let out a light laugh, as if he had put down a heavy burden. He then went with his princess to listen to a concert. Ouch, that hurt. Because the unexpected door shadowed his hand, Tang Nan fell in a face-down position. At that moment, he rubbed his sore nose, glanced around, and suddenly felt that the surrounding environment was extremely familiar. Looking closely, isn't this my home? Suddenly, a rough and familiar voice came out. Yo, Xiaonan is back. Following the voice, Tang Hao was hammering an iron piece that he was forging. Seeing Tang Nan standing there in a daze without saying anything, Tang Hao temporarily set aside his work, took off his gloves, and walked over to him. At this moment, Tang Nan was still pondering the current situation, but unexpectedly, his father saw him silent and directly knocked his head. Little brat, what are you thinking about? Huh? Dad, are you calling me? If I don't call you, who else should I call? Is there a second son named Tang Nan? Seeing his son's unusual behavior, Tang Hao was also puzzled, but he attributed the problem to puberty. Have you been too absorbed in comics? No. Well, I might have stayed up too late reading at night. Tang Nan, who originally wanted to deny it, suddenly changed his mind for some reason. Oh, I need to tell Xiao San to supervise you later. Staying up late every day to watch these useless things won't get you anywhere. Understanding the reason, Tang Hao didn't say much and turned back to continue his work. What was wrong with me just now? Tang Nan felt something was off. He touched the surrounding furniture. Everything was so real, as if what he had just experienced was merely a fantasy about the future. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his brother. It seemed like they had some kind of agreement. So he hurriedly asked his father where his brother was. Xiao San, the little girl you invited back, is shopping at the market over there in town. Hearing this, Tang Nan stopped saying anything and honestly sat down to read the books on the table, patiently waiting for his brother's return. He didn't know how long had passed when happy voices from two people came from the doorway. They seemed to be discussing taking Tang Nan along tomorrow. When they pushed open the door, they placed all the novel items they had bought on the table. Wow, sister, you bought so much. Looking at all these things, Tang Nan felt a bit of admiration for his brother in an instant. At this moment, Tang San glanced at the time and hurriedly remembered the important matter. His mother would be back soon, so he rushed to wash the vegetables. Nan, you play with Xiao Wu for a while, he said, and then ran into the kitchen in a hurry. Tang Nan and Xiao Wu began to fiddle with the little trinkets on the table. At that moment, Tang Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt whenever he looked at sister Xiao Wu. He recalled that he hadn't done anything wrong to her in his previous memories. What he didn't know was that this was just the beginning of the trial. When he entered this space, he transitioned from being a witness to a participant. Now, his memories were gradually being replaced. If he didn't realize this, he would remain here for the rest of his life. This is also why so few people can pass the trial. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, signaling that someone had returned. Tang Nan got up and ran to open the door. They're here, they're here. When he opened the door, a gentle and intelligent woman appeared in his view. Seeing that it was Tang Nan who opened the door, she gently patted his little head and expressed her gratitude. In his memory, this person was his mother, but why do I feel strange? At that moment, a tear fell to the ground. Xiao Nan, why are you crying? I cried. It was only upon his mother's reminder that he realized he was already in tears. Did something happen? Were you wronged? Faced with his mother's anxious inquiries, Tang Nan was at a loss. He just stared blankly at his mother, who was worried about him. Mom, I'm Fine. He gently shook his head to indicate he hadn't been bullied. He smiled at his mother in front of him. Thank you, Mom. Suddenly, why are you saying thank you? His mother was amused by his words, but Mom is long gone. When Tang Nan trembled and said this, the surrounding space suddenly froze, and then gradually returned to the initial dark space. He succeeded, but he didn't know why the tears kept flowing. While he was crying for reasons unknown to him, he recalled everything, and the collision of memories caused him pain, making him kneel down. He held his head with both hands and cried out in agony. Meanwhile, outside the space, Luo and another person noticed the abnormality in the space. Oh, it seems your first disciple is coming. The young man smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this result. Luo remained unfazed. This is just the first level. If you cheat again next time, just see if I will punish you. As the creator of the space, Luo understood that the kid had modified the space just before Tang Nan was about to enter. This was why the first two scenes were viewed from a spectator's perspective. Realizing that the other party had noticed, the young man felt embarrassed. Sorry. Don't worry. There won't be a next time. You still want next time? Seeing Luo's right hand in an awkward position, the young man quickly slipped away. At this moment, the door to the space opened, and Tang Nan, looking haggard, walked out. The tear stains on his face had not yet faded, and he gazed blankly at the old man who was still fishing in front of him. Speak. What do you desire the most? A home. I want a complete home. Tang Nan answered loudly with his last bit of strength. Oh, I thought you would say power or knowledge. Luo was turned to look at Tang Nan, and his answer piqued his interest. So, are you willing to become my disciple? Faced with this sudden question, Tang Nan did not answer. He silently looked at the old man in front of him, who was full of interest and smiling. Then he replied, I refuse, and immediately fell heavily. At that moment, a ghostly flame caught him just in time. Oomph, you little brat. You have no reason to refuse my power. Luo was acknowledged the kid's vision. He began to chant an ancient incantation. Luo was, establish a contract here. As the ritual completed, a projection appeared on Tang Nan's left hand. With a wave of his hand, Tang Nan's entire body was enveloped in blue flames. A few minutes later, Tang Nan woke up, feeling completely relaxed. What is this? He noticed the pattern on his left hand. This is my mark, proof of being my disciple. Luo was his sudden explanation startled Tang Nan. You're that black dragon? That's me. But now you should wake up. Little guy, there are people waiting for you outside. See you next time. Hey, Tang Nan, wake up. Nan, can you hear me? Wake up. As the voices around him grew louder, when he opened his eyes again, he saw the worried expressions of everyone. You're okay, that's great. In an overwhelming surge of emotions, Xiao Wu and Tang San warmly embraced Tang Nan, the three of them closely connected, showcasing deep family ties. Feeling this sudden warmth, Tang Nan was initially a bit surprised, his gaze wandering between his brother and sister. But soon, he immersed himself in this warmth of home, his lips curling up into a relieved smile. I'm back, brother, sister, he said affectionately, his voice filled with the joy of returning home. Extra. Happy cooperation, Fanas. What on earth happened? Yang Hong followed Fanas back to the Shadow Guard office, where the piles of documents on the desk left him dumbfounded. Fanas pointed to the documents in front of him. This is the reason. Yang Hong sighed heavily, then stepped in as if facing death itself. While Yang Hong was busy handling work, the door suddenly burst open and the just-recovered Raven walked in. Commander, I'm back. Seeing Yang Hong working, Raven greeted him. Welcome back, handling documents, but since you're here. Seeing the savior had arrived, Yang Hong smiled and wanted to pass the work to him, but Fanas, who was supervising, interrupted him. Raven, you don't need to handle his affairs for now. Your body still needs more rest. Right, Yang Hong? Fanas turned to look, and with the conversation reaching this point, Yang Hong had no reason to avoid it. He forced a smile and continued. Yes, that's right. For now, you should go back to the intelligence hall. I will handle everything. Oh, understood. Then I'll head back first. Take care, Commander. In the end, Yang Hong reluctantly watched Raven leave, his eyes filled with reluctance. Take care, my good brother. Super quietly. His work continued until the afternoon of the next day. As dusk approached, Deputy Yi hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in, panting as he approached with a letter. This is an urgent situation report from the Star Do Great Forest. Hearing the deputy's words, Yang Hong quickly opened the letter, which read, a large number of personnel from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have appeared on the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, suspected of a significant personnel movement. A peerless dragon snake was discovered in the outer area. The ancient Titan giant ape, located in the center of the Star Do Great Forest, has left the forest's central area and is suspected to be moving towards the outer area. The reconnaissance team is following up. The Titan giant ape is moving towards the outer area for no reason. What could its intentions be? Yang Hong racked his brain to think about the Titan giant ape's motives, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. At that moment, the intelligence hall sent a notification that the negotiators from the Spirit Hall had been waiting in the conference hall for a long time. Okay, I understand. I will head over immediately. Yang Hong pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve his fatigue and then got up to head to the conference hall. In the conference hall, the relevant personnel from the intelligence hall were coordinating with the personnel from the Spirit Hall. Salas, as the representative of the Spirit Hall and a platinum bishop, was currently immersed in the magnificent scenery before him. His gaze followed the first to arrive, Fanas. From the moment she stepped into the hall, Salas was captivated by her elegant figure, unable to extricate himself. Mr. Salas, the commander has arrived. It was not until the reminder from Vice Officer Yi that the entranced Salas came to his senses, coughed lightly, tidied his appearance, and restored his dignified demeanor. With Yang Hong taking his seat, both sides began to discuss cooperation matters. Mr. Yang Hong, please allow me to reiterate our demands on behalf of the Spirit Hall. We hope to incorporate the Shadow Guard into the Spirit Hall's Special Operations Team to gather intelligence we need from across the continent. Esteemed Bishop Salas, regarding the affiliation of a Shadow Guard, I believe we have made our position clear in previous correspondence. The relationship between the Shadow Guard and the Spirit Hall is merely a cooperative one, not one of superior and subordinate. I hope you can clarify this. Your Excellency, you have a wealth of talent and great strength. Why not consider joining the Spirit Hall and contributing to the grand ambitions of the Pope? Please allow me to express my apologies. I personally tend to maintain a conservative and cautious attitude. In my view, the quality resources I possess should not be easily lost. I refuse any form of loss-making transaction. This is my principle and bottom line. Hearing the hidden meaning in the other party's words, Salas sneered coldly and clapped in agreement with Yang Hong's thoughts. Mr. Yang Hong, I have noticed that your words imply some doubt about us. Your attitude makes us feel slighted. I hope you can clearly express your viewpoint so that we can have a deeper exchange. Let me put it this way. We need to see your sincerity. If your side can demonstrate the strength that should be shown, perhaps I will consider your previous requests. Yang Hong smiled disdainfully at Salas, his gaze filled with provocation, eager to see how the other would react. Very well, Mr. Yang Hong, as you wish. Salas then displayed his powerful strength, releasing a pressure with a wave of his hand, causing everyone in the room to feel the weight of this force immediately. In the face of this sudden situation, both sides gripped their weapons tightly, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. In contrast, Yang Hong appeared extremely calm, casually playing with a coin, clearly oblivious to the tense atmosphere around him. Seeing this, Bishop Salas was filled with rage, believing Yang Hong's actions to be an insult. Just as he was about to mobilize his soul power to attack Yang Hong, a stronger pressure suddenly emerged, like a giant dragon overlooking the tiny humans below. The overwhelming sense of oppression made Bishop Salas shiver, and for a moment, the thought of fleeing flashed through his mind. However, the dignity of being a representative of the Spirit Hall made him discard that thought. He forced himself to remain calm, continually thinking of a solution. Observing the anxious Salas, Yang Hong understood that his goal had been achieved. He immediately withdrew his pressure and applauded Salas, saying, "Very good, Bishop Salas. It is clear that you are a man with great ideals." He then gestured for Salas to take a seat. The latter, still immersed in the shock just experienced, only returned to his seat after being reminded by his subordinates. Under Yang Hong's guidance, the intelligence personnel presented a document to Salas and his group. After a careful review, Salas's pupils clearly dilated, and his hands began to tremble. What is written on this? This document detailed the personnel configuration and material reserves of various important military facilities in the Tiando Empire. Yang Hong succinctly summarized the content of the document. Noticing Salas's panic, he turned to the entourage behind him and asked meaningfully, "Bishop Salas, what are your thoughts on this?" Emir Yang Hong, the real Bishop Salas, stepped out from the crowd. Smiling, he slightly bowed to Yang Hong and signaled for his substitute to leave. "Please allow me to express my apologies. I hope my subordinate's earlier actions did not offend you," he said respectfully. "The Shadow Guard has fully demonstrated its value, and I believe His Holiness would be willing to further cooperate with you all." After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to place a large bag of gold soul coins on the table. This is considered the reward for this mission and a deposit for the next. Seeing the other party so direct, Yang Hong let out a hearty laugh, took out a bottle of fine wine and a pair of wine glasses from the soul guide. "Should we celebrate this?" "Of course," Bishop Salas said as he raised his glass. "To the Spirit Hall, to the Spirit Hall." Gulp, gulp. "Huh, refreshing. Mr. Yang Hong, I look forward to raising our glasses again in Spirit City next time. Here's to you." As Bishop Salas was about to down the drink, a subordinate hurriedly rushed in and whispered an urgent report. After hearing the report, the joy on Bishop Salas's face gradually gave way to seriousness. He turned to Yang Hong and explained, "I apologize, Mr. Yang Hong, but our celebration needs to be postponed until next time." "What happened?" "Just a minor incident that I need to handle personally. You can manage the follow-up matters, right?" "Of course." Bishop Salas looked at his substitute, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder. "I'll leave it to you. Don't let me down." "Understood. Then I will take my leave first." After saying this, Bishop Salas led most of his men away from the Shadow Guard camp, leaving only a few personnel to continue negotiating related work. In the dead of night, after the cooperation matters were settled, Yang Hong returned to his office, feeling utterly exhausted, followed closely by Dr. Fanis. "You look quite tired," Fanis said with concern. "Don't interrupt. Cease." Yang Hong replied weakly, slumping in his chair, looking like a person utterly worn out. "If you really care about me, help me deal with the remaining work." "No." "Fine." Faced with Fanis's refusal, Yang Hong once again slumped over the desk, completely devoid of the confidence and calm he had during the negotiation. "By the way, how did you know the other party was a substitute?" Fannas asked, walking over to the window. Well, from the very beginning, when that guy easily released his soul power, I had some doubts. As the first under the Pope, the Platinum Bishop is the Pope's spokesperson, and his words and actions are closely related to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, no matter what provocation he faces, he wouldn't easily reveal all of his strength. However, his performance was unusually impulsive and overly ostentatious. Thus, I deduced that this was not the real Platinum Bishop. I see. So what is your opinion of this Platinum Bishop? With his abilities, he is fully qualified for this position. However, one thing worth noting is that this guy seems to be a lecher. What? Fanna seemed a bit puzzled. Whether it's the substitute or the real Platinum Bishop, their gazes often drift toward you from time to time. Even while drinking, they were watching you. Sister, you really are full of charm. What do you want to say? Fannas trembled, and the windowsill she was leaning against suddenly cracked. Nothing. Just feel that today's weather is particularly pleasant. Sensing the atmosphere was off, Yang Hong quickly changed the subject. Fannas no longer probed further and instead posed another question. The Titan Great Ape suddenly left the center of the forest. Do you have any guesses? I have no leads at the moment. According to reports, that Titan Great Ape seems to have moved to the outskirts without any warning. Wait, the outskirts? Yang Hong suddenly stood up, thinking of his disciples outside, and couldn't help but worry. Could this monkey be targeting them? It shouldn't be, as that giant ape, being a soul beast that has reached a 10,000-year level and is close to 100,000 years, has an overall consciousness closer to that of humans. Moreover, with the restraint of the giant serpent, it should not easily harm others, Fanasai calmly analyzed. However, we still need to explore what its motives are. The two frowned, clearly perplexed by this issue. At a certain moment, the storage device on Yang Hong's wrist emitted a faint blue light, the glow resembling a tranquil lake, bringing a sense of calm. Fanasai, with her keen observation, promptly captured this subtle change. She asked in a steady tone, "Is there something hidden in your storage device?" Reminded by Fanasai, Yang Hong also became aware of the anomaly of the storage device. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I remember not putting anything in." There was a hint of confusion and contemplation in his voice. Subsequently, Yang Hong began to carefully inspect the items inside the storage device, leaving no detail overlooked. Eventually, he discovered that the breath of death was emitting a strong light within the storage device. The light was like a meteor in the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. Faced with this phenomenon, both were somewhat confused, but they speculated that something might have happened on Tang Nan's side. Suddenly, the blue light emitted by the breath of death became even more piercing, followed by a dragon's roar that struck their souls. When they opened their eyes, they found that the breath of death had vanished without a trace. He has awakened. It seems that I was right. Yang Hong, your insight is not bad. I should set off now. With that, Yang Hong stood up, and a crack appeared behind him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unease, and his hand, gripping the chair, trembled. He'll be fine. I know. He took a deep breath and stepped into the crack. Chapter 14. The Gathering. Get up. It's time to eat. Hong Jun's boisterous voice woke Tang Nan, who was still in a dream. This was the second day after they finished their adventure in the Stardow Forest. Exhausted, Tang Nan was reluctant to get out of bed. At this moment, he just wanted to rest on the bed. Just as he turned over, preparing to fall back asleep, he heard Luowa's voice. "Young man, it's time to get up." Tang Nan barely opened one eye and, in a daze, seemed to see an old man calling him. Rubbing his eyes, when he opened them again, he found the old man's face was right next to his, which startled him into a scream, causing him to leap out of bed. Luo was, in his soul form, was also startled by his sudden shout and floated up. "You silly boy, are you still half asleep? Old man, who are you?" Luo was, feeling angry, directly tapped his head with a knock. "You little brat, did you forget your lifesaver after just one day?" "Who?" Ouch. Facing his forgetful disciple, the best way for the master to help him remember is to make him feel pain. So, an angry Luo was hit Tang Nan's head a few more times. After a while of commotion, Tang Nan finally remembered the identity of the person in front of him. "Old Lu." Upon hearing this, Luo was slowly raised his right fist, clearly displeased with this address. Seeing this, Tang Nan quickly changed his words. "Old Lu," or, "Forget it, let us go with this one." Luo was sighed helplessly and hurriedly interrupted his speech. Looking at the disheveled child in front of him, he even began to doubt if he had been crazy at the time. Just as Luo was about to speak, Ma Hongjun kicked open the door. "Nan, get up, it's time for the gathering." Hongjun's sudden arrival interrupted him, and seeing someone come to find Tang Nan, Luo was smiled wryly before disappearing, leaving Tang Nan in a daze. "Hello, little brother. Are you okay?" Hongjun waved his hand in front of Tang Nan, who was still dazed. "Oh, I'm Fina. Then let's go, it's time to eat. You're the last one. Don't rush so fast. Just as Tang Ning came back to his senses, he was being dragged out by Hong Jun. In the crowd at the door, only the older brother and Rong Rong were missing. When he asked everyone, no one knew their whereabouts. Tang Ning looked at his older sister, who seemed troubled, and wondered in his heart, his brother shouldn't be doing anything foolish, right? Perhaps. The group stepped into the commercial street of Suatuwa City, but witnessed a shocking scene at the snack street. Ning Rongrong and Tang San had arrived first and were enjoying the food. Tang Nin quickly glanced at where his older sister was, noticing she was gritting her teeth in anger, while Oscar on the other side looked pale. Seeing them arrive, Rongrong excitedly greeted them. Yet she didn't notice the subtle atmosphere at that moment. The atmosphere at the dining table was unusually heavy, perhaps due to the earlier incident or for some deeper reasons from before. The situation is not optimistic. It seems that the older brother has not noticed the change in Rongrong's emotions, which is precarious. At this moment, Tang Nan contemplated his brother's future for a few minutes and concluded, "Older brother, please take care." Just then, Ning Rongrong, who was hosting, announced an important matter to everyone. She hoped to partner with Tang San to purchase concealed weapon equipment for their sect. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu immediately understood, and the brief crisis was averted. However, when Ning Rongrong showcased the sample hidden weapon provided by Tang San, Xiao Wu's joyful expression instantly vanished, and she disappointedly said she needed some fresh air, leaving the table without caring about Tang San's inquiry. "Brother, you really dropped a bomb." Tang Nin hurriedly signaled his brother to comfort his sister. Watching his brother hurriedly leave the table, Tang Nin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Due to Tang San and Xiao Wu's sudden departure, the rest at the dining table did not move their chopsticks. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing were chatting happily, while Ning Rongrong was concerned about the dejected Oscar. In this atmosphere, two light bulbs quietly appeared. Ma Hong Jun angrily looked at the empty seat, unable to tolerate being a light bulb any longer. So he picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat, but found several pairs of chopsticks surrounding him. "What's going on?" Hong Jun asked in confusion. "People aren't all here yet. Don't think about eating first, fatty. If we don't eat, we'll starve." What are those two dawdling about? Hong Jun could no longer hold back, angrily leaving his seat to call them back. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps approached, and Xiao Wu rushed back, panting, "Something's wrong." "Fatty." In Principal Flanders' office, Flanders and Yang Hong were listening intently to Zhao Wujia's detailed report on this operation. After the report ended, Flanders' hand trembled uncontrollably while holding his tea. "Thank goodness, such a significant incident could ensure everyone is safe and sound. It's truly amazing," he exclaimed. "Indeed," everyone echoed. "How did Xiao Wu manage to escape?" Yang Hong asked curiously. "At that time, we were busy taking care of Tang San, who was absorbing the spirit ring, and the unconscious Tang Nan, so no one saw Xiao Wu's escape process. According to her, after the giant ape captured her, it did not harm her. While moving towards the center of the forest, suddenly a loud bull roar was heard, and the giant ape roared back at it, causing Xiao Wu to faint from shock. When she woke up, she found many soul beasts around her had also been stunned by the roar. So she took the opportunity to select suitable soul rings to absorb. Indeed, no one expected the Titan giant ape could allow her to return safely and successfully obtain her third soul ring. Yang Hong pretended to be surprised and shook his head. He had roughly understood the course of events and had a preliminary judgment of Xiao Wu's identity, but for the sake of caution, he did not disclose it. In fact, early yesterday morning, Yang Hong had descended into the forest through the crack and, after a search, found everyone. He did not approach to take a look, but quietly watched from the tree trunk. It was not until everyone had gathered and was ready to return that he quietly left. However, this was too bizarre. The call of a cow could actually scare away the ancient Titan giant ape. How is this even possible? Zhao Wujia's doubts about Xiao Wu's explanation remained. Just as they were arguing, a plain-looking scholar pushed open the door. "I can vouch for Xiao Wu. She did not lie." Seeing the inexplicable person speaking nonsense, Zhao Wujia was about to curse when he was stopped in time by Flander. "Stop it, old Zhao. This man is my friend, Tang San's teacher, the #1 scholar in the entire continent, Master Yu Xiaojiang." Hearing this, Zhao Wujia quickly apologized. The four of them sat awkwardly, and this atmosphere lasted for more than 10 minutes, during which only Flander and Yu Xiaojiang spoke riddles. Seeing the timid Zhao Wujia, he quickly asked what the master had just said. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang began to narrate the hidden ferocious beast, the 100,000 year soul beast, the azure bull python, lurking in the forest. The two were greatly shocked upon hearing this. At that moment, the commotion outside caught their attention. Ma Hongjun is poisoned. Half an hour ago. What happened? Is this poison from a face-devouring spider? When Tang Nan rushed over to check on Hongjun's condition, he recognized at a glance that Hongjun had been poisoned by the face-devouring spider's deadly venom. Without thinking too much, he instinctively reached back to fetch the antidote from his waist pouch. Where's my antidote? After fumbling for a while, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought it when he came out to eat. Looking at the poisoned and unconscious Ma Hongjun, Tang Nan could only use a small knife to make a small cut to let some of the toxic blood flow out, trying to slow down the spread of the toxin, and then he carried Hongjun back to the school. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed suit. By the time they returned to the school, the poison had already spread over half of Hongjun's body. So, Tang Nan quickly put him down and ran back to the infirmary with all his might. When he found the antidote that could delay the toxin and rushed back, he discovered that Hongjun was standing there as if nothing had happened. What is going on? After rubbing his eyes to confirm it was indeed Hongjun, Tang Nan was at a loss for words. He was completely confused, as if everything had not happened at all. What exactly happened? Just then, Dean Flander announced to everyone that they would be trained under the guidance of Yu Xiaojing. All right, little monsters, get ready for devilish training. In Tang Nan's impression, Master Yu Xiaojing was a scholar whose knowledge was on par with that of his master. His master described him as a madman intoxicated in the sea of knowledge. He was his brother's teacher and had a unique trick for soul master training. In the first class, Master took out a porcelain bowl and asked everyone to try to shatter it with their soul power. During the test, only Tang San and Xiaowu achieved the goal. When it was Tang Nan's turn, he remembered the trick his brother had just taught him. He took a deep breath. All right, here we go. He guided the soul power, condensed it in his hand, and then released it all at once. Puff! The bowl remained completely unmoved. Unwilling to accept this, Tang Nan wanted to try again. But Tang San stopped him in time. Don't rush, look. In no time, the porcelain bowl shattered into tiny pieces, piling up. This scene left the others dumbfounded. They couldn't help but exclaim, is this family all so monstrous? Following that, Master tailored training plans for them, based on their actual performance. Although it was quite different from what they had anticipated. Dai Mubai's training involved kneading dough, but with bowls as fragile as thin ice. Tang San's training was about building houses, but all tasks, including normal movement, had to be done using the newly acquired 8 spider lances. Zhu Zhuqing went into the water to catch fish, but had to wear training clothes that severely affected her movements. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were responsible for growing vegetables. But during this time, they needed to constantly seal the jars of pickled vegetables with soul power. Xiao was free to do as she pleased. Tang Nan was personally trained by his master, Yang Hong. Thus, the so-called devilish special training began. Chapter 15. Special Training Warm-Up, Don't Die. This was the last sentence from the instructor before the training began. As master arranged training plans for everyone, only Tang Nan had no arrangement. The master explained that he would be personally guided by his instructor, Yang Hong. In the afternoon, Yang Hong took Tang Nan to the back mountain of the academy. The dense woods blocked out the sun, bringing a moment of tranquility to those within. Master, what is my special training? Tang Nan looked at his master with anticipation. His expression showed he was full of enthusiasm for this special training. Do you really want to know? Yang Hong looked at his curious disciple with a meaningful smile. Seeing his master being mysterious, a phrase flashed through Tang Nan's mind. I have a bad feeling about this. Immediately after, Yang Hong threw a sword to Tang Nan. Catch it! Tang Nan hurriedly caught the sharp sword, and before he could react, Yang Hong said, defeat me to qualify. Before his words had finished, he charged at him. In an instant, he easily reached his disciple, snatched the sword sheath, and then held it to sweep at the still dazed disciple. Only then did Tang Nan realize that the training had begun. He quickly retreated a step, getting into position to face his master. Seeing his disciple getting into the zone, Yang Hong chuckled softly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where did he go? Tang Nan anxiously searched for the other S whereabouts and immediately activated his natural form to sense everything around him. There was nothing to the left, nothing to the right, and nothing behind him, so he must be above. With confidence, Tang Nan looked up and found Yang Hong diving down from the air. Clever. Yang Hong noticed he had been discovered and immediately threw the sword sheath at Tang Nan. Clang! Where did he go again? After Tang Nan deflected the sword sheath, he lost track of Yang Hong again. At this moment, he sensed something approaching from behind, so he swung his sword backward. It was Yang Hong trying to sneak attack him. He hit. Just when Tang Nan thought victory was assured, Yang Hong charged in as if ignoring the blade. The sword edge passing through him like a phantom. This is an afterimage. At this moment, Yang Hong stood behind Tang Nan and lightly tapped his head with the sword sheath. Your development and use of soul skills are good, but you rely too much on them. After saying this, Yang Hong grabbed one of Tang Nan's hands from behind and, using his waist strength, flung Tang Nan away. In pain, Tang Nan rolled several times before finally recovering his balance. Just as he was about to get up, Yang Hong's next wave of attacks followed closely behind, a kick sending Tang Nan flying once again. After being kicked, Tang Nan slammed into a large tree, causing a cracking sound as the tree trunk split apart. So painful. Master is serious about this. Once again getting up, Tang Nan covered his chest with one hand and wiped the blood from his mouth with the other. He then activated his first soul skill, entangling, generating a large amount of blue-silver grass around his master in an attempt to trap him. Watching the blue-silver grass continuously sprouting around him, Yang Hong leapt into the air, directly jumping out of the encirclement of the blue-silver grass, and then quickly approached Tang Nan, striking a kicking pose. Yes, this is a right kick. In an instant, Tang Nan predicted his opponent's attack method and quickly assumed a defensive stance. He stared intently at his opponent, not daring to let his guard down, because he knew that this opponent was not easy to deal with. Succeeded. After successfully misleading Tang Nan, Yang Hong's mouth curled up slightly as he quickly changed the kick to a knee strike, directly hitting Tang Nan's previously injured chest. Caught off guard, Tang Nan was hit again, and the pain made him frown. Following that, Yang Hong unleashed an elbow strike, hitting Tang Nan's waist. Don't die. Yang Hong showed that, and a powerful kick sent Tang Nan flying. The airborne Tang then traced an arc before heavily landing on the ground, rolling several times before he struggled to prop himself up with his sword. At this moment, his vision was filled with a sea of red. At the moment of hesitation, a surge of congealed blood suddenly erupted from Tang Nan's mouth. Looking at the blood covering his hands, he was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his master's actions. However, he knew very well that if he continued like this, his life would inevitably come to an end. Vidi. Tang Nan gritted his teeth and struggled to utter these three words. He understood that the only way to overcome the current predicament was to pull himself together. Yet, the pain in his body and the confusion in his heart made him feel an unprecedented exhaustion. But he knew he had no reason to back down. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, stood up straight with effort, and fixed his determined gaze ahead. Seeing that his disciple had not given up, Yang Hong smiled knowingly. He took on a stance for the final battle, preparing for the last strike. At this moment, Yang Hong noticed the faint mark appearing on his disciple's left hand, realizing that he had been aware of the overall situation. Therefore, he decided to take a risk. He gathered his offensive momentum and then unleashed a sharp sword energy aimed directly at Tang Nan. Faced with the incoming sword energy, Tang Nan's eyes grew even more resolute. Just as the collision was about to happen, suddenly, a voice rang in Tang Nan's ear. Do you want to live? When he came to his senses, he found himself back at the lakeside, with Master Lu still leisurely fishing beside him. How did I come back? Before he could finish his confusion, he was timely interrupted by Lu Wasi's fool. Stop overthinking. This place is your sea of souls, or you could call it the sea of spirit. You're not dead yet. Your consciousness was just pulled in here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wasi's raised his right hand and gently tapped Tang Nan's head. Listen, kid, if you want to live, you can't be soft-hearted. Don't be merciful to your master, got it? But he is my master after all. I can't. Faced with Master Lu's admonition, Tang Nan originally wanted to argue, but was distracted by another voice. Tang Nan, I need you. Huh? What's going on? He followed the voice and found a giant sword embedded in the earth. As he approached, he realized it was the same sword he had seen in his master's room. Are you calling me? He asked. The sword responded. Of course, I'm sorry to pull you in at such a tense moment. It then posed the question again. Do you want to live? Of course. Then hold me and pull me out. I will give you the strength to live. Meanwhile, Lu Wasi's observed silently. Following its instructions, Tang Nan grasped the sword hilt with both hands, trying to pull out, when a wave of despair surged from the crack, rushing towards him. What happened? Instantly, feelings of despair flooded into his mind like a tide. No, I must. He wanted to let go, but at that moment, his hands gripping the sword hilt felt as if they were glued, unable to break free. With no other choice, he decided to go all in. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, pull out. The great sword slowly began to be drawn out. Gradually, Tang Nan felt the suffocating sensation start to diminish. With a final effort, he pulled it out completely. As he succeeded, a name flashed in his mind. He couldn't help but utter it. Breath of death. Instantly, his consciousness was pulled back from the illusion, with a loud bang erupting. As the dust settled, Tang Nan was astonished to find the breath of death appearing before him. Surprisingly, his injuries seemed to have healed considerably. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, invigorated himself, gripped the breath of death tightly, and charged resolutely towards his master. Let us start the next round, master. At the same time, in Tang Nan's Sea of Spirit, Lu Wasis was watching everything unfold. Beside him sat a young man who looked strikingly similar to Tang Nan. He sighed in relief. Seems like my guidance is working well. Oomph. A little trick can only fool that little fool. Lu Wasis shot an annoyed glance. The young man's sudden action had almost disrupted his plans. According to my original plan, he should have waited until he grew a bit more. He can't handle the breath of death right now. You know that, right? How would you know unless you try? The young man pointed at the battle unfolding before them. At this moment, Tang Nan was wildly swinging the great sword in a haphazard attack against Yang Hong. Yang Hong, on the other hand, was effortlessly dodging the attacks and countering with precision. It was basically a one-sided crushing. The young man couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Forcing a laugh. It has seemed that way, haha. Lu Wasis sighed helplessly, complaining, you bastard. Hee, too slow. The power of your swings is too weak. Move your feet faster. While dodging Tang Nan's strikes, Yang Hong found opportunities to knock his disciple's head with the sword sheath to correct his movements. However, due to Tang Nan's innate physical issues, he struggled with this. In no time, Tang Nan was left bruised and battered. Tang Nan gasped for breath. The continuous beating made him start to calm down and think about the key to breaking the deadlock. My master must be predicting my attack patterns by observing my initial moves, if that's the case. With this thought, Tang Nan used blue silver grass to create an impenetrable barrier around Yang Hong, encasing him. Good idea. Trying to use this for a surprise attack? Yang Hong was quite pleased with his disciple's thought process. But this works for me too. Immediately, after locking onto Tang Nan's position with soul power, he unleashed 3 waves of sword energy towards him. Just as Tang Nan, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack, saw the assault, he hurriedly raised his sword to block. He managed to block the first wave, but then, as Tang Nan sighed in relief, the second wave followed closely, along with the third wave of sword energy. The gathered sword energy pushed Tang Nan back several meters. Watching this uneven battle, the young man observing in the Sea of Spirit couldn't help but feel worried. Aren't you going to help him? It's none of my business. Lu Wasis directly refused his request, even turning his head away. Clearly, he was still angry. No, the gap in strength is too great. Tang Nan lamented the disparity in power between the two sides. Meanwhile, Yang Hong easily sliced through the blue-silver grass and stepped out. It seems that the power that broken sword gave you is just like this. That broken sword? Hearing this, Lu Wasis' anger flared up instantly. You brat. How dare you say that? I didn't expect that to get him so riled up. Watching Lu Wasis get triggered, the young man couldn't help but chuckle. Just as Tang Nan was still contemplating how to attack, Master Lu's voice reached his ears. Hey kid, do you want to win? Master Lu? What do you mean? Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just answer me, do you want to? Lu Wasis' words left Tang Nan unsure of how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Wasis realized he was a bit too anxious. Calm down, he said again. Kid, do you trust me? I trust you, Master Lu. Good, relax your body, and leave the rest to me. Is that so? As Tang Nan gradually relaxed his body, in the next moment, white mist emanated from him, and his eyes turned a clear white. Feels pretty good. Taking control of the body, Lu Wasis moved his limbs slightly. From a distance, Yang Hong noticed his disciple's unusual state and realized that the provocation had succeeded. He continued to taunt in a mocking tone. Hey, are you still going to fight? Or do you need a break? Listening to this, Lu Wasis' expression darkened, the corners of his mouth curling up, filled with unspeakable anger. So you're the one who broke the sword? Otherwise, who else could it be? Yang Hong was about to continue speaking when the other party, adhering to the principle of acting rather than talking, charged at him with a sword, arriving in front of Yang Hong in an instant. Talkative, Luo was yelled angrily, as the breath of death in his hand drew a silver-white arc in the air, slashing towards Yang Hong. This strike caused a slight crack to appear in the protective soul power. If this commotion attracts Tang, San, and the others, it will be hard to explain. Facing the crack in the shield, Yang Hong paid no mind. On the contrary, he began to worry whether this would attract others. So, he started to chant a spell. The domain unfolded. In an instant, a simple domain enveloped the two of them, ensuring their activities would not affect the outside. With no worries behind him, Yang Hong could finally engage in a good fight. In the tranquil arena, Luo and Yang Hong stood facing each other, the tension in the air seemingly freezing time. Luo's brows revealed a disdainful expression, clearly questioning Yang Hong's actions. Perhaps out of pride, he coldly tossed the sword previously used by Tang Nan back to Yang Hong. Yang Hong caught the sword, a glimmer of a smile flashing in his eyes, and then assumed a standard combat stance. Is this fair? Yang Hong said lightly, with a hint of provocation and disdain in his tone. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and the tense atmosphere spread between the two. Luo's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly shouted, turning his hands, holding the sword around. Then, he held his breath, all his strength seeming to converge on the breath of death. Suddenly, he unleashed 3 silver sword energies towards Yang Hong in a swift attack. The trajectory of the sword energy carried an undeniable force, seemingly intent on completely overwhelming Yang Hong. Following that, Luo's movements flowed smoothly like clouds in water. He quickly adjusted his grip on the sword, switching to a forehand grip, and, using the cover of the previous sword energy, thrust directly at Yang Hong. Yang Hong, facing the incoming sword energy, showed no signs of panic. He wielded the sword with ease, deflecting each of the 3 sword energies one by one. However, just as he deflected the last sword energy, he realized Luo's true intention. At this moment, the two were nearly within arm's reach, and with no time to dodge, Yang Hong could only exert all his protective soul power to withstand Luo's thrust. At that moment, Luo suddenly changed his attack method. The sword that was originally poised to thrust spun around, converting into a slash with even more ferocity, aiming a fierce chop at Yang Hong's side. This strike carried astonishing power and speed, as if it aimed to cleave Yang Hong in two. Ice Radiance. With this strike, Yang Hong suffered significant damage. He quickly retreated to create distance, but Luo did not give him a moment to breathe, relentlessly pursuing him, and the two fell back into fierce combat. During the battle, Yang Hong seized the chance to intercept the breath of death, closing the distance, attempting to force Luo to drop his sword. However, Luo also took the opportunity to let go, dodging the attack, and simultaneously threw a punch that struck Yang Hong's face. In the brief moment when his opponent lost sight, Luo, relying on his exceptional boxing skills, executed a series of continuous moves that successfully forced Yang Hong to drop his weapon. Following that, he seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick that sent Yang Hong flying. While Yang Hong was still in the air, Luo took the moment to retrieve the breath of death and quickly rushed toward Yang Hong's landing spot. In midair, Yang Hong immediately gathered several missiles, launching them fiercely at Luo. However, facing the incoming missiles, Luo sneered, calmly wielding the breath of death, destroying them one by one. "Is that all?" he asked disdainfully. "Of course not," Yang Hong responded, and as he tightened his grip with his right hand, Luo suddenly found his feet bound by a restraining spell. Immediately afterward, a torrent of missiles rained down on him like a storm. Dust filled the air, and a dragon's roar emerged from within. Dragon's roar. At this moment, Luo charged at Yang Hong like a released arrow. With a loud boom, a large area of ground behind Yang Hong shattered instantly. However, the sword edge of the breath of death stopped just a few centimeters from Yang Hong's head. Why not strike down? Yang Hong provocatively looked at Luo over the breath of death. Clearly, he had anticipated this scene long ago. Seeing the cunning smile on his opponent's face, Luo silently turned the sword edge. Instantly, the shockwave generated from the sword's tip made it so Yang Hong could barely keep his eyes open. Behind him was a massive deep pit. He coldly pointed at himself and said, "If it weren't for this kid, I would have chopped you into pieces sooner or later." After saying this, he withdrew the breath of death, preparing to return control. However, a single sentence from the opponent left him in silence. "Still the same as before. That reassures me." Yang Hong sat down on the ground, his tone calm, but with a hint of relief. "You've worked hard these hundreds of years," Luo. "It's nothing. I'm used to it." Luo detached from Tang Nan's body, appearing in front of Yang Hong as his spiritual form. "Is sister okay?" At this moment, he looked like a white-haired youth, or perhaps this was how he appeared in their memories before they separated. His expression remained as cold as frost, but his eyes held a hint of compassion. "Well, the same as always. Can't win, can't argue, can't run." After saying this, he gently touched his forehead and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Then I'm relieved." "Ha!" Luo understood and laughed in response. Just then, the recovering Tang Nan lay weakly on the ground, his body feeling powerless, leaving him in a daze. He could only helplessly shout, "Master, Lu Yi, Help me. Chapter 16, Devil's Special Training. At noon, the sun shone across the land, golden rays illuminating everything, draping the world in a layer of golden brilliance. The sky was a deep blue, so blue it was intoxicating. Occasionally, a few white clouds drifted lazily by, like the pure guardians of the sky. The air under the sunlight seemed warm and sweet, with a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. In the distance, the mountains appeared even more majestic under the sunlight, while the nearby flowers, grass, and trees basked in the sun, full of life. The world at this moment is tranquil, with only the sound of a gentle breeze and the occasional chirping of birds. Everything seems so harmonious and beautiful. It is a refreshing noon that makes one feel the beauty and tranquility of life. Of course, except for one person. 1, 2, 3, I can't do it anymore. Master. No, keep practicing. Should we let him rest for a bit? Absolutely not. Merliage, Yang Hong's real name, is in this condition because you always let him slack off. Luo was scolded Yang Hong for his inaction while glaring fiercely at Tang Nan. I didn't say you could stop. Yes. 4, 5, 10 minutes ago. What? Master and Lu Yi are longtime friends? Upon hearing this, Tang Nan widened his eyes, looking at the two in disbelief. Faced with the two men who looked so different from each other, he skeptically questioned the master's explanation. Yes, Lu Yi and I are indeed life and death friends. Right, brother? Yang Hong smiled, confirming while nudging Luo was with his elbow. Luo was rolled his eyes in silence and replied through gritted teeth. Of course, we were comrades in the same team. This reckless guy has brought us a lot of trouble. Oh, what kind of person was Master before? After learning about Lu Yi and the Master's working relationship, Tang Nan's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned closer to ask the two. Well, let me think. Luo was looked at Tang Nan's eager eyes and revealed a sly smile. Seeing this, Yang Hong immediately called his disciple to rest and prepare for the next phase of training, then quietly pulled Luo aside. Hey, Luo, what do you want to say? I warn you not to talk nonsense. Yang Hong warned Luo in a threatening tone. However, Luo ignored him and turned to Tang Nan, shouting, Hey, young man. Before he could finish, Yang Hong hurriedly covered his mouth. Please don't do this. I only have one disciple. Don't make me lose my authority as a master. Yang Hong Blayadet. However, Luo paid no attention, stepping out from behind him and proposing his own condition. You can't stop me from speaking, but I have one condition. What condition? Yang Hong asked in confusion. I want full responsibility for this kid's combat training. Is that okay? Luo was asked. Of course. Yang Hong realized what he was saying and was taken aback. Looking at the surprised Yang Hong, Luo was speechless. What's wrong? Didn't you beat your disciple so harshly just to force me to take action? What's with this surprised expression now? He asked. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to propose it yourself. Yang Hong feigned calmness and cleared his throat, secretly thinking, I was only planning to start formal training after knocking him down. So you mean? Yang Hong Asket. Agreed. With a martial arts master like you, I can rest easy. The guilty Yang Hong quickly agreed. However, I want to ask what the reason is. Yang Hong asked again. I like it. Luo replied succinctly. Yang Hong was left speechless. Thus, after the friendly exchange between the two teachers, Luo with his undisputed authority, became Tang Nan's combat skills instructor. From then on, Luo began training Tang Nan. Start with 100 push-ups. After Lu Yi gave the order, Tang Nan barely managed to hold on for a while before collapsing on the ground. Get up. You've only completed 12. Luo's stern tone did not move Tang Nan, as the young man was already exhausted. I can't do it anymore. Lu Yi, let me rest for a bit. Tang Nan lay on the ground, struggling to raise a hand to signal his request. Reluctantly, Luo could only allow him a 5-minute break. This kid's physical fitness is really too poor. He was full of energy during the fight earlier, but now he can't even manage 10 push-ups? Facing Luo's complaints, Yang Hong had no words. At this moment, Luo suddenly thought of something, patted Yang Hong on the shoulder, and asked seriously, Is there any particularly steep mountain road around here? Yes. There is a mountain road called Devil's Path from here to Soto City. The road is rugged and fraught with danger. Upon mentioning this place, Yang Hong suddenly realized Luo's intention and slowly turned to him like a robot. You're not thinking of. Exactly, according to our previous training methods. We'll conduct comprehensive physical training for this kid. I disagree. Luo's suggestion was firmly rejected by an agitated Yang Hong. Do you know that Tang Nan is an ordinary person? Following our training methods could kill him. The emotionally stirred Yang Hong even forgot that Luo was now in a spiritual state. You know that this child has already brushed shoulders with death multiple times. If he continues to train like an ordinary person, then in the future, it would be no different from courting death. At this point, Luowa's emotions also became heated. Faced with Luowa's angry retort, Yang Hong was left speechless. What Luo said was indeed the predicament Tang Nan was currently facing. In terms of martial souls, he was already at a disadvantage. If he lost to others in physical fitness as well, then his future would truly be precarious. Yang Hong glanced at his disciple resting in the distance, filled with guilt. He turned around, faced Luo, and said heavily, "Then let us proceed with your suggestion." Moments later, Yang Hong led Tang Nan to the entrance of Devil's Path. "Master, what brings us here?" Tang Nan asked curiously. "Training. Next is your task." Yang Hong handed him a map and turned his back. "Your task today is to cross Devil's Path." "Understood, then I'll set off immediately," Tang Nan said with a relaxed expression, thinking to himself, "I thought it was something serious. What a false alarm." "Yang Hong, have you forgotten something?" Luowa's sharp gaze fixed on Yang Hong, seeing through his indecisive thoughts. Faced with Luowa's reminder, Yang Hong finally made up his mind. With a snap of his fingers, a set of clothing appeared before him. "Put this on." After Tang Nan changed into the clothing, he suddenly felt his body unusually heavy, as if he were carrying 10 kilograms of weight. This sudden change nearly made Tang Nan unable to stand. "This is weighted clothing. The current weight is 10 kilograms. Your task is to wear it while crossing Devil's Path. No time limit. Do you understand?" "Understood." Tang Nan sighed and staggered into Devil's Path. Watching the disciples' increasingly distant figure, the two passed through a crack to arrive at the top of a mountain, at which point Luo could no longer hold back and asked, "What are you hesitating about?" Luo's tone revealed anger and a hint of understanding. "I just feel it's too early." "Nonsense. Tell me what exactly is the relationship between you and this kid? Don't make it sound so mysterious." "He is just a friend of mine that I'm helping to take care of," Yang Hong said with a wry smile. "Let me guess. You owe him a big favor, and he entrusted you with his child while avoiding an attack, right?" "Ha ha, pretty much." Yang Hong caught out, smiled awkwardly, and then sat down to enjoy the beautiful scenery before him. In this world, human feelings and relationships are inevitable. Understanding this, Luo sat down beside him. "You still the same as before? I thought the advance mission would make you change a bit." As Luo looked at the azure sky, he broke into a relaxed smile and said, "Come tell me what you all have been doing lately, Malich." Tang Nan, walking on the Devil's Path, glanced at the map given by the master and then at the steep cliff ahead, falling into deep thought. Although he had heard the villagers mention the dangers of the Devil's Path, the actual level of peril exceeded his imagination. Watching the stones occasionally fall from above, Tang Nan swallowed hard and tentatively began to climb. At first, the steep rocks provided many footholds for him, but as the height increased, the surface became smoother, making the climb more difficult. The map given by the master should be correct, right? Dan Nan Wunda, looking at the map in his hand and then up at the steep cliff. His heart was filled with doubt. Although he had heard the villagers talk about the dangers of the Devil's Path, the actual level of danger was far beyond what he had imagined. Watching the stones fall from above, Tang Nan swallowed again, feeling anxious, but he still gathered his courage and tried to climb. Initially, the steep rocks provided many footholds, and he climbed cautiously, step by step. However, as he ascended, the rocks became increasingly smooth, making the climb more challenging. Tang Nan's strength gradually waned, and his breathing became rapid as he glanced at the ground far below, gasping. If he fell, he might end up bedridden for months. There was no turning back now. He had to grit his teeth and continue. Tang Nan exerted all his strength, digging his fingers into the crevices of the rocks, pushing against the cliff with his legs to seek stable support. His body trembled slightly, and sweat dripped down his cheeks. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the master hadn't said he couldn't use soul power. With that thought, he quickly used blue silvergrass to make a pair of gloves to increase friction. Hee, I'm really a genius. Just as Tang Nan was feeling pleased with himself, his right foot suddenly slipped, causing him to lose balance. He attempted to steady himself, but the place where his other foot was stepping couldn't support his weight, and the rock crumbled. With both feet off the ground, Tang Nan struggled for a while before he began to fall. Wow! As he watched the ground gradually become clearer, a panicked Tang Nan immediately tried to use blue silvergrass to save himself. He clearly underestimated his weight and the speed of his descent. The blue silvergrass snapped instantly under the force of gravity. "I'm going to die." Tang Nan was terrified and frantically waved his hands, trying to grab anything that could stop his fall. Just then, In his panic, he summoned the breath of death and saw a large sword appear before him. Without time to think, he tightly grasped the hilt and plunged it into the mountainside. As the blade penetrated deeper, sparks flew, reflecting his despair and struggle. His body finally stopped falling, allowing him to catch his breath. He nearly met his end. Once he regained his composure, Tang Nan continued to climb. This time, I need to be more careful. So, your original intention in establishing Shadow Guard was to roam freely on this continent? Yes, when I first arrived in this world, the situation was quite turbulent, with war raging everywhere. Due to the attacks from demons, the captain and the others entered a state of dormancy, leaving only me, a rookie, to lead them in search of a safe place. Although the power transition didn't affect me much, I was still alone and couldn't be too high profile. So, while I began to travel this continent, I would discreetly help the locals solve some troubles. Gradually, many homeless civilians sought refuge with me. So you took them in? Not really. I taught them knowledge, cleared out a safe area for them, and then left. That parting lasted 100 years. When I passed by there again, it had already developed into a village of considerable scale. They even carved a statue of me in the center of the village. Upon mentioning this, Yang Hong let out a hearty laugh. Stop bragging. Is there anything else? After that, I continued to travel, witnessing the rise of two great empires, the ascent of the Spirit Hall and the competition among three forces. During this time, rumors about me reached their high-ranking officials. At first, they only thought I was a soul master who liked to act heroically. However, as time passed, more and more people confirmed the feasibility of the rumors about me being a spirit beast. Thus, both empires organized forces to hunt me down. Those days were really tough. I found an opportunity to fake my death to escape a calamity, and during that time, I changed my appearance and set a rule for myself. Whenever all my friends from this life pass away, I would change to a completely new identity to start a new life. A few hundred years later, Fan has awakened, and after another decade, we took in a group of people who were homeless due to the war. Initially, I intended to do the same as before. However, I felt it was time for a change. So they became the original members of a Shadow Guard. Exactly. Yang Hong chuckled with satisfaction. I've been talking too much. It's your turn. How is it back home? Meanwhile, on the other side, oh my, I finally made it up. After much effort, Tang Nan finally reached the mountaintop. Before he could catch his breath, the setting sun informed him that time was running short. He glanced at the map in his hand and found that there was still about 2/3 of the way left. He cautiously adjusted his state, preparing to start descending, but suddenly slipped. Tang Nan exclaimed in shock, "Help." Then, he slid down the mountain as quickly as he could. Help! It seemed that hearing his disciples cry for help, Yang Hong asked Luo was beside him. Hey Luo, did you hear Xiao Nan's cry for help? Not at all. Oh, maybe it was just my imagination. Thinking he had imagined it, Yang Hong didn't delve deeper and quietly waited for old Lu's report. Let me think after you left. The world situation has maintained a delicate balance. This went on for over 100 years. Wait, over 100 years? Upon hearing this number, Yang Hong's surprise was apparent. The difference in the flow of time is too great. I can't answer that question. You'll have to ask your captain when he wakes up. Luo was interrupted, lightly tapped Yang Hong's head, and continued. After that, the clan confirmed the future heir, a girl. With the help of a certain idiot, the Dragon Clan merged with neighboring countries, and she naturally became a queen. That idiot. At this point, Luo was let out a cold laugh, leaving it ambiguous whether it was sarcasm or acknowledgement. And you? How did you get here? Me? I was brought here by an idiot. Just as Yang Hong was about to ask further, he was silenced by Luo's sharp gaze and the unsheathed breath of death. All right. No questions. Please put the sword away. Sensing the atmosphere, Yang Hong quickly calmed him down, which allowed Luo to retract the breath of death. Meanwhile, Tang Nan limped out from a thicket. Just a moment ago, he was using that sword to descend the mountain, and he was almost there when, in the blink of an eye, the sword he was holding suddenly disappeared, causing him to crash into the forest. Fortunately, the trees were thick enough that he was able to crawl out unharmed from the bushes. What the hell? Why did that big sword suddenly disappear? Confused, he summoned the breath of death again. No problem, huh? Unable to make sense of it. He could only continue to hurry along as he watched the moon gradually rise. However, by the time he arrived at Soto City, it was already early the next morning. Just as they reached the location, Yang Hong and Lu Huaxi emerged from the crack. Let me see, the first time was 12 hours, not bad. Looking at his exhausted disciple, Lu Huaxi did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, this kid's initial performance was much better than that of his master. He smiled slightly, and then resumed a serious expression. First, let's take a good rest. We have to continue tomorrow. Oh, what? Master Lu, we still have to go tomorrow? Of course, that's your training plan. Oh, right. Let me tell you, if tomorrow's time is slower than this, there will be a punishment. Lu Wasi warned with a meaningful smile. Before Tang Nan could ask for clarification, he returned to the sea of consciousness. At this moment, Tang Nan could only turn his gaze to his master, who gently shook his hand, then raised his thumbs with a smile. Keep it up. Don't. Thus, Tang Nan's devilish physical training officially began. Chapter 17. Acceptance of Results 1. As the old saying goes, the morning is the key to a day's plans. In the dawnlight, the sun slowly rose, casting warm and comfortable rays into the infirmary. Tang Nan, lying on the bed, gradually awakened from his sleep, his blurry eyes showing signs of fatigue as he rubbed his eyes and yawned. He quickly washed up, put on the specially prepared weighted clothing, and stepped out of the infirmary, embarking on the journey of the Devil's Path. Since Lu Wasi tailored a devilish training plan for Tang Nan, his daily routine had changed drastically. In the morning, he traversed the Devil's Path with weight. In the evening, he participated in intense soul battles. Late at night, he listened to Yang Hong's theoretical explanations. This had become Tang Nan's daily life. As time passed, days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. On the last day of training, Tang Nan was panting, wearing his weighted clothing, and arrived at the gates of Soto City before sunset. He eagerly asked Master Lu about his results. Master Lu, how did I do this time? 9 hours, barely acceptable, Lu Wasi replied. Completing the Devil's Path with 40 kilograms of weight in 9 hours. This young man's physique seems not as weak as imagined. Lu Wasi looked at the sweating Tang Nan, secretly surprised. He had originally thought this young man's physical quality would be poor, but he did not expect him to hold on. Master Lu, am I qualified? Tang Nan asked breathlessly, full of anticipation. Yes, I'll consider you qualified. Lu Wasi nodded and smiled. Woohoo, I am exhausted. Upon hearing that he passed the test, Tang Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but forgot that he hadn't taken off the weighted clothing, resulting in him directly falling over. What was I thinking when I picked this kid? Lu Wasi looked at Tang Nan's clumsy reaction, speechless, covering his face with his hand, doubting whether he was blind. All right, get up. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Wasi released the weight from the clothing. He patted Tang Nan on the head and said earnestly, now, take a good rest. In a few days, it will be time for your master to evaluate the results. Let your brother see you in a new light. Yes. A few days later, after a month of special training, everyone had made significant progress. To assess everyone's training results, the master prepared a special test. That morning, the master gathered everyone. All right, everyone, after this month of training, I believe you have all benefited greatly. Today, we will conduct a practical exercise to see what you have learned, the master said solemnly. In the tense atmosphere at the scene, Xiao Wu approached Tang Nan and curiously asked, Hey, Xiao Nan, where's your master? I haven't seen him these past few days. Master? Tang Nan thought for a moment and explained. He said he had something to attend to and wouldn't he be back for a few days. What's wrong, sis? Tang Nan looked at Xiao Wu with concern. Nothing, I just wanted to hear him finish the story he didn't complete, Xiao Wu said, smiling shyly. Meanwhile, on the commercial street of Soto City, a man dressed in peculiar attire attracted the attention of passersby. His stall was filled with various rare treasures, making it eye-catching. He shouted loudly, Come, take a look, take a look. Rare treasures are on sale at a low price. The man's voice was loud and resonant, echoing through the streets like gongs and drums, instantly attracting a crowd of passersby who stopped to watch. They gathered around, curiously eyeing the treasures on the stall. Among them, a lavishly dressed woman picked up a 5-pointed star pendant, her eyes revealing intense interest. She curiously asked, Hey boss, how much is this sparkling pendant that looks like a 5-pointed star? The man, seeing this, immediately responded enthusiastically, Wow, beautiful lady, you really have an eye for quality. This accessory is carved from the essence of celestial ore, making it highly collectible. I see a connection between us. So how about I let you have it for 50 gold soul coins? The woman responded without hesitation, Deal. Here's your money. Then she pointed to another treasure and asked, Boss, how much is this? Just like that, more and more pedestrians were drawn in, all inquiring about prices and purchasing their favorite treasures. Half an hour later, all the goods were sold out. Yi Qing looked at the clean stall and the large bag full of gold soul coins, respectfully thanking Uncle Yang. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your help. Without you, I really wouldn't know how to handle these goods, Yi Qing said sincerely, with a grateful smile on her face. Yang Hong smiled humbly. as if still savoring the joy of calling out to attract customers. No problem, it's nothing. On the contrary, I quite enjoyed it. He then curiously asked, by the way, why did you come here to set up a stall? Yi Qing showed a wry smile, scratching her head awkwardly. Well, our original commission was to escort the goods here. When we arrived at our destination and were ready to receive the final payment, we were told that the client had financial issues and couldn't pay in cash. Left with no choice, we had to select some goods as collateral. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong couldn't help but laugh. Unable to pay the final payment? That is quite a rare thing, he remarked. Yi Qing continued to explain, yeah, we were surprised too. What about Lei Hao and the others? Oh, they. Yi Qing replied, Lei Hao Nia and Su Xiao went to the Soul Fighting Arena to fight, while Yuan Wen went to buy books and purchase some items that Master Wei asked us to buy before we set off. Hearing this, Yang Hong smiled and said, young people are so energetic, always restless. He then looked at the time, realizing it was nearing noon. Remembering that he needed to assess his disciples' training results today, he quickly said, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave then. There is basically nothing left. Bye, Unchile Yang. Bye. After saying this, Yang Hong immediately slipped into a crack. Inside Shrek Academy, the first practical training match was between Tang San and Dai Mu Bai. At the beginning, both sides exchanged blows, but during the battle, Dai Mu Bai finally seized the opportunity to get close to Tang San, only to be firmly controlled by Tang San's instant third spirit skill, resulting in his defeat. Dai Mu Bai was careless. He didn't expect Xiao San's third spirit skill to be instant. Did he? I didn't see that coming. This thing is actually an instant spirit skill, Master said, patting his shoulders solemnly. Next time, remember to be more cautious. All right, the next match, Dai Mu Bai Xiao Wu, and Tang Nan versus Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing that he would be fighting his older brother, Tang Nan excitedly trembled with anticipation. Come on, brother. Ready. Go. With Master S command, Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu charged towards Tang San and the others like arrows. Seeing the two coming fiercely, the three immediately consumed flying mushrooms and successfully took off to avoid Dai Mu Bai's attack. Watching the opponents unable to fly up, Ma Hongjun instantly became arrogant. Hey, come hit me, big brother Dai. Saying this, he spewed out a line of phoenix fire towards Dai Mu Bai, forced to retreat under the flames. Dai Mu Bai could only curse and fall back. Damn it, you fatso. I'll make you pay when you come down. No need to wait for them to come down. Just go up, big brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive growing blue-silver vine suddenly appeared beneath Dai Mu Bai's feet, and he looked back to see that it was being controlled by Tang Nan. Here we go. Dai Mu Bai was overjoyed and stepped on the vine, charging towards Ma Hongjun and the others. Look at this. Seeing the continuously growing vine, Ma Hongjun immediately released phoenix fire to burn it. However, Dai Mu Bai would not let the opponent succeed and shot out the white tiger light wave to counter it. Don't even think about it. The difference in spirit power made it easy for the light wave to shatter Ma Hongjun's flames. There's no way out. Xiao San, help me. With no other choice, Ma Hongjun could only seek help from Tang San, but when he turned around, he found that Tang San had already been thrown out by Xiao Wu. What the hell? Ma Hongjun was dumbfounded at this scene, turning back to see Dai Mu Bai charging angrily closer. Let us retreat, Oscar. Ma Hongjun hurriedly called out to Oscar to speed away. But unexpectedly, Oscar, disheartened, pointed below. You should take a look at this. Ma Hongjun looked down following Oscar's finger and was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know when, but Tang Nan's blue-silver grass had already entangled their feet. Dumbfutso, D. As Dai Mu Bai approached them on the vine, with a smile full of anger. The two naturally received a thorough beating. Big brother, you really went too hard this time. Ma Hongjun cried out in pain, covering his swollen cheek. If you hadn't been so arrogant back then, big brother might have gone easier on you, Tang Nan comforted, helping him apply medicine. Just as everyone was preparing for the next test, Master S' furious shout shocked everyone present. Enough. Is this what the Shrek Academy prides itself on? He sternly questioned. After criticizing them, Master solemnly declared, I announce that none of you have passed this test. He then led everyone to the school gate. Arriving at the school gate, everyone looked at the 8 backpacks with their names on them, all puzzled. At this moment, Master explained, listen carefully. The next punishment is that you must carry these backpacks and cross the devil's path before evening. You cannot use spirit power along the way, and anyone who fails to arrive by evening will be expelled. But why do I and Zhu Qing also have to be punished? We didn't participate. Ning Rongrong asked excitedly while holding the backpack with her name on it. Master retorted, aren't you a part of this team? This question left Ning Rongrong speechless. When she saw Zhu Zhuqing silently pick up the backpack, she could only helplessly follow suit and embark on the journey. The Devil's Path was extremely dangerous, with steep roads, and everyone walked cautiously with each step. However, one person was the exception. Oh dear! Tang Nan walked easily along the Devil's Path, finding this mountain road familiar. Moreover, his current load was only 15 kilograms, which compared to the previous training intensity was almost effortless. Therefore, he did not hesitate to pull away from the main group by a considerable distance. Watching Tang Nan get farther away, a panting Ma Hongjun complained, "Ha, Xiao San, did your brother use spirit power? How could he run so fast?" To this, Tang San waved his hand, indicating he didn't know. Just as Tang Nan's group stepped onto the Devil's Path, Yang Hong hurriedly returned to the school. Upon learning that everyone was going to traverse the Devil's Path, he didn't show concern. On the contrary, he mysteriously asked Yu Xiaojiang, how much weight did you give Tang Nan? 15 kilograms. I think this weight is just right for him. Is that so? I think it's a bit too easy for him. Yang Hong's unexpected response left everyone confused. So, Yang Hong pretended to be mysterious and said, "We better go over early. There will be surprises." Chapter 18 Acceptance of Results 2, as several teachers were pulled by Yang Hong to arrive early at the foot of Soto City to wait. After about 2 hours of departure, Tang Nan appeared within their sight, carrying a backpack. Zhao Wuji complained, "Damn, is this kid cheating?" Not knowing how to ask, Flandre inquired, where are Tang Nan and Tang San?" "Oh, my brothers. Based on past experience, they should have come down the mountain by now. It should take about an hour to get here." "Down the mountain? What do you mean? Climbing the mountain? What's wrong? The normal route for the Devil's Road doesn't involve climbing." "Huh? After comparing the maps, they were astonished to find that the route Tang Nan took was nearly halved in distance, but the danger level had geometrically increased. The culprit, Luo, was, except for Yang Hong. The other teachers looked at Tang Nan in disbelief. "Tang Nan, I think you'd better explain. Are you sure you didn't use soul power?" Master asked solemnly, his sharp gaze making Tang Nan extremely uncomfortable. "Oh well." Flustered, Tang Nan nervously intertwined his hands, avoiding the master's gaze. At this moment, Yang Hong stepped in to explain for his disciple. "Don't be too nervous. After all, this kid practiced all this in just a month. Isn't it reasonable to achieve this result?" Yang Hong casually draped an arm over Zhao Wuji's shoulder as he explained. Hearing this explanation and recalling Yang Hong's earlier cryptic joke at noon, everything seemed to make sense, so the teachers did not pursue the matter further. They continued to stand at the entrance waiting for Tang San and the others, and they waited until near dusk when Tang San and his 7 companions, exhausted, collapsed at the entrance. The master smiled knowingly. "The goal is achieved. I think they should understand the importance of unity now." "Yeah, indeed. There are signs that the stones in the backpack have been moved. These little guys have really worked hard. Hey, Tang Nan, help them to the bathhouse for a wash." "Understood, Teacher Zhao." "Where to?" Tang Nan asked Zhao about the destination while carrying Tang San. "Well, just go there." Flandre was about to speak when Yang Hong immediately suggested, "I have a great place. Glorious years." Soto City's top-notch bathing center was just getting ready to open when they heard a loud bang. The store door was kicked open, startling everyone inside. Flandre and the others, with serious expressions, carried several unconscious individuals inside. Seeing the serious faces and the unconscious people on their backs, the staff hesitated to approach. Yang Hong cleared his throat and shouted, "Where's the boss? Come out." Hearing the calm tone, the manager cautiously poked his head out from under the counter. "I'm here," he said, hurriedly coming forward. "I'm not sure what brings you all to this little shop." The manager spoke weakly while trying to calm his trembling legs. "A big deal." Yang Hong pointed at the unconscious Tang San and his group. "Arrange a medicinal bath for them to recover well, and prepare some food and drinks. What do you think?" Okay, but about the money." Nervously, "Just put it on the Shrek Academy's account." "Hey, Yang, Flandre started to protest, but Yang Hong quickly covered his mouth. "Does that guest want to say something?" No, it's fine, go on." Waving his hand, "Oh, good, come over here and help take them to the bathroom." After the manager took Tang San and the others away, Yang Hong brought Flandre and Yu Xiaojiang to the lounge to wait. Only then did Yang Hong release his grip. As soon as he did, Flandre yelled angrily, "Are you trying to kill me, Yang? Come on, this is the best bathing center in Soto City. Isn't your educational philosophy to give the best to the students? But couldn't you choose something cheaper? Look at these prices." Flandre pointed at the sky-high prices on the menu. Selling the academy would be about right. He then turned his ire towards Xiaojiang. "And you, Xiaojiang, why didn't you stop him?" Calmly sipping a cup of tea, Yu Xiaojiang replied, "I was thinking the same thing." "Damn!" Flandre slammed the table in anger, but the next moment, boom, A large hole was suddenly blasted into the wall, and Zhu Zhuqing, wrapped in a bathrobe, stepped out, stepping on Ma Hongjun, with both hands carrying Dai Mubai and Oscar behind her, explaining to the bewildered teachers. They were peeking. Oh, not bad. Yang Hong clapped in approval at the scene, while Yu Xiaojing smiled and praised, "You've recovered quite well." Only Flandra was momentarily stunned, then cried out, "How much will this cost to repair?" "Don't worry, Flandra, my brother, there will always be a way." "Then why don't you give me some suggestions?" Facing Flandra's questioning, Yang Hong pointed out the window. "How about that?" Flandra followed his finger and saw the huge sign of the Soul Arena coming into view. "Now that's more like it." A few hours later, the recovered group gathered in the lounge, waiting for the master's next training arrangement. The master leisurely took a sip of tea and calmly announced the next training plan. The upcoming training plan has only one goal. Everyone must participate in the soul battle competition and accumulate 20,000 gold soul coins to repay the school's debts. Everyone fell silent at this announcement. Secondly, everyone must obtain a silver soul badge. Remember the graduation standards of the academy? Before 18, break through level 40 and obtain a silver soul badge. Everyone recalled this and understood the master's intention, their expressions growing heavy, seeing them prepare for the challenge. The master continued to outline the competition arrangements. Dai Mubai and Oscar as a team, Tang San and Xiao Wu as a team, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing as a team. Since Tang Nan was not participating in the 2-on-2 matches due to Yang Hong's earlier hint, Ma Hongjun and he would compete individually. A new training round began. Tonight, the Soul Arena was exceptionally lively, with the host passionately hyping up the atmosphere. Dear enthusiastic audience, I believe you just witnessed the amazing performance of the twin-winged White Tiger and are still craving more. If the evil spirit White Tiger had condensed a dazzling sword at the last moment to strike down its opponent, that would have been spectacular. The upcoming match will definitely ignite your blood. This is a duel between the bloodthirsty Iron Hand and the recently rising newcomer, Namu. This newcomer, Tang Namu, is not only cute in appearance, but also possesses incredibly flashy combat skills, which makes us anticipate his performance. We can't help but worry for Iron Hand, fearing he might accidentally scratch this little guy's face in the heat of battle. However, the intensity of the fight is often unrelated to the emotional entanglements between the competitors. Next, let us witness this smoke-filled confrontation. Now, let's welcome both competitors to the arena. On the preparation bench, Tang Nan is wrapping his hands with bandages. And at this moment, Louis C. makes his appearance. "Listen up, kid. This is your first match in front of your older siblings. Don't embarrass yourself, got it?" "Understood." "Don't worry, Master Liu, I won't lose." Tang then calmly responds to Louis C.'s concern upon seeing him. But this time he decides to add some difficulty. Louis C. suddenly shifts his tone and quickly seals Tang Nan's blue-silver grass martial soul, saying, "In the upcoming battle, you can only use Death's Breath. Don't think you can rely on your natural form. Understand?" "Got it, Master." After hearing Louis C.'s request, Tang Nan doesn't show much surprise. After all, this limitation is much easier than competing while wearing that weighted outfit. When the host announces for both sides to enter the arena, a prepared Tang Nan picks up Death's Breath, dons a half mask resembling a demon, and steps into the arena. As he walks into the center of the arena, his new look instantly ignites the atmosphere. It seems our newcomer also understands the terrifying presence of his opponent. But Iron Hand's ferocity is not something that a demon mask can compare to. The commentator's voice is loud and passionate, as if cheering for the fierce showdown about to unfold. Indeed, a tricky opponent, Tang Nan says while seriously assessing his opponent in front of him. Iron Hand, level 29 spirit power, specializes in tormenting opponents with cruel yet non-lethal attacks. This name is well known in the martial world, instilling fear in many. Tang Nan notices the visible scars on Iron Hand's right arm and his strong physique, understanding that this fierce battle is inevitable. The atmosphere in the arena grows increasingly tense, with the audience holding their breath in anticipation of the match's start. "Hey kid, clean your neck and get ready to die. You're done for." Iron Hand's sinister smile makes Tang San and the others watching outside the arena break into a cold sweat. "All right, no more talking. Competitors, take your positions." The referee's voice booms, piercing through the tense atmosphere. 3, 2, 1, start. In the midst of an intense match, as the host passionately announces the start, Iron Hand instantly becomes the focus of the arena. His muscles rapidly swell within moments, almost doubling in size. His martial soul manifests behind him, and his arms become enveloped in a deep black substance, as hard as steel. His eyes turn crimson, like a messenger from hell. As he roars at his opponent Tang Nan, "Go to hell. Iron Hand charges towards Tang Nan at an astonishing speed. Tang Nan raises his sword to defend. But at the critical moment, he can only block Iron Hand's claw strike. Following that, Iron Hand unleashes a flurry of attacks like a storm, leaving Tang Nan overwhelmed. Wow. We can see Iron Hand breaking his usual pattern and going straight into his martial soul enhancement right at the start, attacking the Namu competitor. Wow. It seems the Namu competitor completely didn't anticipate the opponent's explosive speed, although he managed to block the attack in time. He has now fallen into Iron Hand's rhythm of assault. The commentator excitedly remarks. Iron Hand's attack intensity keeps increasing, and Tang Nan gradually finds it hard to keep up with the pacing. Whenever he blocks an attack and tries to counterattack, the next moment Iron Hand's assault is already upon him. No good. I can't find an opportunity to counterattack, Tang Nan thinks anxiously. Not good. Iron Hand is a smart fighter. Tang Nan feels a sense of foreboding. Beside him, an anxious Xiao Wu quickly asks what is going on. Iron Hand is fully aware that Tang's weapon cannot match his own in close-range combat agility, so as long as he maintains a close distance, he can firmly control the initiative in the attack. Tang then tries to create distance, but Iron Hand is like a starving tiger, tightly clinging to him. With no opportunity in sight, Tang then is forced to choose an extreme method. I'm going for it, he shouts, swinging a heavy horizontal slash. This bold attack makes the audience sweat for him. Seeing this, Iron Hand secretly rejoices, finally can't hold back. He swiftly retreats to avoid the horizontal slash, and then closes in on Tang Nan, targeting his chest for an attack. First soul skill, Steel Break Flash. Iron Hand's smile grows even more sinister as he believes victory is assured and prepares to start torturing his opponent. However, at this critical moment, the claws aimed at Tang Nan's chest are blocked by a powerful protective spirit power. Got you. A strange light flashes in Tang Nan's eyes. He seizes the chance to set a trap, and Iron Hand immediately senses danger, looking up just in time to see Tang Nan's sword swinging fiercely towards his head. Frightened, he quickly steps back, narrowly avoiding the hit. Tang Nan also uses this opportunity to retreat, creating some distance from Iron Hand. Wow, what an impressive display. The Namu competitor chose a desperate attack to lure Iron Hand into a trap, but unfortunately, the quick-reacting Iron Hand dodged the attack, and both sides have once again created distance. The commentator highly praises the intensity of this match. The showdown between Iron Hand and Tang Nan grows increasingly tense, as both are searching for each other's flaws, striving to stand out in this contest. The outcome of the match will undoubtedly determine both of their fates. Who will emerge victorious in this match? Let us wait and see. Why? Just now I actually felt like I might die. Iron Hand, astonished, touches his neck, looking incredulously at the equally panting youth in front of him. This kid's weapon has issues. Iron Hand's gaze shifts to the pitch black sword. This kid hasn't activated his martial soul yet. Could that sword be his martial soul? It's possible. Just as Iron Hand contemplates whether to continue with an aggressive strategy, he suddenly notices blood dripping from his claw that pierced the opponent's chest. Realizing that the opponent has been injured, his tightly furrowed brow relaxes once again. With the blood continuously dripping, his fighting spirit is reignited, and he begins to lower his stance, preparing for a new round of attack. Meanwhile, Tang Nan is also analyzing his opponent. His martial soul should be one that hardens parts of his body, and he must release the hardened parts to harden again. If that's the case, it explains his overly excited retreat just now. If so, then there is a way. Just as Tang Nan is contemplating his countermeasures, he suddenly feels a pool of blood surging in his mouth and quickly swallows it back. It really was too risky. Tang Nan Feng Nun Zhang. Watching his opponent warily. Although he successfully escaped danger, Iron Hand's attack still injured his lung, making it hard for him to breathe as he places his hand over the wound, preparing to heal. And it is this very action that prompts Iron Hand to launch a new round of attack. Alright, we can see that Iron Hand seems to have changed his attack strategy, starting to circle around the Namu competitor continuously, with his speed like lightning. It's hard to imagine he is actually a power-type soul master. Let us see how the Namu competitor should respond. Damn, it's so fast. Tang Nan finds himself at a loss facing the current situation. Right now, he feels like a deer awaiting slaughter, trapped in a circle and unable to move. Whenever he tries to heal his wounds, Iron Hand would attack, and as soon as he senses something off, he immediately creates distance. This kind of tactic makes it difficult for Tang Nan to treat his injuries. It seems there is only one way left. He began to hold his breath and focus, constantly watching Iron Hand's movements. The group watching the match in the stands grew anxious as they saw Tang Nan in trouble. Brother, is he going to be okay? It's fine, Xiao Wu, he won't get hurt. This is trouble. Little brother, he's definitely going to lose. Stop with the sarcastic remarks, you fatso. Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. Why hasn't Tang Nin used his martial soul yet? Maybe it's what Elder Yang arranged? He arranged it? Compared to the students' chatter, the teacher's attitudes were clearly much calmer. This is trouble. Hey Lao Yang. Frank looked at Tang Nan, who was in trouble, and asked Yang Hong, is Tang Nin going to be okay? But when he saw Yang Hong calmly sipping tea beside him, he instantly became unhappy. You're still drinking? Your disciple is about to be beaten to death. You still have time to drink tea? It's fine. He won't die. And although Iron Hand's fighting style prevents Tang Nan from healing himself, such speed is also a considerable burden for him. Both sides are now waiting for an opportunity. Yang Hong leisurely explained as he took a sip. An opportunity. Frank repeatedly muttered this phrase, suddenly understanding what he meant. That's right. A moment of negligence. Found it. The moment Tang Nin noticed Iron Hand's speed suddenly slowed down, he rushed forward to launch a proactive attack. A series of slashes came in, and Iron Hand, who didn't dare to be careless, immediately used his second soul skill, Iron Posture, further increasing the already formidable strength of his hands. He then calmly received all the slashes. Clang, 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 clang. As the slashes continued to strike against Iron Hand's hard arms, his patience was wearing thin. He was itching to pierce the chest of the person in front of him. Finally, he found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's sword rebounded, he lunged forward with his single knife, aiming directly at the opponent's chest with a steel break flash. Iron Hand roared in excitement. Yang Hong in the stand smiled knowingly at this scene. The opportunity has come. Facing the incoming attack, Tang Nin sneered and bit the hook again. He then sidestepped to dodge the deadly steel break flash. The fierce claw strike only left a shallow wound on his body. And what awaited Iron Hand was Tang Nan's full force strike. Not good, it's another trap. Iron Hand, feeling something was off, wanted to retreat, but at that moment, Death's Breath had already built up its power. Seeing the slash rushing toward his forehead, Iron Hand, without time to think, immediately released the hardening of his arms with superhuman speed and transferred it to his head, which was precisely what Tang Nin wanted. Bang! When Death Breath struck Iron Hand's head, it produced a deafening sound, and then he was sent flying due to the enormous recoil. Just when the spectators thought the outcome was decided, unexpectedly, Tang Nan, who was empty-handed, had not suffered from the opponent's attack. Iron Hand stood motionless, randomly attacking around like a headless fly. It turned out that Tang Nin had attached his soul power to Death's Breath, transforming it from a sharp sword into a heavy hammer, delivering a blow that caused Iron Hand to suffer concussion. His brain is in chaos. Seize the opportunity. Dang Nan. Lu Wasi immediately reminded Tang Nan. Got it. Don't let his head stop. All right. Seizing the moment of confusion, Tang Nin launched a relentless attack on Iron Hand's head, igniting the audience in the stands. Go on, take him down like that. Hey, Iron Hand, counterattack, quickly. The shouts and curses echoed throughout the arena. Thud, 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 as Tang Nan's continuous attacks brought Iron Hand closer to the edge of the arena. Stubbornly, he tried to counterattack, but his dizziness and confusion made his attacks ineffective at stopping Tang Nan's assault, at most leaving a little blood on Tang Nan's face. With Tang Nan's final spinning kick, he sent Iron Hand flying out of the arena. The host, still feeling the excitement, announced the result of the match. The winner of this match is Nanmu. Let's cheer for him. I'm so tired. After the match, Tang Nin leaned against the wall, struggling to return to the preparation area. Not bad, kid. It seems I didn't teach you for nothing. Master Lu, let's not do something so thrilling next time. We'll talk about it next time. Lu Wasi directly refused his disciple's request, just as Tang Nan wanted to protest. Xiao had already flashed in front of him, carefully examining his injuries. Nan, are you okay? Is it serious? Sister, I'm fine. It's already healed. You can't be so reckless next time, understand? Got it, sister. Tang Nin smiled in response to his sister's concern. He then turned to his brother behind him and asked, Brother, how was my performance? After a brief moment of thought, Tang San replied with satisfaction, Not bad. Extra chapter, a day in Soto City. Due to the need to sell all the goods to obtain funds, the Lei Hao team decided to stay in Soto City for a few days. Considering that Lei Hao and Nia were both clueless about trading and had a tendency to get into trouble, Yi Qing allowed them to wander freely as long as they didn't cause any trouble, with the intention of maximizing everyone's utility. To prevent any accidents, Yi Qing had Su Xiao keep an eye on the two. Before letting them go, she specifically reminded Su Xiao, keep an eye on them, especially Lei Hao. Don't let him attract too much attention. Understood. After sending the three off, Yi Qing looked at the mountain of goods and felt a bit disheartened. All right, let me see. How long will it take to sell all this? But just as the curtain was lifted, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Looks like I came at just the right time. Do you need help, little girl? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing let out a long breath. Of course I need it. Lei Yang, on the streets of Soto City. So boring. What are we going to do, Lei Hao? Don't ask me. And why are you following me? You think I want to follow you? Yi Qing just said we should stick together. Damn, I forgot. Do you have any ideas? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously blurted out. Bar. Clothing store. Bar. What are you trying to do? That's inappropriate. Do you believe I'll tell Yi Qing and let her beat you up? TCH, small-minded. I'm just going to gather intel. What are you thinking? Besides, our dormitory's wardrobe is about to be stuffed full by you guys. No more buying. As if we haven't given you anything. I don't care. If you dare go to the bar, I'll dare to tie you up. Do you believe it? Come on, you little guy, with that tiny chain of yours. For a moment, the two began to argue fiercely over their destination, attracting a crowd of onlookers, guessing how this couple would proceed. Noticing the increasing crowd around them, Su Xiao, who had long been used to it, immediately took action. He gave him a chilling shock from behind. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, the two immediately stopped arguing, and he quickly pulled them away, leaving the spectators behind to gossip. The relationship is so messy. The three stopped at a corner. Just as they stopped, and before Su Xiao could speak, Lei Hao and Nia spoke up first. Su Xiao, what do you want to do? The two questioned Su Xiao simultaneously, then glared at each other like enemies. In order to have a good rest, Su Xiao pointed at the most eye-catching sign of the Soul Fighting Arena outside. How about we solve it with that? Half an hour later, at the Soul Fighting Arena, the battle ended in a crushing and dramatic manner under the astonished gaze of the host and all the spectators. No one expected this lazy person to win. In fact, until the last moment, everyone thought the opposite. Done. As Lei Hao casually brushed off the dust from his body, he left the competition stage without looking back, leaving the audience and the host dumbfounded. TCH, I thought he was really strong. 20 minutes earlier, just wait until Nia sees me knock you down. TCH, did you forget who trained to be at the bottom? Mockingjay is you. The two had just registered their personal information and immediately started arguing again, leaving Su Xiao to helplessly shake his head and explain to them that competition can't have a designated opponent. All matches are randomly assigned. The two were stunned to learn this. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed businessman walked out from the side shadows and bowed deeply in front of the three. The strange behavior left them puzzled. Who are you, uncle? Nia's question made the businessman, who was about to speak, choke up instantly. Cough, cough, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Kroll, one of the heads of the Soul Fighting Arena. I have a good business deal. I wonder if you're interested? Kroll smiled, his eyes revealing a strange glimmer, as if he could see through their hearts. What kind of business? Lei Hao's curiosity was piqued, but he remained cautious, secretly observing Kroll's movements. An opportunity that could make you rich for life. Kroll's tone was very sincere, even somewhat exaggerated. But Lei Hao felt that there was something hidden behind this statement. He instinctively placed his hand on the knife at his waist, and just as he was about to draw it, Su Xiao pressed his hand down from behind. What are you doing? Lei Hao questioned Su Xiao with his eyes. Don't rush, let's see. Su Xiao replied, then stepped forward to accept the other party's invitation. Following Kroll's footsteps, the three of them passed through the crowd and arrived at a secret room. Please come in, Kroll said as he pulled a candle on the wall. And after a series of gear sounds, a staircase leading underground appeared. Wow. After passing through the staircase, the three saw many elegantly dressed people discussing the earlier match enthusiastically. However, the information revealed in their words made the three realize something was off. Nia quietly asked Su Xiao, "Hey, something feels off here." In her words, she noticed that someone seemed to be watching them all the time. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can stir things up. It's still better to be careful and leave them something. Su Xiao zipped. Okay, here we are, everyone. Kroll led them to a waiting area. He began to introduce them. Welcome to the Soul Fighting Coliseum. Then Kroll showcased the opportunity he had mentioned. He pointed at a man who was currently showing off in the arena. If you defeat him, you'll get 5,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing the number 5,000, Lei Hao's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly stepped forward and shook Kroll's hand seriously, while the other two looked away in embarrassment. Is this true? Of course, as long as you defeat him. Any method? Yes, whether it's weapons or soul skills, as long as you can do it. All right, I'm in. Are you sure? This could be dangerous. Kroll emphasized the last sentence. But Lei Hao remained unfazed, showing no signs of fear on his face. Oh, then good luck, kid. Kroll simply wished him luck and sent him into the arena. As Lei Hao stepped into the arena, the audience and his opponent observed this seemingly out-of-place young man, hoping he could bring them some different entertainment. Seizing the host's atmosphere buildup, Lei Hao posed a question to his opponent. Bro, what are you fighting for? The opponent was clearly caught off guard by the question, and, after thinking for a long time without being able to come up with anything, he became furious and swung a heavy punch at Lei Hao's face. Wow, nice speed. You must practice well, big guy. Lei Hao easily dodged and continued to bombard the opponent with a series of irrelevant questions. Of course, the opponent completely ignored him afterwards. As the frequency of attacks increased, the audience could gradually only see the afterimages of the punches, and this series of attacks forced Lei Hao to gradually move towards the wall. But he was not harmed at all. So boring. Yawn, fully aware of the opponent's strength, Lei Hao had completely lost his motivation. To end the battle, he seized the opportunity to block the opponent's punch and delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's jaw, ending the fight in just 5 minutes. Afterward, Lei Hao left the scene feeling somewhat disappointed. Seriously, I thought he was strong. Back in the preparation area, Lei Hao immediately approached Kroll to claim his prize. All right, thank you for the prize. Rubbing hands, Kroll was dumbfounded by Lei Hao's effortless defeat of his opponent. Just as he was about to say something, he remembered Lei Hao's skill and quickly handed over the prize with both hands. Thanks. Lei Hao took the bag and politely thanked Kroll. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kroll's subordinates were already stirring. Just as Kroll raised his right hand to signal, Su Xiao and Lei Hao suddenly pulled him into the middle. Su Xiao said something in a low voice that made Kroll abandon the idea of making a move. If you don't want this place to be blown to the sky, then don't act rashly, Mr. Kroll, or should I call you Mr. Tada? He looked at the calm man in front of him in shock, his pupils dilating, indicating that Su Xiao was not wrong. He lowered his right hand, which was about to issue commands, and was then politely pushed away by the two. The exposed subordinates no longer hid and surrounded them from all sides. Lei Hao and the others immediately drew their weapons, and both sides began to confront each other. At this moment, Tada, having put on his clean glasses, no longer showed any signs of panic. He elegantly adjusted the frames of his glasses and arrogantly said, "Interesting. I wonder when you all discovered me. When you first invited us, your name was already a prominent figure on the black market's bounty list. Heh, thank you for the compliment." Now, with 2 claps, more guards arrived, some even at the Soul Emperor level. "You now have 2 choices. Either leave the money and work for me, or die here." Tada coldly presented his choices, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Oh, is that so? It seems Mr. Tada has forgotten my previous warning." "Nia, bang." With Nia's voice, the room instantly shook. At that moment, a subordinate covered in dust rushed in, looking disheveled, to report bad news. Not good. A strange circle of runes appeared in the center of the hall, and then the hall exploded. At this moment, the situation fell into a deadlock again. This is impossible. Even though his subordinates reported this news, Tada was furious but still refused to compromise. "It must be an illusion. Don't believe it. Our girl here has a bad temper, and if she's scared, she might blow this place to the ground." Lei Hao arrogantly pointed to Nia beside him, indicating that she was the culprit behind the recent explosion, then made an explosion gesture. Tada immediately looked at the girl next to him and saw her fingers waving continuously. Just then, another subordinate rushed in to report urgently, and strange symbols appeared around the hall. Upon hearing this news, Tada could only wave his hand to signal his subordinates to clear a path. Seeing the other side clear the way, the 3 of them walked over leisurely. When they reached the stairs where they came in, the 3 of them immediately took off running. As they left, Lei Hao mocked, "A bunch of big idiots scared to death by a harmless symbol. See you later." It turned out that this all happened earlier when the 3 followed Tada. Nia had quietly buried a stick of dynamite in the center of the hall amidst the crowd, and the symbol's only function was to ignite it. Damn it! Realizing he had been tricked, Tada was infuriated and shouted, "Catch them! Eliminate them!" On the streets of Soto City, "Master, take my brother over there." "Almost there. It's not far from here." At this moment, Tang Nan, who had just completed his trial, was carrying his brother while following the master to their destination. Meanwhile, a spectacular chase was unfolding just a few streets away. Lei Hao and the others, having sensed something was off, hurriedly packed up and ran wildly down the empty street, pursued relentlessly by Tada's subordinates like a tidal wave. "Wow, stupid Lei Hao. Why did you remind them at the end? Haha, you should have seen that guy's clenched teeth. It cracked me up. Shut up." Turn left into the corner 100 meters ahead. The 3 turned into an alley, but the pursuers immediately split up to encircle them from the sides. A thrilling chase unfolded again in the alley. Seeing they couldn't shake them off, The three had no choice but to return to another street. Not far ahead, they spotted a familiar figure. Let me see. The supplies are almost done. Yuan was checking everything on the shopping list and placing them into the soul guide device. We can almost meet up with Yi Qing. Hey, brother Yuan. This voice, it's Lei Hao. Hearing Lei Hao shout, Yuan looked toward the source of the voice. When he saw the crowd of people shouting behind Lei Hao, he could only avoid confrontation. As soon as Lei Hao and the others ran behind him, he immediately threw a punch that shattered a large area of the ground and then took off running. Although the pursuing soldiers were temporarily blocked, the ones flanking from both sides had already come in. Damn it, who did you provoke again? Well, it's a long story. Facing Yuan's sarcasm, Lei Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Su Xiao explained to Yuan, we encountered the local underground fighting arena's big boss at the Soul Fighting Arena. And then Lei Hao made a bet with him. Well, we had a bit of a conflict, and the other side got mad and chased us over. Cough, I see. Upon hearing this explanation, Yuan felt relieved. In his view, it was strange that the three of them together didn't get into trouble. But now there was no time to discuss responsibility. The pursuers were getting closer, and how to escape was the big problem. Just then, Yi Qing's voice suddenly reached their ears. Go to the intersection ahead. The four, receiving the order, wasted no time and immediately ran to the location Yi Qing indicated. As soon as they arrived, a circular magic array formed around them, and then the four quietly disappeared from the sight of the approaching pursuers. Where did they go? They can't have gone far. Find them. If we don't catch them, we won't have a good outcome. Seeing the four mysteriously disappear right in front of them, the pursuers immediately scattered to begin a thorough search. 5 kilometers outside Soto City. Ouch. My butt. Stop yelling. Nia, get off me quickly. Are you trying to crush me? Lei Hao and the others were teleported into the air by the magic array and then had a close encounter with the ground. Just as they were brushing off the dust from their clothes, Yi Qing appeared behind them with a big smile. Now, who will explain to me what exactly happened? Afterward, the three of them knelt on the ground like children caught doing something wrong and reported the reasons, except Lei Hao had a few bumps on his head. Oh, I see. I didn't expect the supervisor of the underground fighting arena to actively seek you out. Understanding the situation, Yi Qing didn't make it hard for the three and let them get up. However, she couldn't understand why Tada would come looking for them. Maybe it's because we falsified our strength when we filled out the information. After all, we reported that we were just at the level of entering the Soul Sect. Well, Su Xiao has a point, but there's no need to dwell on it now. Yuan clapped his hands, preparing to put this matter to rest. Everyone then set off on their way back. Hey, Sister Yi Qing, when did you learn short-distance teleportation? Oh, it was Uncle Yang who helped. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm deep within the Shadow Guard camp. Commander Lei was busy handling a mountain of paperwork. His gaze was firm and deep, as if he could see through everything. Deputy Yi stood beside him, holding a stack of documents ready to submit to the commander. Lei calmly took a sip of tea and began reviewing the documents. He was already accustomed to such work, but he maintained a high level of focus and dedication each time. He understood that, as the commander of the Shadow Guard camp, every decision he made concerned the safety of the entire camp. Finally, he finished all the work on his desk, stretched, and moved his muscles. Just then, Deputy Yi handed him a cup of freshly brewed tea, smiling as she said, Commander, this is new tea. It should taste good. Lei took the cup, took a sip, and praised, Thank you, this tea indeed tastes good. However, at that moment, a series of urgent knocks on the door broke the tranquility. A shadow guard from the intelligence department pushed the door open and nervously reported, Report, Commander, there is a task commission from the Spirit Hall. Hearing it was from the Spirit Hall, Deputy Yi quickly walked over to take the document. Her brows furrowed, clearly indicating that this task was not simple. Seeing Deputy Ye's expression, Lei asked with concern, What does it say? Deputy Yi handed the document to Lei and briefly described, This is a big trouble. The Spirit Hall hopes we can support the uprising army that is currently launching a rebellion in the Long Luo Kingdom within the Heaven Do Empire. Lei read the commission report carefully, his brows furrowing tighter. He knew this was not a simple task. The composition of the uprising army was complex, and the current situation in the kingdom also needed to be investigated. He looked up at Deputy Yi and inquired, Are there any teams available for action? Deputy Yi checked the report and replied, Currently, there are none. Most elite teams have already set out for various regions to conduct long-term reconnaissance missions. However, according to recent reports, Lei Hao's team is expected to arrive at the camp in a few days. Hearing the name Lei Hao, Lei couldn't help but chuckle. He patted the chair and said, Is it him again? This fool's luck is just too good. Forget it, let them handle it. Deputy Yi nodded to show he understood and added, I will inform them once they return. Then, Raven inquired about the recruitment of new soldiers. Deputy Yi reported that the number of recruits was currently low, as most spirit masters have been recruited by the two major empires. Hearing this, Raven thought for a moment and proposed an idea. There was no need to insist on those still in the wild. They could just get some from the Wuhuan Hall. He thought for a moment and added, go pick some new recruits from them. They are much easier to train than those old soldiers. Deputy Yi nodded to show he understood and immediately went to carry out the order. Next, Raven asked about the situation in the maintenance area. Deputy Yi replied, the situation is not optimistic. The large number of orders from the Wuhuan Hall has forced the masters to work against the clock to complete them. When I went over, the masters did not look good. They were quite angry. Raven sighed and said, they've worked hard. It's a special time and requires special responses. It's tough on them. Just as Raven was about to taste his new tea, a loud bang splashed tea all over his face. Deputy Yi quickly handed a handkerchief to the officer and then went to the window to observe the situation. After a brief judgment, they relaxed when they confirmed the noise came from the medical room. Deputy Yi anxiously asked, what happened over there with Dr. Fanis? Raven replied calmly, I think she probably got a bit too into her teaching and knocked down the wall with too much force. Hearing this, Deputy Yi couldn't help but be curious. Is that so? By the way, who is stronger, Sister Fa or Commander Yang? Upon hearing this question from the deputy, Raven couldn't help but shiver. He recalled witnessing Commander Yang being pulled by Dr. Fanas by the collar and beaten up, and he felt a bit apprehensive. But he still tried to remain calm and answered, well, I think it should be Miss Fanis. After all, a healer should win people over with virtue. Are you sure that idiom is used like that? He waved his hand, signaling Deputy Yi to get back to work. All right, stop digressing, continue working. Take this to the intelligence department. With Deputy Ye's departure, the office returned to silence. Raven picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and immersed himself back into the world of work. At that moment, a familiar guest arrived at the maintenance area. Yang Hong walked into the maintenance area cheerfully, calling out with a big smile, all right, old Wei, I'm here to see you. However, what greeted him was a heavy and swift flying hammer. Yang Hong quickly dodged the incoming hammer, which smashed into the wall, creating a large dent in the wall instantly. This scene left Yang Hong astonished, and he secretly thanked himself for dodging in time. He looked curiously at the busy Master Wei, wondering why this usually lazy old guy was so irritable today. He couldn't help but ask the nearby master, what's wrong with old Wei? Why is he so angry? The master looked up at him and explained helplessly, Master Wei has been working overtime for 3 consecutive days. His temper is a bit bad now. You'd better be careful and not provoke him. Saying this, the master continued with his work. Hearing the master's words, Yang Hong could only quietly approach him. Master Wei's muscular arms looked even more powerful under the sunlight, and every swing of the hammer was full of strength. The rhythmic sound of forging echoed in the maintenance area, as if telling of Master Wei's love and dedication to his work. Yang Hong stood quietly beside him, watching Master Wei work with full concentration. After a while, Old Wei finally noticed Yang Hong's presence. He gently set down the hammer and immersed the freshly forged weapon into the cold water beside him, producing a sizzling, cooling sound. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, revealing a tired yet determined expression. What wind brings you here, officer? Old Wei's tone contained a hint of unnoticeable questioning, as if blaming the unexpected guest for interrupting his work. Yang Hong certainly noticed the displeasure and knew how to respond. He smiled and took out a pair of exquisite gourd wine flasks from behind him. Raising them high, I came to find my old buddy for a drink. Upon hearing this and seeing the wine flasks in Yang Hong's hands, Old Wei's expression immediately softened. He put down his tools, walked briskly to a clean corner of the workshop, quickly cleared a space, and pointed to the empty area. Sit. The two enjoyed a brief break in that space, and as they drank, they began to chat. Old Wei, how's the progress of the work? Not bad. I could deliver on time. I didn't mean that. Yang Hong pointed to the spirit guide storage device on the workbench. How's the research on the spirit guide device going? Oh, that's nearly done. Thanks to the little guys, they always bring me some spirit guide devices unearthed from ancient ruins during missions. Thanks to them, I've basically understood the general structure of spirit guides. Once I finish this order, I'll start trying to replicate them. I don't want this craft to be lost. After saying this, Old Wei downed a gulp of wine and immediately felt refreshed. Refreshing. Just then, for some reason, Yang Hong quietly cast a soundproof barrier. Old Wei saw this and pretended to raise his wine cup as if to smash it, saying, what are you doing? Being so mysterious? It's nothing. There are too many people here, and some things are better if fewer people know. Look at what you're saying at this time. Instead of handling official business, you come here to slack off? Not at all. I just wanted to chat with you about some things. Yang Hong scratched his face awkwardly, clearly feeling caught. Do you think the Wuhuan Hall has any ulterior motives for suddenly ordering so many weapons? Huh. What ulterior motives could they have? They're preparing to start a war. Old Wei sneered. It's quite rare for you to ask such a question. Do you have any doubts? Yes, or maybe not. Yang Hong seemed to be caught in a contradiction. He couldn't see through the actions of the current pope of the Wuhuan Hall. After hesitating for a long time, he finally expressed his opinion. First of all, although the Star Luo Empire is currently in turmoil over the issue of the royal heir, its strong military strength is still not to be underestimated. The current emperor of the Tiando Empire, although aging, can still be considered a benevolent ruler. The entire empire is basically united as one. Even if the Wuhuan Hall has a large number of spirit masters, facing the two powerful empires at their peak is still a tough battle. So I'm very curious about what the Pope is hiding. Otherwise, the Wuhuan Hall would never prepare to launch a series of wars under the current tripartite stalemate. But didn't they send people to infiltrate the Tiando Empire early on? Isn't the one you used to treat as a granddaughter just that? Xiao Xue? Yes, she has successfully replaced Xue Qinghe and is gradually moving toward becoming the future heir. As he said this, Yang Hong suddenly clenched his fists. Even if Xiao Xue can succeed, but seeing the current emperor still in good health. According to the original plan, it would still take more than 10 years. He slammed the table hard, clearly a bit out of control. After composing himself, he continued. So I really don't understand why she would do this. It could very well turn all our previous plans into bubbles. After all, you were worried about your precious granddaughter, right? Old Wei looked at the slightly tired junior in front of him and directly exposed the lie. You were worried that the current pope's actions might render her years of hard work futile, and you don't want to see that little girl sad and in tears, right? Yang Hong didn't say anything. He just silently poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down in one go. Seeing this, Master Wei chuckled. Haha, you little brat. You're still too young. After being in the world for so long, you haven't changed at all. Old Wei, why was I recruited back then? Clearly, Lu Wasi was more suitable for the expedition team than I was. At this point, Yang Hong had already drunk too much and in a daze, expressed his thoughts before collapsing onto the table. Damn, there shouldn't be any wine in this world that can get us drunk, right? Seeing Yang Hong fall into a stupor, Old Wei hurriedly brought his nose close to the wine jar to sniff it. Why does this smell so familiar? Damn, you little brat. When did you sneak into my cellar and steal my wine? Master hasn't returned yet? Tang Nan waited for his master while looking at the sunset outside. As the sun gradually set, Tang Nan stood up again, left the counter, and began to tidy up. After their older brothers defeated the Soul Master team from the Tiando Royal Academy, the entire academy was preparing to relocate to the Royal Academy at the invitation of Senior Qin Ming. While packing, Tang Nan often felt a stabbing pain in the palm of his left hand from time to time, but it would soon go away. After a careful inspection, he didn't notice anything wrong, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After packing up most of his belongings, he went outdoors to begin his daily sword training. This was how old Lu explained it. As a doctor, having a good physique allows you to walk in any dangerous place, as the saying goes, walking to rivers and lakes. Later, old Lu talked for about 5 minutes, though the last 4 minutes were mostly about how legendary his sister was as a doctor. By the way, is there really a doctor who can take on 50 opponents? Thinking about this, Tang Nan couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. However, he was also very curious about old Lu's sister. He really wanted to meet her. I wonder who is stronger, her or Master. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the Shadow Guard, haha, Yan, I really can't believe you. If you can't handle your own strong liquor, don't force it. Fanas lectured Yang Hong, who was lying on the hospital bed with a headache. At that moment, Raven rushed into the medical room after receiving urgent news and quickly inquired about the situation. Sister Fa, what's wrong with Uncle Yang? It's nothing, just drank too much. Are you sure? Raven pointed to the big bump on Yang Hong's head. Oh, that? He brought it upon himself. He was caught stealing wine and got beaten up. At this moment, Yang Hong, who was almost sober from the alcohol, opened his eyes and said, Hey, Xiaolei, what do you need from me? Sir, you're awake? Are you okay? I'm fine, feeling like there's no major issue. Is there anything important to report? Yes, the Tiando Empire has sent a letter addressed specifically to you. What does it say? The Emperor of Tiando wishes to summon you. Chapter 20. Tiando Imperial Palace in order to participate in the Soul Master competition. All the students and teachers from Shrek Academy headed to the Tiando Royal Academy. At the same time, Yang Hong, also a teacher, received a summons from the Tiando royal family. Considering the complexity of the situation, Yang Hong had no excuse to refuse. So he took the opportunity to temporarily leave the main group with Tang, Nan under the pretense of an official duty to head to the Tiando Imperial Palace. The first reason for bringing Tang, Nan, was to broaden his horizons, and the second was to leave himself a way out. After passing through a rift, they successfully arrived in front of the palace. Yang Hong marveled at the magnificent Tiando Imperial Palace. As the heart of the empire, the palace was one of the most grand and spectacular buildings to date. Its exterior was solemn and majestic, composed of high walls interspersed with gold and stone, resembling a dignified and beautiful castle that fully displayed the authority of the empire. Inside the palace were grand and luxurious halls, palaces, and gardens, with every corner exuding a strong royal atmosphere. The scene before them left Tang Nan, who followed closely behind, in awe. For him, still only in his teens, these magnificent buildings were sights he had never seen before. How much money must have been spent to build all this? Just as Tang Nan was marveling, Yang Hong and his companion were blocked by dozens of royal guards clad in golden armor in front of the resplendent gate. The armor of the guards gleamed in the sunlight, as if each piece of metal represented the royal dignity and nobility. The captain of the guards, a burly man with a serious expression, issued a stern warning. Royal ground. Commoners are prohibited from approaching without permission. Those who defy this order will be executed without mercy. Faced with such a warning, Yang Hong showed no signs of fear. He smiled lightly, performed a courteous bow, and spoke clearly and firmly. Commoner Yang Hong is here to respond to His Highness's summons. As he spoke, he took out a letter bearing the royal seal from his bosom. Upon seeing Yang Hong's calm demeanor, along with the letter marked with the royal emblem, the captain of the guards was slightly taken aback. He then instructed his subordinates to report. While expressing his apologies to Yang Hong and Tang Nan, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Please forgive us. While waiting, Yang Hong engaged in casual conversation with the captain of the guards. He casually asked, with such tight security, has something serious happened in the palace? The captain clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he replied, that was a matter from several years ago. That assassin was audacious enough to attempt to assassinate His Majesty during a hunt, but fortunately, the crown prince noticed and thwarted his attempt. As he spoke, his emotions became very animated, as if that incident was still fresh in his memory. After receiving the summons, Yang Hong and Tang Nan were personally led by the captain of the guards to the palace hall. Along the way, they could see the grandeur and magnificence of the palace. The towering palace walls, exquisite carvings, and splendid buildings all showcased the royal dignity and nobility. At the same time, they also sensed the tight security measures inside the palace, with guards patrolling every corner to ensure the safety of the royal family. Yang Hong observed the distribution of guards while calculating in his mind that it seemed that incident had indeed heightened their vigilance. It appeared that the next action would require careful planning. At this moment, he glanced at his apprentice beside him, who was speechless in shock at everything before him. Yang Hong looked at his naive apprentice with a slight smile, thinking to himself, well, it's not my problem anyway. After passing through the imposing gate, the three finally stepped into the splendid hall of the palace. It was resplendent, like a fairyland, showcasing the royals' nobility and glory. Just as they steadied themselves, the burly captain of the guards quickly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, lowered his head, and respectfully saluted towards the front of the hall, his voice loud and firm. Your Majesty, the guests have been brought in. Following the direction of the captain's salute, they saw an elderly man sitting on the throne. He had kind brows and gentle eyes, wearing a warm smile, but his deep-set eyes revealed an undeniable authority. He waved his hand lightly, his voice calm, yet powerful. All right, you may withdraw. The captain of the guards respectfully responded with an understood, and then quickly rose and left the hall with swift strides. The old man is none other than the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor. He rules over this vast land and is deeply loved by the people. Though he has passed his 60th year, he remains spirited and exceptionally wise. He understands the hardships and responsibilities of governing a nation, which is why he always maintains humility and caution, while also being decisive. Under his rule, the country thrives, and the people live and work in peace. Your Majesty. Yang Hong immediately knelt on one knee to show his respect, and Tang Nan behind him quickly followed suit, kneeling and echoing his master. Your Majesty. His movements were careful and swift, fearing that his mistakes would embarrass his master. He glanced at Tang Nan's force-calm expression and couldn't help but smile slightly, gently stroking his beard, and said kindly, no need for formalities, please rise. Thank you. Your Majesty. The two responded in unison and then stood up. Yang Hong was the first to speak. May I ask what brings your majesty to summon me in person? Seeing the other party ask first, the Snowy Night Emperor got straight to the point. I hope you can take on the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this request, Yang Hong immediately realized whose idea this was and quickly began to decline. I apologize, your majesty, but I fear my abilities may not be suitable for the position of Grand Tutor. Please, your majesty, seek someone more capable. The emperor did not get angry upon hearing this. He calmly waved his hand and said, Mr. Yang, there is no need for such modesty. My son holds you in high regard and specifically hopes you will assist him. I ask that you consider it. As Yang Hong listened to this, he smiled, but explained with a hint of annoyance, Haha, His Royal Highness thinks too highly of me. I've only had one discussion with the Crown Prince. We haven't had much interaction since. The emperor slightly furrowed his brow at this, but maintained his smile. There is no need to push such modesty aside. Your reputation has long spread across the continent, and with your knowledge, I believe you can help the Crown Prince lead the empire towards a greater future. Your majesty flatters me. I've simply lived a long time and seen much, Yang Hong replied. This era should be led by the youth. Involvement from old fellows like me may be counterproductive. However, if your majesty is willing, I do have a suggestion. Oh, what is it? The emperor looked at Yang Hong with interest, as the proposal seemed to pique his curiosity. The head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Though he is young, he has already risen to the position of headmaster. He appears elegant and refined, yet his words convey a grand and majestic aura. I believe such a person would be more suitable for the position of Grand Tutor. And Yang Hong paused slightly. I believe he would definitely agree. Why do you say that? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, due to its martial soul, is inherently weak in combat power. As the sect leader, Ning Fengji would certainly seek a reliable ally for his sect. I ask, besides the Wuhuan Palace and the Xinghua Empire, who else could be his solid backing on this continent? Oh, why are you so sure Ning Fengji would agree? In his view, the Wuhuan Palace is too ostentatious, and the policies of the Xinghua Empire are exceedingly hostile towards outside sections. Therefore, if the Tiando Empire is willing to extend an olive branch, I believe Ning Fengji would certainly agree. After all, this is a win-win deal. After hearing Yang Hong's analysis, the Snowy Night Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Qing has said, Yang Hong is a rare talent. Indeed, it is only by seeing it with my own eyes that I understand everything Qing has said is true. Since Mr. Yang has provided me with a good proposal, I should offer some compensation. I wonder if you would be willing to be the Empire's honorary advisor. Your Majesty, I think I should have just Mr. Yang. Please do not put me in an awkward position. The Snowy Night Emperor squinted his eyes, still smiling, but with a hint of threat in his tone. Realizing that he would face consequences if he did not agree, Yang Hong had no choice but to concede. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. After bowing to the Emperor and preparing to leave, the Snowy Night Emperor suddenly said, There is no need for you to be in such a hurry. Qinghe wishes to see you. Why not stay a few more days? Yang Hong initially wanted to refuse, but upon reconsideration, it seemed like a good idea, so he readily agreed. In that case, I respectfully accept your command. As night gradually fell, the lights in the palace reflected the passage of time. After a sumptuous banquet, they followed the servant in charge of leading them to the residence of Xue Qinghe. The servant walked briskly, seemingly proud of the familiar surroundings, while the master and disciple admired the scenery of the palace, marveling at its unique atmosphere and details. Yang Hong's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he noticed the various flowers and plants along the way. Curiously, he asked, These flowers and plants are truly unique. Who has such refined taste to plant so many here? The servant beamed with pride and explained, These were personally planted by His Royal Highness. Whenever he has leisure time, he comes here to prune the flowers and plants. With the servant's guidance, they finally arrived at their destination. At this moment, Yang Hong gently held the servant's hand and cheerfully said, Leave the rest to me. You can go about your business. The servant nodded in agreement and respectfully withdrew. Yang Hong lightly knocked 3 times on the door, and suddenly a flurry of commotion came from inside. After a moment, the door slowly opened, revealing Xue Qinghe. His originally composed posture and the book in his hand seemed to conceal the earlier chaos. However, it was evident from his slightly disheveled clothing that he had been busy with other matters. Yang Hong looked at Xue Qinghe, a glimmer of playfulness in his eyes, and teased, Your Royal Highness is truly busy with affairs, even using your leisure time at night to study hard. I'm deeply impressed. Upon hearing Yang Hong's voice, Xue Qinghe immediately relaxed his guard, set down the book in his hand, stretched, and began to complain. If I had known it was Uncle Yang coming, I would have needed to do all this. It was at that moment he noticed Tang Nan following Yang Hong. Their gazes met in the air, and after a few seconds, they were both startled by each other. Xue Qinghe widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "What are you doing here?" Tang Nan also looked surprised, as if he had seen something incredible. Yang Hong stood by, playing the role of an onlooker, quietly observing their reactions. He secretly found it amusing, feeling that this encounter was indeed somewhat unexpected. However, he did not interrupt their conversation, choosing instead to watch the developments unfold. "Tang Nan, what are you doing here?" When these words floated from Xue Qinghe's mouth, a huge question mark instantly appeared in Tang Nan's mind. He blinked, filled with confusion. Isn't it natural for him to follow his master for learning? Why did the other party show such a surprised expression? Soon, Tang Nan's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you the crown prince?" Xue Qinghe's expression immediately became somewhat speechless, as if Tang Nan's question had caught him off guard. He pursed his lips and replied, "You're not exactly in a better position either." At this moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly thought of something, turned to Uncle Yang, and asked, "Uncle Yang, why didn't you notify me when you came over?" Yang Hong, hearing this, tilted his head with a puzzled expression and replied, "What? Didn't you see my letter? It was included with that summons." Xue Qinghe pressed on, "What letter?" Yang Hong scratched his head, trying to recall, then answered somewhat uncertainly, "Oh, was there one?" Meanwhile, in the Shadow Guard camp, Officer Yi hurriedly pushed open the door to the medical room and asked Dr. Farnas, who was filling out a medical report, "Dr. Farnas, do you know when Commander Yang will be back?" Farnas looked up, pondered for a moment, and replied, "It will probably take a few days." "Why?" Officer Yi, a bit nervous, said, "We found a letter that had fallen out among the documents, and it seems to be for the commander." Farnas glanced at the label on the envelope, then slowly gestured for the officer to place the letter on the table beside him. He reassured Officer Yi, "Don't worry, this letter is probably not a big deal. You can relax. By the way, please take this medicine to Raven and remind him to take it before bed. Understood?" After receiving the medicine, Officer Yi bid farewell to the doctor, saying, "Understood," by Dr. Farnas. Farnas smiled and nodded, watching Officer Yi leave. She secretly sighed, "Young people are really great." Then she continued to focus on her work. How sad. Xue Qinghe, realizing that the letter he painstakingly wrote hadn't been received, pouted angrily by the window. Yang Hong, well aware of Xue Qinghe's feelings, dismissed Tang Nan and walked over to him, showing an apologetic smile. He gently patted Xue Qinghe's shoulder and said softly, "All right, don't be sad. I know you want to go out and play. Once I finish my work, I'll find a reason to take you out for a stroll." Xue Qinghe originally wanted to hold back his pride, but upon hearing Yang Hong's words, his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. He turned his head to avoid letting Yang Hong see him cry, but Yang Hong still caught it. Yang Hong's heart softened. He knew Xue Qinghe was a kind and sensitive child who needed not just comfort, but also understanding and companionship. So, Yang Hong deliberately pretended to be indifferent and began counting down 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, at the last moment, Xue Qinghe grabbed his hand, his voice laced with a hint of a pout and pleading, "No, Uncle Yang, I was wrong, please take me out." Seeing the glimmering tears in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Yang Hong's heart melted, and he quickly reassured him, all right, my little darling, don't cry. Once I settle down, I will definitely take you out to play, okay?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's face, which was about to cry, instantly broke into a smile. He hugged Yang Hong's arm and said playfully, "Uncle Yang, you are the best." Yang Hong helplessly shook his arm, reminding him, "Ahem, pay attention to your image. You are the prince of the Tian Do Empire now." Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's mood dropped again. He released his grip on Yang Hong's arm and looked out the window, asking, "How much longer do I have to stay here?" Yang Hong sighed gently and replied, "Probably another 10 years. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment and confusion flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. He continued to ask, "Does he know about this?" Yang Hong paused for a moment before answering, "He doesn't know now, but he will know in the future." Xue Qinghe asked again, "Will he become our enemy?" Yang Hong shook his head, "I don't know." Xue Qinghe then asked, "Will he become our ally?" Yang Hong shook his head again, "I don't know." Xue Qinghe took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. He finally asked one last question, "Will we succeed?" Yang Hong paused for a moment, then firmly patted his shoulder and encouraged, "We will definitely. We will not fail. I promise." Chapter 21. Hello, my name is Xiao Xue. As the first gentle rays of sunlight penetrated the curtains, it softly awakened Tang Nan. He slowly opened his eyes from a deep and sweet dream, realizing that today was the second day since he arrived here. He lazily stretched and smiled contentedly. His sleep was really comfortable. Dang Nan Sai. Just as Tang Nan was about to sink back into dreamland for another nap, Luo was suddenly appeared at his bedside. The stern master had no extra words and directly struck Tang Nan's side with a precise chop. What are you sleeping for? Get up. Luo's voice, though deep, was filled with undeniable authority. The sudden pain jolted Tang Nan awake, and he flipped out of bed like a bullet, only to unexpectedly fall to the floor. Slacking off is not a habit that should belong to my disciple, Luo was said sternly, looking at the disheveled Tang Nan. Tang Nan, who had fallen from the bed, rubbed his sore side with one hand while holding the bed with the other, his face displaying an innocent expression as he retorted, "But Master Lu, didn't you say yesterday that today we could rest?" Hearing this, Luo was slightly taken aback and began to recall. Half a second later, he remembered indeed saying that yesterday, making the situation awkward. Realizing his mistake, Luo was cleared his throat heavily, tried to maintain a neutral expression as he said, "This will not happen again. Lazing around is not a good habit. You could use this time to do something else." After speaking, he turned and returned to the sea of consciousness, not giving Tang Nan any chance to retort. Meanwhile, the roommates in the sea of consciousness had already burst into laughter, and when they saw Luo was smiling and preparing to draw his sword, they immediately fled. Tang Nan, forced to get up, opened the half-open window and gazed into the distance, starting to think about what to do. "Master, do you have any ideas?" Noticing there was no response, Tang Nan turned around and looked around the room, realizing there seemed to be no trace of his master. "Hey, where's master?" Unbeknownst to Tang Nan, while he was still sleeping, Yang Hong had already gotten up and set off to meet the emperor for breakfast. "Tian-do Empire Palace, Mr. Yang Hong. Is this breakfast to your taste?" the emperor asked with a smile. Yang Hong put down his chopsticks and gently nodded, expressing his gratitude. "This can be considered the most lavish meal I've ever had in my life." The emperor laughed heartily. "Ha, ha, ha. Mr. Yang Hong, you are too polite. You are a distinguished guest of the empire. There will be many opportunities to enjoy fine food together in the future." Then, the emperor changed the subject, "By the way, where's your young disciple? I haven't seen him." Yang Hong smiled slightly. "Oh, he is still sleeping. It's fine. He has prepared some dry rations. So he went to go hungry." The emperor frowned slightly. "That one do. Since he is here as a guest, how can we let him eat dry rations? I'll send someone to deliver some food to him right away." "Your Majesty," the prince suddenly interjected, "why don't I send someone to handle this matter?" The emperor thought for a moment and replied, "That makes sense. Then I'll trouble you." The prince respectfully responded, "Thank you, father." He then turned to a nearby attendant and said, "Go prepare some exquisite snacks and hot drinks to send to my residence for his little disciple." The attendant nodded in acknowledgement and immediately left. The prince turned back and said to Yang Hong, "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll make arrangements." Yang Hong smiled and nodded in gratitude. Before long, the prince returned and continued to have breakfast with Yang Hong. After finishing the meal, the emperor suggested, "Sir, would you like to accompany me to review the army?" Yang Hong answered without hesitation, "Since your majesty has said so, I have no reason to refuse." "Your majesty, please." Thus, the emperor took Yang Hong to the military camp. In the barracks, the emperor asked Yang Hong, "Sir, what do you think of this army?" Yang Hong observed for a moment and replied, "Well, they are well-trained and their military appearance is impressive. They truly deserve to be the elite troops of the empire. However," the emperor, curious, asked, "However what?" "Speak freely, I will not blame you." Yang Hong pondered for a moment and said, "However, the number is still too large. If it's just to protect the royal family, it seems a bit of an overkill." The emperor fell into deep thought. Indeed, the gentleman's words made sense. "I have had similar thoughts as well." Then the emperor asked, "Mr. Yang Hong, do you believe in the existence of God?" Yang Hong was slightly taken aback and then replied, "Your Majesty, whether God exists is a complex question. I cannot say I completely believe, nor can I say I completely do not believe. However, I believe there is a power within the human heart that allows us to transcend ourselves and pursue a higher realm. This power might be called divinity." Upon hearing Yang Hong's answer, the emperor fell into deep contemplation. He looked at Xue Qinghe, who was silently standing behind him, wanting to ask for his opinion. Just as he was about to speak, he stopped. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Let's go, it's getting late. We should return." He walked silently in front, leading Yang Hong and Xue Qinghe back to the palace. On the way back, the emperor kept thinking about Yang Hong's words, as if he understood something, yet felt even more confused. Let me see what Xue Qinghe usually reads. Tang Nan tiptoed and struggled to pull out a book with a pitch-black cover from the bookshelf. The reason for choosing it might be because its color scheme stood out from the other books. The title of the book, derived from the witch's curse, piqued his interest. So he eagerly flipped through it, and the first thing that caught his eye on the first page was a warning. For your reading experience, please read this story in a dimly lit environment. What is this? Upon seeing this warning, Tang Nan felt puzzled, but he still obediently followed the book's request. Went to the window, closed it, and after creating a similar atmosphere, he couldn't hide his inner anticipation and eagerly turned to the next page to start reading. In a distant ancient kingdom, there was a mysterious and deep forest. It was said that many ancient magics and taboos were hidden there. One day, a young man filled with curiosity and a spirit of adventure accidentally trespassed into this forbidden area, inadvertently awakening the sleeping witch. The witch possessed immense power, her existence akin to a guardian deity in the mountains and forests, revered and feared by many. However, this slumbering witch was disturbed by the reckless actions of a young man, and in her anger, she decided to teach him a profound lesson. Thus, the witch extended her long, powerful fingers and gently traced a mysterious symbol in the air. Immediately, a terrifying curse descended upon the young man. Every full moon night, the bright moonlight would transform him into a bloodthirsty beast, losing all reason and rampaging everywhere. The young man was filled with terror. He quickly realized his mistake and sought to escape this dreadful place. He exerted all his strength to rush out of the forbidden area, recklessly heading homeward. When he finally returned home, breathless, the sky had darkened significantly. He nervously gazed out the window, his heart filled with fear and unease. To calm himself, he hurriedly grabbed boards and a hammer to barricade his house tightly, leaving no gaps, then curled up trembling in a corner, waiting for dawn to arrive. As the night stealthily approached, the young man cowered in the corner, not daring to move, when suddenly the wardrobe door swung open. "Who's there?" Tang Nan heard the noise and looked toward the door, only to find nothing there. He quickly reassured himself, thinking it might just be the wind. He then continued reading the subsequent story. He slowly approached the wardrobe, each step feeling unusually heavy. As he cautiously pushed the wardrobe door aside with a wooden stick, a cold wind suddenly rushed out through the crack, carrying an indescribable fear. "It's nothing, that old witch is just a fraud." Just as the young man thought it was a false alarm, he also heard the whisper of the wind by his ear, causing his heart to race. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one else was there, and then looked toward the next part of the story. The young man glanced in terror to the right. Outside the window was dark and empty. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward and witnessed an unbelievable scene. His gaze suddenly fixating outside the window. In the dark outside, a woman was leaning against a large tree, her white dress starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Her face was pale, resembling a lifeless paper figure. The woman seemed to sense his gaze, and her head turned towards him in an unusually eerie manner. At the same time, blood began to flow from her eye sockets, as if two blood-red pearls were rolling within. Tang Nan was terrified by this horrific sight, collapsing to the ground and crawling backward in fear. Just then, a pair of feet appeared right in front of him, accompanied by the sound of dripping blood. He wanted to run, but his body felt as if it were bound by an invisible force, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the bloodied feet drew nearer, until a pair of blood-soaked hands lifted his head. He finally saw the face of the person, and it was indeed the legendary witch. Her face, reflected in the blood, appeared even paler, like the color of death. She asked in a strange tone, "Are you waiting for me? Are you waiting for me?" A whisper echoed in his ear, causing Tang Nan's heart to race instantly. He was already in a state of high tension and was now even more frightened, jumping up as if propelled by a spring. Losing his balance, he fell over awkwardly. Just as he was in a state of disarray, a burst of clear laughter rang out beside him. Tang then looked up to see a blonde girl, holding her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, I never expected someone would be scared to this extent." Her laughter was like a string of silver bells, crisp and pleasant. Yet it made Tang Nan feel somewhat embarrassed. As the girl's laughter echoed, Tang Nan gradually regained his composure. He struggled to stand up, leaning on a chair. Though still somewhat weak, his vigilance remained undiminished. He fixed his gaze on the girl before him and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Tang Nan's question, the girl reined in her laughter and elegantly curtsied. Her demeanor exuded a noble quality, as if she were a lady from a prestigious family. "Nice to meet you. I am Xiao Shui, Princess Shui, Qing's personal maid. Please take care of me." Xiao Shui. Tang Nan was slightly surprised by her self-introduction. He initially thought this blonde girl was some noble lady, but to learn she was Princess Xueqing has made piqued his curiosity about his former partner. I wonder why you came here. Perhaps out of shyness, he unconsciously placed one hand behind his head, even avoiding direct eye contact with her. Xiao Shui observed Tang Nan's reaction, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She seemed to enjoy the elusive feeling, like a sly little fox. He is still as daft as before. I need to tease him a bit more. She decided to further provoke Tang Nan, leaning closer to him with a mysterious air, still maintaining that charming smile. But this time her eyes seemed to hide deeper meanings. Want to take a guess? There's a prize if you get it right. What should I say? Why did Xueqing call her here? She is so cute. Facing Xiao Shui's provocation, Tang Nan appeared somewhat flustered. His mind was a mess, completely unsure of how to respond. He stared blankly at Xiao Shui, his eyes darting around, his hands fidgeting, unsure where to place them. Finally, he could only squeeze out 3 words. So cute. Then, in a panic, he covered his mouth and nervously looked at Xiao Shui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui couldn't help but chuckle. She had initially only wanted to tease Tang Nan, but seeing his adorable reaction made her feel it would be a shame not to continue teasing him. Thus, she revealed an even more mysterious smile and said, "How about I give you a chance?" What opportunity? Tang Nan perked up like he had found a lifeline. Xiao Shui found his eager expression even more amusing. She placed her hands on her hips and said proudly, "Call me Sister Xiao Shui, and I'll tell you." Tang Nan's mind overloaded at this question. He felt a bit confused. Why? Xiao Shui looked at him, blinking her eyes, and said, "What is wrong? I'm taller and older than you. So why can't I?" As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, appearing even more confident. Under Xiao Shui's relentless pressure, Tang Nan hesitated and finally said, "Sister." Xiao Shui. His face had turned completely red, and tears were almost welling up. Seeing him like this, Xiao Shui finally laughed with satisfaction. She magically pulled out a large array of packed meals from behind her and placed them on the table. "Here, these are all personally arranged by His Highness the Crown Prince. Come, try them and see if they suit your taste." Her bright eyes and angelic smile seemed to possess a magical power, deeply captivating Tang Nan's gaze. He stared blankly at her until Xiao Shui waved her hand in front of his eyes, snapping him back to reality. "What's wrong? Never seen royal cuisine before?" "No, I just think you look really cute when you smile." Talking like that will make you disliked, you know? But it really is cute." Facing Tang Nan's straightforward reply, Xiao Shui couldn't help but find it amusing. She turned her head, deliberately adopting a serious expression, and said, "Hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold and it won't taste good." However, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift, revealing a mischievous smile. As his stomach protested, Tang Nan finally recovered and, after greeting, picked up his bowl and chopsticks to start eating. His polite demeanor made Xiao Shui secretly admire him. She didn't expect him to look a bit clumsy, but still be so well-mannered. Uncle Yang must have taught him well. In no time, everything on the table was cleared. Xiao Shui asked with concern if the food was to Tang Nan's liking. With a satisfied smile on his face, he replied, "Yes, it's delicious. Much more variety than at home." This piqued Xiao Shui's curiosity, so she continued to ask him, "What do you usually eat at home?" Tang Nan shyly smiled and answered, "Well, most of the time, I mainly have carrots as the main dish, only adding a few meat dishes after receiving my scholarship each month." Hearing this, Xiao Shui was a bit surprised and asked, "Carrots?" Tang Nan quickly explained, a hint of warmth flashing his eyes. "Yes, carrots, my sister really likes them, and so does my brother." Xiao Shui became intrigued about Tang Nan's family and continued to ask, "What are your brother and sister like?" Tang Nan's eyes sparkled with pride as he began to describe his family. "My sister is a lively and carefree person. She handles things with great confidence, and she tends to think things through carefully when it comes to fighting. As for my brother, he knows everything and can find solutions to any problem right away." However, by the end, Tang Nan's tone seemed to turn a bit self-deprecating. Xiao Shui keenly noticed the subtle change in his emotions and gently asked, "Wow, it seems you have a high opinion of your family. But why do you seem a bit unhappy?" Tang then tried to hide his feelings, but his expression betrayed him. Xiao Shui teased with a smile, "You really aren't good at lying. It's all written on your face." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Tang Nan suddenly changed the subject, asking, "Where's my master? When will he be back?" Xiao Shui replied, "Uncle Yang should be back in a bit." After hearing this, Tang Nan paused, then looked at Xiao Shui in surprise and asked, "Are you a shadow guard?" Xiao Shui attempted to conceal her identity, but her flustered reaction made it more obvious. Tang Nan firmly pointed out her disguise. "Only members of the shadow guard call the master Uncle Yang." Xiao Shue reluctantly admitted her identity, saying, all right, I didn't expect to be found out. You're right, I'm a shadow guard. But there is no need for you to know more. Tang then seemed to want to ask something else, but Xiao Shue interrupted him. She warned, some things are better not to know too much about. Otherwise, I'll report your dark history to the Crown Prince. Her tone held a mix of playfulness and threat, making Tang Nin feel a bit helpless. He shrugged and decided not to press further. Seeing him obediently listen, Xiao Shue then pulled him into a conversation about many things outside. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if all the wonders of the world were dancing on her tongue. Tang Nan was infected by her enthusiasm, and the two chatted happily. Time slipped away, quietly in laughter, until evening when Xiao Shue finally realized it was getting late. She hurriedly stood up, waved goodbye to Tang Nan, saying, "It was great to meet you. Let us chat again next time if we have a chance. Bye." With that, she slipped out of the room like a gust of wind. However, as soon as Xiao Shue stepped out of the room, she ran into Yang Hong, who had just returned. Yang Hong looked at her with a smile, but his furrowed brows revealed his dissatisfaction. Xiao Shue knew she couldn't escape this time. So, she tried to act cute to get by, but Yang Hong had already seen through her tricks. Acting cute won't work. He warned sternly, lightly tapping her forehead with his hand. How did you get along with him? Yang Hong asked. Xiao Shue thought for a moment and replied, well, he is a very interesting fool. I quite like him. Yang Hong smiled at this. A fool, huh? You're right about that. Julius, Xiao asked, hehe, Yang. What did you realize I was gone? Yang Hong chuckled and replied, I guess when you got to take on tasks yourself. Xiao Shue awkwardly smiled, knowing her little schemes never escaped Uncle Yang's eyes. Yang Hong looked at her seriously and said, I tell you, don't make things difficult for Chun. You're so casual, but she has a lot of pressure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shue immediately composed herself and nodded seriously. Understood. I want to do it again, hee. Yang Hong sighed, cough, this isn't your first time. Be careful. Oh, by the way, pack your things in a few days. We're going on a trip. Xiao Shue immediately perked up at this news. What is going on? Yang Hong smiled. You thought it was a vacation? The Snow Knight Emperor approved it. And I applied for a month-long leave under the pretext of taking you to conduct research in the community. He raised an eyebrow with pride. Xiao Shue was so excited by this news that she jumped into Yang Hong's arms, almost making him drop her. Thank you, Uncle Yang, you're the best, she exclaimed excitedly. Yang Hong smiled and patted her head, saying, oh dear, are you trying to knock me out? Then I'll get up and stretch. Once I settle down in Shrek, I'll come to pick you up. Ah, Shrek? Hearing the name, Xiao Shue suddenly remembered something and awkwardly pulled out a letter from her waist. Uncle Yang. You might have to sleep on the street, she said awkwardly. Yang Hong took the letter in confusion and opened it, only to see written on it, all faculty and students of Shrek Academy have left the Royal Academy for unknown reasons. He was instantly stunned and exclaimed, damn, are you kidding me? Chapter 22. An unexpected mission Shadow Guard camp after a simple handover of supplies at the camp they just arrived at. Lei Hao, Yi Qing, and Yuan when returned to their dormitory to rest. As soon as they opened the door, they found a messenger from the intelligence department waiting for them. Seeing an unexpected person in their dormitory, the three felt quite curious, as all their tasks were usually assigned directly by Lei Wen. This was the first time a task was given by someone from the intelligence department. Lei Hao excitedly whistled and teased, wow, welcome, beautiful. How can we serve you? Thank you for the compliment, but you should save such praise for others. The messenger smiled in response to Lei Hao's flattery, then discreetly glanced at Yi Qing, who was silently polishing arrows nearby. For a moment, Yi Qing's killing intent seemed to emerge before quickly disappearing. The unfazed messenger continued, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there is a challenging commission that needs your handling. Her words drew everyone's attention to her. She continued nonchalantly, this is a commission that requires an elite team to complete, and upon completion, you can regain your elite team status. Saying this, she handed them a task brief and added, take a good look. You have about 30 minutes to prepare. See you later. The rebel army of the Gallia Duchy? The Spear Hall has dug a pit for us. Yi Qing sighed after glancing through the task brief. Yuan Wen, who was watching, comforted, regardless, it's an opportunity. Yi Qing worriedly covered her face. Perhaps it's an opportunity, or maybe a trap. Let us not mention anything else. We both know the strength of the Gallia Duchy. Does the Spear Hall not know? Stirring up a rebellion when the situation is stable is just giving the opponent a handle. Yuan Wen chuckled. Isn't there's someone here who doesn't know? The two of them looked at the excited Lei Hao. He was eagerly packing his luggage, mumbling something to himself. Seeing his state, Yi Qing couldn't help but sarcastically comment, if he knew, I'd think the sun rose in the west. He often skips theory classes. Thinking about how they needed to prepare better for their upcoming opponent, Yi Qing stood up to find Master Wei for some equipment. Go inform Nia and the others. I'm going to find Master Wei. With that thought, Yi Qing got ready to head to the preparation area. In the preparation area, Old Wei, who had completed the Spear Hall's commission, was rarely seen lounging in a rocking chair, enjoying a drink during this rare leisure time. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. When he looked up, he saw Yi Qing standing at the counter calling for him. Master Wei, do you have a moment? Seeing a rare visitor, Master Wei elegantly stood up and walked over with a cheerful smile. Isn't this the little cotton-padded jacket of Lei Wen? It's been a while. How did this mission go? Not bad, Uncle Wei. Here is what you wanted, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Handing over the bag she was holding along with a bottle of wine. Master Wei accepted the bag, sniffed the wine, and said, "Good wine," before happily accepting it. No gifts, no talk. So, where are you going for this mission? Seeing Uncle Wei accept the gift, Yi Qing brought up her request. Uncle Wei, we're heading to the Gaul Kingdom to assist the rebels there. Do you have any good suggestions? Old Wei stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and suddenly had a bright idea. Got it. When are you leaving? In half an hour, Yi Qing answered. Time is a bit tight, but you should be fine, Old Wei said, turning back to the hearth to get busy. Half an hour later, he took out a carefully crafted item and handed it to Yi Qing. This should help you. Yi Qing accepted the item, smiling with gratitude. Thank you so much, Uncle Wei, she said as she packed up her things, preparing to head to the assembly area to meet up with the others. Watching Yi Qing leave, Old Wei revealed a satisfied smile. He picked up the bottle of wine again, savoring it as if reminiscing about the past. Indeed, they're cut from the same mold, he muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, the child had grown up, becoming more and more like her. The team led by Lei Hao set off on their journey to the Gaul Kingdom. After a week of arduous travel, they finally arrived near the border city of Hobian in the Gaul Kingdom. Following the map delivered by the messenger, they successfully found the base of the rebels. However, when they arrived at the site, they were surprised to find an empty camp. Why is no one here to greet us? Lei Hao dusted himself off and joked about the desolate camp. Could it be that they're all asleep? However, Yuan squatted down to touch the nearly burned-out firewood and shook his head after careful observation. From the degree of carbonization, this fire was lit a few days ago. A troop can't have nobody on night watch, especially with the Spirit Hall guiding them. They shouldn't make such a mistake. Yi Qing also looked around at the terrain and compared it with the map in her hand, showing a troubled expression. This is indeed the place. Could it be a mistake in identifying the landmarks? She guessed it might be an issue with landmark judgment and called Lei Hao to prepare to head to the highest point in the area for a recheck. The others dispersed to see if there were any clues. Just as Lei Hao and Yi Qing were getting ready to set off, they suddenly heard Nia shout. There's something here. The group quickly gathered around, and they saw Nia intently manipulating a chain of evil fire. Soon, she pulled a person out from the debris. Yi Qing immediately rushed forward to check on his injuries and found that he was still alive. Yuan quickly took out emergency supplies for basic treatment, while Lei Hao, Nia, and Su Xiao stayed alert to ensure safety. After emergency treatment, the severely injured patient was temporarily out of danger, but it would take some time for him to fully regain consciousness. Facing the current predicament, Yi Qing asked for others' opinions. Does anyone have any good ideas? However, everyone expressed that they had no clue. Faced with this situation, Yi Qing was also at a loss. Reluctantly, they could only wait for the patient to wake up while using the remaining materials in the camp to build a temporary shelter to ensure everyone's safety. About 3 hours later, the man slowly opened his eyes after a series of heavy coughs. Am I still alive? He looked around and, finding no one else, panically glanced at his injured area. When he saw that his wounds were carefully bandaged, he murmured in surprise, Am I still alive? Is this a dream? But suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly lifted the blanket, trying to get up. However, his body's weakness felt like a heavy mountain pressing on his chest. The man wanted to stand up with sheer willpower, but no matter how hard he tried, his body seemed unwilling to obey his intentions. And he could only lean against the bed's edge, barely supporting himself. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Yi Qing walked into the tent. Seeing the stranger, the man suddenly became agitated and grabbed a wooden stick, pointing it at Yi Qing. Who are you? Why did you save me? He asked warily. Faced with his question, Yi Qing remained calm, raising her hands in a friendly gesture, and explained in a soothing tone, Don't be nervous, we're not your enemies. We're here to help you. Hearing that they claimed to be there to help him, the man's tone gradually softened, but the wooden stick was still aimed at her. He was skeptical and didn't know how to trust these people who claimed to be there to help. At this moment, Yi Qing calmly took out a token from her waist and tossed it to him. The man caught the token and examined it closely, repeatedly murmuring, That's right, that's it. When he confirmed that the token was genuine, his tense body relaxed in an instant. He knelt on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes as he thanked her. "Thank you." However, just then, his body couldn't hold up anymore, and he fainted again. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly used wind to support him, muttering, "Don't faint again." When he woke up again, it was nearly noon. When he opened his eyes this time, he saw a tall, sturdy guy eating something while reading a book. "Who are you?" the man inquired. His question was answered as Yuan Wen closed the book and turned to look at the man lying in bed, smiling as he handed him a piece of bread. "Don't be nervous. Have something to eat first." The man took the bread and began to wolf it down. Seeing how he was eating, Yuan Wen immediately offered him several more pieces of bread, and when he choked, he kindly handed him a bottle of water. "Eat slowly. There is plenty more." Gulping down the food, the man finally regained some strength after finishing everything in front of him. At this time, the others heard the commotion and gathered around. Right now, they just need someone in front of them to provide some necessary information. "All right, brother, what is your name?" "Bean." From the reconnaissance team of the rebel army. After saying this, the man solemnly bowed again to Lei Hao and his group, who had just saved him. "Thank you for your timely assistance." "You're welcome. It was just a small effort." "So, Bean, what exactly happened here?" Yi Qing gently helped him up and quickly began to inquire about what had happened. After listening, Bean started to explain what happened before he lost consciousness. "We had just achieved a significant victory. We successfully ambushed the transport convoy of the Gallic Duchy and repelled the reinforcement guard team. When we opened the cargo hold and saw the dazzling array of supplies inside, our joy was like flowers blooming in spring. These supplies were undoubtedly the richest harvest we had seen in weeks. To boost morale, Commander Rubio decided to hold a grand celebration with these supplies. That night, the moonlight was like water, and the stars shone brightly. We gathered around the bonfire, laughter and cheers echoing, each person enjoying the joy of revelry and victory. Commander Rubio raised his glass and offered us his most sincere thanks and blessings. He said, "Today's victory is the result of our joint efforts. Let's toast to future victories." However, just as we were immersed in the joy of victory, danger quietly approached. At midnight, when hundreds of Gallic Duchy troops surrounded us and launched an attack, we suddenly realized we had already fallen into the enemy's encirclement. In a panic, we grabbed our weapons to resist. Initially, we effectively blocked them using the rugged terrain, but when the Gallic Duchy's cavalry suddenly charged out from our rear like a divine army, everyone felt a wave of panic. They descended like fierce tigers, unstoppable, and instantly tore apart our previously impregnable defense line. To preserve our strength, Commander Rubio decisively ordered a scattered breakout. In the chaos, I was responsible for covering the commander's retreat. However, during the fierce battle with the cavalry, I was unfortunately injured and fell to the ground. I don't remember what happened next. When I woke up again, I was already lying in a tent in the camp. After hearing Bean's account, the expressions of Lei Hao's team turned serious. They hadn't expected that the originally powerful rebel army had been scattered. However, they could only accept this harsh reality. To gather more information, Yi Qing suggested heading to the nearby city of Hobian to take a look. Perhaps there would be clues. Considering the urgency, the six of them immediately set off for Hobian. Hobian City, located on the border of the Gallic Duchy and adjacent to the Spirit Hall, is not only an important supply center for the elite troops of the Gallic Duchy for military exercises and training, but also a garrison. Due to the deep military tradition of the Gallic Duchy, the military and entertainment industries in Hobian City are exceptionally prosperous. The atmosphere of military and commerce permeates every corner of the city, and all of this becomes complicated under the shadow of the rebel army. Because of their connection to the rebel army, Lei Hao and his companions encountered strict checks upon entering the city. Their documents were thoroughly examined, and only after confirming their authenticity were they allowed to enter this vibrant yet dangerous city. Once inside, the six of them immediately followed their plan, dispersing into pairs for action. Before separating, Yi Qing specifically reminded them, "We must act discreetly, prioritizing our own safety. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Yi Qing and Lei Hao headed to the Lord's mansion, while Su Xiao and Nia went to a local tavern, and Bean and Yuan went to a contact point in the city to seek support. The magnificence of the Lord's mansion surprised both Lei Hao and Yi Qing. They hadn't expected the Lord's mansion to be designed like a small fortress, guarding the safety of Hobian City. Facing the building before them, Lei Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "The Lord is really well prepared." In front of the Lord's mansion, Yi Qing assigned Lei Hao a challenging task of mapping out the terrain of the mansion. Upon hearing the task, Lei Hao instinctively shivered, but seeing Yi Qing's serious expression, he understood this was no joke. So, He took a deep breath and began surveying the area around the Lord's mansion. However, while Lei Hao was focused on his survey, Yi Qing suddenly warned, "Be careful, 2 people are approaching you." Hearing the warning, Lei Hao immediately became alert. He looked around, trying to find the 2 people's tracks. At that moment, 2 blades suddenly appeared at his throat. Lei Hao raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, trying to communicate with the 2. However, they remained completely unmoved by his words. One of them coldly snorted, "Stop trying to get close. If you have something to say, go to jail and talk slowly. I warn you not to have any funny ideas." Saying this, the 2 suddenly released their soul rings, and to Lei Hao's surprise, both had a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Realizing that both were soul kings, Lei Hao couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, "What are you 2 officers talking about? I don't understand." Facing Lei Hao's act of playing dumb, one of them impatiently shouted, "Enough." He then turned to his companion. "Stop wasting time with him. Throw him in jail and let the captain teach him a lesson." Just then, Lei Hao suddenly sneered, causing the 2 who were about to grab him to become alert instantly. They scolded, "Don't think about playing tricks." However, Lei Hao mocked the 2 in front of him. "Want to catch me? Maybe in your next life." Before his words fell, a sharp arrow suddenly shot through the gap between Lei Hao's raised hand and his head, exploding in the midst of the 3. Immediately, a cloud of dust enveloped the 3. When the dust settled, the 2 found that Lei Hao had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the teammates who had come to support them arrived, shouting, "East." They ran east. One of them furrowed his brows, but suddenly relaxed, confidently stating, "Don't worry, he can't escape." Chapter 23. Escaping Death. Hobbian City, with its bustling market, fills the city with a vibrant atmosphere. In contrast to the lively streets, the skies above Hobbian City are peaceful and serene. Due to limited land in the city, housing issues have been resolved by building houses particularly close together. Centuries of continuous updates have made the roofs of the houses look almost connected from a distance. And this architectural style has led many to choose to traverse between rooftops to avoid the bustling streets. Of course, the premise is that you won't be caught by patrolling guards as a spy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it, are these guys really that relentless? While sprinting across the rooftops, Lei Hao glanced back at the 2 who were still hot on his heels. Right now, Lei Hao didn't want to get entangled with them, to shake them off. He directly maxed out the power of his thunder flash. His entire body transformed into lightning, rushing forward with a thunderous roar. In just a few seconds, Lei Hao successfully shook off his pursuers. Diti lo satvem. But just as he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly lunged at him from the side, launching an attack. "Take this, giant bear crush." A massive palm strike came crashing towards Lei Hao. He quickly drew the tang knife from his waist and blocked it in front of him. Clang! Amidst the clash of soul power between the thick palm and the sharp blade, a fierce confrontation erupted. "Put down your weapon, and you might suffer less." "Huh, what if I don't?" "Then sorry." Saying this, the man instantly exerted force, delivering a close-range, instantaneous attack towards Lei Hao, which directly sent him flying. Lei Hao rolled several times to mitigate some of the damage before leveraging the momentum to get back on his feet, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When a man saw that his opponent was able to stand up after taking his strike, he suddenly felt a pang of compassion. He dropped his stance and proposed to surrender again. "Put down your weapons, little brother. It's rare for someone to take one of my hits and only sustain a little injury. Give up resistance, and once everything is clarified, the city lord will clear your name, little brother." Seeing the other still try and persuade him, Lei Hao's impression of this uncle changed somewhat. However, at that moment, he needed to get away from him immediately. "Sorry, uncle, surrendering is not an option. The only way for me to put down my weapons is to defeat you." He then took up his stance again. Understanding the other's determination, the man no longer insisted on persuading him to surrender and resumed his stance. "Tell me your name, little brother." Lei Hao. Chun Feng. To quickly resolve the battle, Lei Hao activated his thunder flash and charged at Chun Feng. However, the latter did not take any offensive posture. Instead, he chose to defend. Clang, clang, clang. Every slash Lei Hao swung was accurately blocked by Chun Feng. After defending against one attack, he even predicted the position of Lei Hao's next attack and prepared his defense, all without moving from his spot, standing firm like a solid rock. Seeing that his attacks were completely ineffective, Lei Hao felt stuck. Damn it, what kind of monster is this uncle? But then he suddenly remembered his original purpose. Right? Why should I fight him to the end? Realizing this, Lei Hao feigned a move to deceive Chun Feng and immediately turned to escape. Upon noticing the other's intention to flee, Chun Feng pounced like a cheetah. The hunting of a ghost leopard. His figure became slender as he ran, ghost-like, getting in front of Lei Hao. I told you. Put down your weapons and stop the pointless resistance. Damn it, what exactly are you? With no way to escape, Lei Hao launched another attack at Chun Feng. Clang, clang, clang. Chun Feng seized the moment when Lei Hao executed a spinning slash, grabbing the blade's body in advance, and then unleashed the giant bear crush towards Lei Hao. Lei Hao immediately let go to block this strike. Bang! The tremendous shockwave sent Lei Hao flying several meters, and as he fell to the ground, he struggled to stand up. After taking this hit, there were cracks in the bones of his left hand. Feeling intense pain in his arm, Lei Hao gritted his teeth. He could not let Chun Feng notice it. Otherwise, he would completely lose the initiative, seeing that his opponent could still stand. Chun Feng's determination to subdue this brother grew stronger, so he threw the tang knife back to Lei Hao and provocatively extended his hand, saying, "Come again. Damn it. What kind of martial soul does this person have?" Lei Hao, who was in a predicament, became increasingly agitated. He couldn't win in a fight, couldn't escape, and if this continued, it would be over. Thinking this, Lei Hao immediately slapped his face to calm himself down. Think carefully. What could this person's martial soul be that combines power and speed? Where is his imprint? While he was still pondering, Chun Feng had already changed his posture. His limbs became stronger, and his hands transformed into sharp claws. Tiger breaks, face kill. His legs exploded with powerful force, and, as he stepped forward, large cracks appeared on the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng was already in front of Lei Hao. Swish! A claw strike instantly opened a cut on Lei Hao's chest. Zulfust! After taking this hit, Lei Hao immediately seized the opportunity and swung his tang knife. Enhanced with Thunderblade, at Chun Feng. Chun Feng turned his body to deflect most of the force and kicked Lei Hao away to create distance. However, although he had deflected most of the force, Chun Feng's right arm was still cut. I didn't expect that in this situation, you could still launch a decent counterattack. Little brother, you really make me more and more excited. Saying this, he charged at Lei Hao, launching a storm of attacks. Ah, damn it. This person's martial soul is really strange. Lei Hao struggled to fend off Chun Feng's onslaught. The first strike was the strongest, followed by the lightest when blocking me. The previous attack had both power and speed, but it was lacking in one aspect or another. Could it be? At this moment, Lei Hao noticed that the sharp claws on Chun Feng had suddenly disappeared, replaced by thick arms with bulging muscles. Giant bear crush. That move again. He had to dodge. Realizing the danger, Lei Hao kicked at Chun Feng and then jumped back to create distance, narrowly avoiding Chun Feng's attack. However, because of this, Lei Hao had roughly analyzed his opponent's abilities. His martial soul should be able to be astify into various soul beasts, and he couldn't continuously change forms in a short time. Damn! Ah! The pain in his left hand and chest continuously stimulated Lei Hao's nerves. He had to end this quickly. Now, he had increased his strength at the cost of speed. So as long as Lei Hao took on a posture of fighting to the death, briefly numbing his pain receptors with electricity. If he couldn't escape in the next 10 minutes, only shame would remain for him, seeing that his opponent still refused to surrender. Chun Feng thought, good, now this is more like a man. Come on. With respect for his opponent, Chun Feng took his stance, ready to deliver a swift conclusion. At that moment, two shadows suddenly jumped out behind Lei Hao and launched a surprise attack. Bang bang. Two energy spheres hit Lei Hao's back and sent him flying. After taking these two hits, Lei Hao crashed heavily to the ground and fell unconscious. What have you two done? Chun Feng shouted at the two in front of him, clenching his fists. The other two merely shrugged their shoulders, completely ignoring him, until they saw the injured right arm of one of them and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect, old man. That such a little punk could actually injure you. I think you should retire soon to avoid embarrassing yourself. After hearing this, Chun Feng instantly appeared in front of him, staring directly at him. Fanhade, you little punk are itching for a fight. Huh? Hearing the threatening tone, Fanhade was completely unafraid. I'm just speaking the truth. What's wrong? Not convinced. The two of them stared at each other, ready to fight, while their companion, Su Tai, hurriedly tried to separate them. Hey, can you both calm down? Unexpectedly, both push him away at the same time. Su Tai, old Su, don't interfere. I'm going to make this old man pay. Come on, you guys really shooting T-pick this time. Shut up. They both yelled at Su Tai simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lei Hao, who had fallen unconscious, gradually began to awaken as the pain returned. It hurts. Huh? Why are they arguing? As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the three of them bickering, Lei Hao realized this was a chance to retreat. So he quickly stood up and quietly moved toward the edge of the rooftop. However, his actions were still noticed by Su Tai, who had failed to mediate. Upon discovering Lei Hao's intention to escape after taking 2 energy spheres, Su Tai rushed over and simultaneously conjured several feather arrows to shoot at Lei Hao. Clang, clang, clang. Lei Hao struggled to fend off the incoming arrows with his injured body. But Su Tai took the opportunity to get in front of Lei Hao and conjured more feather arrows, preparing to pierce Lei Hao's heart. Just then, several arrows suddenly shot towards Su Tai from the right side. Su Tai reacted quickly, immediately using his soul power to construct a defensive barrier. The moment the arrows touched the soul power barrier, the wind attribute soul power contained within them exploded, sending Su Tai flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Fan Hade, who were ready to act, immediately halted their conflict upon hearing the sudden noise and rushed towards Lei Hao. However, what awaited them was a rain of arrows released by Yi Qing. Run! I'll cover you. Lei Hao Wen recognized the familiar call, and a slight smile crossed his lips. He glanced back at the 3 people temporarily restrained behind him, made a provocative gesture, and leaped down. By the time Chen Feng and the others hurriedly arrived to look below, Lei Hao had already disappeared into the vast crowd, leaving no trace. Seeing their prey escape, Chen Feng and Fan Hade fell into a dispute of mutual blame once again. Meanwhile, Su Tai picked up an arrow from the ground, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the buildings on the right. Great, I caught up. About 1,000 meters away, Yi Qing, who was on the bell tower, breathed a sigh of relief as she witnessed Lei Hao leap from the rooftop and successfully blend into the crowd. Just before this, she had just shaken off her pursuers and initially planned to use the wind's voice to check on Lei Hao's situation, only to discover that he was in a crisis of being surrounded. Yi Qing realized the seriousness of the situation and decisively chose to provide support. After successfully repelling Su Tai with 3 wind spiral arrows, she quickly unleashed her 4th soul skill, Wind Roll Cloud, creating a dense rain of arrows that effectively suppressed Chen Feng and the others. After confirming that Lei Hao had escaped danger, she immediately concealed her presence and hid her figure to ensure her own safety. Next, it was time to retreat. Just as Yi Qing was preparing to withdraw, she was suddenly attacked by several arrows that nearly hit her. She quickly observed the direction from which the arrows came and found that it was indeed from Su Tai and the others. She cursed inwardly. Damn. Their reaction is so fast. Realizing that her position had been exposed, Yi Qing decisively prepared to move immediately. At that moment, Chun Feng's shout caught her attention. Found it. He closed his eyes tightly and concentrated, finally catching a chaotic breathing sound. This sound could only be made by someone who was seriously injured. This important discovery allowed the 3 of them to relock on a Lei Hao's position and quickly launch their actions. Yi Qing, who also witnessed this situation, keenly realized that Lei Hao's whereabouts might have been exposed. However, at that moment, a chaotic noise suddenly came from beneath her. Due to the earlier attack, the city defense army, which had lost hope, once again locked onto Yi Qing's position. They quickly surrounded the bell tower. Faced with this sudden situation, Yi Qing couldn't help but curse, damn it. She quickly used the wind's voice to convey information to Nia and Su Xiao. Then she shot a wind spiral arrow to destroy the staircase, leaped down, and escaped from the outside, disappearing from everyone's sight. Lei Hao cleverly mingled with the crowd, turning into a narrow alley. He dispelled the bad elements within in a relatively calm manner and then began to deal with his wounds. What bad luck to end up like this. After bandaging his wounds, he cautiously peeked out to observe the surroundings. It seemed they hadn't chased after him. After confirming safety, Lei Hao quickly moved towards the city gate along with the flow of people. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and the others tracked him to this location based on their previous positioning. From a high vantage point, they quickly spotted Lei Hao hiding in the crowd. Lei Hao inadvertently made eye contact with Chen Feng and silently cursed, "This is bad," then quickened his pace. When Fan Hade saw this and gathered soul power in his hand to launch an attack, he was stopped in time by Chen Feng. "What do you want to do?" Fan Hade was furious. "What do you want to do?" He pointed at the gradually disappearing Lei Hao and shouted angrily, "Are we just going to let him escape? There are so many innocent civilians here. Aren't you afraid of hurting them by mistake?" Chen Feng retorted, "It's better than letting him escape and bring harm to more people." Fan Hade insisted on his viewpoint. "You're being unreasonable." Chen Feng scolded. Fine, fine. Go use your compassionate heart to persuade those rebellious insurgents and see if they will kneel and beg for mercy." Fan Hade mocked. Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Su Tai finally couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at them, "Enough. If you want to fight, wait until the mission is completed and then go back to the barracks to fight. What is the use of all this noise? If we can't catch him, we'll all be held accountable by the captain. Do you understand? He waved his hand to disperse Fan Hade's gathered soul power, then commanded, let us go down directly. He is heavily injured and not our opponent. Conceal your presence and force him into a corner before capturing him. Hearing Su Tai propose a reasonable plan, the two finally calmed down and followed Su Tai down from the rooftop. As Chun Feng and the others gradually closed in, Lei Hao's movements became increasingly swift. He darted through the crowd like a loach. However, fatigue was gradually eroding his strength, making each movement more laborious. A sense of unwillingness surged within Lei Hao. Damn it, I'll fight. He took a deep breath, reached for the soul guide storage device at his waist, and pulled out a pistol. He knew this was his only chance, so he tightly gripped the pistol and firmly approached Fan Hade. At that moment, Yi Qing's voice came again, guiding him forward. Go to the second alley on the left ahead. Without hesitation, Lei Hao abandoned his original plan and quickly turned to dash into the alley. Chun Feng and the others closely followed, but when they reached the alley entrance, they found it empty except for Lei Hao. Overjoyed, Su Tai was the first to launch an attack, shooting several arrows directly at Lei Hao's knees. Fan Hade and Chun Feng also prepared to rush in, but suddenly, a circle of crimson runes appeared around them. Then, a wall of fire rose up out of nowhere, separating them from Lei Hao. Realizing that reinforcements had arrived, the three became even more excited, and Fan Hade took the lead, trying to break through the firewall. However, what awaited him was a dense rain of arrows and fierce sword energy that shot through the firewall. In an instant, Fan Hade was suppressed and unable to move. Su Tai and Chun Feng also fell into trouble. Various runes surrounded them. If they accidentally stepped on one, it would explode instantly, although not very powerful. Their sheer number and ubiquity made it impossible for the two to concentrate on chasing Lei Hao. After about 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Fan Hade, in a sorry state, finally crossed the firewall, but found that Lei Hao had already vanished. He angrily cursed, Chun, it's all your fault. You bastard. I won't go on missions with you again. I'm a dog. With that, he pushed away Su Tai, who had come to comfort him, and angrily left the scene. Chun Feng looked disdainfully at Fan Hade's departing back. Same here, bastard. Su Tai helplessly leaned against the wall, covering his face and sighing. How am I going to explain this to the city lord now? As Chun Feng and Su Tai also returned to the city lord's mansion to report, the alley once again fell silent until the sun was about to set. Suddenly, a head popped out from one of the trash cans in the alley, observing the surroundings. Confirming safety, he whistled. After the whistle, the trash can behind him immediately tipped over, and Lei Hao crawled out. Cough, cough, this hiding method is indeed not bad, but next time, let us use a different method. Nia helped Lei Hao up and said with a teasing tone, don't want to use it? Next time, run earlier, don't get half beaten to death, and then let others save you. With that, she slapped Lei Hao's back. Ouch, I was wrong, my lady. Thank you for your help. Please pity this patient, ouch. Upon hearing this, Nia nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's more like it. But then another slap fell. Thud, hey, hey, electric rat. Are you still alive? Hey, chapter 24. Breaking out Bean. Is this our destination? Yuanwen looked at the rundown shop in front of him, with a sign that was about to fall off, and nervously asked. After hearing this, Bean scratched his head awkwardly. I shouldn't have. Misremembered, right? Ha ha. Yuanwen fell into deep thought. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. To ease the awkwardness, Bean decided to investigate first. He slowly pushed open the shop door, and it was very quiet inside. Aside from the doorbell sound just now, there was almost no noise. Is anyone here? Bean asked tremulously as he stepped inside. Seeing Bean's overly cautious demeanor, Yuanwen directly pushed him forward. Hey. Bean staggered as he regained his balance. Just as he sighed in relief, a long spear suddenly lunged at Bean from the shadows. Bean screamed at this scene. In the next second, Yuanwen, quick on his feet, intercepted the spear just in time. Are you okay? Bean, realizing the spear was only a few centimeters away from him, slumped down to the ground. Thank goodness. I just need to take it slow. Now it's time for us to have a chat, old man. Yuanwen suddenly pulled an old man out from the shadows with force. This person? Looking at the old man, Bean desperately searched his memory and quickly shouted, Senior Yuanwen, let him go. He is the Zhao Gang senior we are looking for. Upon hearing this, Yuanwen hurriedly released the old man and expressed his apologies. I'm sorry, old man, for the offense. It's fine, young man, you have good skills. Zhao Gang was not angry. On the contrary, he praised Yuanwen heavily. Zhao Gang patted Yuanwen's solid abs and turned to Bean. By the way, which part are you from? I haven't seen you before. As he spoke, Zhao Gang had already gathered his soul power, aimed at Yuan 1. If this young man said the wrong thing, he would immediately take them down. Zhao Gang then said with a serious expression, Robin Hood. Upon hearing the name Robin Hood, Bean immediately understood it was a code. Unsure if the code had changed, Bean trembled and said the code, freedom, justice. After confirming the code, Zhao Gang recognized Bean as one of his own, so he retracted his soul power and returned the fallen spear to its place. He then calmly and officially asked Bean, what new orders does Rubio have? After saying that, he turned back to prepare to pack up. Commander Rubio. There was a hint of hesitation in Bean's words. While Zhao Gang methodically organized his equipment and comforted him in a steady tone, relax, rookie, did Rubio assign me anything extraordinary? Don't be nervous, just say it. No matter how tough the task is, I'm confident I can handle it. Commander Rubio has gone missing. With a light sound, a short knife accidentally fell to the ground. Zhao Gang didn't even notice this detail. He froze for a moment, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Missing? Ha ha ha, this is really... As the laughter gradually stopped, Zhao Gang took a deep breath, calmed down, bent down to pick up the short knife, and steadily sheathed it at his waist. Tell me, what exactly happened? After hearing Bean's account, Zhao Gang was very shocked. He didn't expect that they hadn't exaggerated this time. This was truly unexpected. He turned to Yuan 1, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. According to Bean, the shadow guards might be able to change the situation. Realizing this, he perked up again, looked at the two, clapped his hands, and said with fighting spirit, so, what is your purpose in coming here? We hope to find a way to contact other companions. Upon hearing this request, Zhao Gang was in a dilemma. Well, I can't really say. After all, I'm just an information exchange point here. And my understanding of the specific situation of external organizations is also limited. However, Zhao Gang walked into the room and brought out a box resembling a document. These should help you. The two opened the scroll with suspicion, and the contents inside shocked them. What is this? What you have is a map marking the military supplies depot of Hobian City, and that one is the internal layout of the Lord's Mansion. This one contains the personnel composition of the Lord's Mansion and detailed information about those personnel. Zhao Gang leisurely unfolded the scrolls and explained. The level of detail in the maps gave Yuan a new understanding of this resistance group's backbone. But just then, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. At first, the three thought it was just passing pedestrians, but when they heard the clinking of armor, they instantly became alert. Shoo, don't make a sound. I'll go take a look. Yuan quietly signaled, then stealthily approached the window and opened a small gap to observe the situation outside. He saw a group of city defense soldiers surrounding the shop. Report, sir. According to the scout's report, those two have been in this shop for over an hour. Should we? The officer stroked his beard, weighing the dilapidated shop in front of him, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one go. After realizing this, he raised his hand. Archers, prepare. Fire. Get down. Yuan shouted to the two behind him. As the three ducked down, a torrential rain of arrows poured in from every window the next second. Yuan immediately summoned the power of the earth to raise a stone wall to block the windows. After completing this, Yuan quickly stood up to help Bean. Quickly pack these up. We need to leave here. The three immediately began to collect any useful information as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, after the city defense soldiers had poured arrows into the shop for 3 minutes, they stopped shooting. The officer looked at the motionless shop, falling into thought. Could it be? You go take a look. Yes. As the scouting soldier carefully pushed open the shop door, the officer kept his hand on the hilt of his knife, waiting for a signal. When the scout reported that a stone wall was blocking the way, the officer immediately issued an order. Assault type, Soul Masters. Step forward and break the stone wall. The rest prepare for battle. Simultaneously, to be safe, he arranged for one person to seek reinforcements from a military camp, and then look back at the shop. Remember, once the breach is opened, pour in all our strength. Understood? Yes, sir. Thud, thud, thud. Under the continuous bombardment of the assault-type Soul Masters from the city defense, the crack in the stone wall gradually widened. Fortunately, Yuan and the others had completed their collection work. Now, they just needed to take down anyone blocking their way and leave. You two, get ready for battle. We need to leave here in the shortest time possible. Yuan reminded Bean, who had just recovered, stay close to me, don't fall behind. He then equipped his shield and a long spear, preparing for battle. Bang! Full firepower. The two shouted almost simultaneously as the gap in the stone wall opened up, and then an endless stream of soul power surged forth from the breach, rushing straight inside. At this critical moment, Yuan stood firm with unwavering will. He raised his shield as if forging an indestructible mountain, blocking all attacks. He then tightly gripped the shield with his left hand while holding the long spear steadily with his right hand. Everyone, follow me. Damn, is this guy a monster? We need reinforcements. We're the assault-type soul masters. Stop them. No, they were stabbed down by that guy's spear before they even entered the attack range. Archers, quick shoot. Amidst the soldiers' quarrels, Yuan Wenzheng, known as a monster by them, wielded his spear to knock down every soldier in his way. He swung his spear recklessly like a swimming dragon, and the surrounding soldiers either lost consciousness from being hit by shields or were pierced by the sweeping spear, losing their combat ability. As he watched the three of them about to escape the encirclement, the commanding officer adjusted his strategy once more. All units, cease fire and maintain distance. Ranged soul masters continue to attack and suppress them. Others form a shield wall, block their escape. Upon receiving the order, the city defense soldiers quickly retreated and redeployed as per the commander's instructions. This is bad. The moment the city defense army completed their redeployment, Yuan Wenzheng and the others were subjected to relentless attacks from all directions. Although Yuan Wenzheng could activate a soul power barrier to block them all, he wouldn't be able to move afterward. The city defense army only needed reinforcements to secure victory. In an instant, the situation tilted towards the city defense army. Whoosh! Ah, there are enemy archers. Protect the commander. Suddenly, a sharp arrow accurately struck the chest of the commanding officer, who was directing the soldiers. The commander knelt on the ground in pain, and several arrows followed, shooting into the city defense army and exploding, causing immediate chaos. Yuan Wenzheng looked up and saw Yi Qing standing on a rooftop. Yizing, what are you doing here? I'll explain later. Hurry up. I'll cover you. Yi Qing quickly shot several arrows again, opening up the gap that had just been filled. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Wenzheng and the others rushed out of the encirclement of the city defense army. After shaking off their pursuers, the four gained a brief moment of rest. Yizing, how'd you get here? Where's Lei Hao? It's a long story. Lei Hao and I ran into some trouble at the Lord's mansion, and then, before Yi Qing could finish, hurried footsteps approached them. Everyone turned to see the reinforcements from the city defense army charging towards them with great momentum. They immediately prepared for battle. Yi Qing looked at the panting Bien and, after a moment of thought, gave an order to Yuan Wenzheng. You take them and leave first. I'll draw their attention, but you? Don't argue. You can't let a seriously injured person continue fighting. Yuan Wenzheng glanced at Bien behind him and understood his responsibility. Understood. Be careful. After saying that, he led the two to retreat. Watching the three leave, Yi Qing shot 3 wind vortex arrows to hold off the city defense army before also fleeing in another direction. While fierce battles raged on this side, on the other side of the city, Nia and Su Xiao strolled leisurely down the street. Su Xiao looked at Nia with a helpless smile. Nia, this time the harvest is indeed not small. He shook his head gently, but this method is too dangerous. Let's find another way next time. Nia simply stretched lazily and carelessly replied, Oh, don't worry. This method is always effective, isn't it? After all, who doesn't like a lively and lovely girl? She blinked playfully, a mischievous smile on her face. Su Xiao sighed and began to list Nia's various actions, charming the blacksmith uncle, pretending to be a thief to attract the guard's attention, and then leading them into an alley to knock them out. Are these really things a shadow guard should do? His words revealed a hint of helplessness and confusion. Nia looked at Su Xiao's expression and giggled. Oh, don't worry. You didn't stop me at the time, did you? You must think this method is good too, right? Or... She walked up to Su Xiao, mischievously blinking her eyes as if she could see through everything. Su Xiao remained non-committal, quietly turning his gaze to the other side and speaking indifferently. Recollections of the departed? This is the place provided by the blacksmith. He looked around. The tavern's decor was luxurious yet retained a classical charm, making it an ideal gathering place for officers and soldiers. Just as he was observing the architectural style of the building, Nia suddenly reached out, gently turning his head back, and said angrily, Don't change the subject. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Su Xiao raised his hand to concede first. He said gently, All right, you win. Shall we go in for a drink? My treat. Really? Nia asked doubtfully. Of course. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Great. It's a deal. Don't regret it. After saying that, Nia excitedly kicked the tavern door open, instantly attracting the attention of everyone inside. Su Xiao followed closely behind, wearing an apologetic smile as he sincerely apologized to those present. Everyone, I'm very sorry, very sorry. Then he led Nia to a quiet spot in the corner to sit down. While they waited for their drinks, a group of merchants from other caravans at the adjacent table raised their glasses in celebration, discussing their recent victory. Hey, have you heard? The rebellious faction that was rampant has been completely wiped out. Really? Is this news reliable? Of course it is. That group of rebels was crushed by the Lord's elite troops, and even their highest commander was captured. Is this source trustworthy? Absolutely trustworthy. I spent quite a bit of money to get that information by treating those officers to drinks. I tell you, we need to hurry and buy supplies related to the celebration. Why? To celebrate the extermination of the rebels, Lord decided to hold a grand banquet to showcase his achievements. So we need to stock up quickly. It will definitely be a huge profit. The two were immersed in their fantasies of future wealth, completely unaware that everything they said was heard clearly by Su Xiao and Nia next door. Haha, this is really effortless. This makes things much simpler. Yeah, I didn't expect the highest commander to still be alive. Just as the two were about to enjoy their wine, Yi Qing's voice of wind suddenly came through with an unsettling message. Nia, Su Xiao, can you hear me? Lei Hao is in danger. I'm currently trapped and can't get away. You need to hurry to the eastern city gate to assist Lei Hao. Upon hearing Yi Qing's message conveyed through the wind, the two immediately set off towards the eastern city gate. When they arrived and chose a good position to observe for Lei Hao's movements, they soon spotted him among the crowd, along with Fan Hade and his group who were chasing him. At this moment, Yi Qing, who had successfully escaped, also reached the city gate to meet up with Su Xiao and the others. Just then, Yi Qing saw Lei Hao give up on escaping and turned to approach Fan Hade. They had little time left. Yi Qing remembered an alley she had just passed, which was empty and an excellent ambush spot. She immediately arranged for Nia and the others to hide there, while using the wind to signal Lei how to move closer. And then she also started moving in that direction. As Lei Hao and Fan Hade entered her line of sight, Nia had already sensed them. She was hidden in a concealed corner, quietly observing their approach. Just as Lei Hao was about to pass her position, Nia decisively took action, instantly unleashing a wall of fire to block the view from behind, while simultaneously activating the soul power talismans set under Chen Feng and the others' feet. As the firewall rose, Su Xiao and Yi Qing quickly appeared, taking a series of actions to suppress the opponents. After completing this series of actions, Nia quickly dragged the badly injured Lei Hao to a pile of garbage. TCH, not dead yet. She checked Lei Hao's vital signs, and, after confirming he was still alive, quickly used her soul power to weave a flowing fire cloak for him to wear to mask his presence. Immediately after, she stuffed Lei Hao into a trash can and signaled Su Xiao and Yi Qing to retreat. Following that, Nia hid back in the trash can herself. When the opponent burst through the firewall and saw the empty alley, Nia, hiding in the trash can, heard their angry shouts. Chun, next time I go on a mission with you, I'll be a dog. Then came a series of earth-shaking tremors. TCH, same here. How am I going to explain this to the city lord? Once the footsteps outside grew fainter, Nia slowly opened a small gap to observe the situation outside. After confirming safety, she went to check on Lei Hao's condition. Although there were a few minor setbacks, at least they had saved a life. The three took advantage of the night to bring the unconscious Lei Hao back to the camp. Meanwhile, Yuan Wen's team successfully returned to the camp after escorting Zhao Gang to a new intelligence point. After returning to the camp, Nia, Lei Hao, and the other companions chose a relatively sturdy building and quickly set up a temporary medical point inside. Given that Nia had received battlefield medical training from Dr. Fanas, she took on the primary responsibilities of the medical point. During the treatment process, the sounds of screams were incessant due to the handling of wounds and application of medicine. Nia, be gentle. Don't move around. Do you understand? I'm helping you recover your life, so you should be grateful and behave. Saying this, Nia punched Lei Hao, making him behave. Looks like I came at the wrong time. Just as Yuan Wen returned, he opened the door to see Nia's somewhat rough treatment method, causing Bien to hide directly behind him. Yuan Wen could only awkwardly smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. Don't be nervous, it just looks rough, but in fact, Nia is very careful. Thud, don't shout, just behave. Really? Maybe temporary command center, no way. I can't find any breakthrough. Yi Qing looked at the various intelligence reports on the table, shaking her head helplessly. Although this operation had yielded a lot, the current predicament still left Yi Qing unable to see a way forward. The difficulty of the task had exceeded initial estimates, and now they had to call for support. She sent a request for assistance via carrier pigeon. How long do you think it will take for support to arrive? Su Xiao, who had just finished patrolling, happened to witness this scene and kindly handed her a drink he had brought back from the tavern. Hard to say, maybe a few days or even a few weeks. Yi Qing took the drink and shook her head in confusion. Given the current situation, it's not just a simple matter of calling in the rebel forces. Just gathering the scattered rebel forces will take a lot of effort. And we still need to rescue the hostages. TCH, this is not going to be easy. Oh, by the way, did you gather any intelligence about the Spear Hall? No. To be honest, their intelligence work is very good. We hardly found any information related to the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the brief mentioning it, I wouldn't even know the Spirit Hall was involved. Hearing this, Yi Qing downed her drink in one go. She looked at the empty cup and shrugged. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. Chapter 25 Assistance in the Shadow Guard Camp. In Raven's office, Raven was reviewing the request for assistance letter sent by Yi Qing. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of worry. The situation described in the letter was even more serious than he had anticipated, which made Raven sink into deep thought. He looked up at the ceiling, as if searching for answers. After a few seconds, he sat back down, ready to discuss countermeasures with Vice Officer Yi. Are there still elite teams available for action in the camp? Raven's voice revealed a touch of urgency. Vice Officer Yi adjusted his glasses, carefully reviewing the documents in hand, and then shook his head helplessly. Currently, the team's training plan has not yet concluded, although the number of new recruits meets the standard. Their practical experience and quality still need improvement. Commander Xiao Zheng has not yet signed the relevant mission authorization to ensure the success rate of the mission. Hearing this news, Raven couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose, feeling a wave of frustration. He knew the current situation was severe, but he had no suitable forces available. He looked up at Vice Officer Yi and asked, "What about the Spirit Hall? Have they reacted?" Vice Officer Yi flipped through the complex documents from the Spirit Hall, trying to extract useful information. They still seem to hope we can support the local resistance forces, even at all costs to weaken the influence of the Gaul Empire in the area. When Raven heard at all costs, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He clenched his fist and angrily slammed it on the table, venting his dissatisfaction. These guys really see the Shadow Guard as expendable. We're not their pawns. However, he also understood that he couldn't call Yi Qing and the others back directly. Doing so would undoubtedly provoke the Spirit Hall. And according to the requirements proposed by Yang Hong in the recent strategic meeting, the Shadow Guard must maintain restraint with the Spirit Hall to avoid violent conflict. Just as Raven was feeling troubled, a crack appeared behind Vice Officer Yi. Yang Hong, who had just finished tidying up his work in the room, dragged his tired body out with Tang Nan. Yang Hong stretched and yawned, clearly looking exhausted. Behind them, Xue Qinghe also stepped out of the crack, having changed into a more lightweight white casual outfit, smiling as he greeted Raven and Vice Officer Yi. "Hello, Uncle Raven, Sister Yi, long time no see." Long time no see. Long time no see. Have you grown taller again?" Sister Yi, you noticed this? I can see this little change. You haven't made things difficult for Chun, have you? She complained a lot about your stubbornness in the letters she sent me." At this moment, Xue Qinghe gently patted the downcast Tang Nan beside him. "Cheer up, what's wrong?" He noticed the confusion in Tang Nan's eyes, so he waved his hand in front of Tang Nan's face, trying to catch his attention. Tang Nan came back to his senses at Xue Qinghe's call, ruffled his hair, and replied, "It's nothing, I'm just thinking about my brother." He looked out the window, worry etched on his face, wondering where he was now and why he left without a word, without telling his sister. Not long ago, Tang Nan and Yang Hong had reunited with Flinder and others at the Blue Tyrant Academy, but during dinner that night, he found that his older brother had not shown up for a long time, although he was told that Tang San had been taken by the master for secret training. At some moment, Tang Nan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, leaving him very uneasy. Similarly, Xiao was also feeling down due to Tang San's abrupt departure. Seeing Tang Nan's worried face, Xue Qinghe gently comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Maybe by the time we get back, your brother will have returned. Cheer up. Looking gloomy won't attract any girl's partner." Tang Nan nodded, forcing a smile, and tried to push his worries aside. Meanwhile, Yang Hong, after listening to Raven's report, offered his suggestion. "Since that's the case, why don't we think outside the box?" "Think outside the box?" "Yes. Since the Spirit Hall only asks us to assist the local resistance forces, why not take this opportunity to turn them into our fresh blood?" "Are you saying to treat them as new recruits?" "Exactly. What about reinforcements?" "Well, aren't the people right behind me?" Yang Hong pointed to the two small ones behind him. "Their combat power is just right." This statement left Raven in a bit of a dilemma. He understood very well the combat power of Xue Qinghe. Even elite shadow guards rarely gained an advantage over him. But what about Tang Nan, a rookie who had only participated in one demon extermination operation? Although he survived facing the demons, he was still just a teenager. He scrutinized Tang Nan for a moment, then turned to Yang Hong, observing his confident gaze. Knowing his superior's temperament well, he understood the meaning behind that look. He shrugged slightly, indicating his understanding, and then said, "All right, I'll go prepare the supplies they need to carry." After saying this, he turned around and led Officer Yi away. Before leaving, he clenched his fist and gently tapped Yang Hong's shoulder while whispering, "I hope your judgment is still as accurate as it has been in the past, Commander." "My God, so much?" Tang Nan looked at the supplies piled up like a small mountain, his jaw dropping in shock, while Xue Qinghe, beside him, watched his surprised expression with interest. "It's fine, they're SA storage device. We don't have to carry it." "No, this is too much." Officer Yi chuckled at Tang Nan's astonished expression and explained, "Don't be polite. This is a standard configuration for a Shadow Guard division." "All right, everything is packed up." Saying this, he stored all the items in the storage device and handed it to Xue Qinghe. Medical supplies, construction materials, ores, gunpowder, and the necessary liquid funds are all in here. He also added a reminder to Xue Qinghe to be careful after they get there, and not to get hurt. With that, he took a step back and nodded at Yang Hong. "All right, you two, goodbye." After Yang Hong finished speaking, with a loud bang, a crack opened beneath their feet. Caught off guard, Tang Nan panickingly fell down with a scream. Seeing this, Officer Yi raised a question. "Why not just open the crack and let them walk in? I think this is faster." About 15 kilometers outside Hobian City, a crack was unexpectedly opened above the forest. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out as Tang Nan fell from the crack. Just as he was about to have a close encounter with the ground, Xue Qinghe instantly spread her wings and caught him tightly. "Just in time. How is that for timing? Thank you for saving me. I hope next time you can reach out your hand more quickly." After expressing his gratitude to Xue Qinghe, Tang Nan landed steadily but couldn't help but kneel down and vomit. After resting for a while, the two returned to the high altitude and began to confirm their position. Judging by the surrounding landmarks, they found that they were still 5 kilometers away from their destination. So, they returned to the ground, preparing to walk there on foot. On the way, the two walked silently through the forest, and it was unusually quiet. Even the sound of birds was absent. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe stopped. Sensing that something was off, she nervously placed her hand on the sword at her waist, vigilantly looking around. "Tang Nan, I feel something is not right," she whispered. "What is not right?" Just as Tang Nan turned his head, arrows suddenly shot in from all directions, catching him off guard in an emergency. Fortunately, the prepared Xue Qinghe quickly pulled him away, avoiding the tragedy of being turned into a hedgehog. "Are you okay?" Xue Qinghe pulled Tang Nan behind her, asking with concern. "I'm fine. We're surrounded. There are enemies in the woods ahead, to the left, and to the right, and more people are approaching from a distance." Tang Nan immediately activated his natural form to sense the movements of the enemies. At this moment, a group of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the forest ahead of them. The commanding officer pointed his sword at the two and sternly questioned their purpose. "What are you people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect doing here?" he asked coldly. "What?" The two looked confused and quickly explained, "We are not from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. You must be mistaken." "Mistaken?" The officer sneered at them. "We saw the rift you appeared from in the sky. Who else but a Bon de Law from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could possess such teleportation technology? Hurry up and explain the situation, or don't blame me for being rude." "Xue Qinghe, we can't get entangled with them. Their reinforcements seem to be on the way." "Dannan zeminde." "Understood. Hold on to me tightly," Xue Qinghe decisively said. Tang Nan followed Xue Qinghe's instructions and wrapped his arms around his waist. In the next second, Xue Qinghe suddenly exerted force and jumped vertically into the air, taking Tang Nan with him. Just as they were about to fly away, the officer remained calm, slowly extending one hand and making a fist. "Fall!" Suddenly, Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan, who were flying in the air, felt their bodies become extraordinarily heavy, and this sensation continued to deepen. They immediately thought, "We must land immediately." So, the two activated their soul power barriers and fell to the ground following this force. "Cough, cough. Tang Nan, are you okay?" Xue Qinghe asked with concern. "Cough, cough. I'm fine." The two landed safely, cushioned by the blue-silver grass that Tang Nan had previously created. It was only then that they realized they had been surrounded. "Tang Nan, stay close to me." Xue Qinghe tightened his grip on the sword, his expression serious. Tang Nan silently summoned the breath of death. At that moment, the ground began to shake, and the noise grew louder. The soldiers surrounding them occasionally looked back. The trembling hands of the soldiers made Tang Nan sense their unease. Understanding what was happening, he retracted the breath of death and shouted, "Help!" The cry for help echoed through the forest. This scene left Shui Qinghe somewhat at a loss. Hey, what are you doing? Charge! Rescue the civilians. Soon, accompanied by the sound of a horn, a group of heavily armored cavalry charged out from the forest, launching a deadly assault on them. Quick retreat. Damn, why are they here? Help me. In an instant, the soldiers surrounding the two were terrified by the suddenly emerging cavalry, dropping their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Seeing them flee in panic, Shui Qinghe provocatively said, "Humph. Cowards, come back if you have the guts." At that moment, a knight approached them, pointing his long sword in a direction. If you head that way for about an hour, you'll reach Hobian City, where someone will help you. After saying this, he led the cavalry to continue their pursuit. Tang then looked at the flag on his back, which was engraved with a dragon pattern, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere before. But considering the urgency, after waving to express their gratitude, the two continued their journey. Several hours later, they finally reached their destination, but the group that had just attacked them also arrived there. They had regrouped after being scattered and happened to run into them. The two parties stared at each other, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. At that moment, a bird call broke the silence. What are they doing here? Drawing swords? Oh no. We ran into them again. Tang Nan, hide behind me. The two sides reacted and took their positions, confronting each other. At that moment, a strong windstorm suddenly struck, making it difficult for both sides to open their eyes. Then, a voice rang out, temporarily halting the conflict. It was the frantic shout of Yi Qing. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding. With this voice, Yuan Wen, Su Xiao, and Nia appeared and blocked both sides. Yuan Wen tried to explain, "Everyone, don't be nervous. They are not enemies." However, facing such an explanation, they seemed unconvinced and even more agitated. Some even questioned, "Not enemies? Then why did they just call the city defense army to attack us?" Shui Qinghe responded emotionally. "That was because you were unreasonable first. What do you want to do?" He was about to charge forward, but fortunately, Su Xiao and Tang then stopped him in time. Tang then exerted all his strength to hold Shui Qinghe back, urging him to calm down. "Shui Qinghe, calm down. It might really be a misunderstanding." After more than 10 minutes of negotiations, they realized their actions were too reckless, and they solemnly apologized to Shui Qinghe and Tang Nan. Seeing the sincere apology from the other side, Shui Qinghe decided not to pursue the earlier matter. He said, "All right, since you've all apologized, I won't hold it against you." Then he took Tang Nan inside. After handing over all the supplies they carried to Yi Qing, Tang Nan went to the infirmary to help treat the injured. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe started a conversation with Yi Qing. "Everything is already on the list. Please take a look," submitting the list. "Thank you, you all worked hard. Now we can finally stand firm in this area." Taking the list. "By the way, who were those people just now?" "Oh, they're the local rebels. They were scattered by the city defense army earlier and only resurfaced a few days ago when the situation calmed down. We successfully contacted them through the rebel commander we knew before, and we ran into you on their first reconnaissance mission," Yi Qing said with a helpless smile. These people's joining the rebels was entirely out of their own enthusiasm, and in terms of combat power, only their leader had reached level 50. The rest were quite lacking. Listening to Yi Qing's complaints, Shui Qinghe agreed. Indeed, but if they can be well trained, they should be able to form a considerable fighting force. He then posed a crucial question for him. "What are we having for dinner tonight?" In the temporary infirmary, Tang then pushed open the door anxiously after learning that the captain had sustained serious injuries. However, what he saw was the bandaged Lei Hao on the bed, who was in high spirits demonstrating a set of boxing techniques, so fluidly that it made Tang Nan doubt the diagnosis report of the captain's injuries. If it weren't for Nia finally subduing Lei Hao with a bar of soap, Tang Nan might have gone straight to treat the next injured person. Captain, it looks like your injuries are recovering quite well," Tang Nan praised while checking Lei Hao's body, giving his results after about a minute. "Basically, most of the injuries have healed. You just need to rest for a few more days." However, Tang Nan pointed to the back of the captain's head. "I'm curious, Captain, did you take a few hits on the back of your head while fighting? I can sense several cracks on your skull. If you take a few more hits, you might not survive." Hearing Tang Nan's report, Nia beside him pretended to be indifferent and started whistling. The instigator then. Tang Nan moved to Bean's bedside to begin his examination. "Name? Bean. Cough, cough, cough." Activating his natural form, Tang then placed his hand on Bean's chest to start the examination. But as Tang Nan's frown deepened, Bean's heart leaped into his throat. He anxiously asked, "Doctor, do I have any problems?" Seeing Bean's anxious expression, Tang Nan quickly reassured him. "It's fine, Brother Bean. Most of your injuries have healed. However, due to the previous damage to your lungs, you might need to, how should I put it? Try to avoid high-intensity activities. A few months later, things will gradually recover. Then, he took a bottle out of his pocket and handed it to Bean, reminding him that if he felt uncomfortable at night, just take one pill. After speaking, Tang Nan proceeded to re-examine the next injured person. After an hour, all the injured had completed their re-examinations, and Tang Nan's analysis was completely consistent with what Nia had given them earlier during treatment. Afterwards, Nia excitedly patted Tang Nan on the back and praised him. Well done. Tang Nan, I think you should really consider joining Dr. Fanaz's medical department. With your talent, Aunt Fanaz will definitely take notice of you. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan shyly scratched his head and humbly replied, No, I just made good use of what my master taught me. At this moment, an overly excited Nia patted Tang Nan's back several times, almost causing him to cough up blood. Well, I guess I have an idea of where the captain's injury on his head came from. As time passed, it was already midnight. Worried about his older brother and feeling wide awake, Tang Nan gazed at the bright moon with a sense of melancholy. Just then, Luo suddenly appeared, startling him. Louis, why are you out here? Tang Nan asked in confusion. I saw you looking uneasy, so I came out to check on you. There's no need to worry about the unknown. Taking one step at a time isn't a bad approach, Luo said seriously. He added, in the near future, you need to train diligently and not slack off. Otherwise, when I wake up, I'll make you regret it. Oh, huh. Tang Nan looked at Luo in surprise. What do you mean? Luo answered somewhat impatiently. There's no need to overreact. I just wanted to rest for a bit. He then advised, remember, don't let hatred blind your eyes, or you won't be able to see the opportunity for victory. After saying this, he returned to the sea of consciousness. Tang Nan deeply felt that his master's words were wise, so he obediently went back to sleep. In the sea of consciousness, Luo was preparing to rest, but a wave of unease surged in his heart. He looked at his lazy neighbor and said in a reproachful tone, while I rest, please take care of him a bit, all right? The neighbor squinted his eyes and replied with a big smile, don't worry, leave it to me. However, after Luo entered sleep, he slightly opened his eyes, looking at the breath of death beside him. Provided that I want to. Chapter 26. Preparing matters. A week after Tang Nan and the others brought supplies from headquarters to the rebel camp where Yi Qing and the others were stationed. A meeting was held in the central tent regarding the future plans of the rebel army. The meeting was attended by Lei Hao's team from the Shadow Guard, as well as Tang Nan, Xue Qinghe, and Chen Xiao, the representative of the rebel army. As the relevant personnel entered, Yi Qing, as the host, cleared her throat to announce the start of the meeting. Everyone, we need to develop a detailed plan for the future actions of the rebel army. Listening to Yi Qing's speech, Chen Xiao, as the representative, sneered. Develop a plan? Why should we listen to your arrangements? He then arrogantly scanned everyone present. Seeing his defiant demeanor, Lei Hao and the others remained silent, but Xue Qinghe would not let him off easily. He slammed the table and pointed at Chen Zhao's nose, scolding him. You bastard, you'd better show some respect. This isn't your old home. You're just a stray dog without a master now. Xue Qinghe's words struck Chen Xiao like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. As the captain of Commander Rubio's personal guard, the loss of Commander Rubio felt like an unhealable scar on his heart, a disgrace he could never wash away. He was furious, flames of anger igniting within him. One hand gripping his sword tightly like a vice, his eyes blazing with rage as he stared at Xue Qinghe, who showed a hint of anger. Say that again if you have the guts. Chen Zhao's eyes widened with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze filled with anger and provocation. Stray dog. The corners of Xue Qinghe's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, his voice cold and firm as he repeated each word clearly. In a flash, Chen Zhao's weapon had been drawn, his hands tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, aimed at Xue Qinghe, his eyes glinting with cold light. You! At this moment, Chen Zhao's face turned pale, his lips trembling slightly. He wanted to say something, but found himself unable to speak. He could only point his weapon at Xue Qinghe, as if that was the only way to express his anger and dissatisfaction. The others present remained unfazed, with Tang Nan being the only exception. He first looked at Xue Qinghe's confident face, then at Chen Zhao's frantic expression, feeling at a loss for what to do. He wanted the captain to mediate between the two, but the captain and the others were engrossed in discussing the allocation of follow-up reconnaissance tasks and training arrangements for weapon maintenance personnel, showing no intention of intervening. Left with no choice, Tang Nan decided to resolve it himself. Fortunately, the situation seemed to require no mediation from him. Xue Qinghe stared intently at Chen Xiao, noticing his unwillingness to back down, and his mood grew heavier. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his emotions. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was sharp and filled with power, like a sharp arrow. In an instant, Chun Zhao's sword was knocked out of his hand. The sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and only then did Chun Zhao come to his senses. He looked at the blade pressed against his throat, terrified, not daring to move an inch. Seeing Chun Zhao in such a predicament, Xueqinghe couldn't help but chuckle coldly, grip tightly, don't drop it again or next time. It will be your head that falls. After saying this, he picked up the sword from the ground and threw it back to Qin Xiao, not forgetting to mock him. Remember, don't drop it again. Then, he watched as Chun Xiao silently exited the tent, taking his sword with him. Hey, Yizving, why did you call this guy to the meeting? After driving Chun Xiao away, Xueqinghe turned to complain to Yi Qing. Listening to his complaints, Yi Qing calmly stared at the markings on the map and explained, after all, he currently holds the highest position in the rebel army. We called him here to see what their attitude is like. It seems that what Elder Zhao Gang said wasn't wrong. Without Rubio, no one can command them. Rubio? Hearing this name, Xueqinghe recalled that it had been mentioned in yesterday's mission briefing. Is he still alive? He asked curiously. Yes, Yi Qing nodded in response. The previous intelligence analysis indicated that the city defense army should have captured Rubio alive. However, the location and specific details of his detention are still unclear. Yi Qing looked at the large circle marked on the map indicating the Lord's mansion, falling into deep thought. The information from other places had been confirmed, but the Lord's mansion remained a big problem. After Lei Hao had nearly been captured during reconnaissance last time, they had tried to conduct another exploration, but they were discovered before they could even finish a round. Fortunately, thanks to Yi Qing's warning, they managed to escape in time. So now they needed to find a way to get in. While the group was deep in thought, Xueqinghe spotted an interesting piece of information in the intelligence. He asked, Yi Qing, when is the banquet hosted by the Lord? Probably in a few days, Yi Qing replied. Oh, how about we sneak in? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xueqinghe's eyes. Sneak in? Not likely. Lei Hao shook his head at Xueqinghe's suggestion. Such high-level banquets are only for the royal family and nobles. Where are we going to find a token to prove our identity? Lei Hao ruthlessly pointed out the current situation, intending to dampen Xueqinghe's enthusiasm. However, to his surprise, Xueqinghe smiled after hearing this. If it's about the token, that's simple. I can handle it. Saying this, he pulled Tang Nan, who was still in the dark about the situation, out of the tent, leaving Lei Hao looking confused. What's going on? Did he just say he could sneak in? Lei Hao asked in astonishment. Yeah, the others nodded affirmatively. Wow, I'm so tired. Tang Nan yawned while looking at the design drawing, trimming the fabric for the clothes. He was usually good at sewing, so making the dress this time wasn't too difficult for him. Go for it, go for it. Xueqinghe cheered for his partner while carefully examining the first dress made by Tang Nan. You can't tell, can you? Aside from fighting, you're just as good at everything else as anyone else. Ha! After all, most of the time I held my older brother and sister men clothes, so I'm quite skilled with needle and thread. Tang Nan squinted his eyes and yawned, but the needle and thread in his hands showed no signs of slowing down. His perception and precision in his natural state had greatly improved. However, maintaining this state was quite exhausting. After a long period of effort, Tang Nan finally completed the second exquisite and luxurious dress. But at this moment, he was utterly exhausted and could no longer hold on. His body weakened, and he fainted to the ground. Just then, Yi Qing and Nia happened to pass by and saw this scene, quickly rushing over to support the collapsing Tang Nan. After a careful examination, Nia said, Don't worry, he is fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. I'll help him wake up. Just as Nia was about to cast a healing spell, Tang Nan happened to wake up groggily. When he saw Nia preparing to use her ability on him, memories of that terrifying power surged through his mind, instantly waking him up. He quickly sat up and tightly grabbed Nia's hand. Sister, no need to trouble yourself. I'm feeling much better, really, Tang Nan said, trying to break free from Nia's grip. At the same time, he noticed Yi Qing standing beside them and quickly asked, Hey, did you two sisters come to find me today for something important? The two exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly, and said in unison, We came to see if there's anything we can help with. After saying this, their gazes coincidentally fell on the luxurious dress behind Tang Nan. Did you make this with your own hands? Nia's eyes widened in disbelief, which made Tang Nan feel a small surge of pride. Yes, I did it all by myself. Tang Nan couldn't hide his excitement, his voice tinged with a bit of pride. After learning that these exquisite dresses were made by Tang Nan, Nia and Yi Qing wasted no time handing him their respective design blueprints, instructing, Then we'll leave it to you, little brother. No problem. Tang Nin smiled confidently, took the design blueprints, and immediately immersed himself in the garment-making process. After 2 whole days and nights of tireless effort, Tang Nin finally completed all the dressmaking tasks on schedule. However, just as he was carefully inspecting each piece of clothing, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Huh, why is there an extra women's outfit? Chapter 27. The night before the banquet, I don't want to wear it. Tang Nan's excited shout echoed in the meeting room, accompanied by his hysterical scream. Half an hour earlier. Wow, did you really make these clothes? Lei Hao and the others stared in awe at the stunning dresses, unable to close their mouths. Although they had heard about them from Yi Qing and Nia not long ago, seeing them in person still shocked them. The fabric was smooth and the decorations were luxurious, making them eager to try on the dresses. After putting them on, they couldn't stop praising them. Not bad. Lei Hao looked at himself in the mirror, a bit incredulous. As he transformed into a prince of the night, his entire aura changed. His posture became even more upright, as if he merged with the deep blue, exuding a mysterious and elegant charm. The dress's exquisite cut hugged his body lines, showcasing his robust physique. The neckline design was simple yet unique, slightly revealing his strong collarbone, adding a hint of sexiness. Lei Hao then turned his gaze to the others. Yuan donned the brown dress, and his aura underwent a sudden transformation. Already tall, he now appeared even more graceful. The deep and understated color of the dress complemented his calm demeanor perfectly. Su Xiao wore the sky blue dress, its fresh color reminiscent of the blue sky, perfectly merging with his aura. His skin looked even fairer against the dress, resembling warm jade. The exquisite cut of the dress hugged his tall frame, with smooth and natural lines that showcased his elegant demeanor. His hair was neatly styled, glistening slightly under the light. His facial features were well-defined, his features sculpted, and the deep gaze radiated confidence and gentleness. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if the whole world brightened for him. The neckline design of the sky blue dress was unique, subtly revealing his strong collarbone, giving an understated yet seductive feel. The sleeves were loose and flowing, gently fluttering with his movements, as if carrying a hint of poetry. A matching belt cinched his waist, skillfully outlining his slender figure. Shui Qinghe, as always, changed into her palace dress, dressed in pure white with a hint of golden embellishment. The main event arrived as Yi Qing and Nia, now dressed in their gowns, pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out. In an instant, all the men present were mesmerized. Yi Qing's dress showcased a greenish-blue tone, reminiscent of spring buds, fresh and elegant. The exquisite cut and smooth lines perfectly outlined her slender figure. The neckline design was ingeniously crafted, with delicate lace edges adding a touch of softness and romance to the overall look. Nia's dress was a vibrant red, lively and fiery like flames. The stylish and dynamic skirt swayed gently with her steps, resembling dancing notes. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, shimmering with an enchanting glow. Her delicate features were complemented by just the right amount of makeup, her eyes glowing with confidence and charm. The two stood together, forming a beautiful picture. Yi Qing's elegance and Nia's liveliness complemented each other, like green leaves contrasting with red flowers, each radiating their unique charm. Their appearance seemed to light up the entire space, attracting everyone's attention. How is it? Do you feel a spark of brilliance? Yi Qing's lips curled slightly, her eyes sparkling with confidence as she softly asked Lei Hao for his opinion. However, at that moment, Lei Hao was completely lost in Yi Qing's ample bosom, his gaze fixated, utterly entranced. Noticing Lei Hao's unusual gaze, Yi Qing's smile instantly turned a bit teasing. She lightly threw a punch at his shoulder, playfully scolding, "Perverted, where are your eyes looking?" Struck by her punch, Lei Hao jolted back to reality, awkwardly smiling as he quickly changed the subject. Just then, Nia, holding up her skirt, fluttered over to Su Xiao like a cheerful butterfly. She looked at Su Xiao with eager anticipation and asked, "Su Xiao, come look, do I look good in this today?" Su Xiao looked up, his gaze gentle as it fell on Nia, a soft smile appearing on his face. He reached out to gently stroke her hair, softly praising. "You look really beautiful. It suits you perfectly, making you especially cute." Hearing Su Xiao's compliment, Nia's cheeks flushed with shyness. She lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and lightly punched Su Xiao's stomach, mumbling, "You just know how to sweet-talk me to make me happy. Who praises people like that?" "Well, it seems everyone is dressed very appropriately, so I'll take my leave first." Tang Nin murmured softly as he slowly but steadily moved towards the door. Just as he was about to reach the door, Xue Qinghe suddenly extended her hand and firmly pressed on his shoulder. Don't rush to leave. Dear partner, it seems you've forgotten that you still Haven tea changed into your outfit. Xue Qinghe wore a mysterious bad smile on his face, which scared Tang Nan enough to want to escape the scene in a hurry. However, he was easily pulled back by Xue Qinghe like a weak little chick. Everyone present watched this scene with confusion and bewilderment, completely unable to make sense of it. However, when their gaze finally landed on the only remaining evening gown, all doubts vanished, replaced by a look of realization. Who would have thought that little Nanzi actually liked wearing women's clothes? This was truly surprising. Lei Hao narrowed his eyes and looked meaningfully at the gorgeous dress on the hanger, his face filled with righteous admonishment. This is what it looks like. I just made it according to the design. I didn't mean anything else. Tang Nan hurriedly defended himself, but his voice sounded somewhat weak. Faced with the increasingly sharp gazes of the captain and several teammates, Tang Nan anxiously reached out to grab the design drawing that Xue Qinghe had given him, try to push it in front of him as a shield. However, Xue Qinghe acted as if it had nothing to do with him and casually whistled. Then, he solemnly patted Tang Nan on the shoulder and said earnestly, Now is the time for you to step up, buddy. I believe in your potential. Hey, can you not act like you're entrusting me with an important mission? Tang Nan couldn't help but complain about Xue Qinghe's words. But no matter how much he grumbled, it was futile. Xue Qinghe turned around and waved his hand gracefully, leaving behind the words, Then it's up to you too, Yi Qing and Nia. After saying that, he left. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan felt like he was facing a great enemy and immediately turned to flee. But before he could move, Lei Hao and Su Xiao swiftly stepped forward, flanking him and firmly holding him in place. Captain, let me go. Tang Nan pleaded desperately while twisting his body in an attempt to break free. Sigh, little Nan, it's come to this, so just accept your fate. After all, you brought this upon yourself. Lei Hao sighed helplessly and patted Tang Nan's shoulder, trying to persuade him kindly. Exactly, just relax. With Nia's superb makeup skills, you'll definitely look brand new, so don't be afraid. Su Xiao quickly chimed in to show support. However, Tang Nan was far from grateful and continued to scream hysterically. I don't want to dress like that. Despite Tang Nan's strong resistance, he ultimately could not withstand the brute strength of Lei Hao and Su Xiao, and he was forcibly dragged into the room. His miserable screams seemed to linger in the air. Wow, this skin is so fair and tender. It's almost envy-inducing. Who would have thought that your waistline would be so slender and beautiful? Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Don't move. I'm going to start doing your eye makeup. Nia, you take care of his hair. In this room filled with laughter, the two ladies chatted happily while skillfully and carefully doing Tang Nan's makeup. As the seconds ticked by, after a full hour of effort, Tang Nan's makeup was finally completed. Nia and another person cautiously peeked their heads out, wearing playful smiles, their eyes landing on Lei Hao and the others waiting anxiously outside the door. Then, they gently pushed the now-dressed Tang Nan out of the room. Tang Nan kept his head down, walking awkwardly as if he were a shy crab, slowly emerging from the room. He kept his head lowered, seemingly unable to face the gazes of others. When Tang Nan stepped out of the changing room, everyone was taken aback. He was wearing a gorgeous black evening gown, perfectly tailored and flowing in line. The dress shone like a pearl in the night, emitting a mysterious and alluring glow. Don't be shy, look up. Yeah, let's appreciate it. Encouraged by everyone, Tang Nan finally mustered the courage to slowly lift his head. In that instant, all the men present were left dumbfounded. Tang Nan's features were exquisitely cute, his skin as white as snow and smooth as fine porcelain. His large eyes were clear and bright, sparkling with a lively light, although there was a hint of barely perceptible insecurity in his gaze. His slightly flushed cheeks added a touch of shyness. His hair was neatly styled, tied back with a black bow, complementing the black gown, making him look exceptionally elegant and graceful. At that moment, Tang Nan resembled a petite princess, radiating an irresistible charm and captivating aura. Wow, so cute, was the first reaction from everyone upon seeing Tang Nan. Their eyes widened, and their mouths formed an O shape as if they were witnessing a rare treasure. Lei Yao, standing among the crowd, was particularly excited. He quickly walked up to Tang Nan and unhesitatingly wrapped his arms around him tightly, murmuring, "You're just too cute. You should dress like this all the time." However, what Lei Yao didn't expect was that his sudden move caught Tang Nan off guard. Tang Nan's face instantly turned bright red, and his brain short-circuited from the overwhelming tension. Completely losing the ability to think, Tang Nan instinctively threw a punch. landing directly on Lei Hao's chin. With a thud, Lei Hao flew backward like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. Everyone around was stunned by this scene. They never expected that the seemingly delicate Tang Nin could have such strength. Noticing the time was approaching for the banquet, everyone hurriedly boarded the prepared carriage to head to the banquet in Hobian City. Still sulking? Sitting in the carriage, Xue Qinghe slightly turned to the side, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze casually resting on the princess across from him, a faint smile playing on his lips, seemingly pleased to see her pouting face. Tang Nin glared at the instigator and said irritably, "Have you seen enough? What? You look so good when you're angry." Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. "Who asked you to look?" Tang Nin turned his head away, still feeling indignant, thinking, "Why must I dress like this? This is non-negotiable." Xue Qinghe straightened up and explained seriously, "I specifically noted the configuration of 4 men and 3 women on the invitation. If someone doesn't comply, it will definitely raise the suspicion of the city lord. So just bear with it." "But why does it have to be a configuration of 3 women?" Tang Nin still didn't understand, his beautiful big eyes filled with confusion. Xue Qinghe smiled mysteriously, placing a finger gently on his lips, lowering his voice. "Well, that's a secret for now. But don't worry, everything is for the plan to proceed smoothly." After saying that, he suddenly stood up and slowly moved to sit beside Tang Nan, gently asking, "Since that's the case, why don't we change the topic? What do you think of the outfit designed by Xiao Xue?" Mentioning Xiao Xue, Tang Nan's expression softened slightly, but he still refused to admit defeat, saying, "It's just okay." Xue Qinghe could easily see through his insincere words. Then he continued to tease her. "How about we try to get Xiao Xue to wear the same outfit? I think, with her looks and temperament, she would definitely stand out." Hearing this, Tang Nan couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately turning to look out of the car window, and nonchalantly replied, "It's up to you." An hour later, the sun gradually sank in the west, casting its afterglow over the land. Lei Hao and his companions finally arrived at the city gate of Hobian. Due to some previous incidents and the fact that a grand banquet was currently being held, the soldiers of the city defense force, who were responsible for inspections, received orders from their superiors to conduct strict checks on everyone entering the city. When it was Lei Hao's turn, a leading officer approached the carriage that Xue Qinghe was riding in. "Hello, please show your identification and state your purpose for coming here," the officer said with a serious expression. Xue Qinghe gently pulled back the curtain of the carriage, smiling calmly. He took out an invitation letter from his bosom and handed it to the officer. "Don't be nervous, officer." His voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an invisible authority. The officer took the invitation letter and carefully opened it. When he saw the royal seal from the Tiando Empire on the envelope, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The royal seal. This is not something I can take lightly. However, despite this, the experienced officer remained vigilant. He scrutinized Xue Qinghe carefully and then sighed softly. "Forget it. Let's leave this tricky problem to the higher-ups to handle." Coming to that conclusion, the officer returned the letter to Xue Qinghe and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let them through. Thus, Lei Hao and the others successfully passed through the city gate and entered Hobian. Thanks to the letter Xue Qinghe had crafted and his calm demeanor, they easily gained entry to the Lord's mansion. Upon stepping into the interior of the mansion, they followed the path and got a glimpse of the interior of the Lord's residence. Black-armored warriors stood guard on both sides of the road. Their strength is all above level 30. Xue Qinghe looked at these warriors and couldn't help but praise. It seems the Lord is indeed fulfilling his responsibilities. With hundreds of soul lords, it appears the Lord did not go all out against the rebel army from the very beginning. These warriors would be formidable forces in our territory as well. Seeing Tang, then still looking puzzled, Xue Qinghe smiled slightly and patiently explained, generally speaking, the combat ability of soul masters is several times or even dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. They possess unique soul power skills that can have a huge impact on the battlefield, even turning the tide of war. Although the returns from cultivating a high-level soul master are quite substantial, the corresponding investment costs increase exponentially. Therefore, only those 3 financially robust empires or certain powerful duchies have enough resources to meticulously cultivate high-level soul masters. Other smaller duchies and cities often choose to concentrate their efforts on mass training low-level soul masters as a supplement. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to continue explaining in detail to Tang Nan, the carriage suddenly stopped without warning. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, Xue Qinghe elegantly extended his hand to Tang Nan, saying then, "Allow me to help you down Your Highness. Oh, fine. I'll bear with it a little longer. Tang Nan murmured helplessly, reluctantly, but obediently grasping Xue Qinghe's hand. However, just as he was about to climb out of the carriage, Xue Qinghe seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a pair of exquisitely crafted high heels from his soul guide device, presenting them to Tang Nan with a teasing expression. Oh dear, I almost forgot about these. Make sure to wear them. Don't let down my good intentions. Xue Qinghe said with a slight smile. Xue Qinghe, just you wait. This matter isn't over. Chapter 28. The Banquet. Welcome, everyone. At the entrance of the banquet hall, the elegant and dignified Countess Kroll stood there with a smile, her beautiful face and charming demeanor captivating those around her. As the Lord of Hobian, she had been waiting there for quite some time. Hey, Xue Qinghe, slow down. I really can't walk fast in these shoes, Tang Nan said, tightly holding onto Xue Qinghe's hand while struggling to take steps. These exquisite high heels were quite unfamiliar to him. After all, it was his first time to try to walk in such shoes. Xue Qinghe carefully assisted Tang Nan, afraid he might accidentally fall. When they reached Countess Kroll, he stopped and respectfully bowed, saying, Hello, Countess Kroll. I apologize for our sudden visit without prior notice. I hope we haven't caused any inconvenience to you and your household. Countess Kroll responded with a smile. It's no problem. Your Highness's visit truly brings glory to my humble abode. However, I wonder what brings your Highness here unexpectedly? Xue Qinghe politely replied, I am traveling for an inspection with my mentor, and I heard that Count Kroll has recently succeeded in quelling the long-standing rebels in this area and is hosting a banquet to celebrate. I specifically brought a congratulatory letter to express my regards to the Count. After saying this, he handed the envelope to Countess Kroll. Earlier, when the announcement was made at the city gate, Countess Kroll had already received relevant news. Now that she saw with her own eyes that the visitors indeed came from the Tindo royal family, her guard was slightly lowered. Countess Kroll nodded slightly and signaled to the maid beside her. The maid understood and turned around, quickly making a gesture with her hands behind her back. The hidden soldiers, receiving the signal, quietly returned to their posts like ghosts. Then, Countess Kroll leisurely opened the envelope, and when she saw the exclusive seal symbolizing royal authority on the letterhead, her last trace of doubt vanished. After carefully reading the letter, she raised her head and looked at Lei Hao and the others. However, her gaze lingered on them for a moment before hesitating, ultimately refocusing on Tang Nan, who was closely following Xue Qinghe. This little girl. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Countess Kroll's mouth, as if she suddenly understood something. She lightly covered her lips, smiled softly, and then turned to lead everyone toward the reception room. As they were heading to the reception room, it was as if Tang Nan suddenly had an epiphany. He felt like he had grasped some tricks. He was delighted and hurriedly tried to pull his hand back, but Xue Qinghe tightly held onto his hand and wouldn't let go. All right, Xue Qinghe, let go. I feel like I've got the hang of it. Tang Nan et gleam gon feed in, shouting at Xue Qinghe. However, Xue Qinghe ignored his words and continued to hold his hand firmly. Tang Nan became anxious. He tried to break free from Xue Qinghe's grip with all his strength, but the other person's strength was too great for him to move. Helpless, he could only glare at Xue Qinghe, secretly wondering, what does this guy want? Why won't he let go of my hand? Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe completely ignored Tang Nan's protests and glances, his gaze focused and determined, as if he was trying to convey some kind of message to Tang Nan in this manner. But then he thought a new idea. Really? Xue Qinghe looked at Tang Nan with a face full of suspicion, his eyes filled with doubt, but after a moment's hesitation, he slowly released his grip. Let go. Tang Nan could no longer suppress his inner urge to prove his strength. He used all his might to suddenly swing his arm, trying to break free from Xue Qinghe's control. Unexpectedly, without the sudden support, his body lost balance in an instant, stumbling forward like a drunken man, almost falling flat on the ground. Just at that critical moment, Xue Qinghe, as if foreseeing the situation, quickly extended his hand to support the about-to-fall Tang Nan, stabilizing him. Be careful, Xue Qinghe said with a slight smile, gently reminding, did you remember the key points? Always pay attention to maintaining balance, keep your back straight, pull in your abdomen, and slightly bend your knees. Hey, didn't you just tell me all this? I'm not a genius. How could I learn it all at once? Tang Nan murmured in frustration, feeling quite unconvinced. That's why you shouldn't show off. Let me support you. Xue Qinghe's tone was unusually firm, leaving no room for negotiation. TCH, you win this time. Although Tang Nan was reluctant, he knew he indeed needed Xue Qinghe's assistance at that moment and could only nod in agreement. Thus, Tang Nan half-heartedly held onto Xue Qinghe's arm and continued practicing. Their every move was observed by Mrs. Kroroff, who was leading the way ahead. Mrs. Kroroff watched the two with a thoughtful expression, a barely noticeable smile on her lips. "Your Highness, why let it go?" "Young people." She gently shook her head, as if recalling her past self, her eyes flashing with a hint of sentimentality and nostalgia. A few minutes later, they arrived at the reception room. In the spacious and bright reception room, nobles from various places, as well as senior military officers and high-ranking government officials from the local area, had already arrived and were engaging in enthusiastic and elegant exchanges. They were dressed in luxurious attire and adorned with dazzling jewelry, smiling and greeting each other. Some nobles sat together, enjoying exquisite snacks and tea, discussing political, economic, and cultural topics. Others stood by the window, admiring the beautiful scenery outside, occasionally expressing their admiration. The entire reception room was filled with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. It did not lose its solemnity and elegance. "The banquet will officially begin shortly. I hope you all have a great time." After saying this, Mrs. Kroroff elegantly turned and left. Seizing the opportunity, a few people began to exchange opinions on the current situation. "There are really so many people," Lei Hao exclaimed sincerely while gazing at the chatting nobles around him. "Indeed, it's clear that Duke Kroroff has put a lot of effort into this banquet." Yi Qing then turned to Xue Qinghe and asked, "So, have you learned anything else?" "Let me think." Xue Qinghe recalled his impressions of Count Kroroff and shared his speculation. "I think this may be related to Kroroff's political stance. Since he ascended to nobility, he has always been a staunch hawk within the Gallian duchy. However, due to the public's urgent desire for peace, not many in the duchy's upper echelon support him. So I suspect that his purpose in hosting this banquet is likely to try to win over other factions in order to gain more influence in future parliamentary discussions. But why would one do that? Is he planning to start a war?" Xue Qinghe frowned at this thought. Just then a soft, almost imperceptible cough suddenly echoed throughout the venue, as if drifting from a faraway place. Though the cough was faint, it stirred ripples like a stone thrown into a calm lake, drawing everyone's attention. People's gazes instinctively turned towards the observation deck on the second floor. At that moment, the focus of the banquet, Count Kroroff, stood proudly there. He wore an ancient and solemn military uniform, a garment that had accompanied him through numerous battles, bearing witness to his unparalleled glory and achievements. The military uniform was adorned with numerous medals, shining brightly like stars, each carrying the weight of his past accomplishments. Count Kroroff's face bore the marks of time, with a long and fierce scar running down from his forehead to his cheek, adding an air of authority and dominance. He stood tall and straight, firmly holding a finely carved cane in his left hand, while slowly raising a wine glass with his right hand, his movements fluid and graceful. "Dear friends," Count Kroroff said powerfully, "tonight, under the brilliant stars and enchanting moonlight, we gather here to celebrate this extraordinary moment. Today, we are basking in the rare peace and tranquility. Yet there are sinister individuals who do not wish to see this scene. They employ treacherous means to disturb innocent civilians, attempting to drag us back into the chaos of war." As he spoke, his sharp, eagle-like gaze swept over the group of dashing officers beside him. However, in the face of the enemy's despicable actions, our brave and fearless warriors have not retreated a single step. They have poured out their blood and fought bravely, sweeping away the enemy as if in a storm, forging their own unparalleled glory from the enemy's meanness and filth. After finishing his speech, Count Kroroff passionately raised his wine glass, as if wanting to infuse all his ambitions and aspirations into it. Immediately, everyone in attendance raised their glasses in response. "Long live Gallia! Long live the heavenly battle empire!" The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the banquet hall, lingering for a long time. Accompanied by these inspiring slogans, Count Kroroff drank the fine wine in his glass in one go. Thus, this grand banquet officially commenced. In order to comprehensively and accurately gather useful information, Lei Hao and his group began to split up according to their previously formulated plan. Lei Hao, Yuan Wan, and Su Xiao chose to wander among the officers, trying to find key information from some clues, while Nia and Yi Qing skillfully navigated among the high-ranking nobles, hoping to gather some insider news from them. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan had relatively high freedom to arrange their actions based on the situation. However, due to the rumors inadvertently spread by Mrs. Kroroff, Xue Qinghe instantly became the focal point of the entire event. Those nobles eager to promote their careers and climb the social ladder all turned their attention to this potential future emperor, thinking of ways to establish connections with him. In an instant, various flattering voices surged. "Your Highness, please allow me. Your Highness, I wish to. One after another, those with ulterior motives swarmed towards Xue Qinghe, surrounding him tightly, making it almost impossible for him to escape. Faced with such a situation, a hint of undisguised disgust finally appeared on Xue Qinghe's face. Tang Nan, who had been watching coldly from the outside, couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Xue Qinghe, now you're in for it. The thought of Xue Qinghe being put in a difficult position made him quite happy. Just as Tang Nan was still basking in his self-satisfaction, a nobleman dressed in luxurious clothing and exuding an imposing aura suddenly appeared before him. As if descending from the heavens, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips, he softly said, "Would this beautiful lady honor me with a dance?" This sudden situation caught Tang Nan off guard. He was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. After seeing the person in front of him, he looked around in confusion and then pointed to himself, stuttering, Are you talking to me? Of course it's you, dear lady. The nobleman maintained an elegant smile and nodded affirmatively. I'm sorry, I really can't dance, Tang Nan honestly replied. Oh, what a pity. A hint of regret appeared on the nobleman's face, but it quickly vanished. But that's all right, we still have plenty of time to practice slowly, don't we? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step closer to Tang Nan without waiting for a reply. Feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression, Tang Nan's heart started racing, and she felt anxious and helpless. She quickly cast her gaze toward Xue Qinghe not far away, silently praying that he would notice something was off and come to her rescue. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. Xue Qinghe was currently surrounded by a group of people, unable to break free. As the burly man in front of her drew closer, Tang Nan felt isolated and helpless, with no choice but to keep retreating. Just as she was about to be cornered with no way out, suddenly, a strong hand landed on the nobleman's shoulder. Sir, it seems you've had a bit too much to drink. I think it would be better for you to step outside and cool off. The voice came from behind the nobleman, and a young officer stepped forward. His military uniform was well-tailored, adorned with dazzling golden insignias that shone brilliantly. Who do you think you are to meddle in my business? The nobleman, who was lost in his own world, immediately became furious and turned to teach this ignorant fellow a lesson. However, when he saw who it was, the arrogance and bravado on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by fear and flattery. The nobleman quickly covered his head with one hand, pretending to be drunk, and stammered, Ah, yes, you're right. I have indeed had a bit too much to drink. I'm so sorry for the disturbance. After saying that, he fled the scene like a dog with its tail between its legs. Seeing that the trouble had left, Tang Nan, who was ready to fight back, quietly put away the weapon hidden in her sleeve. She breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully looked at the young officer who had saved her from danger. Thank you for your help, sir, Tang Nan said softly, her eyes revealing genuine gratitude. No need for that. I was just passing by and happened to see. The officer replied. He seemed to want to say something more, but Tang Nan, worried about complications, quickly turned to leave. However, in her anxious state, she accidentally twisted her ankle and her body leaned forward uncontrollably. In that critical moment, the officer reached out again to help her, quickly grabbing her and pulling her into his arms. Are you all right? Faced with this sudden concern, Tang Nan, who was in great pain, managed to say, Could you please help me to the chair over there to rest for a moment? Sure, no problem. The officer responded while carefully supporting Tang Nan toward a nearby chair. During this process, he occasionally glanced at her, feeling a lingering sense of familiarity that he couldn't shake off. Once he helped Tang Nan settle into the chair, she didn't have time to talk to the officer and immediately began to channel her energy to heal her injury. When she released the blue-silver grass to bandage her wound, the officer's face instantly showed a look of astonishment. So the blue-silver grass can be used this way. He stroked his chin, his eyes revealing a mix of surprise and contemplation, as if he had discovered a whole new world. He muttered to himself, but it's really strange. The blue-silver grass can actually be cultivated to such a level. Hearing this, Tang Nan's expression changed, her brows furrowing slightly, and she said with some displeasure, Hey, what do you mean by that? Her voice carried a hint of anger, clearly dissatisfied with the officer's words. Realizing the other party was angry, the officer quickly waved his hand to explain, Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't misunderstand. It's just that I find your use of the blue-silver grass very unique, which reminded me of some past events. At this point, the officer paused for a moment before continuing to ask, But speaking of which, miss, I feel like we've met somewhere before. He fixed his gaze on her, trying to find some clues in her expression. Friend, flirting like this with a girl will just make her dislike you. Xue Qinghe's voice came from behind the officer, laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and reproach. He quickly walked toward Tang Nan, his face showing a trace of anger. When Xue Qinghe reached Tang Nan and was about to help her up, he was rudely blocked by the officer. The officer looked sternly at Xue Qinghe and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but I must verify your identity." Xue Qinghe frowned slightly, confused, and asked, "What do you mean? Do you think I would harm her?" The officer shook his head and explained, "This lady clearly does not wish to be approached by strangers. As the guard here, I have a responsibility to ensure everyone's safety." Xue Qinghe sneered and retorted, "Approach? Not at all necessary. She is mine." With that, he waved his arm forcefully, as if to showcase his relationship with Tang Nan to everyone. Upon hearing this, the people around couldn't help but gasp in surprise. However, the most shocked was Tang Nan herself, her eyes widening as she momentarily lost her composure. Two exclamations rang out simultaneously. Xue Qinghe seemed unfazed by the reactions of those around him, decisively pulling the stunned Tang Nan tightly into his embrace and loudly declaring to everyone, "Miss Tang Nan is my fiancée." The sudden news hit everyone present like a bombshell, instantly shocking them all. The originally lively scene fell silent, with everyone staring dumbfounded at Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan. Tang Nan, in particular, was taken aback by this action, his mind going blank. "Xue Qinghe." Tang Nan just wanted to question, but before he could finish his words, Xue Qinghe had already leaned down, her lips unhesitatingly covering his. This scene made the surrounding nobles envious, jealousy evident in their eyes. At that moment, the officer also realized that the situation was a bit awkward. So, he quickly took action, saying, "Have you all seen enough? Disperse." He helped to clear away the onlookers surrounding Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan. Finally, he smiled at Xue Qinghe and said, "Wishing you happiness, Your Highness," before turning to leave, leaving Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan standing there. This method indeed worked. During the latter half of the banquet, almost no one dared to provoke trouble actively. Xue Qinghe seized the opportunity to engage in pleasant and in-depth discussions with several senior officials. However, things were not that simple. "Xue Qinghe, what exactly happened at the banquet?" After returning to the camp, Yi Qing saw Tang Nan's disheartened look and couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry, quickly asking. Xue Qinghe smiled and then pretended to be relaxed as he replied, "It's nothing serious, just a small setback." Yi Qing clearly didn't believe his words, frowned, and pressed. "Are you really sure?" Xue Qinghe patted Tang Nan's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said, "Don't worry, Sister Yi Qing. He might just be a bit tired. I'll take him back to rest first. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he pushed Tang Nan into the room and casually closed the door. But as soon as they entered the room, before the sound of the door closing had completely faded, a sudden sound of a crossbow bolt being shot echoed from inside, followed by Tang Nan's heart-wrenching roar. "Xue Qinghe, I'm going to kill you." The intensity of the sound seemed to shake the entire room. Cough, young people. Chapter 29, a great commotion, a rhythmic drip of water fell from the ceiling, occasionally splashing onto the man's forehead. He exerted all his strength to slowly lift his hand to wipe away the cold droplets, and then turned over, attempting to take a short nap. However, just then, a harsh sound pierced the air as the guard outside the cage struck the iron bars with a long spear, creating a cacophony of noise. Meanwhile, he periodically spat out a few curses, seemingly trying to pass the monotonous work time. In this endless dark cell, the man had long lost his sense of time. He didn't know how many days and nights he had spent here, only feeling that each day was painfully long and torturous. The fatigue of his body and the torment of his mind made him incredibly numb. He slowly closed his eyes, ignoring the disturbances from the outside, letting his thoughts drift away. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out like thunder, as if it were going to tear the world apart. This explosion not only jolted him awake from a deep sleep, but also made his heart race to the extreme. Immediately after, a chaotic noise erupted outside. "Intruders! Chow chow! Quickly hide behind me." The man's ears were filled with the crisp sounds of swords clashing from the outside, accompanied by piercing screams. These sounds grew fainter, seemingly indicating that a bloody massacre was gradually coming to an end. What on earth is happening? The man's mind was filled with confusion and fear as he tried to piece together the truth behind the scene before him. But his thoughts were entangled like a mess of yarn. Just as the man was lost in contemplation, a shout came from outside the cell. "Hey, you inside? If you're still alive, quickly move to the wall." "Huh?" Before the man could respond, another loud explosion sounded. The cell door was blown to pieces, and amidst the billowing smoke, a young man and a woman stepped out. "Are you okay?" The young man quickly crouched down, extending a hand, and asked with concern, "Are you Mr. Rubio?" 12 hours ago, after days of arduous and exhausting intelligence gathering at the Lord's mansion, Lei Hao and his companions were fully prepared, only lacking the right timing to rescue Rubio. All plans related to the rescue had been arranged. However, just as everyone was eager to take action, Lei Yao, don't you think the atmosphere seems a bit off? The sharp-eyed Su Xiao was the first to notice something strange, currently looking around with a puzzled expression, finally fixing his gaze on the gloomy and unhappy yet still spirited figures of Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe across from him. Well, now that you mention it, it does seem that way, Lei Hao echoed, expressing his agreement. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Su Xiao, both capturing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. After a moment, Lei Hao seemed to suddenly think of something, rushing to Xue Qinghe's side and urgently whispering, "Hey, quickly tell me what you two were up to last night." At that moment, Tang Nan remained silent, calmly starting to nibble on a piece of bread with one hand. However, despite this, the displeasure was still clearly written on her face. Xue Qinghe awkwardly scratched his head, involuntarily glancing at Tang Nan sitting beside him. Just then, Tang Nan's gaze happened to turn as well, their eyes meeting. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe quickly said, "It's nothing. TCH, so boring." Having failed to gather any useful information, Lei Hao looked disappointed, muttering a complaint before reluctantly returning to his seat. Hey, still mad?" Xue Qinghe asked softly, wearing a somewhat flattering smile. "Why do you care?" Tang Nan replied, coldly without lifting her head, her tone filled with resentment. "Didn't I already apologize to you?" Xue Qinghe smiled helplessly. "If you mention it again, I'll pull the trigger." Tang Nan remained unfriendly, raising her crossbow to aim at Xue Qinghe's forehead. Okay. Next time I'll definitely notify you in advance. Now, can you please put the crossbow away?" Xue Qinghe carefully looked at her, pointing at the crossbow already pressed against his forehead. "Oof." Tang Nan scoffed disdainfully and put the crossbow away. However, their actions amused the 4 onlookers nearby. They watched the two with great interest, increasingly eager to know the story from yesterday, leaving the newly arrived Yi Qing completely confused. "What are you guys doing?" Bang, 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 bang. Unappreciative. Yi Qing gave each of them a smack to end this farce. "All right, now let's start the meeting." With Yi Qing's announcement, the meeting regarding the rescue of Rubio officially began. Lei Hao also started their report. The current troop situation at the Lord's Mansion had been clarified. Their basic military strength was the black armored squad stationed to the east of the Lord's Mansion. These soldiers wore black heavy armor, as solid as a steel fortress, numbering about 800, each with a soul power level above 30. The command of this elite unit was in the hands of a mysterious team called the Blackguard. This team had few members, only about 8, but their strength ranged between level 40 and 50. 6 of these 8 Blackguards would split into 2 groups to operate, each group consisting of 3 members. One group would always guard Count Crowell's side to ensure his safety. The other group was responsible for patrolling around the Lord's Mansion, vigilant for any potential threats. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing couldn't help but furrow his brows, pondering. With such tight security, it will likely not be easy to break through. He pursed his lips and quickly asked, "What about the other 2? "Not sure. Those senior officers seem to know nothing about those 2. The 3 of us tried our best to get several of them drunk, yet we still couldn't extract any useful information," Yuanwen said, looking helpless as he spread his hands after recounting the situation. What happened next? Someone was eagerly pressing for answers. "The good news is that we have probably figured out Rubio's whereabouts. But the bad news is that Su Xiao changed the subject and started to keep them in suspense." "Stop teasing us, just tell us," everyone urged. Their hiding place happened to be directly beneath the Black Armored Brigade's base. The news Su Xiao dropped was like a heavy bomb, making everyone's heads buzz. "Oh no, this is going to be a big problem." Yezving, who was also feeling a headache, immediately shared another important piece of information they had gathered. There was a military force stationed outside Hobian City, sent by the capital of the principality, Lion, reportedly to escort the rebel leader back to headquarters. Moreover, according to those officials, they would be taking action soon. This message undoubtedly made the already overwhelmed crowd even more restless. "Why don't we just charge indirectly?" Impatient, Lei Hao was the first to propose a simple and brutal plan. To everyone's surprise, it was rejected. Too reckless, and with over 800 people. Even if we don't consider the soul power consumption, it would take us half a day to break through, by which time the reinforcements outside the city would have arrived. "Hey, Su Xiao, is it really true that Rubio is being held at the military camp?" "Yes, according to reliable information we have received, he is indeed imprisoned underground. But there is more than one way to get there. One route is within the military camp, while another is said to be hidden in Count Kroll's room. However, The authenticity of this route needs further verification. Upon hearing this news, Xueqing stared at the detailed map in her hand, her gaze falling on a specially marked location. The warehouse of the Lord's mansion. She furrowed her brow thoughtfully, as if devising some plan in her mind. After a moment, she suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with determination, and said to everyone, "Perhaps we can make good use of this warehouse." Yi Qing followed the direction Xueqing was pointing at and indeed saw the prominent warehouse mark on the map. In an instant, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, making him extremely excited. "I have a plan." Everyone, late at night, the Lord's mansion was silent, the yawns of soldiers breaking the tranquility. Some soldiers remained vigilant, patrolling the surroundings. Others couldn't help but look back, eagerly awaiting the change of guard. The sound of footsteps approached, and the soldiers immediately perked up, anxiously and expectantly waiting for the shift change. Change of guard. With a command from the officer, the soldiers who had been on duty suddenly relaxed. Some moved their stiff wrists, while others gathered to discuss their plans for later. The officer gazed at the night sky, intending to smoke a cigarette to relax. Suddenly, a sharp bird call rang out, as if the battle horn had been sounded. Lei Hao and the others, who were lurking nearby, immediately sprang into action, launching an attack on the unsuspecting soldiers. The soldiers, who had been reveling in the joy of finishing their shift, were thrown into panic by this sudden assault. The leading officer reacted quickly, organizing a defense and trying to sound the alarm. However, just as he was directing the soldiers to resist, a cold arrow suddenly shot through the air, hitting him squarely in the chest. At the same time, as the soldiers were organizing their lines, the blue-silver grass on the ground suddenly sprang up, entangling them tightly. By the time they broke free, the enemy's attack had already arrived. In just a few minutes, Lei Hao and the others quickly eliminated these two small teams. Without much pause, Lei Hao and his group swiftly advanced deeper into the Lord's mansion. According to the predetermined plan. Action. "My lord, it's time to sleep." In the high tower of the Lord's mansion, the butler said softly, his tone laced with respect and concern. He stood by, quietly waiting for Count Kroll's response. Count Kroll furrowed his brow slightly, but his gaze did not leave the dark night sky outside the window. He seemed to be pondering something, showing little reaction to the butler's reminder. After a while, the butler cautiously added, "My lord, the lady has already fallen asleep." I know. Let's wait a little longer." Count Kroll continued to stare into the distance, as if there was some unsettling secret hidden there. Although his body felt tired, his mind was far from sleepy. At that moment, Count Kroll looked suddenly at the butler, a hint of confusion and vigilance flashing in his eyes. "Old Sue, I don't know why, but I feel something is off tonight." The butler's ears twitched slightly. He keenly sensed the unusual tone in his master's words. He slowly stepped forward and also gazed out the window. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Indeed, my lord. I too have detected some unusual presence around us, as if a swarm of small insects is stirring in the dark." Before he finished speaking, a shadow darted in like lightning through the window, aiming straight for Count Kroll's heart. The attacker was Lei Hao, moving with the speed of a tempest, holding a sharp weapon, clearly intent on murder. However, faced with this sudden assault, Count Kroll appeared remarkably calm. He swiftly drew his treasured sword from his waist, effortlessly blocking Lei Hao's fierce attack. The clash of blades created a crisp sound that echoed throughout the room. Brave indeed, but unfortunately, still far from enough. Count Kroll sneered, his figure flashing as he evaded Lei Hao's follow-up strike. "Oh, how about this?" A glint of cunning flashed in Lei Hao's eyes as he spun backward with great force, his body whirling like a whirlwind. At that moment, countless sharp arrows suddenly appeared just 5 meters in front of the Count, as if summoned by a ghost. "Oh!" In the face of this sudden attack, the Count stood as steady as a mountain, still calm and composed. The arrows, speeding towards him, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, and came to a halt just 1 meter away from him, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Lei Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Just as he was taken aback by this strange sight, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. It was a sound that seemed like someone was gently cutting wood. A sense of dread surged in Lei Hao's heart. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength and leaped back to the window like a flying bird. Seeing Lei Hao's swift reaction, Count Kroll showed a look of appreciation and couldn't help but clap. Not bad. Not many can sense old Sue's soul skill fluctuations. But what a pity. Deal with him. Old Sue. "Yes, my lord." Butler Sue replied respectfully, and his fingers began to dance swiftly and skillfully. It seemed his fingertips possessed endless magic, each movement conjuring fierce gusts of wind. As he moved, cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, shimmering with a faint light that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Lei Hao dared not delay, immediately channeling his soul power and swinging forward with a massive slashing strike, releasing a tremendous force toward the front. Lightning crackled along the blade, producing dazzling sparks as if it wanted to tear the world apart. At that moment, aided by the firelight, Lei Hao suddenly spotted something strange. Was that thread? He widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. Observing Lei Hao's astonishment, Butler Su smiled slightly and began to introduce his martial soul. My martial soul is merely a tattered strip of cloth. However, when I accidentally discovered that I could manipulate the threads within it at will, everything changed. With that, Butler Su gently waved the thread in his hand, instantly weaving it into a gigantic, invisible net that enveloped Lei Hao. The net appeared incredibly light, but the power contained within it was unnerving. In the face of Butler Su's attack, Lei Hao showed no signs of fear. Instead, a disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Oh, you want to kill me? Try in your next life, old man. Before he could finish, a crisp snap echoed throughout the room. Immediately, the previously immobilized arrows seemed to come alive, stirring restlessly and producing sharp whistling sounds. At that moment, Butler Su, concerned for the Count's safety, had no choice but to temporarily abandon his attack on Lei Hao and quickly maneuver the threads, attempting to wrap all the arrows before they exploded. His technique was skilled and precise, as the threads slithered through the air like agile snakes, swiftly entangling all the arrows. With an angry roar, Lei Hao charged at the old man, dealing with the arrows like a fierce tiger. He gripped his tang knife, and in an instant, the blade flashed with dazzling blue electricity, crackling loudly. Just then, the blackguards waiting outside finally noticed something unusual and rushed in. One of them, particularly agile, moved like a ghost and swiftly grabbed the cold, glinting tang knife with a strong hand. Arrogant, Tang Nan's eyes widened in shock. It turned out that the person blocking his path was one of the three who had been chasing him. Chun Feng. What a narrow road for enemies. Lei Hao's lips curled slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his composure. How dare a traitor attempt to assassinate the city lord? Chun Feng's eyes widened in anger, his presence overwhelming. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted his strength, sending Lei Hao flying several meters away. However, unexpectedly, Lei Hao did not panic at all. Once he landed steadily, he scanned the numerous enemies pouring in around him with unwavering determination, showing no signs of fear. Well, about time. After saying that, Lei Hao gently blew the whistle in his hand. In an instant, 3 sharp whistling sounds pierced the air, followed by 3 arrows shooting in like lightning from outside the window. These arrows accurately struck the ground and then exploded with a loud bang, raising clouds of dust and smoke. As the dust gradually settled, everyone was astonished to find that the audacious assassin had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Witnessing the assassin disappear in the blink of an eye, everyone present turned pale, panicking and kneeling before Count Kroll in unison, pleading, "We failed in our duty. Please punish us, my lord." However, Count Kroll appeared unusually calm. He waved his hand slightly and said in a steady tone, "Enough. You cannot be blamed for this. Get up." After saying this, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside, the noise growing louder as if something had happened. Chun Feng, seeing this, immediately led a team of soldiers out the door to check the situation. Meanwhile, Count Kroll, who had been wide awake due to the sudden assassination attempt, slowly bent down to pick up the remnants of the arrows that had fallen to the ground. He carefully examined the arrow in his hand, a hint of curiosity and interest flickering in his eyes. Interesting. As time passed, when the blackguard responsible for scouting outside returned to report to Count Kroll, the nobleman was seated peacefully in his chair, holding tightly to the arrow fragment that had just been shot, lost in thought. What happened outside? Count Kroll asked the trembling blackguard in a calm manner, though his eyes glinted with coldness. The blackguard hesitated for a moment before finally raising his head, trembling. "My lord, the military warehouse is on fire." Hearing this, Count Kroll tightened his expression, but quickly returned to his composure and feigned calmness as he comforted. "Do not panic, just speak slowly." However, the arrow he tightly gripped in his hand betrayed his true inner feelings, due to excessive tension and anger. His palm had already seeped with a layer of fine sweat, and the once unyielding arrow was now crushed into countless fragments. Chun Feng's team had already engaged the enemy, and in addition, Van Hade's team was rushing to reinforce them. Not only that, but the Black Armor Brigade had also been fully mobilized. The Black Guard lowered his head and replied with a slightly trembling voice. Good, very good. Count Kroll's brows furrowed tightly, and clear veins appeared on his forehead, indicating that he was already seething with anger. Then how many people does the enemy have? According to the intelligence we currently have, there are only 4 of them. The Black Guard reported truthfully. What? Only 4? Count Kroll was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but burst into laughter, filled with disdain and mockery. Ha ha, this is truly ridiculous. Just 4 people, and you took so long to deal with them? Are you all just wasting your days? While speaking, he was so enraged that he slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair beside him, and with a crack, the sturdy wooden chair shattered on the spot. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from outside, as if trying to tear the very heavens apart. The direction of the sound. Could it be? The Count pondered. When he discerned that the sound was coming from the east, he finally realized the enemy's intentions. Ha 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 ha! The Count threw his head back and laughed uncontrollably, his laughter revealing endless confidence and authority. He gently crushed the remnants in his hand, which instantly turned into countless fine powders that scattered into the air. Then, he turned to face the kneeling blackguard and said sternly, "Immediately mobilize all the forces we can and rush to the military camp at full speed. Also, send a warning to the city defense army, but remember not to disturb the troops on Lion's side. Do you understand?" Understood. The blackguard knew that the Count's anger had been ignited and did not dare to delay for a moment. After responding, he swiftly departed like a ghost. The Count slowly returned to the window, extending his right hand, allowing the powder to slip through his fingers and drift out the window. He gazed into the distance, his eyes firm and cold. Let's see just how capable you are. Chapter 30, A Great Disturbance. Part 2. Thank heaven and earth. I finally escaped. After leaping out of the window, Lei Hao clung to the wall like a gecko, cautiously and silently sliding down to the ground. The moment his feet finally touched solid ground, Lei Hao let out a sigh of relief, but immediately became alert again. He looked up at the window he had just jumped from, thinking to himself, I can't take such risks next time. I need to find a way to get Master Wei to help me make some climbing tools. Climbing barehanded like this isn't a long-term solution. Just as Lei Hao was contemplating, a harsh shout suddenly rang out. Don't move. The sudden warning startled Lei Hao, causing him to tremble. He quickly turned around and saw a group of heavily armored soldiers slowly approaching him, tightly gripping sharp spears and advancing in an orderly formation. Realizing the situation was dire, Lei Hao wasted no time and ran towards the agreed-upon warehouse direction. Damn, how can this guy run so fast? Watching Lei Hao disappear from sight in an instant, the black-armored soldiers were left in shock. On the way to their destination, Lei Hao displayed remarkable bravery and boldness. Not only did he attack a passing patrol without hesitation, but even more surprisingly, he deliberately humiliated the soldiers. Infuriated, the soldiers shouted curses, yet they followed closely behind Lei Hao, unwilling to let him off easily. When Lei Hao finally reached the warehouse, Yuan Wen and Su Xiao, who had been lying in ambush there, couldn't help but comment, what on earth did this guy do? Such hatred? They looked at the tightly packed, hostile soldiers behind Lei Hao, each with eyes as fierce as wolves, as if they intended to devour him whole. All right, let's hide first and see how it goes, Yuan Wen suggested. Just as they prepared to conceal themselves and observe the situation, they heard Lei Hao exclaim in frustration. Where's everyone? After a difficult trek to arrive here, Lei Hao lingered at the door for a long time, but never spotted the signal from Yuan Wen and the others. A feeling of betrayal surged within him, and he couldn't help but curse softly before turning to flee. However, at that moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. It was Van Hade. Van Hade lunged out and launched a surprise attack on Lei Hao. Clang! Reacting instinctively, Lei Hao swiftly raised his knife to block the sudden strike. The two sides instantly fell into a standoff, with Van Hade wearing a disdainful smile, taunting Lei Hao in a sarcastic tone. Oh, who do we have here? Have you forgotten about your previous escape from the King of Hell? He then attempted to use his towering physique to overpower Lei Hao. Lei Hao, not backing down, retorted, I really did forget, but you won't be so lucky next time. With that, he suddenly withdrew his strength and took a large step back. However, Van Hade was unable to react in time and continued to push forward with all his might, losing his balance and leaning forward uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hao charged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering a powerful kick to Van Hade's face. The blow was like a thunderclap, unstoppable, striking von H squarely. Suffering a severe blow, Van Hade clutched his face in agony, his weapon flailing wildly in his hands. Lei Hao nimbly sidestepped, easily avoiding Van Hade's attack, and smoothly maneuvered behind him. Amid the gasps of the surrounding soldiers, Van Hade seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly turning to unleash a powerful spinning slash. Unfortunately, all of this had already been anticipated by Lei Hao, who quickly seized Van Hade's wrist. "Farewell," Lei Hao said coldly, using all his strength to twist, and with a crack, Van Hade's right wrist was brutally broken. Following that, Lei Hao mercilessly threw Van Hade away. Van Hade crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the earth beneath him. Struggling to prop himself up, he opened his eyes again, only to be horrified to find Lei Hao raising his long knife, ready to stab down at him. A rain of arrows, accompanied by a furious roar. Countless gleaming feathered arrows descended from the sky, raining down on Lei Hao like a torrential downpour. It turned out that just as Lei Hao was about to deliver a lethal blow to Van Hade, the late-arriving Su Tai had unhesitatingly unleashed his fifth soul skill, attempting to rescue his teammate from peril. The dense barrage of arrows swept toward Lei Hao like a swarm of locusts, instantly disrupting his original attack rhythm. Faced with this sudden change, Lei Hao had no choice but to temporarily abandon his current goal and awkwardly retreat to avoid this fatal blow. "Hey, are you okay? Can you hold on?" Su Tai hurriedly rushed to Van Hade's side, carefully helping the bloodied and barely breathing man to his feet. Van Hade struggled to lift his head, coughed a few times, and weakly said, "Cough, I'm fine." However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Su Tai's heart tightened. He quickly checked Van Hade's breath, and, upon finding a faint sign of life, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oomph, another one to send to their death." Lei Hao sneered at Su Tai, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he swayed his body and charged towards the enemy ranks like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, launching a new round of fierce attacks. Seeing this, Su Tai dared not delay for a moment, immediately shouting loudly to command the warriors around him to meet the enemy. The two sides clashed, and the sound of killing echoed through the skies, the battle becoming exceptionally intense. On the battlefield, Lei Hao moved like a swift dragon, weaving through the flashes of swords and lights. The weapon in his hand was wielded with ferocity, each strike carrying unmatched momentum, sending enemies flying to the ground. Meanwhile, the enemy forces, concerned about accidentally injuring their allies, could not fully unleash their strength, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Lei Hao's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through all vulnerabilities. He closely monitored the changes on the battlefield, not letting any minor detail escape his observation. He was slowly approaching a specific direction. As time passed, Lei Hao got closer to Su Tai's location. When he felt that the distance was close enough to launch a surprise attack, Lei Hao suddenly unleashed a powerful soul force without warning, instantly sending the surrounding soldiers flying. Following that, Lei Hao used his soul skill, Lightning Flash, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Su Tai. Faced with the sudden attack, Su Tai had no time to react and could only hurriedly grab an arrow to try to block it. However, it was all too late. Lei Hao's long knife, shimmering with lightning, struck down at an astonishing speed, effortlessly slicing through the fragile arrow and leaving a shocking gash on Su Tai's chest at the same moment. Severely injured, Su Tai knelt on the ground, unable to rise, just as Lei Hao intended to press his advantage for a fatal blow. Chun Feng and his team members arrived just in time. They coordinated perfectly, simultaneously launching an attack to forcefully push Lei Hao back. Seeing his two companions seriously injured and on the brink of death, Chun Feng's heart ignited with a fierce anger. His eyes widened, and his arm muscles bulged, becoming as strong as a bear's paw. Then, he let out a roar and lunged at Lei Hao, crashing into him with unmatched momentum, driving him into the warehouse. The other two team members, seeing this, did not dare to be slow and immediately followed inside. Meanwhile, the Black Armor Brigade, seeing this, prepared to pursue. In the next second, a massive stone pillar blocked their path. "Sorry, you have to stay here." Yuan Wen leaped down from the stone pillar, directly smashing into the crowd. "Oomph, I didn't expect you to be so furious." Lei Hao continued to provoke the opponent while fighting in the warehouse. The opponent, completely unaffected by his taunts, accelerated their attacks. Before long, their movements were so fast that they created afterimages, raining down blows upon Lei Hao's protective soul power. Faced with such an onslaught, Lei Hao could only use the environment of the warehouse to maneuver. Meanwhile, Chun Feng's teammates were not having it easy. The moment the two stepped into the warehouse, a chilling, bone-piercing aura rushed at them, instantly freezing their legs. Just as they were in shock, several sharp, sword energies surged from the shadows and attacked. The two, seeing this, did not dare to hesitate and quickly mobilized their soul power to cast their protective skills, fully resisting the sudden assault. At the same time, they skillfully counterattacked in the direction from which the sword energy came, gathering powerful force into a shockwave that surged straight toward the shadow where the enemy hid. With a loud bang, Su Xiao, concealed in darkness, was finally forced to reveal himself. Seeing that their opponent was only one person, the two felt a surge of joy in their hearts. After breaking free from the ice binding their feet, they charged forward without hesitation, attempting to quickly subdue Su Xiao with a pincer attack. However, facing such a fierce onslaught, Su Xiao remained calm and composed, skillfully wielding his frost sword to easily block their barrage of attacks. Just then, the warehouse door crashed open, and a steady stream of black armored soldiers flooded in. I didn't expect these guys to be so clever, Su Xiao thought, secretly admiring the opponent's intelligence, while simultaneously unleashing his fifth soul skill, Ice Oblivion. In an instant, a wave of cold air spread, the surrounding temperature plummeting as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The two opponents could not help but retreat repeatedly under this overwhelming pressure. Su Xiao looked around as more and more people gathered, feeling anxious. He knew that unless he took some extreme measures, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, this was also the method he was most reluctant to use. I really didn't want to come to this, Su Xiao sighed, shaking his head with a hint of determination in his eyes. Then, he quickly swung his frost sword with force, cutting through the air and creating sparks as it scraped against the ground. These sparks, like embers, fell onto the prepared cloth strips and flammable materials, instantly igniting a raging fire. The flames quickly spread, engulfing the entire warehouse in a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed, and the flames soared into the sky, drawing attention from all around. Yet, Su Xiao remained extraordinarily calm, firmly gripping his frost sword, his gaze resolute and composed. The second round officially began. Quick, quick, everyone go to the warehouse to put out the fire. The raging inferno in the warehouse resembled a ferocious beast, clawing and gnashing as it swallowed everything, with billowing smoke shooting skyward. This spectacular scene successfully captured the attention of all soldiers, and the previously calm lord's residence instantly became chaotic, with shouts, orders, and footsteps intertwining in a clamor. Meanwhile, the black armored soldiers left behind in the barracks sensed the anomaly and did not hesitate for a moment. They quickly assembled and rushed toward the warehouse to provide support. Seeing the soldiers leave one after another, Nia, Tangnan, and Xue Qinghe, who had been hiding in the bushes, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They cautiously peered out to observe their surroundings. Confirming that there was no danger, Nia whispered, "Okay, they've all left. Let's start our operation." Before her voice faded, the three of them dashed out like arrows released from a bow, beginning to weave through the vast military camp. Their movements were light and agile, like three ghosts silently searching for the entrance to the dungeon. Fortunately, the previous uprising leader, Zhao Gang, had provided them with a detailed terrain map. With this valuable information, Nia carefully analyzed and deduced the approximate location of the entrance. Thus, they proceeded along their predetermined route and quickly arrived at the target location. When the three stood before the massive and sturdy iron door, a strong sense of tension surged in their hearts. The iron door stood closed like a solid shield. Imanating Ashiyin Goha. Nia took a deep breath to steady her emotions, cautiously stepped forward, and gently knocked on the iron door. Each knock seemed to resonate with the power and resilience contained within the thick metal. She listened carefully to the echoing sounds and used her years of experience and sharp intuition to assess the situation behind the door. After some observation and analysis, Nia deduced that the iron door was about 2 meters thick, but this did not deter or frighten her. On the contrary, confidence and determination sparkled in her eyes. "Xiao Chao, Xiao Bailian, you two hide behind," Nia decisively commanded, signaling the two to find a relatively safe place to conceal themselves. Once they were in position, Nia quickly took out a pack of specially made explosives from her pocket and skillfully attached it to the iron door. After completing the deployment, Nia turned and ran toward a safe area in the distance without hesitation. Her steps were agile and light, like a nimble cheetah. Upon reaching the designated location, she snapped her fingers sharply. With a hiss accompanied by a piercing sound, the fuse was successfully ignited. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, An intense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Just a few seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the ground like thunder. Thick smoke billowed, and dust flew everywhere. Nia covered her mouth and nose with her hand, enduring the choking smoke as she anxiously awaited the results of the explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, she focused her gaze and saw that the originally indestructible iron door had been blown apart into two halves. Looking at her masterpiece, a slight smirk of pride appeared on Nia's lips. However, she did not linger in joy for long and quickly regained her composure to issue the next order. Shueqinghe, you stay outside to keep watch. With such a loud noise, they will definitely take notice, so hold your position for 5 minutes. And Xiao Xiao, stay close to me. Got it. Nia's tone was firm and serious. Understood. Shueqinghe and Tang Nin responded in unison. Thus, Nia led Tang Nin deeper into the dungeon, while Shueqinghe drew his sword and stood ready at the door. After a long and dark corridor, Nia and her companion finally reached the dungeon. However, just as they crossed the entrance, they unexpectedly ran into a group of guards who were heading up to investigate the cause of the explosion. Both sides were momentarily stunned by the sudden encounter, but Nia quickly regained her senses. She whispered urgently to the person behind her, Xiao Xiao, hide behind me quickly. Saying that, she pulled Tang Nin behind her for protection and summoned her powerful martial soul, the burning heart mysterious bird, transforming it into an incredibly sharp scythe. And without hesitation, charged forward. In the narrow passage of the dungeon, with Nia wielding the compact scythe and aided by Tang Nan's blue silvergrass skill, they were like war gods, unstoppable, easily taking down all the incoming enemies. The entire dungeon echoed with the cries of agony. Once it was confirmed that all enemies had lost their ability to fight, Nia casually grabbed a guard who still had a bit of strength to speak and forced him to reveal the information she wanted to know. Quickly tell me, where is Rubio imprisoned? Nia glared fiercely at the guard, the chains in her hand tightly wrapped around his body. I really don't know. The guard tried to struggle against her, but Nia's strength was too great. He couldn't break free. In the end, he could only keep his lips tightly sealed, refusing to divulge any information. However, Nia did not easily give up. She allowed a cold laugh. No problem. I have ways to make you talk. With that, she pointed her finger at a certain part of the guard's waist and squeezed hard. In an instant, the guard's face twisted in excruciating pain, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. Despite this, he still gritted his teeth, showing no signs of yielding. Seeing this, Nia decided to increase the pressure. Just as she was about to apply more force, the guard finally could not withstand the torment and pointed tremblingly towards the depths of the corridor. At the very end of the corridor, he said with a quivering voice, "Thank you." Nia's lips curled up slightly, and after obtaining the information she wanted, she gently tapped his neck, giving the guard a peaceful and brief dream. Then, Nia and Tang Nin hurried towards the end of the corridor. Is this the treatment of the highest officer? It seems the Count truly treats everyone equally, Nia teased as she approached the iron door and shouted inside, Hey, if you're still alive, hurry and move to the wall. Saying that, she began to draw runes on the iron door with one hand. Once the runes were completed, with a snap of her fingers, the runes exploded, blasting the door away. Cough, cough, cough. Nia, can you blow it up by yourself? Of course. This is something I put a lot of effort into developing. Then why did you use explosives on that door just now? It was too taxing on my soul power, and it wasn't cost-effective. The two dispelled the smoke and saw a man lying on the ground, looking at them in confusion. Tang Nan was the first to step forward and show friendliness. Excuse me, are you Mr. Rubio? Yes. After receiving a confirmed response, Tang Nan noticed the other party's weak condition and quickly took out a water bottle from his bag and handed it to him. The man took the water bottle and began to drink deeply. Gulp, gulp. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Nan immediately conducted a simple medical diagnosis on him. Fortunately, it's just malnutrition. Mr. Rubio, can you get up? Tang Nan looked up and saw the reflection in the man's eyes. Someone was standing behind them. Nia, watch out behind you. Tang Nan shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Ugh, just as Nia turned around, she was tightly gripped by the intruder's iron-like hand around her neck and ruthlessly slammed into the wall, instantly knocking her unconscious. Don't move. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill her on the spot. Count Kroll threatened fiercely, his left hand gripping Nia's neck tightly. Tang Nan had aimed his crossbow at Count Kroll, but he dared not act rashly for fear of injuring Nia. Seeing the hesitation and struggle in Tang Nan's eyes, Count Kroll smirked coldly. He knew very well that this young man would never disregard his teammate's safety. Therefore, he deliberately increased the pressure of his left hand. causing Nia's face to grow even paler. Sure enough, upon seeing this scene, Tang Nan's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his crossbow, nervously saying, "Don't hurt her. Please." Oof. Smart of you. But it's all too late. Count Kroll's eyes grew increasingly fierce, revealing a chilling intent to kill. With a crisp snap, the assassin in his hand lost all signs of life. Then, like discarding a useless object, he casually tossed the body into the corner of the room. "No!" Tang Nan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his face filled with unwillingness and anger. He raised the crossbow high, his finger tightly gripping the trigger. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't press it down. Why? Why is this happening? Tang Nan's eyes were filled with despair, as if a flame was burning in his heart. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. "Do you want revenge? Do you crave power?" Tang Nan was taken aback, unsure of where the voice was coming from. Just then, he was surprised to find himself in a completely unfamiliar space, facing a woman whose features were obscured by a layer of shadow, making it impossible to see her true appearance. The woman softly replied, "Your Highness, how could you forget the incantation I just taught you?" Cough, cough. All right then, let's recite it again together. With the hometown as a guide, fall into a deep slumber. Her voice was melodious, like heavenly music, carrying a strange magic. The Count walked over, his face showing disappointment, and coldly said to the seemingly despairing Tang Nan, "What a pity, you have not become a true warrior." After saying this, the Count raised the great sword in his hand, preparing to end Tang Nan's life. The Count's right hand was tightly bound by heavy chains, unable to move an inch. Just then, a firm and angry voice came from behind him. "Want to kill my teammate? Did you ask me first?" Nia stood there, her originally black hair now shimmering with a vibrant crimson hue at the edges. At the same time, ghostly blue flames began to emerge endlessly around her body. With the hometown as a guide, fall into a deep slumber. Accompanied by Tang Nan's words, a faint purple light quietly blossomed from his left hand. Upon hearing this phrase, Count Kroll suddenly seemed to lose all his strength, his entire body becoming extremely weak, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He completely lost control of his body and could only let Nia swing him hard, crashing him into the wall like a doll. "Get up! Hurry and run!" Before Tang Nan could react, Nia unhesitatingly hoisted Rubio up, tightly grabbing Tang Nan, and desperately rushed towards the exit. "Sister, you're not dead?" "But I just—" Tang Nan said, his face filled with astonishment and his words jumbled. "Stop talking. It's more important to save your life." Nia interrupted him, panting as she replied, "Don't worry. I have my fifth soul skill, which allows me to perform instantaneous healing at a critical moment. But this skill requires 6 months to recover after each use. Damn it. Luckily, I set a triggering mark for myself in advance. Otherwise, I would really be finished this time. Damn, my neck is starting to hurt again." On the way to escape, Nia couldn't help but ask what Tang Nan had said earlier that made him lose his ability to resist. However, Tang Nan frowned, deep in thought, and finally shook his head helplessly. I don't remember." He tried hard to search for clues from his chaotic memory, but ultimately found nothing. "Forget it. We can't worry about that now. The most important thing right now is to escape." Nia decisively urged the two to continue speeding forward. The three ran through the tunnel and returned to the surface, where Xue Qinghe had been entangled in a fight with the returning black-armored soldiers for quite a while. "The backup plan is about to be activated," Nia said anxiously while quickly wrapping blue-silver grass around herself and Rubio. At the same time, Xue Qinghe, who received the signal, stopped entangling with the enemy and instantly repelled the surrounding enemies, rushing to their side with astonishing speed. "Are you all ready? Then we're taking off," Xue Qinghe shouted, then forcefully spread his broad, powerful wings, soaring into the high sky like a shooting star. Wow! For the first time experiencing such an exhilarating high-altitude sprint, Nia screamed with excitement, her voice echoing throughout the air. She tightly grasped the blue-silver grass, fully enjoying the exhilarating sensation of speed. In the high air, Nia did not forget her mission. She turned to Tang Nan and shouted, "Quick! Send out the signal for mission completion." Tang Nan nodded and randomly shot out a signal flare. Brilliant fireworks burst in the sky above the Lord's mansion like flowers, their colorful light illuminating the entire night sky. At this moment, the three engaged in fierce combat in the warehouse naturally noticed this unusual situation. It seems the plan succeeded. Now we just have one last step to run. Lei Hao had a cunning smile on his face as he continued to provoke Chen Feng, while quickly placing a smoke bomb under his opponent's feet and unhesitatingly igniting the fuse. Accompanied by a dull explosion, thick smoke billowed, instantly filling the already narrow space. Chen Feng was caught off guard by the sudden fog, his line of sight completely blocked. Su Xiao retreat quickly, in the smoke, relying on Yi Qing's guidance. Lei Hao successfully found Su Xiao and joined him. Subsequently, the two worked together to break through the enemy's defenses, successfully reuniting with Yuan when outside. When the three gathered, Yi Qing, who was a distance away, took a deep breath and used the voice of the wind to convey the final instructions. Everyone, do what you do best and fight your way out. As soon as the words fell, the three exchanged knowing smiles and responded, understood. As the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness, dawn quietly descended. The golden sunlight shone through the cracks, gently caressing Count Kroll's resolute face, as if softly calling him to wake from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually becoming clear. The first thing that came into view was a lady dressed in a graceful nightgown, quietly sitting beside him. "You're awake," the lady said softly, her voice melodious and sweet, carrying a hint of a gentle smile. "Does it feel different to sleep in another place?" Hearing this, the corners of Count Kroll's mouth slightly turned up, revealing a rare smile. "Indeed, it's the first time I've slept so comfortably." Then, Count Kroll turned his gaze to the butler, standing silently beside him. "What are our losses?" 2 black guards were seriously injured. Over 100 black-armored soldiers sustained varying degrees of injury, and 3 black guards were lightly injured. As for material losses, they took away a large amount of weapons, armor, and healing potions. Listening to the butler's report, the Count slightly nodded, indicating he understood. Then, he lowered his head to look at the hideous scar on the back of his hand left by the burning chains, and an almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The lady standing beside him saw all of this and already understood her husband's thoughts. She gently walked to Count Kroll's side, picking up some herbs nearby to carefully tend to his wounds. During this process, she couldn't help but remind him, you're not young anymore. You should be more careful in your actions. Don't exhaust yourself like you did when you were younger. After all, health is the most important. Hearing this, the Count first nodded in agreement, but then smiled and said, yes, of course, but sometimes some things must be done. After saying this, he raised his head, his gaze falling on the ceiling above that had cracks from the attack. At this moment, a warm ray of sunlight shone through the gap, just illuminating his face. Looking at that ray of sunlight, Count Kroll's eyes softened, as if recalling some beautiful past. He softly said to the lady, "Look, doesn't this remind you of when we first met?" The lady huffed lightly and playfully replied, "Surprised you still remember." However, her tone revealed a hint of joy. "So, would you like to enjoy a special breakfast here?" "Of course I would. Can you add a bit more salt?" "No." Chapter 31. Mutation. Since Lei Hao and his companions successfully rescued Rubio from the cage, the rebel army finally got back on track. As soon as Rubio returned to the camp, he immediately delivered a passionate and inspiring speech, reigniting the fighting spirit of the previously demoralized soldiers. Subsequently, Yi Qing publicly announced that he would completely hand over the command of the entire camp to Rubio. This move significantly eased the tension between the rebel army and Lei Hao's group. However, unexpectedly, Rubio politely declined the proposal. He solemnly declared to everyone, the rebel army and the shadow guards will always be close comrades. He then sincerely invited Yi Qing to have him as his deputy. After careful consideration, Yi Qing agreed, believing that this arrangement would facilitate the follow-up actions. With that, the assembly concluded successfully. After the assembly, Lei Hao and his group immediately held an internal meeting. "I didn't expect it. Rubio is quite impressive," Lei Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He just said a few words, and those people got excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. That's the art of speaking. Electric Rat. Take your time to learn. Nia, lying on a hospital bed receiving treatment, teased Lei Hao despite her weak condition. You have the nerve to say that? Didn't you almost lose your own life?" Lei Hao retorted disdainfully. "I wonder how you'll act all high and mighty in the next half of the year." After saying that, he couldn't help but make a face at Nia. However, while bickering with Nia, Lei Hao couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, when I first saw Rubio, I couldn't tell at all that he had any connection with the commander. What is his background? How does he have such influence? He began to recall their first meeting. At that time, the 4 individuals responsible for distracting the enemy arrived at the camp entrance on time to meet with everyone. Following that, 7 people, including Lei Hao, quickly rushed to check on Rubio's condition. Is this guy dead? Seeing Rubio lying motionless on the ground, Lei Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly asked Tang, Nan beside him. Tang didn't answer immediately. Instead, she squatted down to examine Rubio carefully before saying, "He should still be alive. I suspect he may have fainted due to the complex series of events last night, combined with long-term malnutrition." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Nan reached out her hand and gently placed it under Rubio's nose to confirm if he was still breathing. After a moment, she sighed in relief and said, "Yes, he's definitely not dead." Suddenly, the previously lifeless Rubio opened his eyes wide and jumped up as if resurrected, grabbing Tang Nan by the neck and confronting the surrounding people. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Rubio demanded, glaring at the strangers with a hoarse voice. Faced with this sudden situation, Yi Qing stepped forward to try to calm the tension. "Don't be nervous. We are the reinforcements you contacted before. You are safe now." Upon hearing this, Rubio's face showed suspicion, but his eyes still sparkled with disbelief. In an instant, he threw his head back and laughed wildly, seemingly grateful for his new lease on life. However, at that moment, "Big brother, could you please let me down?" Tang Nan, whose throat was tightly gripped, turned red and managed to squeeze out those words through clenched teeth. This statement was like a wake-up call, instantly bringing Rubio back to reality. Lost in joy, Rubio snapped back to his senses and quickly released his grip. Without support, Tang Nan immediately knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Rubio let out a hearty laugh, one hand covering his face, but couldn't hide the laughter that kept flowing. After a while, he gradually stopped laughing and began to tidy up his somewhat disheveled appearance. At that moment, something unexpected happened. After this simple tidying up, Rubio's entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. He appeared radiant and imposing, exuding an unparalleled charm of confidence. He then stood there with his chest held high, his gaze firm and passionate as he addressed the people around him. "I am Rubio, the current commander of the Hobian City Rebel Army. I'm truly grateful for your strong support today." At this time, the sun was slowly rising from the east, and the golden sunlight shone on Rubio, making him look like a mighty war god. As he spoke, he extended his hand to everyone, his movements appearing exceptionally grand and unrestrained. "Come on, dear friends. It's time to announce the return of the rebel army." Thinking of the oath this man had just made, Lei Hao couldn't help but laugh. Things are getting interesting." Yi Qing walked over and tapped Lei Hao's head. "Still laughing? It's time to set off. We have work to do." Inside the Lord's mansion, the crowd was bustling with activity. In the Count's office, people were coming and going, constantly reporting to Count Kroll. Almost all the reports were related to the once troublesome rebel army. Just a few days after Rubio's escape, the rebel army seemed to have re-emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain in various towns around Hobian City. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably, frequently launching surprise attacks on the local city defense forces, plundering military supplies. Faced with a mountain of reports, Count Kroll appeared somewhat impatient. He slightly furrowed his brow and turned away with a look of disdain, gazing out the window, muttering to himself, "Humph. This unreliable guy, as soon as he gets free, can't wait to jump out and cause trouble. What a complete madman." The silent butler suddenly spoke up, "My lord, should we gather the army to eliminate them?" The Count shook his head slightly, calmly saying, "No need to rush. Let's see how capable these people really are first." At that moment, a military officer in uniform hurriedly walked into the room, approached the butler, and respectfully handed over an envelope. "Report, my lord. There's a person outside claiming to be from the Spirit Hall, asking me to deliver this letter to you." After speaking, the officer stood with his hands at his sides, waiting for the Count's instructions. With a neutral expression, the Count took the envelope, slowly opened it, and carefully read its contents. After finishing, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he leisurely resealed the envelope. This is simply ridiculous. How dare they underestimate me?" After saying that, he casually tossed the letter aside, and it floated down like a fallen leaf to the corner of the wall. The entire room seemed to be shrouded in a heavy gloom, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the Count sitting in the center, seemingly afraid to utter a word or make an inappropriate move. However, in the face of this chilling atmosphere, the Count appeared exceptionally calm and composed. He waved his right hand slightly, signaling the officer to withdraw. After the officer left, the Earl turned to the butler beside him and calmly asked, "What is the current situation with the troops from Lion?" The butler respectfully replied, "My lord, according to the latest intelligence, they are conducting military exercises in the southwest region, which are expected to conclude in 3 weeks." The Earl nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation. He then added with a serious expression, "Make sure to do everything possible to block all news related to the insurgents, especially regarding Rubio's escape. There must be no leaks." The butler immediately responded, "Understood. I will do my utmost to ensure that the information remains confidential." After saying this, he hurried away to carry out the Earl's orders. Meanwhile, the insurgents, after several successful operations, managed to rescue a large number of captured comrades and announced their return to the nearby towns. As the news spread, the previously scattered and hidden insurgents began to rally in response. The number of insurgents reached a scale of over 1,000. The cooperation between Rubio and Yi Qing was seamless, but there were times when their opinions differed. As the insurgents continued to grow like a snowball, the urgent problem of how to quickly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the troops arose. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Rubio made a bold suggestion to recruit the notorious bandits and outlaws from near Hobian City. He believed that although these individuals had questionable morals, they were all battle-hardened, and if they could be brought under their banner, it would significantly bolster the strength of the insurgents. However, this seemingly enticing proposal was swiftly rejected by Yi Qing without hesitation. "With all due respect, Commander, I cannot accept your plan." Je vink firm de déjeuner Rubio's suggestion. In her eyes, these outlaws were self-serving and opportunistic, likely to betray their own in critical moments. "No, Miss Yi, do you know what we urgently need right now?" "The answer is simple: combat power. And you should also be aware of the current state of our team. Truly experienced members are few and far between. What we lack the most is time." Faced with Rubio's logical and convincing arguments, Yi Qing ultimately compromised. "All right, if that's the case, then I will be responsible for arranging personnel to negotiate with those guys. No need to trouble yourself. I will handle this personally." "Well, that's fine. I'll hurry to inform Lei, Hao, and the others to make the necessary preparations. What I mean is, I can go alone." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes widened in shock, staring at him with disbelief, her mouth slightly open but unable to utter a word. She could hardly believe what she heard. "Going alone? You must be joking." However, when she met his unwavering gaze, she realized he was absolutely serious. After weeks of collaboration, Yi Qing had come to understand his character well. Although she was furious, she also knew that arguing further would be futile. She slammed her hand on the table in protest, then turned and left, leaving behind an empty conference room and a calm-looking Rubio. What happened next completely exceeded Yi Qing's expectations. In just a few days, Rubio not only successfully completed the recruitment, but, surprisingly, the combat quality displayed by these recruits was nothing like that of ordinary thugs. They resembled a well-trained regular army. Moreover, they seemed to follow Rubio's orders exclusively. No one knew what methods Rubio had employed to win their loyalty, but with the addition of this fresh force, the insurgents finally gained the qualification to confront Count Kroll. Consequently, Rubio's actions became bolder. The insurgents received intelligence that Count Kroll had hidden a batch of critical supplies in Chestertown, east of Hobian City, and had dispatched hundreds of black-armored soldiers and 2 blackguards for transport. After reconnaissance, they were shocked to find that the enemy escort's combat strength was exceptionally formidable. When Rubio learned of this, he immediately ordered the seizure of the supplies. Thus, a thrilling battle commenced. To confuse the enemy and make them lower their guard, the insurgents had to make significant sacrifices. A group of brave warriors charged fearlessly into the enemy lines, sacrificing their lives to buy precious time and opportunities. Next, Lei Hao led the others to exploit the gap and launched a decisive surprise attack. In the fierce battle, they successfully killed 1 blackguard and captured another. The remaining black-armored soldiers, having lost their backbone, had no choice but to surrender. However, while clearing the battlefield, Yi Qing's anger was ignited. She went straight to Rubio and confronted him. "Commander Rubio, with all due respect, is it not too cruel to sacrifice our comrades like this?" "Fajink, Yi Qing's accusations." Rubio replied gravely, "These sacrifices are unavoidable. They are heroes who volunteered to step forward." Yi Qing's anger intensified at his words, and she countered. "But these sacrifices could have been completely avoided. Why choose to send them to their deaths?" The atmosphere between the two became tense, leading to a heated argument. Wasn't our plan to have them attract some attention and then retreat? Why did they choose to fight to the death? Yi Qing shouted, her eyes wide in disbelief. Her voice was hoarse with anger, and her body trembled slightly with agitation. They proved themselves to be noble warriors. Rubio squinted, slowly lowering his head in silence. However, Yi Qing's anger did not subside. She tightly grasped Rubio's sleeve, her emotions escalating. "What proof? It's all nonsense. Their sacrifices are meaningless and prove nothing." As she spoke, her voice began to crack, her eyes gradually filling with tears. She bit her lip, struggling to suppress her inner pain, but her hands trembled uncontrollably. They had only just joined the insurgents a few days ago, and you led them to their doom. Do you still deserve to be a commander? Yi Qing's voice was tinged with evident sorrow, filled with regret for the lost lives and dissatisfaction with Rubio's decisions. At this moment, the insurgents had gathered all the captured soldiers. Some were seriously injured, while others looked dejected. Tang Nan, Nia, and the accompanying medic were treating the injured. Don't be nervous. It will be over soon. Take a deep breath. Tang Nan was tending to the injured captured soldiers. His actions made them wary, but his sincere eyes and effective treatment made them lower their guard and obediently follow his instructions for healing. My lord, everyone is gathered. Upon hearing the report from the sergeant, Rubio frowned slightly and casually brushed Yi Qing's hand aside. He slowly stood up and walked decisively toward the group of prisoners. Rubio stopped, raised his right hand, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. Take action. His voice was calm and serious, as if all of this were a matter of course. As his command was issued, the rebels surrounding the prisoners raised their sharp blades and unhesitatingly unleashed a horrific massacre. The black-armored soldiers who had laid down their weapons looked fearfully at the advancing rebels, their eyes filled with despair and terror. They knew that all that awaited them was a ruthless slaughter. However, despite the helplessness in their hearts, they could not escape the arrangements of fate. Stop! Tang Nan shouted hoarsely, his eyes wide open in desperation. He tried to prevent this bloody atrocity and save his patients, but the rebel soldier ignored him, roughly pushing Tang Nan aside, then mercilessly swinging the axe in his hand down towards the black-armored soldier who was lying on the ground receiving treatment. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, covering Tang Nan's face. He stood there blankly, watching as the injured soldier writhed in pain, ultimately closing his eyes in unwillingness. Rubio! With an angry shout, Yi Qing rushed behind Rubio like a nimble leopard. Gripping her powerful bow tightly, the string taut, a sharp wind arrow was already aimed at Rubio's head. Meanwhile, Rubio's guards quickly reacted, raising their weapons and pointing them warily at Yi Qing. At this tense moment, Lei Hao and several companions also rushed over, standing beside Yi Qing, their expressions serious and their eyes filled with hostility. The rebels who had not participated in the massacre walked unhesitatingly behind Yi Qing, showing their support for her. In an instant, the entire scene became extremely tense. However, just when the situation was at a critical point, Rubio finally broke the silence. He slowly turned around to face everyone, revealing an enigmatic smile of pleasure on his face. This smile made Lei Hao and the others feel extremely uncomfortable, a surge of unnamed anger rising within them. Miss Yi Qing, I certainly understand what you want to express, but unfortunately, this is war. Rubio's voice was calm and firm, but the coldness contained within it sent shivers down their spines. He seemed completely immersed in his own world, enjoying the thrill brought by this brutal struggle. Looking at this self-satisfied enemy before him, Lei Hao couldn't help but recall someone from his past who had left a deep impression on him. Anger burned in his heart, and he instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, slowly drawing the blade. However, just as he was about to take action, Yi Qing reached out and pushed the dagger back. You are right, Commander. War is indeed like this. No one can achieve perfection, and sacrifice is inevitable. I acted impulsively and failed to think calmly. Please forgive me. Je vink slowly loaded herbot. Her face full of sincerity as she admitted her mistake and expressed deep apologies. Seeing this, Rubio was unwilling to be aggressive and took the opportunity to give her a way out. Given the circumstances, there is no need for excessive self-blame. We should all prioritize the bigger picture and focus on completing our tasks as soon as possible. Thus, both sides sheathed their weapons and turned back to their tents and busy work. The previously charged atmosphere dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. I'm so sorry. I'm really so sorry. Tang Nan stood tearfully in front of the black-armored soldier, who was on the verge of death, his breath weak, filled with endless regret and self-blame. The black-armored soldier occasionally let out a few barely audible gasps, as if lamenting his pain and unwillingness to the world. Tang Nan slowly crouched down, trembling hands gently touching the soldier's chest, feeling the heartbreaking sorrow emanating from the heart that was gradually stopping its rhythm. This might be the only thing I can do for you, Tang Nan murmured, while channeling the little remaining soul power within him, continuously injecting it into the black-armored soldier's body. However, what he was performing was not a healing technique, but a toxin that would induce paralysis. The black-armored soldier seemed to sense the fate that was about to befall him, but he was powerless to resist. With all his remaining strength, he painfully raised a hand, trying to touch the angel before him, who invoked both pity and deep affection in him. His lips parted slightly, wanted to say something, but only managed to produce intermittent, indistinct sounds. Thank you. Despite this, in the final moments of his life, the black-armored soldier still tried to maintain a smile on his face, stretching out his hand with all his might. Unfortunately, his strength was ultimately too limited, and that hand only managed to leave a shocking bloodstain on Tang Nan's beautiful yet weary face before it fell weakly. Watching the black-armored soldier's face, which seemed to peacefully depart as if merely asleep, along with the trace of a smile that had already solidified at the corner of his mouth, Tang Nan felt as if his heart was being stirred by thousands of knives, a pain that was unbearable and deeply etched in his bones. Finally, he could no longer bear such immense pain and sorrow, his body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, like a soulless shell, motionless. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from Tang Nan's mouth, echoing throughout the space, as if it were expressing all the sorrows of the world. That cry was like the last mournful note from a broken stringed instrument, or the struggle of a flickering candle about to extinguish in the wind. Filled with endless despair and desolation, the wails reverberated in the air, lingering for a long time. Tang Nan, are you all right? Xue Qinghe walked to Tang Nan's side with a worried expression and gently asked. She reached out her hand, tenderly stroking Tang Nan's back, hoping to bring him some comfort. Tang Nan slowly turned his head, his eyes dazed and hollow, as if he had lost focus. When his gaze met Xue Qinghe's, she couldn't help but freeze. For at that moment, she saw a strange smile on Tang Nan's face. That smile appeared so eerie, sending chills down her spine. Yet it also seemed to carry an indescribable sense of relief and liberation. Xue Qinghe stared in shock at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Tang Nan before her, momentarily unsure how to respond. Let's go. It's time to return, Tang Nan said expressionlessly, then slowly stood up and left with Xue Qinghe. Next time, it will definitely not happen again. Chapter 32. The expanding rift time flies, and a week has passed since the tragic and heroic scene in Castor. However, the uprising did not stop. The rebels spread like a raging fire, quickly reaching various places, and actions against Count Kroller sprang up like mushrooms after rain. They openly executed local government officials and released long-imprisoned prisoners. These prisoners did not hesitate to throw themselves into the arms of the rebels. However, as their numbers increased, two distinct ideologies gradually emerged within the rebel forces. One side was led by Zhao Gang, composed of veteran rebel members. They remained steadfast to the initial ideals of the Wanderers, acting on principles of justice and fairness. On the other side was the new generation of rebels formed by Rubio and his followers. They intimidated their enemies with bloody massacres, a brutal act that not only terrified the enemy, but also chilled the hearts of former friends like Zhao Gang to the bone. Finally, at a crucial meeting, Zhao Gang resolutely led his people away from the rebel forces. From then on, they called themselves Wanderers, continuing their own resistance activities. Zhao Gang's departure caused Yi Qing's perspective on Rubio to undergo a dramatic change. In just 3 short weeks, the image of the once merciful commander has completely vanished, replaced by that of a cold, ruthless, and cruel executioner. Is this the true face of this person? No, perhaps it is even worse. Meanwhile, the situation for Count Kroll has become extremely dangerous. In Castor's operations, the insurgents dealt a heavy blow to Count Kroll, causing him significant losses. Hundreds of black-armored soldiers and 2 black knights perished, with not a single survivor. This devastating news was too much for Count Kroll to bear. When he heard that his entire army had been wiped out, he could only lock himself in his room and ponder alone. Time passed second by second until, when his worried wife ordered the butler to forcefully open the door, they discovered that Count Kroll's hair had turned completely white. He had paid a painful price for his underestimation. Now, the insurgents were spreading like a raging fire, and if not extinguished in time, everything he possessed would be lost. He lowered his head, desperately thinking of a way to resolve the problem. However, time was pressing, and the situation was dire. He had to find a solution quickly. Until one deep night, Count Kroll still hadn't slept. He stood by the window, staring into the darkness ahead, filled with anxiety and unease. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in, opening the window and awakening his drowsy mind. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air, which seemed to bring him a moment of clarity. At that moment, an idea surged into his mind. Perhaps he needed to seek some new strength to combat the insurgents. This thought brought him a glimmer of hope. But at the same time, it plunged him into deeper contemplation. What should he do next? It was time. Count Kroll picked up the envelope he had thrown into the corner earlier and made a decision. The next day in Count Kroll's room, he summoned Officer Rex from Lyon. At just 20 years old, Rex had become the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Gallic Dragon Cavalry, a standout of the younger generation of Gaul. "My lord, you look quite haggard lately." Rex couldn't help but joke as soon as they met. However, when he noticed the unusual pallor on the Count's face, his playful demeanor immediately turned serious. "Is something wrong?" he asked with concern. The butler quickly reported a series of recent events to Rex. After listening, Rex's gaze fixed tightly on the already marked insurgent headquarters on the battle map, his expression growing more serious. "I understand. I will lead my brothers to eliminate them completely and make them understand the consequences of provoking Gaul," he said through clenched teeth, suddenly drawing his dagger and stabbing it fiercely into the map. After that, Rex turned and left the room. Just as he stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he brushed past someone. Rex couldn't help but turn back, staring at the mysterious person he had just passed, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But in just a moment, he hurriedly mounted his horse, returning to the barracks to prepare for the upcoming expedition. Meanwhile, in Count Kroll's room, the Count was meeting with a mysterious guest, the same person who had just brushed past Rex. The guest slowly took out a badge from his pocket and carefully placed it on the table. The badge shimmered faintly, engraved with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. The mysterious person looked at Count Kroll and said softly, "This is the badge of our Spirit Hall. I represent the Spirit Hall to discuss a deal with you." Count Kroll picked up the badge, examined it closely for a moment, then raised his head, revealing a hint of doubt in his eyes. "What does your Spirit Hall want?" The mysterious person smiled and replied, "What we want is very simple, just one condition." Upon hearing this, Count Kroll's expression became serious. He began to pace back and forth in the room, lightly tapping his chin with his fingers, as if contemplating something. After a while, he stopped, glanced at the confident envoy in front of him, and finally nodded, indicating his agreement to the other party's terms. As Rex's army set off, the Rangers immediately delivered this key information to Yi Qing. At this moment, the insurgents were busy gathering various supplies, actively preparing to change their base. After careful consideration, Yi Qing resolutely decided to hold an emergency meeting. At the meeting, she solemnly took out a detailed report on the troop movements at Hobian City and repeatedly emphasized that the enemy they faced this time was completely different from their previous opponents. However, unexpectedly, Rubio, a core figure in the insurgents, remained silent, his head bowed with worry, as if he had 1,000 words to say. In stark contrast, the soldiers under him were roaring and growling, like a pack of insatiable beasts, filled with a thirst for war and a penchant for killing. "We must leave here immediately, abandon all remaining supplies, and retreat with all our might." When Yi Qing shouted this, Rubio slowly raised his head, his gaze shifting to her, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. He coughed, cleared his throat, and then responded, "No. Every single item here is an invaluable treasure for us. We cannot let the enemy gain any advantage. It's already a critical situation, and you still dare to say such nonsense to me?" Yi Qing stared wide-eyed at the person before her, filled with disbelief and anger. "Miss Yeving, please ensure your troops go to confront the enemy and buy us 2 days. This is a direct order." Rubio's tone was exceptionally firm, but his eyes flickered with an inscrutable light. 2 days? What exactly do you want to do?" Yi Qing's voice rose by 8 degrees, unable to accept such an unreasonable request. However, in response to her inquiry, Rubio said nothing, only repeating his earlier order with a serious expression. 2 days. Can you do it?" Yi Qing felt the anger from the other side. She knew she had no choice, although her heart was full of doubts. In the current tense situation, she had to compromise. "All right, I understand. I will do my best to hold off the enemy, but I need to borrow your personal guard." "Commander." She gritted her teeth and loosened her tightly clenched fists. After receiving a positive reply from the other party, Yi Qing did not feel any relief. Instead, a deep disappointment surged in her heart. She silently turned and left the meeting room, her back appearing extremely lonely. "What? Hold off for 2 days? That bastard Rubio has gone mad." Rex showed an incredulous expression upon hearing the news. "He's crazy. What should we do now?" Nia shook her head in agreement with Rex's thoughts, and then turned her gaze to Yi Qing. "What else can we do? Just take it step by step." Yi Qing also shook her head in silence. She now regretted accepting the invitation to be the deputy. "Will they arrive?" "Yi Qing, in 10 hours. Yuanwen, so long? Isn't it only a few hours from here to the city?" "Rex, I think it should be due to the terrain. Su Xiao easily resolved Rex's confusion. He pointed to the map and began to analyze carefully. Look, the northwest, south, and three sides of Hobian City are all dense forests and rolling hills, making it impossible for cavalry to fully deploy. Therefore, I guess the enemy commander must have considered this as well, which is why he chose to take a detour from the east, crossing the flat area to directly attack our rear. Well, that makes a lot of sense. As Yi Qing listened to Su Zhao's analysis, his gaze focused on the map, landing on a narrow canyon located behind them. Let's hold them here. Yi Qing continued to explain. This canyon is their only path. If they choose to take a detour, it will take at least another day to reach their destination. This way, we can prepare adequately in advance, as long as the tactical arrangements are appropriate. Even if the strength of both sides is vastly different, we still have the capital to fight back. Time is pressing, and everyone immediately packed their weapons and got ready to set off. Just before departure, Snow Qinghe, worried about his partner's condition, decided to have a chat with Tang Nan. Nan, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm good, Tang Nan replied coldly while packing his things. However, when his hand rested on the bandage on the table, it trembled uncontrollably, and the hesitation in his eyes could not escape Snow Qinghe's keen observation. You still can't let go, Snow Qinghe said softly as he helped him put the bandage into his backpack. Just then, Tang Nan tightly grasped Snow Qinghe's hand. Why? Tang Nan's voice suddenly became agitated, filled with pain and confusion. Why did you have to kill them? They clearly already. Are you still in pain? Snow Qinghe was clearly taken aback by Tang Nan's sudden question, but he quickly recovered. He looked at Tang Nan, a hint of sadness flashing across his face. But it was fleeting, replaced by determination and decisiveness. He hugged Tang Nan tightly, pulling him into his embrace. Don't suppress yourself anymore. I know you need to vent. Snow Qinghe whispered in Tang Nan's ear, his voice filled with endless tenderness and concern, like a warm spring breeze brushing over Tang Nan's broken heart. Tang Nan could no longer contain the torrent of emotions within him. Tears streamed down his face like a dam bursting. Being a child, he cried out loud without restraint. Each tear was like a sharp sword, deeply piercing his soul. I couldn't save him, Snow Qinghe, I couldn't save him. I watched him leave in pain, but I was powerless. I could do nothing. Tang Nan's voice trembled with despair and self-reproach. Snow Qinghe quietly listened to Tang Nan's cries without saying a word. He just silently reached out, gently stroking Tang Nan's back, offering him unspoken comfort and support. He understood that at this moment, any words would seem pale and powerless. Only by letting Tang Nan fully release his inner sorrow could the wounds in his heart be slowly healed. Time passed second by second, and Tang Nan's cries gradually weakened. His body trembled slightly, as if all his strength had been drained. Snow Qinghe still silently stayed by his side. After all, you can't force a child. In the deep of night, Rex led his troops to set up camp 20 kilometers from the canyon. In Rex's tent, he continued to discuss the battle plan. Rex looked at the canyon on the battle map and pointed at it, inquiring with his adjutant beside him. This might become the key to our action. Siler, do the scouts have any news? The situation has been clarified. The path to the enemy's lair must pass through the canyon, which is no more than 3,000 meters long and about wide enough for 2 to 3 riders side by side. The heights on both sides of the canyon are about 50 meters. Are there any other roads to cross the canyon? The scouts found a small path, but it's very dangerous. Crossing it would lead to the rear of the canyon. Siler paused and continued. Should we send someone to seize it in advance? Rex paused, resting his finger on the table and shaking his head. No, in the past, we would have taken the initiative, but this time it's different. He picked up a piece representing a soldier in his palm and suddenly crushed it into powder. This time, we will take this opportunity to eliminate all living forces of the rebel army without leaving a single one behind. Inform the entire army to rest well. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. After that, Rex slowly stood up and walked out of the tent with heavy steps. He stood quietly, looking up at the moon in the sky. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cool and bright light, as if it were a silver plate hanging in the horizon. The moonlight fell on the earth like a light veil, illuminating everything around. Rex stared at the bright disk, and the restlessness in his heart gradually calmed down. He silently prayed, "May heaven bless us, help us overcome the difficulties ahead, and keep our soldiers safe." After that, he returned to the tent and blew out the candle. At the rebel army headquarters, "Sir, everything has been arranged properly," a subordinate said respectfully. "I'm good. Remember, once the right opportunity arises tomorrow, act immediately according to the plan. There must be no mistakes. Do you all understand?" Rubio's voice was unusually calm, but carried an undeniable authority. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, then fell on the pile of chaotic draft papers on the table. He reached out and casually picked one up, carefully examining the chaotic runes and patterns on it. As time passed, the originally calm expression on his face gradually transformed into a sinister smile. This time, if we can successfully complete the mission, I will present a most satisfactory gift to His Highness. At that time, whether it is power or glory, it will belong to us, Rubio said softly, as if he could already see a bright future beckoning to him. Finally, he raised his head, looking firmly at the kneeling crowd, and shouted in a deep and powerful voice, "For the brass throne! For the brass throne!" Chapter 33, No One Survives. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Set everything up. The enemy is coming soon. Yi Qing and his group arrived at the canyon just in time before dawn. They deployed their positions 300 meters from the end of the canyon. The high slopes on both sides of the canyon were guarded by Rubio's personal guard, supplemented by some soldiers trained by Yuan Wen. The canyon position was defended by Yuan Wen, Su Xiao, Snow Qinghe, and Yi Qing, while a hidden medical point was established in the rear for the wounded, manned by Nia, Tang Nan, and the weaker soldiers. Watching rows of barricades placed in the canyon, Yi Qing gradually felt reassured. Now, they just needed Lei Hao's reconnaissance team to bring back the latest news to proceed with the next improvements. Meanwhile, Lei Hao led several soldiers quietly to the vicinity of Rex's military camp. Unexpectedly, a team member accidentally stepped on a broken branch, making a crisp sound that caught the attention of the guards. "Who is there? Come out." The guards quickly aimed their weapons at the rustling bushes, cautiously approaching the bushes while calling for their teammates. The members of Lei Hao's team felt their hearts leap into their throats as more and more guards closed in. Just then, a horn sounded from the camp, and the alert guard abandoned their search and quickly returned to their posts. Phew, that scared me. Lei Hao sheathed his almost drawn knife, peeking out to observe the situation inside. The sight inside left him stunned. Damn it! Lei Hao saw that the troops assembling inside were all clad in silver armor. Even the horses were covered in thick armor. The number of troops was estimated to be around 1,000. Realizing the danger, Lei Hao didn't hesitate and immediately chose to lead the team away. Their defensive deployment had to be adjusted. When Lei Hao returned to the position and informed Yi Qing of the news, Yi Qing gasped. Everyone was in silver armor, and military discipline was strict. It didn't seem like something Count Kroll could handle at all. Silver armor, cavalry. Could it be? Lei Hao, do you remember their military banner? Shuqing has suddenly thought of something as she listened to Lei Hao's description and hurriedly asked what their military banner looked like. After recalling, Lei Hao answered, "A dragon. The pattern of a dragon. I know who they are now." Upon hearing this information, Shuqing confirmed their opponent this time. "We will be facing the proud Gallic dragon cavalry of the Gallic Duchy." Long ago, during the chaotic battles on the continent, the Gallic Duchy rose rapidly. At that time, the Gallic Duke, with his exceptionally elite cavalry unit, rampaged through and wiped out the surrounding strong enemies, expanding vast territories for the Emperor of Tiando. As that intense war came to an end, the Duke gladly accepted the Emperor's reward and successfully established the Gallic Duchy. Since then, the cavalry unit has become the cornerstone and solid pillar of the Gallic Duchy. However, what truly made the Gallic Dragon cavalry famous was a long-lasting and thrilling battle. At that time, the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire engaged in a bloody battle on the Irma Plain, with both sides deploying a massive force of hundreds of thousands on this vast plain. Just as the fierce battle was underway, a deafening dragon roar suddenly echoed from the west side of the Xingluo Empire's army on the battlefield. Then, the Gallic Duke personally led his mighty cavalry unit, breaking through the western defensive line of the Xingluo Empire with a thunderous momentum. Following that, like a surging tide, the Empire's main forces rushed in, widening the breach. Faced with such a fierce offensive, the Xingluo troops had no choice but to retreat reluctantly, leading the remnants off the battlefield in shame. The Dragon Cavalry is the most elite unit of the duchy, with almost all members selected from the offspring of nobles. Even the Duke's own offspring are among them. Shuqing looked at Yi Qing and hesitated for a moment before saying, "We should withdraw. It's akin to hitting a stone with an egg. A path to death. Is that so?" Yi Qing looked at everyone, who were waiting for a decision, seeing the burning, fighting spirit in the eyes of those soldiers. Yi Qing smiled knowingly and then said firmly, "We will not retreat. Yes, in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat quality, we may not be able to match them. But no one can win forever. Even if they are an ace army, so what? Even if they are elite, it doesn't matter. We have faced elites before. We are fighting against elites, right? That's right. Let's have a good fight with them. The morale of the crowd was reignited, and based on the existing information, Yi Qing and the others decided to strengthen the defense line in the center of the canyon. Yi Qing took out the equipment prepared for them by Master Wei before their departure from the soul guiding device. Dozens of sets of attack equipment designed to cut down cavalry. Come on, let's have a good fight. The soldiers, equipped with new gear, were invigorated and eagerly awaited the arrival of the enemy. Meanwhile, Rex stopped the march after arriving at the entrance of the canyon. Cell, come here. Rex unfolded the map and called Cell over. You will lead 300 brothers through the small path and set off lightly. Understood? Understood, Commander. In 3 hours. I need you to appear behind them and flank them with me. Can you do that? I guarantee to complete the task. Brothers, follow me. Then Rex called over Chen Feng, representing Count Kroll, who was stationed on the right side. Lord Chen Feng, you will lead your men to quietly sneak up the sides of the canyon. Can you do that? Of course. I will use their blood to honor my brothers. Chen Feng rubbed his fists, ready for a big fight. Before leaving, Rex patted his shoulder and reminded him, remember, you need to live to better remember those brothers who died in battle. Understood. With personnel adjustments complete, Rex slowly donned his helmet, drawing his sword and pointing it straight at the canyon entrance. Brothers, let's go. Let's wash away the shame of our fallen brothers with the enemy's blood. The first line of defense at the canyon was guarded by a brave and fearless spear squad led by Yuanwen. At this moment, they listened nervously to the increasingly heavy sound of hooves echoing throughout the valley, sweat trickling from their palms and their hearts racing to the extreme. Yuanwen stood in the center of the formation, encouraging every soldier with a firm and steady voice. Don't be afraid. We are warriors. We have the ability to hold this place. However, despite the encouragement, many soldiers' legs trembled uncontrollably in the face of the approaching enemy's vanguard. The fear that had once been instilled by the enemy was deeply etched in their hearts, hard to erase. Everyone hold steady. Don't lose formation. Yuanwen shouted hoarsely. Watching the enemy getting closer, the distance shrinking to 300 meters, then 200 meters, finally stabilizing at 100 meters, Yuanwen decisively gave the order. Fire! In an instant, the crossbowmen in the rear quickly responded. In the blink of an eye, they launched a dense rain of arrows like a waterfall. The arrows sliced through the air, producing crisp sounds. However, this rain of arrows was trivial to the powerful dragon cavalry, like a mere tickle. They raised their shields, easily blocking the arrow storm, and simultaneously lifted their sharp lances, beginning their charge. The war horses roared, and the knights shouted angrily, charging towards the defensive line with overwhelming momentum. But this was exactly what Yuanwen and his soldiers had hoped for. They were already prepared, ready to present a grand gift for them. Pull! With a command, 2 soldiers unhesitatingly tightened the ropes in their hands. In an instant, rows of specially designed and manufactured caltrops appeared before the dragon cavalry, like magic. The dragon cavalry were clearly already alert to this, quickly reacting by pulling on the reins and guiding their war horses to leap high in an attempt to avoid the sudden trap. However, at that moment, the hidden sword wielders on both sides seized the opportunity and launched their attack like tigers descending a mountain, armed with sharp sabers. Their gazes were sharp and determined as they accurately targeted the legs of the war horses beneath the dragon cavalry, striking fiercely, accompanied by the pitiful cries of the horses. The unfortunate animals were injured and fell to the ground, struggling in pain, causing the once mighty dragon cavalry to lose their balance and tumble down awkwardly. The fallen knights had no time to get up when soldiers surged in from all sides, wielding various weapons, their eyes flashing with hatred and determination as they ruthlessly launched a fierce attack on the downed dragon cavalry. In an instant, the clash of blades and the sounds of shouting and screams filled the air. The dragon cavalry in the rear saw their comrades under siege ahead and unhesitatingly raised their crossbows, ready to provide strong support to their fellow warriors. However, at this critical moment, Yuanwen waved his hand, and the stone walls on both sides suddenly seemed to be enchanted, rapidly growing countless dense stone pillars. The stone pillars stood like sturdy shields, easily blocking the arrows shot by the dragon cavalry. Nevertheless, the besieged dragon cavalry did not give up easily. With their solid armor and powerful protective soul power, they struggled to rise again, successfully repelling the surrounding enemy soldiers and began to gather together, preparing to welcome the support of their brother troops. At that moment, they were surprised to find that the enemy, who had originally blocked their path, began to scatter to the sides, clearing a wide road. Faced with this sudden change, the dragon cavalry was filled with confusion, but they dared not let their guard down, immediately becoming alert to prepare for any potential danger. However, before they could react, they saw rows of crossbowmen quietly forming ranks on the opposite side. Pairing up, they arranged themselves in an alternating pattern, steadily aiming their crossbow bolts at the heavy armored giants before them. With a sound of bowstrings being drawn tight, a series of dense crossbow bolt sounds filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the triggers were pulled continuously, an unending stream of crossbow bolts flew towards the dragon cavalry like raindrops. The dragon cavalry thought that such weapons could not break through their defenses. Some even gave up raising their shields, choosing to rely on their armor and protective soul power to withstand the attack. But they underestimated the situation. The dragon cavalry let out piercing screams. These crossbow bolts, meticulously crafted by the shadow guards, easily pierced through the dragon cavalry's proud defenses. Under the relentless hail of arrows, the vanguard of the dragon cavalry was firmly suppressed. The situation had become extremely critical. The dragon cavalry in the back were anxious, desperately wanting to charge forward to provide support, but their commander Rex decisively reached out to stop them. Wait, Rex's deep voice echoed, carrying an undeniable authority. Sir, if we don't intervene soon, our brothers will all perish. A nearby officer shouted anxiously. However, Rex remained unmoved, calmly observing the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the edge of the cliff. He was waiting for a crucial moment. Finally, when he saw the signal he had been anticipating, he issued the command without hesitation. Everyone dismount. Prepare to charge. With this order, the dragon cavalry quickly sprang into action. They nimbly jumped down from their war horses, adjusted their formations, and advanced forward at the fastest speed. Seeing their opponent dismount, Yuan immediately fired a signal flare into the sky. The fireworks exploded in the air. However, the high ground on both sides remained unresponsive for a long time. What was happening up there? Yuan had no time to think. At that moment, Rex had already crossed the tripwire and joined forces with the vanguard. The latter immediately rained down an even denser barrage of arrows to suppress Yuan's crossbowmen. Following that, they formed a shield wall, solidly and slowly pushing forward. Yuan could only lead his soldiers into a bloody melee with the enemy. As the intense battle continued, the casualties among the rebels were climbing, causing deep sorrow. These brave and fearless warriors, despite carrying passionate blood and firm beliefs, seemed to lose some of their courage when faced with the disciplined, fully armed, and well-trained dragon cavalry. On the battlefield, under Rex's command, the dragon cavalry demonstrated exceptional tactical proficiency. They operated in small groups, closely cooperating with one another, working in perfect harmony. Each group functioned like a finely tuned machine, providing mutual support and flanking each other. This tight cooperation greatly enhanced their combat effectiveness, making it difficult for the enemy to find any weaknesses. The rebels found themselves in a passive position, being easily countered while suffering heavy losses. Despite the courageous resistance of the rebel soldiers, they were still forced to retreat under the fierce onslaught of the dragon cavalry. The front line was being pushed back, and only 2 hours had passed. In order to buy more precious time for himself and his soldiers, Yuan resolutely made the most perilous and crucial decision: to confront Rex directly. He tightly gripped his incredibly sharp spear, raised his solid shield high, and then leaped forward like a meteor burning with fierce fighting spirit, charging recklessly into the dragon cavalry's ranks, heading straight for their commander Rex. Faced with this sudden change, Rex displayed extraordinary calmness and sharp insight. When he saw the enemy commander daring to charge into his ranks alone, he merely blinked slightly, instantly grasping the opponent's intent. Without hesitation, he raised his spear, glistening with a cold light, and aimed it accurately at the oncoming Yuan. At the same time, the surrounding soldiers quickly understood and stepped back, clearing a wide space for the two commanders about to engage in a life-and-death duel. A one-on-one battle that would determine the battlefield's fate began. Yuan and Rex stood a short distance apart, facing each other, their gazes sparking as if igniting fire. The tense atmosphere of battle filled the air, signaling that an intense confrontation was about to erupt. Just then, both moved simultaneously, charging forward like arrows released from a bow. Their spears sliced through the air with sharp whooshing sounds, as if they aimed to tear the atmosphere apart. Yuan initiated the attack, gripping his spear, moving as swiftly as the wind, charging towards Rex with immense force. The spear tip glimmered coldly, and every swing was filled with power and speed. Rex was not suppressed by Yuan's offensive. He agilely sidestepped, cleverly avoiding Yuan Wen's attack. At the same time, he thrust his spear in response. Like lightning streaking across the sky, aiming straight for Yuan Wen's vital points. Yuan Wen reacted quickly, jumping back to evade Rex's spear. However, he did not back down. Instead, he closed in on Rex again, his spear swirling like a swimming dragon. His movements were smooth and natural, with each technique containing deep meaning. Attempting to find a flaw in Rex's defense. Rex also refused to show weakness, firmly gripping his spear and using exquisite skills to deflect Yuan Wen's attacks one by one. His defense was incredibly tight, leaving Yuan Wen no chance to exploit. After several rounds of intense exchanges, both sides once again created distance between them. They breathed heavily, adjusting their breathing and stances, preparing for the next round of confrontation. Quickly settle this, Yuan Wen shouted, simultaneously activating his martial soul. Instantly, he was enveloped in a thick layer of true body armor, exuding a powerful aura. At the same time, 5 dazzling soul rings shone behind him. Without hesitation, Yuan Wen unleashed his second soul skill, Earth Power. This skill significantly increased his defensive capabilities and control over Earth elements by 30%. Following that, he activated his fourth soul skill, Heart of the Earth. This skill further enhanced his strength and attack power by 15%. With all his might, Yuan Wen launched an incredibly fierce offensive, momentarily suppressing Rex. After creating distance again, Yuan Wen quickly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to unleash his most powerful fifth soul skill, Earth Dragon Break. With Yuan Wen's roar, the originally solid rock spear in his hand began to change, gradually transforming into a mighty Earth Dragon. This Earth Dragon, with its claws and teeth bared, charged towards Rex like a cannonball with unparalleled momentum. Rex saw the menacing Earth Dragon. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, barely noticeable. Immediately, a dull roar erupted, bang. As the sound faded, the dust in the air gradually settled, and Yuan Wen was astonished to find Rex standing before him completely unharmed, his body flickering with arcs of lightning. It turned out that at the moment the Earth Dragon lunged at Rex, he had activated his fourth soul skill, Lightning Duki. This powerful skill instantly boosted his defense by 50%, successfully withstanding the fierce attack from the Earth Dragon. A sharp attack, you're quite skilled, Rex remarked as he rolled his neck, producing a series of crisp joint sounds, then without hesitation launched another assault. His figure moved as swiftly as a ghost, the weapon in his hand glinting coldly, sweeping towards Yuan Wen with an imposing force. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side giving an inch, creating a tense atmosphere in the arena. Suddenly, Yuan Wen thrust the gun tip in the ground and kicked up dust towards Rex. With his vision obscured, Rex took a step back, and seeing this, Yuan Wen immediately charged forward. Just as he thought he was about to hit Rex, Rex swiftly turned around and executed a counterattack. The gunshot was as swift as lightning, and Yuan Wen had no time to react before the tip of the gun pierced his body. He staggered back a few steps, dropping the long gun from his hand. Rex looked at Yuan Wen, a hint of a victorious smile on his face. Yuan Wen clutched his wound, his eyes revealing a sense of unwillingness and helplessness. I was careless. Just as the situation seemed overwhelmingly in favor of Rex, reinforcements from the rebels finally arrived. The fifth soul skill, Storm. With a furious shout, a gigantic teal bird flew overhead, blocking out the sun like a massive shadow. However, this giant bird did not remain still. It exploded in an instant, transforming into countless dense little birds that surged down like a tidal wave, bombarding the dragon knights below. The bluebirds moved with incredible speed, like a sudden storm, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon the dragon knights. The moment they made contact, a powerful gust of wind erupted, as if it were tearing the very fabric of space apart. The once orderly formation of the dragon knights fell into chaos under this immense force. At that moment, Rex attempted to reorganize his troops and restore the line. However, Leihao seized this fleeting opportunity. With a flicker of movement, he burst forth like a dazzling lightning bolt, hurtling down from the sky, aiming directly for Rex himself. With a loud clang, Rex hurriedly raised his spear to block, but it was too late. Leihao's attack was like a tidal wave, crashing against Rex's weapon and sending countless brilliant sparks flying. Two powerful forces of lightning intertwined and clashed in the air, creating a stunning spectacle. In an instant, the air crackled with thunder, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in this fierce battle. Another expert has come, Rex thought to himself in awe. Summoning all his strength, he pushed back hard, sending Leihao flying. Immediately afterward, Rex stepped forward and executed an upward thrust, successfully knocking Lei Hao's weapon away. However, Lei Hao did not give up. He quickly reached for the spear handle, engaging Rex in a fierce struggle. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Lei Hao suddenly released his grip on the spear and turned to charge at the Tang Dao embedded in the ground. Using the blade as a pivot, he swiftly spun and accelerated toward Rex. First soul skill, Thunderblade. With a roar, Lei Hao's blade began to shimmer with dazzling electric light. Seeing this, Rex immediately raised his weapon to respond. But at that moment, Lei Hao's figure suddenly changed, split into two, then more. This was Lei Hao's fourth soul skill, Thunder Shadow. Countless copies of Lei Hao surrounded Rex tightly. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Rex was undaunted. He bellowed loudly, unleashing his third soul skill, Thunder Fury. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck from all directions, shattering all of Lei Hao's clones in one blow. However, Lei Hao had anticipated this. Taking advantage of the moment Rex released his skill, he had quietly arrived in front of Rex. He unleashed his third soul skill, Thunder Flash. The brilliant blade light streaked by like lightning, striking Rex fiercely. Severely injured, Rex was sent flying several meters away before coming to a stop. After repelling Rex, Lei Hao remained vigilant. He turned to help the injured Yuan Wan and asked Yi Qing to provide covering fire for a safe retreat from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the rebel army began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. However, the Dragon Knights were unwilling to give up the prey they had almost caught and wanted to continue the pursuit, but Rex stopped them. All units, cease pursuit. Rex gasped, feeling the pain in his injured chest as he issued the command. First, clear out those annoying horse snares and caltrops. Rex sat on a stone, feeling the pain in his chest. Fortunately, his armor had provided some protection, reducing the damage. He took a few deep breaths to adjust his breathing, tried to alleviate the pain. After a moment, he stood up and reassessed the battlefield. 15 minutes later, the reorganized Dragon Knights mounted their steeds, revitalized, and continued toward the valley's mouth. Lei Hao and a few others, who had retreated from the front lines, struggled to reach the last line of defense at the valley's entrance with the remaining rebels. They looked exhausted, their bodies marked by the scars of war. As soon as Su Xiao saw the injured Yuan Wan, he hurriedly stepped forward to help him with Lei Hao. What happened up front? Su Xiao asked anxiously. Yuan Wan coughed a few times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then managed to say, "We ran into some trouble. The enemy's commander is quite formidable." He paused to catch his breath and continued, "When I fired the signal flares planned, the attacks from both sides were supposed to launch simultaneously, but for some reason, there was complete silence, as if no one was up there. No response at all? How is that possible? Je ving éclamet in disbelief. Clearly, the Royal Guards have been deployed to defend, and it shouldn't have gone wrong. It's known that Rubio's Royal Guards, while brutal by nature, had formidable combat power. That's why Yi Qing couldn't understand why there was no action on the high ground. Just as everyone was confused, someone finally stepped forward with an answer. Rebus, D. Chun Feng stood at the edge of the cliff, coldly looking down at the densely packed rebels below. Behind him stood a throng of black-armored soldiers armed with crossbows, exuding a chilling aura like iron. With a single command from Chun Feng, thousands of crossbows fired simultaneously, raining down arrows like a torrential storm, creating a barrage of arrows. This sudden attack caught the rebel army off guard. Many fell before they could react. However, at this critical moment, Yi Qing stepped forward. She exerted all her soul power, activating her third soul ring, Wind's Guardian. A powerful barrier of wind quickly expanded, protecting the rebel army within. With a moment to breathe, the rebels did not sit idle. They immediately launched a counterattack, armed with superior weapons and fearless courage. The rebels engaged fiercely with the black-armored soldiers, successfully suppressing them. "Quick, set up a defense line," Yi Qing shouted loudly while maintaining the wind barrier, directing other rebel members to reinforce the line. However, unexpectedly, the real danger came from behind them. "All troops charge!" With Selah's passionate shout, the raiding unit he led swept in from behind the rebel army like a black whirlwind. These soldiers had discarded their heavy armor and moved nimbly among the enemies, their blades flashing coldly, each strike leaving a trail of blood. The rebels were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and chaos erupted behind them. Lei Hao and Su Xiao were frantic. They led the spearmen in an attempt to stop the raiding unit, but the Dragon Knight's charge was like an unstoppable tide, crashing through them and scattering them. Meanwhile, Rex's main force lunged into the battlefield like wolves. These well-equipped and well-trained heavy cavalry were like a moving mountain. easily tearing through the rebels' already fragile defenses. Their long spears and sharp swords ruthlessly harvested lives, transforming the battlefield into a vast slaughterhouse. In the rear medical area of the rebel army, over there, hurry and move the injured over there. I'll stop the bleeding. Nia busily treated the wounded while anxiously watching the steady stream of injured being brought down. Sweat beaded on her forehead as her worries grew deeper. Just then, the royal guard deployed to the high ground rushed in with several injured soldiers. Upon seeing this, Nia's heart filled with suspicion. She quickly crossed her arms and blocked their path, sternly asking, "What happened? Weren't you supposed to be on standby at the high ground? Why are you here?" Faced with Nia's questioning, the royal guard members looked bitter, and one of them replied, "We encountered a sudden attack from the enemy. The high ground has fallen. Commander Yi Qing ordered us to come for reinforcements." "What?" Upon hearing the news, Nia's expression changed dramatically, clearly unable to remain calm. She didn't even have time to discern the truth of the information and made her decision without hesitation. She turned to Xue Qinghe and the remaining reserve troops and shouted, "The situation is urgent. Everyone follow me to the battlefield immediately." With that, she took the lead and quickly led everyone towards the front line, where chaos reigned. Meanwhile, the medical area was quiet, with only Tang Nan and a few military doctors busy treating the wounded. However, just as everyone was focused on their work, the guard squad began to reveal their hidden intentions.